In a world besieged by games and the clash of deities, only professionals can wield formidable, extraordinary powers. Capable of reaching for the stars and capturing the moon, they can even elevate the divine realm to eternal glory. Chen Yu has become an unremarkable planter, albeit one whose cultivated flora exhibits a wildly eccentric flair. For instance, there exists a grand tree, where a single leaf can burgeon into an entire world. The enchanting little spirits birthed from this tree can unleash devastating spells capable of annihilating cities and nations. Moreover, there lies a sea of flowers, renowned as the Path of Rebirth, sprawling across myriad realms and adept at guiding the souls of celestial beings into becoming spectral warriors. Furthermore, there's a lotus that prefers to root itself in the void of chaos. It is said that she has a sister whose son possesses remarkable prowess, but often suffers from anemia due to the overwhelming demands of a group known as protagonists. Throughout the vastness of countless realms and infinite timelines, Chen Yu remains blissfully unaware of the myriad peculiarities he has inadvertently sown. In summary, what others dare not mention, the indescribable entities that exist in this world, are likely seeds he once whimsically buried. Chapter 1. The ceremony commences a career that defines a lifetime. In the Tunglong Empire, Yinchuan Province, Jianyang City, the first high school of Jianyang City is set to hold its career transition ceremony today. Over 1,000 senior students are on the cusp of embarking on their professional journeys. The formation required for the ceremony has been meticulously arranged, with a towering column, 10 meters high, pulsating with a soft white glow at its center. As the students gather in the square, emotions run the gamut from excitement and trepidation to indifference and a readiness to embrace failure, all filled with anticipation. Having traversed 16 years in this world, he has garnered a modicum of understanding of its intricacies. Long before, this world had already achieved a technological standard far surpassing that of Earth. However, just as humanity stood poised to venture into the stars, the game world descended, assimilating the entire blue planet. Upon reaching the age of 16, individuals may undergo a career transition, acquiring a professional attribute panel. Through vanquishing monsters, completing quests, and conquering dungeons, they earn experience points to elevate their levels. Mighty professionals can soar through the skies, traverse mountains, and reshape the seas, even wielding the authority to slay deities, effortlessly transforming vast oceans into arid land. However, the arrival of the game world did not solely bestow advantages upon humanity, granting them an opportunity for transcendence. Alongside this boon came deities, demons, and relentless monsters from other civilizations, all coveting the succulent bounty of the blue planet. Countless venerable professionals fought valiantly, carving out a space for humanity's survival in this new world. In the square, an elderly man with hair as white as snow stepped forward, inciting a wave of excitement among the students, who cast adoring glances in his direction. The man was Jiang Tianming, the principal of Jianyang City's first high school, and a formidable element mage boasting a remarkable level of 200, reputed to have directly slain demons from the abyss. With a calming yet authoritative demeanor, Jiang Tianming raised his hands to quell the crowd and began to speak. Dear students, I trust that at this moment, there is little need for me to elaborate further. The knowledge you require has been imparted over the past 4 years. The path ahead is for you to tread. Whether it leads to a glorious existence or a life squandered is entirely your choice. I hereby declare the commencement of the career transition ceremony. With that, Jiang Tianming departed. 5 practitioners, each at least level 100, approached the transition formation, evenly positioning themselves at the 5 points of the pentagram. Instantly, the transition formation blazed with brilliance. The teachers leading each class donned solemn expressions as they guided their students toward the transition formation. Chen Yu remained silent, walking among his peers, his heart racing with a blend of excitement and anxiety. The transition in this world bears far greater significance than any examination from his previous life. To assert that the career transition could determine one's entire existence is no exaggeration. While failure in transition is not an option, professionals are broadly categorized into combat and lifestyle types. Combat professionals constitute roughly 10% of the population and form the backbone of humanity on the blue planet. Conversely, lifestyle professionals make up 90%, necessitating substantial initial investment to achieve any meaningful impact later on. Those who successfully transition into lifestyle professions, especially those from less affluent backgrounds, often find themselves lost among the masses, living lives of mediocrity. Chen Yu's circumstances post-transmigration are less than favorable. His parents perished early due to adventurous pursuits. His sister possesses some talent, but remains in university, leaving her situation unclear. The remaining family assets are insufficient to support his aspirations of becoming a formidable lifestyle professional. Old Chen, what are you pondering? With your grades, are you worried about transitioning into a lifestyle profession? A cheerful voice called from behind him. The speaker was Li Wei, an affable personality and one of Chen Yu's few friends. You know as well as I do that academic performance has little bearing on the transition, Chen Yu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Indeed, with the maturity of an adult and exceptional determination, Chen Yu excelled academically during his studies, frequently topping his class. However, the nature of one's professional transition bears no correlation to academic scores. Many top students transition into lifestyle professions, a fact not lost on Li Wei. That's true, but I believe your worries are unfounded. Reflecting on our school's history, fewer than half of the top 10 students transition into lifestyle professions, right? Li Wei quipped with a grin. That much is accurate. Chen Yu conceded with a slight smile, his nerves settling somewhat that, in truth, among the elite students of his school, the probability of transitioning into a combat profession is significantly higher than 1 in 10. However, it is important to clarify that this phenomenon is not due to academic performance. The First High School is the finest institution in Jianyang City. Families of influence and affluence typically send their offspring to study there, in a small city like Jianyang. The proportion of combat professionals wielding power and wealth far surpasses that of lifestyle professionals. Professional adaptability has a genetic component. Thus, if both parents are combat professionals, their offspring are statistically more likely to transition into combat roles. While this influence is not absolute, it undeniably exists. Given that my relatives are all combat professionals, it stands to reason that my chances of transitioning into a combat profession are somewhat higher. Chen Yu mused, pondering the odds as a transmigrator. Surely, fate wouldn't be so cruel as to confine him to a lifestyle profession, would it? Not that lifestyle professions are inherently undesirable, but they often require substantial financial investment, making it challenging for those from humble origins to achieve success without abundant initial resources. The transition formation has successfully activated. Students whose names I call, please step forward to touch the origin pillar and complete your transition. Jiang Tianming's voice resonated once more. Number 1. Song Hui. Upon hearing his name called, a boy from the first column on the right stepped forward, approaching the transition formation. Those nearby could clearly see the tremors of anxiety coursing through Song Hui's limbs. With only a mere 10 meters separating them, there was little time to adjust his mindset. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, steeled himself, and dashed to the origin pillar, pressing his hand against it. A radiant white light enveloped Song Hui moments later, and within seconds, his attribute panel materialized. Profession, warrior. Ha ha ha, I did it. I'm a combat professional. Song Hui erupted into ecstatic laughter, akin to a scholar rejoicing at his success in an examination. As the first student to transition, he bore the weight of scrutiny from all around him. Student Song, please step down. Do not disrupt the transitions of your peers, a nearby teacher said with a smile, patting Song Hui on the shoulder. Such occurrences are commonplace during transition ceremonies, and the teachers are well equipped to handle them. Whether joy or sorrow, the emotions of students who succeed in their transition are fully understood. Yes, my apologies. Song Hui came to his senses and hurriedly returned to his class line, his face flushed with embarrassment. Congratulations, Principal Jiang, what a splendid start. A formation master remarked, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling at Jiang Tianming. All professionals are the same. This hardly qualifies as a splendid start, as it is not a hidden occupation, Jiang Tianming replied, shaking his head. However, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his joy. Both combat and life professions have the potential to flourish. Yet, the initial reliance on resources for combat professions is significantly less than that of life professions. In families of modest means, the likelihood of success in combat professions is thus considerably greater. Even in a world where everyone can change professions, the majority of families remain commonplace. How many life professionals can secure ample resources in the early stages? Consequently, for most students, choosing a life profession often equates to a sentence of failure. A warrior? Such a common choice. I thought it was a hidden profession. Given your gleeful demeanor, some students murmured enviously from the audience. Hey, not impressive, is it? While warriors may be commonplace, they still belong to the combat category. Can you guarantee you'll transition into a combat profession? Someone nearby retorted, immediately countering the jeers. The Yinyang student was left speechless. Indeed, even if warriors are common, they are still combat professions, a rare breed amidst the masses. As long as one does not falter along the way, success is inevitable. Next, Lei Gaojun. Principal Jiang Tianming disregarded the student's chatter and continued to call out names. Chapter 2. Celestial Phenomena and the Hidden Profession of Sword Immortal. Summoned by name, Lei Gaojun promptly stepped forward, his demeanor markedly superior to that of Song Hui. Both were classmates, yet while Song Hui languished at the bottom of their cohort, Lei Gaojun consistently excelled in examinations. Although, statistically speaking, the correlation between academic performance and the choice of professional paths, be it a life profession or a combat profession, was tenuous, the students remained superstitious, believing that academic success could dictate their vocational destinies. This phenomenon was a deliberate strategy by the school to emphasize the importance of cultural studies among its pupils. With a flash of brilliance, the transition was complete. Profession: blacksmith. How could this be? How could I possibly end up with a life profession? Lei Gaojuan's face paled instantly. Fear not, my fellow student. A life profession is still a profession, one that can illuminate your path, a nearby teacher consoled him. Thank you. Teacher, Lei Gaojun replied, his spirit visibly diminished as he exited the transition array, returning to his class. Do not despair. Being a blacksmith is a highly regarded life profession. Who knows? I may even rely on your crafted equipment in the future. Song Huerue, now transitioned into a warrior, patted Lei Gaojun on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Thank you. Lei Gaojun managed to muster a faint smile in response. Historically, he had looked down upon Song Huerue due to his academic superiority, but with the transition completed, their social standings had shifted dramatically. Song Huerue now had the privilege of comforting Lei Gaojun, whom he viewed as a failure. Next, Wang Wei. Li Zhongping. The transition ceremony continued unabated, indifferent to the fluctuations of joy and sorrow among the participants. Old Chen, what profession do you wish to pursue? Li Wei inquired, playfully patting Chen Yu's shoulder. I think a healer would suit me well. Perhaps I could team up with a warrior or knight for leveling. A timely healing could very well win the heart of a damsel in distress. Haha. Any combat profession would suffice. Chen Yu inhaled deeply. You know my family's modest means. I must rely on my own efforts. With that, Chen Yu resumed his gaze upon the transition array. At this juncture, over half of the transition ceremony had elapsed, with approximately 300 individuals having completed their transitions. Among them, around 50 had chosen combat professions, a ratio that offered Chen Yu a semblance of reassurance. Conversely, Principal Jiang Tianming's mood grew increasingly somber. While the number of combat professionals was indeed encouraging, it was disappointingly commonplace. The majority had opted for foundational roles such as warriors, archers, and knights. Not a single hidden profession or anomalous class had emerged. Upon seeing the next name on the list, Jiang Tianming's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his voice rising a notch. Next, Su Miaoyue. Moments later, a strikingly confident young woman entered the transition array. Principal Jiang, does this girl possess any distinguishing characteristics? A nearby array master inquired, sensing Jiang Tianming's tension. She ranks second in our school and hails from a family of professionals. If anyone has a chance of transitioning into a hidden profession this year, it is undoubtedly her. Jiang Tianming's expectations for Su Miaoyue were palpably high. The students in the square shared Jiang Tianming's sentiments. Look, it's the school flower, Su Miaoyue. Our second-ranked student is bound to transition into at least an anomalous profession. In my opinion, if she's not an anomalous profession, she must be a hidden profession. Haha. I hope she ends up with the most mediocre life profession. Then perhaps I might stand a chance. You're dreaming. Look at her family. They have resources in abundance. Even if she transitions into a life profession, her future achievements will be beyond your reach. Indeed. Do you really think Su Miaoyue's family would lack the means to provide her with the necessary resources for growth? Li Wei smirked at Chen Yu as Su Miaoyue stepped into the transition array. Look, your EA is going up. If she actually transitions into a hidden profession, won't you feel immense pressure? What does that have to do with me? Chen Yu scoffed. Instead of worrying about others, you should focus on yourself. Chen Yu consistently ranked first in academics, while Su Miaoyue was perpetually second. Though Su Miaoyue was celebrated for her beauty as the school flower, Chen Yu was equally recognized for his handsome appearance. With such overlapping attributes, it was inevitable that rumors circulated regarding a potential romance between them. In truth, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue had little interaction. As the conversation unfolded, Su Miaoyue placed her hand upon the source pillar. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from the transition array. The source pillar gleamed with a metallic luster, and a magnificent beam of light shot skyward, gradually coalescing into a colossal sword-shaped phantasm. The next moment, a resonant sound echoed through the air. What on earth is that? You should have been more diligent in your studies. That's called a Dharma manifestation. It only appears during the transition to a hidden profession. So, does this mean Su Miaoyue has transitioned into a hidden profession? Of course, only hidden professions can exhibit such phenomena. Moments later, the massive sword-shaped apparition transformed into a streak of light, rushing into Su Miaoyue's being. Profession, sword immortal, hidden. A flicker of joy crossed Su Miaoyue's face, quickly masked by an air of pride as she lifted her chin, casting a challenging glance at Chen Yu below. Though I may not match you academically, those are merely cultural scores. In this world, achievements ultimately hinge on one's profession. What can you possibly showcase during this transition ceremony? As a member of a family of professionals, being overshadowed in academic performance by a student of humble origins was a humiliation for her. Moreover, whispers circulated within the school, suggesting an ambiguous relationship between her and Chen Yu. She had always regarded him as a rival, a target to surpass, making such rumors intolerable. Now, having transitioned into a hidden profession, she felt vindicated. As long as Chen Yu did not acquire a formidable profession, the gossip would dissipate. Following Su Miaoyue's gaze, most students shifted their attention to Chen Yu, speculating whether he too could attain a hidden profession worthy of Su Miaoyue. Her admirers were fervently hoping for Chen Yu to receive an inferior profession, thus relegating him to obscurity and removing any chance of comparison to Sumyayu. Haha, congratulations. It's no surprise that Principal Jiang has once again produced a student with a hidden profession, the array master beamed, bowing repeatedly to Jiang Tianming. Oh, not at all. This is all thanks to the student's own efforts and luck, nothing to do with this old man, Jiang Tianming replied, his smile broad yet modest. Principal Jiang. Excessive humility may be construed as pride. Ha ha ha, let us be honest, just stating the truth. After Sumyayu rejoined her peers, Principal Jiang Tianming continued meticulously reading from the roster. Over 100 more students completed their transitions. However, it appeared that the good fortune of students from the first school had been wholly siphoned off by Sumyayu's hidden profession. Following her, not only did no anomalous or hidden professions emerge, but the proportion of combat professions also saw a notable decline. Next, Chen Yu. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Yu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, took a deep breath and approached the transition array. Chapter 3, Supreme Talent, Absolute Enhancement. As he passed by Principal Jiang Tianming, the principal cast an encouraging and hopeful glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not falter, striding directly into the transition array. The array master, standing beside Jiang Tianming, glanced at Chen Yu and remarked, "This child is also a seedling from your first school?" "Indeed, he is the top student in our year," Jiang Tianming affirmed without hesitation. "Principal Jiang, I must caution you. Grades are one thing, but professions are another," the array master advised. Jiang Tianming gazed at Chen Yu's retreating figure and murmured, "In terms of innate talent and family background, he may not match up to Sumyayu, who hails from a lineage of combat professionals. Yet, this child consistently surpasses Sumyayu in academic achievements. His perseverance in learning is truly commendable. If he secures a suitable profession, he is destined for greatness. Is that so? Then let me extend my early congratulations to Principal Jiang for nurturing 2 promising talents this year." The array master chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he felt a hint of astonishment. As a principal who has devoted many years to education, he has encountered all manner of prodigies. Yet students who earn his admiration are a rarity indeed. At that moment, an intense radiance suddenly erupted from the transmutation array. Both the array master and Jiang Tianming turned their heads in unison. Before them, the origin pillar, resembling white jade, was awash in vibrant greenery, teeming with life. Lively branches sprouted forth from the stone pillar. An extraordinary phenomenon. A mutated profession. Jiang Tianming's heart swelled with joy. Professions are divided into 2 major categories, combat and lifestyle. However, based on rarity, they can further be classified into ordinary, mutated, and hidden professions. Ordinary professions constitute the majority among practitioners and are unremarkable. Mutated professions, on the other hand, evolve from ordinary professions, honing specific strengths to their utmost potential, far surpassing their ordinary counterparts in both developmental potential and power. Hidden professions are the epitome of mutations. If a mutated profession is a 1 in 1,000 occurrence, a hidden profession is a 1 in 100,000 rarity. During the transmutation of a mutated profession, the origin pillar manifests an anomaly that aligns with the characteristics of the profession, while a hidden profession's transmutation condenses the laws of heaven and earth. Within the transmutation array, Chen Yu beheld the ethereal greenery surrounding him, and his previously anxious heart finally found solace. No matter what, he was assured of obtaining a mutated profession, securing his ticket to the apex of the practitioner hierarchy. Moments later, the anomaly transformed into shimmering particles, merging into his being. As the practitioner attribute panel coalesced, Chen Yu promptly chose to activate it. Name, Chen Yu. Profession, planter, mutated. Level, 10. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 20. Profession passive, planting space LV1. Unlocks a personal planting space capable of nurturing plant life. Each time a transmutation occurs, one ordinary plant can be designated as the destined plant, allowing it to mature instantly. Skills, accelerated growth LV1. Slightly accelerates the growth rate of plant life. Plant enhancement LV1. Temporarily boosts all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 500 seconds. The expression on planter Chen Yu's face turned somber. While the planter is indeed a mutated profession and also classified as a combat profession, it is documented that the planter evolves from the lifestyle profession of farmer. Its inherent characteristics lean more towards agriculture than combat. Among numerous mutated professions, the planter is often dubbed a cannon fodder factory, due to the nature of their passive ability. Ordinary planters typically choose to cultivate plants that can foster subordinate life forms as their destined plants. When these destined plants mature instantly within the planting space, they can give rise to a batch of subservient life forms for battle. Unlike summoners, however, the subordinate plant life of a planter possesses relatively low strength, often requiring a swarm to overcome a typical monster of the same level. Furthermore, once consumed, there is a lengthy wait for the destined plant to regenerate. Crucially, the cultivation of plant life for combat by planters necessitates a substantial expenditure of various resources. One could say that a planter is a lifestyle profession capable of entering the battlefield, albeit with combat power inferior to that of ordinary combat professions. Just then, the attribute panel before Chen Yu began to flicker unexpectedly. Following this, an additional attribute materialized. Talent. Absolute enhancement. Supreme level designate an object for absolute enhancement, which may include but is not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Note, this talent has a unique cooldown mechanism with an exceedingly long natural cooldown period. And once activated, it cannot be altered. Exercise caution in its use. This is my golden finger, Chen Yu immediately realized. In this world, practitioners awaken a talent upon transmutation. The nature of talents is vast and varied. They may enhance combat power, accelerate growth, or serve as unique means. After transmutation, the profession manifests within the transmutation array, but the talent remains concealed. If the profession is akin to the practitioner's outer garment, then the talent is their undergarment, seldom revealed. Talent levels are categorized as ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. As for supreme level, Chen Yu had never encountered such a term. Yet, it was evident that supreme level must exceed the mythical tier. Absolute enhancement, judging by its literal meaning and extraordinary grade, should enable the enhancement of something to an immensely powerful state. Or perhaps, it could enhance this very talent itself? On second thought, who knows what the effect of such enhancement would entail? If it doesn't increase the number of uses and instead leads to a cooldown, that would be quite awkward. The lengthy cooldown period for the talent implies that this opportunity must be considered with utmost care. Chen Yu fell into contemplation. The scope of absolute enhancement is broad, capable of augmenting nearly anything conceivable. However, at this stage, considering the maximization of benefits and the longevity of returns, it would be wiser to enhance something related to the profession. Chen Yu attempted to directly enhance the planter profession. However, the absolute enhancement talent responded. The profession is a comprehensive concept encompassing attributes, talents, passives, skills, equipment, and various related items. To enhance, one must enhance the entire professional system, impacting all planters in the world. Consequently, the effectiveness of the enhancement would be significantly diminished. Chen Yu was certainly not a self-sacrificing saint. How could he squander a precious enhancement opportunity to bolster the entire planter system? Thus, he could only refine his target. The essence of the planter profession lies within its passive ability. All attributes and skills of the profession undoubtedly serve this passive. Therefore, Chen Yu directly set his enhancement focus on the profession's passive, planting space. In the next moment, the attribute panel fluctuated once more. The original passive ability, planting space, vanished, replaced by a line of dazzling new text. Profession passive, supreme holy soil, cultivates a piece of supreme holy soil. Plant life nurtured within this soil will receive substantial enhancement. Each time a transmutation occurs, one plant can be designated as the destined plant, which will undergo maximal elevation and instant maturation. Chapter 4. The core of the practitioner team. The principal's investment. With the enhancement complete, the planting space connected to Chen Yu's consciousness underwent a tremendous transformation. What was once a dark little space of over 10 square meters expanded into a vast expanse of at least a kilometer in radius, filled with radiant, mysterious light and an inexplicable aura. At that moment, a grand and ethereal tapestry suddenly unfolded before Chen Yu's eyes. He seemed to gaze upon a sacred and vibrant realm. A towering, verdant tree emerged from within, stretching across the chaotic void, with each leaf representing a vast world. A brilliant and enchanting sea of red flowers paved a path to the afterlife, where countless divine beings wandered, oblivious to their origins or destinations. A pure azure lotus swayed within the holy soil, its budding petals seemingly harboring the essence of chaos and the heavens. It worked. Awakening from the illusion. Chen Yu's heart soared with delight. However, he still needed to procure some seeds of plant life to test the might of the supreme holy soil. Immersed in his own world, Chen Yu suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Upon lifting his gaze, Chen Yu was met with the regretful expression of Principal Jiang Tianming. Chen Yu, first and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on your transition to a mutated profession. In that fleeting moment, as Chen Yu looked up, Jiang Tianming's expression of regret transformed into an encouraging smile. Perhaps this path may prove to be arduous, yet I have unwavering faith in you. You shall never succumb to defeat, correct? Earlier, Chen Yu had remained silent, and Jiang Tianming assumed he had been dealt a severe blow, hence his words of consolation. Thank you, Principal Jiang, Chen Yu replied, his face reflecting gratitude. In this lifetime, Chen Yu hailed from a humble background, having lost his parents at a young age. Jiang Tianming, as the principal, had shown him immense care and support. Chen Yu, once the ceremony concludes, please visit my office, Jiang Tianming stated after a brief hesitation. Chen Yu was taken aback, then nodded and made his way toward the class lineup, leaving the transition formation behind. The transition ceremony continued, yet nearly all eyes were now focused on Chen Yu. Is this the level of the top student in the grade? A planter? Huh. How can he still maintain an air of aloofness, much less be compared with Sumyayue? There were those who mocked and derided him. A mutated profession, What a pity it's a planter. Otherwise, given this child's tenacity and spirit, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Others lamented with a sigh. What are you laughing about? So what if he's a planter? At least he won't have to worry about food and clothing. That is commendable. Some expressed their envy. Chen Yu calmly returned to the lineup, as if the multitude of gazes held no relevance to him. Just then, Li Wei was called upon. Preparing to say something to Chen Yu, Li Wei's expression fell instantly. Despite being an optimist, he was now palpably nervous. Relax, whether you stick your neck out or withdraw. It's all the same. Chen Yu chuckled, attempting to ease Li Wei's tension. I was planning to comfort you. How did it turn into you comforting me? No. Is this how you comfort someone? As Chen Yu's laughter filled the air, Li Wei, feeling indignant, stepped into the transition formation. After a flash of light, his transition was complete. Profession, shield warrior. Li Wei returned to the lineup, his expression far from cheerful. Isn't a combat profession a good thing? Why the long face? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled. What a load of nonsense. A shield warrior? Isn't that just a meat shield that takes hits? Look at the knight next door. Although he's also a tank, at least he can charge. Plus, he looks cool. The prince charming in the eyes of delicate ladies. Li Wei. At that moment, a short-haired, spirited girl poked him from behind. Zhao Tiantian, what do you want? Li Wei turned to ask. Next week, the school will open a novice dungeon. Let's team up. I'm a mage and my damage output is phenomenal. She proclaimed. And me? I'm an archer. Chimed in a girl from the neighboring class. Wait, I'm here too. I'm a priest with a strong healing capability, a timid girl added. Chen Yu glanced over and realized that this affluent girl was indeed not exaggerating. Her healing prowess was exceptional. Not only the girls, but the boys also vied to team up with Li Wei. It took Li Wei considerable effort to manage all the attention. What the heck is going on? Why have I become the center of attention? He wiped away the imaginary sweat from his forehead, bewildered. Perhaps your usual lack of seriousness in class has come back to haunt you? Chen Yu teased. In a team of adventurers, a reliable tank that can absorb damage and protect teammates is undeniably the core of the group. Indeed, in a team of adventurers, the tank is paramount. Especially a shield warrior, who can also provide support to teammates, is even more sought after than a mage. After all, who wouldn't want a steadfast ally who can shield them from a fatal blow at a critical moment? The transition ceremony was drawing to a close. Professionals from various tiers began to form their own small circles. Combat professionals were busy forming teams, while life professionals sought out their counterparts to establish mutual assistance agreements, such as farmers with chefs, farmers with alchemists, miners with blacksmiths, and so forth. Li Wei was also preoccupied, mingling with a group of combat professionals. Once the transition ceremony concluded, Principal Jiang Tianming announced its end. Those who had formed small circles began to disperse in groups. Chen Yu followed Jiang Tianming to his office. Come in, take a seat for a moment, and wait for me, Jiang Tianming instructed as he opened the door, allowing Chen Yu to settle onto the sofa. Before stepping out again. Before long, Jiang Tianming returned to the office, placing a wooden box before Chen Yu. Upon opening it, Chen Yu discovered 5 seeds and a neatly arranged set of crystals inside. These are the seeds of the fairy tree, a nurturing plant life, along with 4 seeds of combat-type plants. The crystals are fire attribute magic crystals, Jiang Tianming explained. The fairy tree. Chen Yu looked up at Jiang Tianming. The fairy tree is considered one of the most coveted types of ordinary plant life due to its lack of attributes. It can sprout various tree spirits depending on the energy attributes it is fed, and correspondingly, its price is exceedingly high. Consider this an investment in you. Once you grow stronger, you must repay me, Jiang Tianming chuckled. Even if I were to pass, my descendants should rely on you. Take these back and nurture them well. Find a team to join in next week's dungeon, striving to build your strength before the college entrance exams. You must understand, the resources available in university far surpass those in high school. Your journey will be arduous, and all I can do is assist you at this initial stage, he added. Principal Jiang. Chen Yu took a deep breath, accepting the wooden box. Trust me, I will not disappoint your expectations. Such a generous gift, I cannot refuse. I will remember your kindness. Moreover, what Jiang Tianming offered was precisely what Chen Yu urgently needed. Although the supreme holy soil is formidable, it also requires foundational resources. Enough said, you may leave now. Jiang Tianming waved his hand at Chen Yu. Understood. Chen Yu cradled the wooden box and turned to exit the principal's office. Chapter 5. My Life Plant, the World Tree, Birth of the Primordial Fire Spirit. Upon reaching a secluded area, Chen Yu eagerly planted the 5 seeds into the supreme holy soil. In an instant, 5 tender sprouts broke through the earth, growing at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. The supreme holy soil was indeed extraordinary. Chen Yu marveled inwardly. The planting space of a planter does accelerate plant growth, but it is certainly not to this extent. Simultaneously, Chen Yu opened the attribute panels of the 5 plants. Fairy tree, evolving. Rank, ordinary. Attributes, none. Effects, none. Punching vine, evolving. Rank, ordinary. Attributes, none. Effects, none. The punching vine is also a relatively strong combat-oriented plant among ordinary life forms. However, unlike the fairy tree, it cannot nurture subsidiary life, it is purely a combat entity. Having already devised a plan for his development, Chen Yu designated the fairy tree as his life plant. In that moment, the originally delicate seedling surged upwards, transforming into an immense tree with a diameter of over 10 meters and a height exceeding several hundred meters. The trunk rose dozens of meters above the ground, with boundless branches extending wildly in all directions. In just a single breath, the entire supreme holy soil was enveloped in verdant shade. The rich and overflowing vitality manifested as green glimmers, weaving through the holy soil. World Tree. Rank, Supreme Level. Effect 1. Endless Growth. The world tree will continue to grow, drawing nourishment from various sources, including but not limited to spatial turbulence, chaotic energies, and diverse energies, without ceasing. Effect 2. Breath of Life. The world tree will continuously release the breath of life, nourishing and healing the surrounding beings. The breath of life will prioritize benefiting the master of the holy soil space. Effect 3. Mother of Origins. The world tree will nurture corresponding primordial spirits based on the type of energy absorbed. Effect 4. Growing. Effect 5. Growing. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. The fairy tree had transformed into the world tree. Its rank remained at the supreme level, a classification he had never even heard of before. The 3 existing effects were all exceptional in their own right. The first effect, infinite and boundless, indicated that the growth of the world tree knew no limits. As the world tree flourished, the additional effects would gradually reveal themselves. Most importantly, the growth of the world tree would continuously expand the supreme sacred land. When the supreme sacred land was first established, it covered an area of approximately a circular radius of 1 kilometer. Merely a few minutes had passed, and it had already expanded to a radius of 2 kilometers. Other cultivators had to meticulously allocate planting space to nurture their flora. Yet, Chen Yu had achieved a state of unrestrained land use, which was only becoming more liberated. As for the second effect, aside from its nourishing capabilities for the supreme sacred land, it served as a perpetual super potion for Chen Yu as a practitioner. The third effect, which provided combat prowess through nurturing plants for the owner, could be seen as an enhanced version of the fairy tree. At this moment, the world tree bore a fruit the size of a pomelo, transparent and colorless. The fruit was ripe, with the infusion of attribute energy. It could give birth to the corresponding primordial spirit. Chen Yu placed an entire box of fire-type magic crystals at the roots of the world tree. The crystals were swiftly decomposed, and strands of fiery red energy were absorbed by the world tree. The ripened fruit gradually became tinged with red. When it turned entirely red, the fruit detached from the world tree and gently descended into Chen Yu's hand. Immediately, a small fissure appeared in the center of the fruit, splitting open to reveal a petite and adorable girl, no larger than a palm, standing in Chen Yu's hand. The girl waved her hand, and the shell of the fruit transformed into a fiery red dress that enveloped her. She then lifted her head, her gem-like eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Chen Yu. Master, is that you? Chen Yu opened the girl's attribute panel. Primordial Fire Spirit, unnamed. Rank, 1 mythical. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 1000. Talent, Fire Elementalization. Entering elemental state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire damage, with a 500 increase in fire damage. Passive, Primordial Fire Spirit, 99 reduction in fire skill consumption, 100 increase in power. Skills, Blazing Inferno, Forbidden Spell, Judgment Day, Forbidden Spell. Indeed, after reaching the pinnacle, one gradually encounters the extraordinary. Chen Yu stared at the skills of the Primordial Fire Spirit, momentarily speechless. 2 skills, both classified as forbidden spells. In contrast, his own 2 skills appeared utterly mediocre. Beyond the skills, her talents and passives were all astonishing. Furthermore, in terms of attributes, an ordinary practitioner could attain level 50 before their first class change, earning a fixed 10 free attribute points per level. Thus, reaching the maximum level before the class change would only grant 500 attribute points. Yet, upon birth, the Primordial Fire Spirit possessed no attribute lower than 500. In fact, her spirit attribute soared to an impressive 1000. With her current attributes, the Primordial Fire Spirit could rival a peak first-class practitioner. From now on, you shall be named Xiao Yan, Chen Yu declared. On the attribute panel, the Primordial Fire Spirit's name changed from unnamed to Xiao Yan. Hooray! From now on, I shall be called Xiao Yan. With her name established, Xiao Yan joyfully soared into the air, planting multiple kisses on Chen Yu's face. If one Xiao Yan was this powerful, how formidable would multiple primordial spirits be? Chen Yu cast a fervent gaze towards the world tree, as if sensing his thoughts. The grand and majestic will of the world tree communicated with him. At this stage, the world tree could nurture a matured primordial spirit approximately once a month. However, if sufficient energy was provided, this time could be shortened. The sources of energy were not limited to magic crystals, equipment, potions, and various items could all be absorbed by the world tree. It was imperative to hunt monsters. Currently, Chen Yu was destitute and could not afford the resources to accelerate the birth of primordial spirits. He could only exploit monsters for their resources. With a thought, Chen Yu departed from the supreme sacred land, re-emerging into the outside world. Entering his true form was also a supplementary feature of the supreme sacred land. Ordinary cultivators could not access the planting space. Instead of immediately leaving the school for the outskirts, Chen Yu first indulged in a hearty meal at the school cafeteria before heading to the practitioner supermarket established within the school. Coincidentally, Li Wei was also shopping in the supermarket, surrounded by several fellow practitioners who had just completed their class change. Spotting Chen Yu, he hastily approached. "Old Chen, we're heading out of the city to level up soon, and we'd like to practice our class synergy in preparation for next week's novice dungeon. Want to join us?" Li Wei, wait. A boy with a hefty sword stepped forward. "If I'm not mistaken, this is Chen Yu, right? A cultivator?" "Indeed." Chen Yu nodded. Newly transitioned cultivators require time to nurture their plants for combat prowess. "Li Wei, even if you have a good relationship with him, you shouldn't waste his precious time," the boy remarked, turning his back to Li Wei while casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yu. It was common knowledge that newly transitioned cultivators lacked any combat capability. Even if they succeeded in nurturing their plant life, they would merely serve as fodder. The boy's words suggested that Chen Yu should not overestimate himself by leveraging his relationship with the team's core, Li Wei, to intrude upon their group. Exactly. The plants of cultivators require meticulous nurturing. "Li Wei, you shouldn't disturb him," a girl chimed in. Li Wei appeared somewhat hesitant. His reluctance stemmed not from disdain for Chen Yu's lack of combat power, but rather from his previous ignorance of the peculiarities of the cultivator class. He genuinely wished to bring Chen Yu along to experience battle, but did not want to inadvertently hinder his important endeavors. "They're correct. I truly have little time." Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. He had just been contemplating how to decline Li Wei's invitation, and the remarks from Li Wei's companions conveniently provided him an opportunity. With the primordial fire spirit starting with forbidden spells, if he were to bring these individuals along, he would have to worry about protecting them from being eliminated by the residual effects of his skills. "Well, that's unfortunate," Li Wei said with a regretful expression. "Then let us team up during next week's free dungeon event at the school." After the class transition ceremony, the school would open a novice dungeon free of charge. The rewards for experience and gold within the dungeon far surpassed those from wild monsters. "Let us discuss it later. You all talk. I'll pick out some supplies first." Chen Yu remained non-committal towards Li Wei's invitation and began selecting outdoor gear. Backpacks, water bottles, compressed food, and basic armor, among other items. As he approached the checkout counter, a girl from Li Wei's team suddenly approached him, her demeanor cold as she whispered, "What Li Wei said earlier was merely a formality. I hope you understand. Our team is already at full capacity. If you possess even a shred of shame, do not attempt to force your way into the novice dungeon to split the experience. If a team entered the dungeon together, the experience would be equally divided. Thus, no one wished to bring along a liability that would diminish their gains." Chen Yu replied with a faint acknowledgement, choosing to disregard the girl as he strode out of the supermarket. The average professional might spend their entire life without ever matching the innate talent of the newly emerged Xiao Yan. Bestowed with unparalleled gifts, Chen Yu had long ascended beyond the realm of these ordinary practitioners. Thus, there was no need to concern himself with them, nor to engage in petty disputes or prove anything to them. It was commendable that she possessed self-awareness. The girl watched Chen Yu's retreating figure, sneering before rejoining her companions. Jianyang City was a medium-sized urban center. After boarding a bus, Chen Yu arrived at the city's outskirts in approximately half an hour. Upon presenting his student ID, the city gate guard issued him a pass and handed him a map. This map detailed the distribution of monster levels surrounding the city, complete with recommended training spots for various levels. Of course, recommendations were not mandates. Anyone foolish enough to venture into high-level monster territories as a low level would meet their demise in vain. Within the city's perimeter, no monsters existed. However, numerous shuttle buses directly linked to training zones awaited beyond the city gates. Chen Yu referred to these shuttles as buses, which swiftly brought him to a beginner-friendly monster area. At this moment, sparse figures were already engaged in combat with monsters. Most operated in teams, while a few overly confident individuals attempted solo endeavors. "Stay still, little bunny. I'm coming for you." A novice warrior clad in an opulent white ensemble swung an axe at a half-meter-long rabbit. This rabbit, known as the level 1 long-tooth rabbit, was a neutral creature that would not attack players unless provoked. However, once attacked, it would retaliate. Most newly transitioned novice practitioners sought similar creatures to hone their skills. The novice warrior's axe struck the long-toothed rabbit solidly on its back. Yet, rather than succumbing, the rabbit became enraged and charged at the novice warrior. Thud! With a dull sound, the long-toothed rabbit collided with the warrior's chest plate, knocking him to the ground. Although level 1 ordinary monsters were statistically inferior to practitioners, inexperienced novices often floundered when facing monsters alone. Fortunately, the long-toothed rabbit's attack power was low and non-lethal, so despite the novice warrior's predicament, he was not in any real danger. "This is absurd. How can a mere level 1 monster possess such combat prowess?" the novice warrior exclaimed in disbelief. Observing the scene, Other novice practitioners shook their heads. Some simpletons believed the world revolved around them. When confronted with the inexplicable, they deemed it unreasonable, which was truly laughable. The long-toothed rabbit was not a hidden boss. Its attributes and attack patterns were plainly displayed. It was absurd for someone who neglected their studies to bemoan the world's unfairness. Such a person was nothing but a fool. Let us go. Don't let this idiot infect us. We'll handle our own business. In truth, many novices had encountered similar scenarios. However, the vast majority could quickly discern appropriate responses. Those who deemed the world incompatible with their expectations were merely a minority of overgrown infants. Chen Yu summoned Xiao Yin from the sacred ground, pointing at a long-toothed rabbit. Xiao Yin, eliminate it. Yes, master, Xiao Yin exclaimed, fluttering excitedly in the air and beginning to chant a spell. A torrent of fire energy coalesced around her. Wait, don't use your skills. Chen Yu quickly interjected. Should Xiao Yin unleash his skill, not only would the ground in this area be scorched 3 feet deep, but surrounding practitioners would also face dire consequences. Oh, Xiao Yin pouted, interrupting her incantation. You can deliver physical attacks, can't you? Chen Yu proposed. Try using your fists first. Given Xiao Yin's impressive physical strength of 500 points, her physical attack capability should be formidable as well. All right, I'll give it a try. Xiao Yin wobbled toward the long-toothed rabbit and delivered a punch to its head. Her diminutive form was no larger than an average human's palm, and her delicate hands appeared almost comically thin. However, to everyone's astonishment, the rabbit was sent flying several meters upon impact. Chen Yu received a notification. You have killed a level 1 long-toothed rabbit, gaining 1 experience point. This outcome did not surprise Chen Yu. The long-toothed rabbit's attributes barely totaled 50 points. Being struck by a punch with 500 points of strength without being reduced to a pulp was merely a testament to data protection. The experience points on his attribute panel shifted from 0 to 1, indicating that 1,000 points were required to advance from level 1 to level 2. Slaying 1,000 rabbits would be not only a waste of time, but also an inefficient use of resources. Thus, Chen Yu consulted the map, bypassing the long-toothed rabbit region and heading toward a higher-level training zone. In reality, wild monsters ranging from level 0 to 50 offered minimal experience, with the exception of elite monsters and bosses, whose experience rewards were commensurate with their levels. In the wild, even in groups, experience would be distributed according to individual contribution, making it rare to see players leveling others up in the wild. New practitioners trained in the wild to acclimate to their skills and accumulate battle experience. To level up rapidly, one must enter dungeons. The school's delay in granting access to dungeons was intentional, allowing students to amass combat experience and avoid wasting dungeon runs. After traversing 3 neutral creature zones, Chen Yu finally paused. Ahead lay a vast grassland inhabited by monsters, specifically wild wolves of at least level 10. Unlike neutral creatures, wild wolves were hostile and would actively attack practitioners. Xiao Yin, go? Chen Yu commanded. Master, are we using physical attacks again? Xiao Yin inquired awkwardly. As a proud fire elemental sprite, resorting to punches felt so undignified. Well, as long as you refrain from using your forbidden spells, it should be fine. Chen Yu remained uncertain about the range of Xiao Yin's forbidden spells, so it was wiser to keep a safe distance for experimentation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin lethargically floated toward a gathering of wild wolves. The wolves noticed Xiao Yin, but made no move. Her tiny size and ability to fly rendered her of no threat to them. Chapter 7. The growth potential of mythical creatures. The area boss appears. The wild wolves disregarded Xiao Yin, but she had no intention of sparing them. She raised her small hand, pointing at the wild wolves. Several fireballs, each the size of ping-pong balls, began to coalesce between her fingers. This was not a skill. It could be considered a basic attack. Chen Yu observed Xiao Yin's actions closely. However, would such small fireballs prove effective? A newly transitioned mage, if their initial skill was fireball, would typically conjure a fireball the size of a basketball. Meanwhile, a mutated class such as a fire mage or a hidden class like a blazing mage might produce fireballs as large as a wash basin, wielding far greater power. Yet before Chen Yu could voice his skepticism, Xiao Yin's petite fireballs shot forth like bullets toward the wild wolves. Moments later, an explosive roar erupted, sending dust and debris flying. You have killed a level 11 wild wolf, gaining 11 experience points. You have killed a level 12 wild wolf, gaining 12 experience points. You have killed a level 11 wild wolf, gaining 11 experience points. You have killed a level 13 wild wolf, gaining 13 experience points. You have killed a level 11 wild wolf, gaining 11 experience points. Clearly, Chen Yu's concerns were unfounded, with Xiao Yin's mythical grade and exceptionally high attributes. Even a casual basic attack far exceeded the capabilities of ordinary wild monsters in the level 10 range. Several notifications chimed, and nearly 60 experience points were credited to him. Monster experience points were fixed. There were no rewards for defeating higher-level monsters, nor penalties for taking down lower-level ones. In the place where the wild wolves were exterminated, a flickering white light appeared. Chen Yu hurried over and picked up the fallen item. It was a pair of wolfskin gloves. Quality, common white. Level, 10. Class, any. Effect, slightly increases the defense of the equipped part. a level 10 white equipment, devoid of attribute bonuses or special effects. Chen Yu found it unworthy and promptly discarded it into the supreme holy soil, using it as fertilizer for the world tree to nurture the primordial spirits. After the gloves were absorbed, the progress for the next primordial spirit's gestation increased minutely. One could say it was better than nothing. We continue. Chen Yu, accompanied by Xiao Yan, advanced further into the wild wolf territory. Soon, they encountered another group of wild wolves gathered together. Xiao Yan flew above the pack, unleashing several small fireballs. Killed a level 13 wild wolf, experience gained, 13. Killed a level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. Killed a level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. The explosions startled the surrounding wild wolves. However, instead of fleeing, they converged towards the center of the blasts. A few wild wolves spotted Chen Yu and charged at him. He remained composed, showing no signs of panic. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's fireballs detonated within the advancing pack. Killed a level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. Killed a level 12 wild wolf, experience gained, 12. As if responding to a signal to attack, the surrounding wolves continued to rush toward Chen Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Yan's fireballs fell incessantly. Each fireball claimed the lives of several wild wolves. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from Chen Yu. Your level has increased. Chen Yu opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Yu. Class, Planter, Mutation. Level, 2-3. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 20. Free attribute points, 10. Class passive, Supreme Holy Soil LV1. Establishes a patch of Supreme Holy Soil. Plants grown in this soil will receive significant enhancements upon each job change. One can designate a specific plant as the destined plant, which will undergo extreme sublimation and mature instantly. Skills, Accelerated Growth LV1. Slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV1. Increases all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds. Cooldown, 500 seconds. After leveling up, he gained an additional 10 free attribute points. Though no other significant changes occurred, due to his lack of pressing attribute needs, Chen Yu opted not to allocate the points for now. As his level increased, Xiao Yan also leveled up to level 2. Grade, 1 mythical. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Constitution, 600. Spirit, 1200. Talent, Fire Elementalization. Enters an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire damage, and increases personal fire damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Fire Spirit. Reduces the cost of fire skills by 99 and increases their power by 100. Skills, Inferno Devastation, Forbidden Spell. Judgment Day, Forbidden Spell. After leveling up, Xiao Yan's attributes surged by 20 in all aspects. The total increase in her four-dimensional attributes amounted to a staggering 500 points. In other words, Xiao Yan leveling up once equated to an ordinary class leveling up from level 1 to 50. Master, I have grown stronger. Xiao Yan exclaimed joyfully, launching fireballs with fervor. Before long, the wild wolves surrounding Chen Yu had been completely eradicated. From a bird's eye view, one would notice a vast emptiness across the entire wild wolf territory. Howl. At that moment, a long wolf howl echoed. Notice, your slaughter has attracted the attention of the regional boss, the Wolf King. The Wolf King has initiated a pursuit against you. Leaving the area will end the enmity. A regional boss. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. The regional boss is a hidden entity, not covered in the basic education curriculum. However, he had gleaned some information from various discussion texts. In a leveling area, under certain conditions, a regional boss would spawn. Regional bosses possess extraordinarily high drop rates and abundant experience points. However, the triggering conditions vary from one leveling area to another, making it impossible to draw direct comparisons. Now, it was evident that Chen Yu had met the conditions to summon the regional boss. Xiao Yan, be alert. A formidable foe is approaching. Chen Yu warned. Formidable foe? Is it a strong opponent? Can I have a good fight? Xiao Yan danced with excitement. Having grown weary of massacring these easily vanquished minions, as a fire elemental spirit, her fiery nature craved a battle of equal footing. Perhaps, Chen Yu's expression grew solemn. Regional bosses typically require around 100 players of the same level, adequately equipped and well-coordinated, to be defeated. While Xiao Yan excelled in every aspect, she was only level 2. Chen Yu had never encountered a regional boss and was uncertain of its strength. One must be thoroughly prepared. Underestimating an unknown enemy is a grave mistake. Thus, Chen Yu quickly retreated to the edge of the area with Xiao Yan. If danger arose, they could swiftly escape the enmity. As the bearer of supreme talent, it would be a tremendous joke if he were to falter in such a manner. A few minutes later, another wolf howl resonated, but this time it was alarmingly close to Chen Yu. He turned toward the source of the sound, where a low hill awaited. From behind the hill, a majestic, white giant wolf emerged, stepping forward with grace. Its regal, human-like gaze fixated on Chen Yu. Chapter 8. Can this truly rival my strength? The giant wolf measured 4 to 5 meters in length, nearly equivalent to that of a compact car. Its entire body was a pristine white, with the bases of its four paws starkly black. Beside the boss white wolf were several elite wolves, each over 3 meters long. Additionally, wild wolves from all directions continued to rush forth, joining the ranks of the White Wolf King. Exercise caution, Chen Yu thought to himself. This was not to imply that Xiao Yan could not contend with the White Wolf boss. The regional bosses in the novice monster area were classified as standard bosses, and their attributes should not exceed those of Xiao Yan, barring any unexpected developments. The crucial factor was that he, as her master, was a liability. Since he entered the wild wolf territory, the monsters had consistently targeted him. Even if Xiao Yan dealt tremendous damage, she could not draw any enmity from the foes. After all, she was so small and could fly, resembling a diminutive bird, and the wolf pack would never attack such a unit. Now, Chen Yu found himself surrounded by a dense throng of wild wolves, with the Wolf King and elite monsters lurking nearby. While Xiao Yan was unharmed and could continue her slaughter, she could not guarantee Chen Yu's safety. The only viable option was to employ a forbidden spell, instantly obliterating the entire wolf pack. However, the casting time for such spells was extensive, requiring several minutes of incantation, making it infeasible under the present circumstances. Should he seek refuge within the supreme holy soil? That, too, seemed unfeasible. The regional boss was a unique mechanistic entity, as the target of the Wolf King's enmity. Should Chen Yu vanish, the Wolf King would similarly disappear, not waiting for a more opportune moment to engage. Wait, hold on. Just now, as Chen Yu scanned the supreme holy soil with his mind, he suddenly realized that the previously planted striking vine had grown to over 10 meters in length. Ordinarily, a mature striking vine would only reach 7 to 8 meters. How could it possibly have grown to such an extent? Chen Yu hastily examined the attributes panel of the Thorn Whip. Thorn Whip, in evolution. Rarity, rare. Level, 2. Attributes, strength, 78. Agility, 82. Constitution, 102. Spirit, 35. Talent, bleeding LV1. After inflicting damage, the Thorn Whip will cause the affected unit to suffer continuous bleeding damage. Skills, powerful strike LV1, death entanglement LV1. Excellent. Chen Yu was overjoyed. The Thorn Whip had evolved into a rare-grade weapon with remarkably high attributes. The ordinary wild wolf had its highest attribute in agility, around 40 points, while other attributes hovered around 30 points, with spirit being even lower, not exceeding 20. The attributes of the Thorn Whip were more than double that of an ordinary wild wolf, and perhaps slightly higher than that of an elite wild wolf. If Xiao Yan were sufficiently powerful, she could handle most minor monsters, as well as elite monsters and the White Wolf boss. With 4 Thorn Whips guarding Chen Yu, he believed they could conquer this boss. A long howl echoed from the White Wolf boss atop the hill. The wolf pack received the signal to attack, and, no longer able to endure, charged towards Chen Yu. Xiao Yan hovered in the air, surrounded by numerous fireballs the size of ping-pong balls, resembling a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the oncoming wolves. Boom! As flames erupted, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, accompanied by a continuous stream of kill notifications. Killed level 13 wild wolf. Experience points, 13. Killed level 14 wild wolf. Experience points, 14. Killed level 13 wild wolf. Experience points, 13. Xiao Yan, focus on attacking the White Wolf boss and the elite monsters. The minor ones can be ignored for now, Chen Yu called out to her. But what about you, master? Xiao Yan hesitated. As a mythic creature and Chen Yu's pet, she could naturally discern that Chen Yu's combat prowess was lacking. Do not worry, they will protect me. With a flick of his thoughts, Chen Yu summoned the 4 Thorn Whips. 4 thick, 10-meter-long vines adorned with menacing barbs materialized around him, encasing him from all sides. However, they seemed so feeble. Could they truly safeguard their master? While launching fireballs, Xiao Yan scrutinized the Thorn Whips, feeling that she could easily pierce one with a mere finger. Such creatures, incapable of protecting themselves, how could they defend their master? Go ahead. As long as the boss and elite monsters don't approach, I will be fine. Chen Yu commanded the 4 vines to encircle him, forming a barrier. This way, the charging wolves would be unable to attack him immediately. Even if a wild wolf managed to breach the defenses, he would have time to react. If his side could no longer hold, he could call Xiao Yan back and escape. Sensing Chen Yu's resolute determination, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. She conjured a large number of fireballs, scattering them to clear a significant portion of the wolf pack, then swiftly flew towards the White Wolf boss. The White Wolf boss, possessing high intelligence, immediately became alert upon seeing Xiao Yan charging towards it. With a short, sharp howl, the surrounding wolves dispersed in all directions. Even the elite wild wolves quickly fled. Having witnessed Xiao Yan's method of attack, it understood that clustering together would only make them easy targets. Thus it ordered its subordinates to scatter. Xiao Yan, not understanding why the wolves fled, seized the opportunity to concentrate her firepower on the White Wolf. Just as she was about to release her fireballs, she heard Chen Yu shout from behind. Xiao Yan, take out the elite monsters first. Don't let them attack me. At that moment, several wild wolves had already charged near Chen Yu. The Thorn Whips swung with relentless precision, keeping the minor wolves at bay, rendering them unable to approach. The first few wild wolves that rushed in were met with a lash and sent flying, bleeding profusely, lying motionless on the ground. However, Chen Yu noticed that 2 elite wild wolves were already charging towards him. While the thorn whips might be able to defeat a single elite wild wolf, if they became entangled with the elite monsters, the ordinary wild wolves would find opportunities to attack Chen Yu. Therefore, he could only direct Xiao Yan to deal with the elite monsters first. All right, master. Xiao Yan promptly adjusted her target, unleashing a volley of fireballs at the elite wild wolves. Boom. After a series of explosions, all 5 elite wild wolves were obliterated, with the elite wild wolves defeated. Chen Yu felt a wave of relief and shifted his focus to controlling the vines for defense and counterattack. The white wolf boss, feeling frustrated and angered, let out a furious howl directed at Xiao Yan, but dared not act recklessly. Being a flying entity, Xiao Yan had no ranged skills to attack it, and the white wolf hesitated to rush in, fearing it would provide Xiao Yan with an excellent opportunity to strike. With the white wolf remaining still, Xiao Yan would not confront it directly. Instead, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Most targeted the wolf pack, with a few directed at the white wolf. The white wolf, realizing the imminent danger, quickly leaped back. Boom. The fireballs exploded before the white wolf, the resulting shockwave and flames engulfing its body. In an instant, much of the white wolf's fur was singed, transforming it into a burnt black and white figure. One of its front paws was broken, having failed to evade the explosion in time. So weak? Xiao Yan pondered, gazing at the white wolf. This creature, which her master had claimed could engage her in a head-on battle, had barely withstood her probing attack, losing half its health in the process. Could this truly be a formidable opponent? Chapter 9. Purple Treasure Chest, 2 Epic Equipment. What her master had said must have been reasonable. Xiao Yan shook her head, dismissing the notion that the white wolf boss was weak. After all, it was a boss unit with high intelligence. Perhaps it was merely feigning weakness to lure her in, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. She could not afford to underestimate her opponent. Extending her hands forward, a dense cluster of small fireballs formed before her. You cannot deceive me. With 100 fireballs launched simultaneously, they rained down upon the white wolf boss. The white wolf, already hindered by its injured front paw, lacked the agility to evade such an onslaught and could only watch helplessly as the fireballs approached. In its final moments, it let out a desperate wail. Boom. The explosion, accompanied by a thunderous roar and blinding light, stirred up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Chen Yu received a notification from the heavens. Killed level 20 area boss, White Wolf King. Experience points 20,000. Ah, this experience is delightful. In the wild, leveling up relies on bosses. However, wasn't he that resolved too swiftly? Is this boss truly that weak? Chen Yu glanced at Xiao Yan, who floated gracefully in the air. No, this is not a matter of the boss being weak, but rather that Xiao Yan is exceedingly powerful. A boss that would require 100 elite level 15 adventurers working in perfect unison to defeat could not possibly be weak. It could only be said that Xiao Yan, being a primordial spirit born from the world tree, possessed an absurd level of combat prowess. At this moment, Chen Yu began to grasp a vague understanding of the overwhelming power granted by his supreme talent, absolute enhancement. The mere byproduct of the world tree, a creature birthed from the enhanced product of the sacred land, wielded such formidable strength. What terrifying power would the direct recipients of this enhancement possess? Regrettably, the absolute enhancement talent had entered a cooldown period and could not be utilized. Chen Yu's anticipation would have to wait until the cooldown completed for verification. After the white wolf boss was vanquished, the pack of wolves, now devoid of a leader, scattered in disarray. Xiaoyan pursued them for a while and encountered a multitude of wild wolves before returning to Chen Yu's side. Thanks to the substantial experience points awarded by the white wolf and its pack, Chen Yu's level ascended to 8. Correspondingly, Xiaoyan, linked to Chen Yu, also reached level 8, with her attributes more than doubling. As Chen Yu approached the grim sight of the white wolf boss's demise, he discovered a purple treasure chest. It is customary for bosses to drop treasure chests upon defeat. These chests come in various colors: white, blue, purple, orange, and rainbow, each corresponding to a guaranteed quality of the items contained within: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, respectively. A purple chest guarantees at least an epic item. Wow, master, are you going to open the chest? Will it yield powerful weapons and equipment? Xiaoyan fluttered down, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Given that this was Chen Yu's inaugural chest-opening experience, he felt it warranted a touch of ceremony. He had heard that touching a beautiful woman's hand would enhance one's luck. But alas, no suitable companion was at hand. Thus, he seized the miniature beauty, Xiaoyan, and playfully rubbed her in his hands a few times. Then, amidst Xiaoyan's bewildered expression, he opened the chest. Congratulations, you have opened a purple boss treasure chest. You have obtained a pair of White Wolf King gauntlets, epic quality. You have obtained detective glasses, rare quality. You have obtained a wolfskin cloak, epic quality. You have obtained 30 gold coins. White Wolf King gauntlets. Quality, epic. Equipment requirements: level 20, strength 60, agility 60, warrior class. Effect: strength 20, agility 30, Attacks inflict bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Wolfskin Cloak. Quality, Epic. Equipment requirements, Level 20. Agility 50. Effect, Agility 20, Constitution 20. Increases defense for the equipped position. Detective Glasses. Quality, Rare. Equipment requirements, None. Effect, can use the investigation skill once per minute to gather information about targets. The greater the level disparity, the less information obtained. Both epic items require level 20 to equip, which Chen Yu could not meet, yet the detective glasses could be worn immediately. This item was undoubtedly of immense practicality. Previously, Chen Yu's understanding of monsters stemmed solely from textbooks and classroom teachings. When he encountered a monster in reality, he could only judge based on its appearance and the knowledge he had acquired. Faced with a boss like the White Wolf, he was utterly at a loss. With newfound, unparalleled talents, Chen Yu's perspective had already transcended that of an ordinary student, increasing his likelihood of encountering the unknown. The detective glasses were indeed a timely boon. In addition to the treasures dropped by the Wolf King, the Wild Wolves and Elite Wild Wolves also yielded a few items here and there. Most were of common quality and copper coins, with only one piece of blue rare equipment. Summarizing his haul, he amassed a total of 43 white items, 2 blue rare items, 2 purple epic items, and nearly 32 gold coins. The bounty was nothing short of substantial. In this world, gold coins served as a universal currency with considerable purchasing power. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which in turn equals 10,000 copper coins. 1 copper coin could be likened to $1 on Earth. Therefore, 32 gold coins equated to an astonishing 320,000, a sum that an ordinary person might take years to accrue. Moreover, the true treasure lay not in the gold coins, but in the 2 purple epic items. A single level 20 purple item typically valued around 100 gold coins. Weapons like the White Wolf King gauntlets, which inflict additional damage, would command even higher prices. White items held little value, and Chen Yu promptly buried them in the supreme holy soil as fertilizer. As for the blue and purple items, selling them for gold coins seemed the wisest course of action. As dusk fell, Chen Yu decided against grinding for experience through the night. He departed from the Wild Wolf territory and began his journey back to the city. Traversing the area inhabited by the graceful spotted deer, he observed them leisurely grazing and couldn't resist donning his glasses to cast an investigation spell. Spotted deer. Template, minor monster. Level, 8. Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 28, Constitution 23. Spirit 15. A remarkably feeble creature. It matched the descriptions found in his books. As Chen Yu had not dispatched any tasks, Xiaoyan enjoyed a leisurely flight. Spotting the equally tranquil spotted deer, she playfully landed atop one's head and tugged at its ear. Oh! The deer startled, glancing around but finding no threat. Xiaoyan mischievously made a face at the deer before gleefully returning to Chen Yu's side. Ahead of the meadow where the spotted deer roamed lay a mountainous region. The monsters there were level 45 neutral creatures known as wild boars. Fireball! A cheerful voice rang out. In the distance, a flicker of flame ignited, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Lu Pingping, why are you running? Keep the monsters aggro. Li Yanran, continue your spellcasting. Lu Zixin, watch over Lu Pingping. Stay calm. Stay organized. I've drawn aggro. Cover me. Chapter 10. The Mighty Hidden Monster, Level 5 Neutral Wild Boar. Su Miaoyue felt that the day had taken a turn for the worse. After class changing to the hidden profession of Sword Immortal, she proudly organized a 6-person team, eager to conquer the world and gain experience. Initially, all went smoothly within the realm of level 1 and 23 monsters, and the entire team leveled up to 2 without incident. However, upon dismissing the low experience of the big white goose, Su Miaoyue resolutely led her team to the territory of level 45 wild boars. She believed that, with her formidable output capabilities, tackling monsters beyond her level would pose no challenge. Yet, the moment they engaged the first monster, reality delivered a harsh blow. Faced with the level 5 wild boar, the knight in her team was utterly unable to withstand the damage. In a single encounter, the wild boar sent the knight, Lu Pingping, flying. With over a third of her health depleted, Lu Pingping panicked and fled, causing a disruption in aggro. Su Miaoyue managed to whittle down half the wild boar's health with her 2 skills, believing she could vanquish it with 1 more round. But the monster offered her no opportunity for a second round of skills. As the wild boar rampaged, the entire team descended into chaos. Despite her best efforts to direct the group, she could not regain control. Even she, a proud hidden profession user, was knocked down by the wild boar in a manner reminiscent of a falling star. Though equipped with high-quality gear and ample potions ensured no one faced mortal danger, the situation was exceedingly dire. A mere level 5 wild creature had thrown her entire team into disarray. Just then, a figure appeared, silhouetted against the setting sun. Striding towards her, the audacious wild boar, noticing someone still standing, charged towards that individual. Watch out! Su Miaoyue instinctively shouted. The figure stood alone, devoid of any equipment, evidently not out to hunt monsters or gain experience. It was likely a lifestyle profession engaged in mapping or gathering herbs. The stranger's unwarranted peril filled Su Miaoyue's proud heart with guilt. Quick, save him. Su Miaoyue gritted her teeth, attempting to rise. However, it was too late. The wild boar had already barreled towards the figure. Su Miaoyue widened her eyes, anxiously awaiting the cool-down of her skills. If the stranger were to perish from insufficient health, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. But the next moment, bang. With a dull thud, the wild boar was sent flying, meeting its demise on the spot. Its very form contorted by the overwhelming force. So it was a master. Su Miaoyue breathed a sigh of relief. She rose to her feet, tidying her disheveled attire in an effort to appear more graceful, and then stepped forward, preparing to express her gratitude. After all, her reckless actions had led to the team's predicament, and it was the other party who had resolved her dilemma. However, before Su Miaoyue could utter a word, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in her ear. Su Miaoyue, are you practicing here? What happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Chen Yu observed the scattering of novice adventurers around, along with Su Miaoyue, whose clothing was in tatters, and could not help but feel perplexed. What could have caused a hidden class player to end up in such a state? Had they encountered a regional boss? Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of such a creature. Moreover, to his knowledge, low-level neutral monsters did not respawn regional bosses. Are you Chen Yu? Su Miaoyue gazed incredulously at the boy before her. She had closely monitored him during the class promotion earlier in the day. Wasn't his class that of a planter? What was a planter doing here? Was he hoping to stumble upon suitable plant life seeds? But what was the deal with that little wild boar from earlier? Its health still had at least a third left. How could it have suddenly been slain before Chen Yu? There was no one else around, so it had to have been him. Yet, when had a planter ever dealt such high damage? After all, her own level 3 sword fairy, a hidden class, could only manage to deplete about a quarter of a foe's health with a single skill. Don't you remember me? Chen Yu chuckled. Though our encounters have been few, we've collaborated a couple of times. Surely you can't have forgotten so quickly. By the way, you still haven't explained how you ended up like this. Did you encounter some hidden monster? Which way did it flee? Chen Yu speculated that hidden monsters, which could range in strength, might have wandered off, and the loot they dropped would undoubtedly be substantial. He thought that since Su Miaoyue had encountered a hidden monster she couldn't defeat, his intervention wouldn't be considered stealing. I don't know where it went. My team got scattered earlier, and we all lost focus, Su Miaoyue replied, her hands clasped behind her back, her fingers fidgeting as her gaze drifted upward. Since Chen Yu mentioned hidden monsters, perhaps there were indeed some. She couldn't possibly admit that. As the leader of a hidden class team, she had nearly been wiped out by a level 5 wild boar, could she? That would be too humiliating. Especially in front of Chen Yu, whom she had always aspired to surpass. Tell me where the hidden monster is, if I catch it. How about I give you 10% of the loot? Chen Yu pressed on, unwilling to relent. I truly have no idea where it went. Su Miaoyue stammered. Feeling so embarrassed, she could have dug a hole in the ground to hide. All right then, you all continue leveling up. I'll take my leave, Chen Yu said, filled with regret. Hidden monsters were certainly a windfall. Unfortunately, Su Miaoyue was stingy and unwilling to share information, even though she lacked the power to seize it herself. Wait. Su Miaoyue called out. What? Chen Yu turned back, his expression impassive. I wanted to ask if that little wild boar was the one you killed earlier. Su Miaoyue attempted to glean how Chen Yu had managed such high damage. You're not going to ask me for compensation, are you? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. There are so many around. Why wouldn't you just hunt them yourself? Besides, that creature was clearly drawn to you. It was your team that let it slip away and wander over here. It crashed into me, so can I not defend myself and take it down? With that, Chen Yu turned and strode away without a backward glance. To be fair, the injured wild boar was not something Chen Yu could be blamed for stealing. It was clearly an act of self-defense. Su Miaoyue opened her mouth, but ultimately no words escaped. She knew Chen Yu must have misunderstood something. However, she could not clarify the misunderstanding. Should she lower herself to explain to Chen Yu, the one that wiped out our entire team was not a hidden monster. It was that wild boar you kicked to death. I simply wanted to ask how you managed to slay it so quickly, not accuse you of stealing my kill. That would be utterly absurd. After all, she was a hidden class player from a family of adventurers. How could she possibly utter such humiliating words? Chapter 11. New Plant Life, Accelerated Growth. The Adventurer Trading Center stood as the most bustling hub in Jianyang City. Most shops selling adventure-related items were concentrated in this area. Chen Yu chose a well-reputed store of considerable size, selling 2 pieces of purple equipment and 1 piece of blue equipment. The total profit was approximately 280 gold coins, which was in line with his earlier estimates. Instead of saving the coins, he spent them all on purchasing plant life seeds and a substantial quantity of magic crystals. Upon returning to his school dormitory, Chen Yu immediately entered the supreme sacred soil, feeding the magic crystals to the world tree before planting all the seeds. In no time, the magic crystals were fully absorbed, and the incubation progress of the primordial sprite increased by a little over 10, adding to the natural daily growth of 3. The progress for the next primordial sprite reached 13. The newly acquired plant seeds included 20 attacking vines and 10 poisonous lilies. The poisonous lilies were of ordinary grade, possessing weak offensive capabilities but capable of spreading toxins to inflict debuffs on enemies. Based on his previous experience with the 4 attacking vines, he anticipated that these newly purchased plants would mature by the following morning and advance to the rare grade, exiting the supreme sacred soil. Chen Yu prepared to have a good sleep, planning to grind for experience and currency the next day. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and a filthy Li Wei walked in. The dormitory at number 1 high school featured a 4-room, 1 living room layout. Each room was assigned to 4 students, but each student enjoyed their own private space. Hey, you're here. How's your plant cultivation going? Li Wei asked, removing his equipment and tossing it onto the floor. Quite well. Chen Yu replied with a smile. What about you? Have you reached level 5 yet? Level 5? Li Wei's mouth twitched. It's not that quick. I'm still a bit shy of level 3. A bit shy of level 3? You guys didn't spend the whole day just hunting rabbits, did you? Chen Yu asked in surprise. Of course not. Li Wei exclaimed proudly. With our team composition, hunting rabbits would be a waste of time. Once everyone reached level 2, we went straight for the geese. Not to brag, but it's because I, as the shield warrior, dared to take on the geese directly at level 2. Most other teams have to grind to level 3 in the areas with level 1 monsters before they can move ahead. Chen Yu pointed at the tattered whiteboard equipment on the floor and teased, you got pecked up by a goose just like that? Go on, you don't understand. Li Wei waved his hand in annoyance. This is nothing. Look at the knight Wang Lianxing from the next class. His rear end is all bruised. By the way, when will your plants be ready? Why don't you come with me to level up tomorrow? I heard planters just need to prepare the materials and cast skills on the side. Please, no. Chen Yu quickly shook his head. I'd just be a freeloader. Your teammates would kill me. Just temporary teammates, Li Wei shrugged. If it comes to that, I can always swap them out. Oh really? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Li Darren, I see a few fine ladies in your team who seem quite fond of you. What is this? Are you going to eat and run without taking responsibility? Hey, don't you underestimate me. Li Wei replied, his spirits soaring. Today, a female archer even held my hand. Progressing so quickly, right? Chen Yu was astonished. That fast? Really? Of course. You should see who I am. Li Wei recounted the story, embellishing it with flair, and Chen Yu soon pieced together the truth. It seems that the archer girl, as mentioned by Li Wei, drew the monster's attention and was subsequently pursued, ultimately falling to the ground. Li Wei rushed to her aid, shielding her from the creature and helping her to her feet. This, he claimed, was the essence of hand-holding. Let me tell you, if it weren't for your solitude, would I have returned? I would have long since spent the night at the girls' dorm. Li Wei proclaimed with a smug grin, blocking Chen Yu's shoulder. Get lost. Don't try to get close. I'm not into that. Chen Yu retorted, brushing aside Li Wei's arm in disdain. With plans to venture out for monster hunting the next day and feeling fatigued, Li Wei did not press Chen Yu for a late-night dormitory talk. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave and returned to his room for sleep. Chen Yu, however, did not rush to slumber upon returning to his quarters. Instead, he entered the sacred land. Li Wei had just reminded him that he possessed skills to utilize. Accelerated Growth LV1 slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV1 increases all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 500 seconds. Due to the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Yan, he had nearly forgotten about his 2 skills. Each skill learned before the first transition could be upgraded every 5 levels. At level 45, he could elevate them to the maximum level of 10. Currently, Chen Yu was at level 8, with a skill level cap of 2. However, he had yet to utilize any skills, resulting in a proficiency level of 0. Xiao Yan was sprawled on the roots of the world tree, sleeping soundly in an ungainly manner. Chen Yu decided to cast Plant Enhancement upon her. Yay! Xiao Yan instantly sprang up with a startled exclamation, looking around apprehensively. Master? Are there enemies? Where are they? Sensing the enhancement buff, she instinctively entered a state of combat readiness. It's all right, beneath the world tree, where could enemies possibly be? Chen Yu gently patted her little head with his fingertip. Oh, but master, why did you grant me a status boost? Xiao Yan tilted her head in confusion as she landed on the ground. Chen Yu awkwardly explained, I'm just practicing my skills. In reality, other plants could also practice skills. Chen Yu merely wished to verify whether Xiao Yan could be classified as a plant. Now that plant enhancement had taken effect, it was evident that although Xiao Yan appeared as a diminutive beautiful girl, she still fell within the classification of a plant according to skill criteria. Subsequently, Chen Yu cast Accelerated Growth towards a newly planted aggressive vine. The surrounding essence of life converged towards the vine. Within mere seconds, the aggressive vine surged over a meter in length. Incredible! Chen Yu gasped in astonishment. He had specifically sought knowledge about the accelerated growth skill of a planter. This skill required various resources for activation. Under optimal resource conditions, a single application of level 1 accelerated growth could typically yield a few centimeters of growth for the aggressive vine. However, the extraordinary growth witnessed was likely due to the sacred land and the world tree. Chapter 12. The aggressive vine evolves again, Thorned Vine Demon. Chen Yu continued to employ accelerated growth repeatedly. After several applications, the aggressive vine reached maturity, extending to 7 or 8 meters in length. Just as he contemplated further usage, a sudden wave of dizziness and exhaustion enveloped him. It felt akin to having gone 3 days and nights without food or sleep. What a blunder. The accelerated growth skill of a planter consumed both mental and physical energy, given Chen Yu's already modest attributes. The repeated use of skills had utterly drained his mental and physical strength. Fortunately, the sacred land posed no dangers, devoid even of mosquitoes. He simply lay down on the ground and fell asleep. From the world tree, tendrils of tender green essence drifted down, slowly merging with Chen Yu's body. Several vines eagerly reached out, seeking to absorb a touch of verdant vitality. Sensing the vine's urgency, the world tree generously released a few faint strands of green silk. The vine plants excitedly waved their tendrils, devouring the green silk entirely. In the next moment, the green vines began to grow wildly, sprouting new shoots within seconds. These vines varied in thickness and length, ultimately intertwining to form a humanoid shape. Exhausted, Chen Yu slept soundly, unaware of this miraculous scene unfolding. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke with a stretch, feeling as though he was cradling something in his arms. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to behold a fairy-like girl nestled against him. Am I still dreaming? Chen Yu rubbed his eyes for clarity, scrutinizing the girl in his embrace. She lifted her head, revealing a face woven entirely from intricate vines, devoid of any distinct features. What is this? Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Master! Master! Xiaoyan, upon noticing Chen Yu's awakening, fluttered over joyfully. Chen Yu, momentarily preoccupied, focused on the peculiar vine figure in his arms. As his mind raced, the remnants of sleep faded away, and he quickly realized he was still within the sacred land. This realm belonged solely to Chen Yu, and no external beings could enter without his permission. Turning his gaze back to the vine-formed figure, he observed a clearly defined head, body, and limbs. Yet the ends of its legs were entwined roots, and its arms ended in robust thorned vines. Is this a plant life I cultivated? Chen Yu attempted to access its attribute panel. Thorned vine demon, evolving. Quality, epic. Level, 8. Attributes, strength 210, agility 240, constitution 300, spirit 150. Skills, powerful strike LV1. Thorned entangle LV1. Was this the evolution of the thornvine whip? Chen Yu sensed the plant life within the sacred land and discovered that the 4 thornvine whips he had planted yesterday were no longer present, replaced instead by 4 thornvine demons. The thornvine demon possessed a humanoid form, capable of moving freely on its legs, which rooted into the earth, allowing for rapid health regeneration. Its vine arms, whether striking or entangling, wielded formidable power. Furthermore, due to its epic grade, its attributes were extraordinarily impressive. At level 8, its overall attributes far surpassed those of a level 50 novice class. Even equipped, it would likely require several level 50 professionals to contend with it. The evolution of the thornvine whip into the thornvine demon filled Chen Yu with delight. Within just over a day of planting the seeds of the aggressive vine, it had evolved into an epic level. This process had been entirely hands-off, requiring no resources and no time spent in care. The thornvine demon was already powerful and was still continuing to evolve. The sacred land combined with the world tree was indeed remarkable. In addition to the thornvine demon, the newly acquired aggressive vine and poison lily had also evolved to rare grade, boasting impressive combat capabilities. If they were to face the white wolf boss from yesterday, Chen Yu could simply unleash these plants without needing Xiaoyan to intervene, leisurely awaiting the experience points to accumulate. At that moment, the thornvine demon conveyed a sense of reliance. It instinctively gravitated towards Chen Yu, regarding him as its creator and the deity that bestowed it with life. It existed to serve him, to fight for him. He was the sole meaning of its existence. Ha! You are indeed remarkable. Chen Yu gently placed the thornvine demon on the ground and affectionately patted its head. The thornvine demon lifted its gaze, exuding an aura of joy and excitement. Chen Yu exited the supreme sacred land and returned to his dormitory, glancing at the clock, which indicated that it was precisely 8 in the morning. The adage "the early bird catches the worm" resonated with him. A disciplined day commenced at 8 o'clock. He opened the door to his bedroom and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Li Wei, having already completed his morning routine, approached Chen Yu and said, "Come on. Join me today. Go on your own. Don't impede my plant cultivation. Once I finish nurturing them, I will take you for an upgrade." Chen Yu replied while washing his face. All right. I can't persuade you," Li Wei exclaimed. "But remember, the school will be opening a novice dungeon in a few days, and you must team up with me. No excuses. Let's see when the time comes," Chen Yu thought, feeling a twinge of gratitude in his heart. After he transitioned to a planter class, his classmates seemed to avoid him, except for Li Wei, who still cherished their past friendship and was willing to go against his teammates to lend a hand to his friend. "Let's go, it's time to level up," Li Wei declared as he swung the door open, waving goodbye to Chen Yu. His teammates were already waiting for him downstairs in the dormitory, and as an MT, his teammates were more than willing to wait. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Yu left the dormitory, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and packed food for the day before departing the school to travel outside the city. He returned to yesterday's novice leveling spot, the long-toothed rabbit area, which was now teeming with players. The awakening ceremony at Jianyang High School did not occur simultaneously. The first high school had the earliest ceremony, followed by other high schools, which would subsequently take the source pillar to arrange their class transitions. Over the course of a day, several more students from various high schools completed their transitions. In the vicinity of Jianyang City, there were only 3 novice leveling points, and the area for level 1 monsters was rather limited, as the player population surged. The monsters became increasingly scarce. Some well-equipped teams, unable to tolerate the low monster spawn efficiency, ventured into the area of level 23 monsters. They could defeat them, but without familiar coordination, chaos was inevitable. Chen Yu did not linger in the neutral monster area and pressed onward into the depths. As he passed the small wild boar area, he noticed Su Miayue leading a team in monster hunting, engaging, drawing aggro, and dealing damage, all in one seamless motion. They dispatched a wild boar in mere seconds. Chen Yu instinctively observed Su Miayue and noted that with a single skill, she could reduce a wild boar's health by about a third. Wild boars were notorious for their substantial health among novice monsters, and Su Miayue's damage output was undoubtedly greater than the combined total of her teammates. Chapter 13. Almost unveiling the school bell secrets? The advantages of hidden professions primarily manifest in passive abilities and skill multipliers. During the novice phase, hidden professions and standard professions exhibit similar attribute growth. The capacity to inflict damage far exceeding that of other professions at this early stage is a testament to the formidable nature of the sword immortal profession. However, no matter how strong Su Miayue was, her limitations remained. At the same level, a thornvine whip could likely defeat dozens of Su Miayues, provided it was cultivated within the supreme sacred land, boasting explosive attributes. Yesterday, when facing the White Wolf boss, a level 2 thornvine whip had strength and agility attributes around 70 to 80 points, with constitution exceeding 100 points. The thornvine whips cultivated by ordinary planters were far less terrifying. Chen Yu used his detective glasses to cast a probing spell on Su Miayue. Name: Su Miayue. Profession: Sword Immortal, Hidden. Level: 3. Attributes: Strength 25, Agility 20, Constitution 17, Spirit 13. Talent: Professional Passive, Sword Drawing Technique, Initial Understanding. Skills: Sword Chi Slash, Water Flow Break. Impressive. Chen Yu marveled, not praising Su Miayue, but rather the efficacy of his detective glasses. With a single probing spell, he nearly unveiled all of Su Miayue's attributes. Having acquired the information, Chen Yu ceased his scrutiny of her and strode purposefully forward. Sword Chi Slash. Su Miayue called out, brandishing her sword. A white crescent-shaped blade flew toward the wild boar, depleting its remaining health. All right, everyone take a breather and restore your stamina. We'll continue shortly, she said, sheathing her sword as the monster was vanquished. Call me when you need me. I'm exhausted. Why must I always be the one to take the hits? Knight Lu Pingping complained. I wish I could be like Ye, striking with the brilliance of 1,000 swords. Too bad you're destined to be the one who takes the hits. That's the life of a knight. The mage girl Li Yinjin chuckled. Hey, look at that person. Isnt he a student from our first high, still in uniform? Where's he headed? Who? Su Miayue instinctively glanced in the direction pointed out by Li Yinjin and recognized a familiar silhouette. Ah, probably an apothecary or a miner, Lu Pingping remarked casually. Apothecary? Miner? Su Miayue scrutinized closely. That person was undoubtedly Chen Yu. Just the previous night, he had returned from the advanced monster area after swiftly defeating a wild boar. Could he be heading to the area ahead to level up? Su Miayue pondered with some confusion. The area ahead was populated by level 6 deer. Typically, novice planters lacked the capability to clear monsters. Even if they had successfully nurtured their first batch of combat plants, they wouldn't be able to handle the deer. However, Chen Yu was different. He had already demonstrated extraordinary damage potential. Perhaps he truly could manage the deer. I am curious to see what secrets you possess. Is it sheer talent or some extraordinary plant life? Su Miayue's curiosity piqued, and she stealthily pursued Chen Yu. Hey, yeah, where are you going? Lu Pingping exclaimed in bewilderment as she watched Su Miayue abandon the team. Just a quick bathroom break. You all can continue hunting for a while. Su Miayue replied without looking back. In the middle of nowhere, where could there possibly be a bathroom? Upon hearing this, Su Miayue nearly stumbled, irked, and snapped back. Can I just take care of it right here? Chen Yu's pace was not particularly swift, and it wasn't long before Su Miayue caught up with him. However, she made no effort to engage him, instead trailing discreetly from a distance. The area of the deer was forested, with obstructed visibility and significant noise, leading Chen Yu to remain unaware of his pursuer. Before long, a deer came into view. Was he about to make a move? For the first time tailing a handsome guy, Su Miayue felt a thrill of excitement, intently watching Chen Yu's every action. Chen Yu approached the deer step by step, causing Su Miayue's heart to race with anticipation. Upon transitioning to a planter, one could designate a personal plant and have it mature instantly. Yet, novice planters could only select ordinary level plants as their personal ones. The combat capacity of single life forms from nurturing plants was inferior to that of long-toothed rabbits, rendering them incapable of taking down a deer. Among combat plants, Only the attacking vine had relatively high damage, but it too could not single-handedly defeat a level 6 monster. Could it be that someone was funding him, providing high-quality matured plant life? Or perhaps his talent enabled the plant life to exert greater combat power? As Su Miaoyue speculated, Chen Yu finally reached the deer and paused. It's about to begin, Su Miaoyue thought, eyes glued to the scene. However, Chen Yu merely reached out to stroke the deer's head before walking away. Such a cute little deer, how could I harm it? The deer let out a contented sound. Su Miaoyue, I was expecting something more. Seeing Chen Yu walk away, Su Miaoyue, with no other option, stealthily followed him once more. Through the deer area, Chen Yu did not attack even once. Ahead lies the very edge of a forested terrain. Beyond that point lies the territory of the ferocious wild wolves. Creatures notorious for their propensity to attack adventurers. For individuals of their caliber, confronting such beasts is beyond their capabilities. The moment one steps into that domain, the potential for unforeseen calamity looms ominously. Could it be that he has no intention of leveling up? Perhaps he is merely wandering about. In search of plant seeds and untamed resources, Su Miaoyue couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Wait, where is he going? To her astonishment, Chen Yu did not halt at the forest's edge. Instead, he boldly ventured into the open grassland. That territory is home to level 11 and above monsters, known for their aggressive nature. Is he courting death? A rush of anxiety engulfed Su Miaoyue. Though she had previously resented Chen Yu for usurping her position as the top of their class and was further disturbed by the gossip circulating within the school regarding their relationship. She was, after all, just a 16-year-old girl, a sheltered blossom raised within the confines of an ivory tower. She was not a ruthless veteran, hardened by combat. She could not bear to witness her classmate, awakened alongside her, meet a gruesome fate before her eyes. How infuriating. As the top student, was he truly oblivious to the dangers posed by hostile creatures? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Miaoyue dashed out from behind the sheltering tree, racing towards Chen Yu. She dared not call out, for he had already entered the territory of the wild wolves, and not far from him, several wolves were prowling. A loud shout could easily attract their attention, igniting an attack against Chen Yu. However, in her trepidation of being discovered trailing him and thus losing face, Su Miaoyue kept a distance of several dozen meters. Even with all her might, it was impossible for her to catch up with him in time. By the time she reached the forest's edge, Chen Yu had already stepped into the aggression range of several wild wolves. A chilling howl erupted as 3 wild wolves charged towards him. In mere seconds, they were upon him, leaping to strike. This is it. Su Miaoyue closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Chapter 14. Unleashing Full Power. 8th Tier Forbidden Spell, Judgment Day. A series of muffled thuds echoed. Her father had once told her that combat professionals dance on the precipice of life and death daily, navigating the razor's edge. And she must become accustomed to the brutality and the concept of mortality. If she could not confront such a scene, how could she ever aspire to be a formidable force to contend with those terrifying monsters? After several agonizing seconds, Su Miaoyue cautiously opened her eyes a crack, peering towards Chen Yu's direction. Yet, the gruesome scene she had envisioned was absent. Instead of Chen Yu lying on the ground, it was the lifeless bodies of several wild wolves. Chen Yu stood there, composed and unruffled, his attire untouched. Surrounding him were 4 humanoid beings, their arms entwined with long, verdant vines. What is this? Su Miaoyue pondered, a plant life? But why does it take on a humanoid form? At that moment, another wild wolf lunged at Chen Yu. He remained utterly still, and one of the humanoid beings raised its vine and struck the wolf with tremendous force. The crack of the vine against the wolf's back reverberated, snapping its spine and folding the creature into a grotesque position, thus extinguishing its life. To think it could dispatch a creature of at least level 11 in an instant? Su Miaoyue was left dumbfounded. Subsequently, one of the humanoid beings remained by Chen Yu's side, while the other 3 dispersed, swiftly eliminating all the wild wolves in sight. Each kill executed with precision and efficiency. With the area devoid of monsters, Chen Yu continued his advance, his figure soon disappearing behind a small hill. How astonishingly powerful he is. Just one day after transitioning classes, he can single-handedly clear areas inhabited by level 10 monsters. Meanwhile, my hidden profession struggles even against small boars. What does that make me? A so-called genius. As Su Miaoyue gazed in the direction Chen Yu had departed, her thoughts swirled with confusion. Were cultivators truly this formidable? What species were those 4 humanoid plant beings? Were they born of innate talent or bestowed by another? With her mind in disarray, Su Miaoyue returned to the area of small boars, where her team was engaged in combat against one of the creatures, having already depleted 2/3 of its health. Yeah, you're finally back. Quick, unleash your attacks. Lu Pingping exclaimed with excitement upon spotting Su Miaoyue. Blade of Wind. Su Miaoyue cast her skill, slaying the small boar. However, after witnessing the thorn-vine spirits effortlessly dispatching wild wolves, the damage she had once prided herself on now filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Where have you been, Yaya? Lu Pingping approached, wrapping her arms around Su Miaoyue's neck, a playful smile on her face. We thought you'd been taken by a hidden monster since you disappeared for so long, and didn't he respond to our messages? Chen Yu opened her friend panel, revealing a multitude of unread messages, almost all from her concerned teammates. I got a bit lost, she chuckled softly. Let us continue hunting. All right, let us keep going. With the protection of 4 thornvine spirits, Chen Yu traversed the wild wolf territory without incident. Ahead of the wild wolf area lay the domain of level 15 bears, which offered even greater experience but were less densely populated. Although the thornvine spirits were still capable of dispatching foes with a single strike, their efficiency was not significantly superior to that of the wild wolves. Let us aim for something larger. Chen Yu pressed onward without pausing in the bear territory. The higher the monster level, the broader the territory they occupied. Chen Yu was unwilling to squander time on travel, so he commanded 2 thornvine spirits to fashion a litter with their vines, carrying him forward. The agility of the thornvine spirits was nearly 20 times his own, allowing them to sprint at remarkable speeds. After more than an hour, Chen Yu reached the periphery of the area inhabited by level 51 wargs. Whether adventurers or monsters, every 50 levels marked a watershed moment. The disparity in strength between level 51 and 50 was immense. The small creatures at level 50 could no longer be effortlessly dispatched by the thornvine spirits. Whether they could contend with level 51 monsters remained debatable. Nonetheless, Chen Yu had no intention of relying on the thornvine spirits as his primary force. With a mere thought, the primordial fire spirit, Xiao Yin, manifested. She appeared disheveled, her fiery red dress wrinkled, having fallen from midair due to her slumber. Chen Yu quickly cupped her in his hands. Master? Xiao Yin, cradled in Chen Yu's palms, rubbed her sleepy eyes with her delicate, pale hands, tilting her head to gaze at him. Go forth, Xiao Yin, it's your moment. Chen Yu tossed her into the air with one hand. Xiao Yin squeaked, briefly wobbling before stabilizing herself. Chen Yu cast a plant enhancement spell upon her, instructing, Xiao Yin, unleash your full power and execute the skill, Judgment Day. Oh yes, at your command, Master, Xiao Yin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. For she had longed to unleash her full potential. As flames erupted from beneath her feet, she was instantly engulfed, transforming from a petite maiden into a blazing fireball the size of a volleyball. Fire elementalization, entering an elemental state, immune to all physical and fire-based damage, while enhancing her own fire damage by 500. Immediately, she began to chant an incantation. The ferocious fire elements gathered around her. 1 minute later, crimson clouds materialized in the sky. 2 minutes later, countless red clouds began to spread. 3 minutes later, a fiery glow burst forth, illuminating the earth. In the novice leveling area, a resting archer tugged at the robe of a nearby mage, exclaiming, Hey, look, the sky over there has turned red, even in broad daylight. One can witness the glow of twilight. The sorcerer was taken aback, exclaiming, No, that cannot be right. The magical fluctuations emanating from over there are extraordinarily potent. Even a novice like me can perceive them. Magical fluctuations? Could it be that you are referring to actual magic? A warrior approached, chuckling as he spoke. If it were truly magic, what level would it be? It must be at least a 7th tier grand spell. The sorcerer pondered for a moment before gravely declaring, No, that cannot be. Given the terrifying range, it is likely an 8th tier forbidden spell. Each career transition is considered an elevation of 1 tier. The first transition denotes the 1st tier, while the second transition signifies the 2nd tier. At each tier, one can only acquire skills corresponding to that tier. Among the skill set of a mage, spells of the 7th tier are known as grand spells, while those of the 8th tier and above are termed forbidden spells. You're quite out of breath for someone so portly, the warrior scoffed. Forbidden spells? Why not call it divine retribution instead? Divine retribution is a priestly skill. I am merely versed in the arcane arts. The flames on the horizon grew increasingly intense. The novice adventurers training nearby instinctively halted their activities, turning their gazes towards the direction of the fiery clouds. As time ticked away, the crimson clouds thickened ominously. With it came an overwhelming sense of oppressive heat, as though one bore a smelting furnace filled with boiling lead upon their back. Chapter 15. The Might of Forbidden Spells, a Frenzied Ascendancy. In Jianyang City, at the Adventurers Association, President Su Jinghui was practicing calligraphy with a brush in hand. As a level 299 5th-tier peak mutated career adventurer known as the Ice Crystal Mage, he reigned as the strongest in Jianyang City. Though he presided over the Adventurers Association, his daily responsibilities were minimal. He spent his days either painting or practicing writing, or surveying the development of the Adventurers Association in Jianyang City. Recently, a momentous occasion had arisen at home, leaving him in a state of perpetual elation. The only means to temper his exuberance was through calligraphy practice. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation surged through him. Su Jinghui lifted his gaze, his expression one of horror as he stared into the distant sky. From that direction, he perceived a tempestuous and formidable magical wave. In the face of such a magical fluctuation, he, a 5th-tier peak mage, felt as insignificant as a paper boat amidst a raging storm, utterly powerless. As if he could be torn to shreds at any moment. A forbidden spell. This is undoubtedly the magical fluctuation of a forbidden spell. Panic gripped Su Jinghui's heart. Forbidden spells are the domain of superlative beings above level 400, capable of wielding such magnificent magic. Even the weakest of forbidden spells possesses the power to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Why would a superlative being cast a forbidden spell in the vicinity of Jianyang City? Moreover, a fire-type forbidden spell renowned for its destructive capabilities? Could it be that a powerful entity, for reasons unknown, intends to annihilate the entirety of Jianyang City? It was no wonder Su Jinghui's thoughts spiraled. After all, there were no formidable entities nearby that warranted the use of a forbidden spell. Furthermore, there existed no high-efficiency monster grinding zones above level 400 that would justify an 8th-tier powerhouse employing a forbidden spell for such purposes. Thus, a pressing question arose. In such close proximity to Jianyang City, what could be the target of this forbidden spell, if not the city itself? Ding, ding, ding. The communication screen in Su Jinghui's office lit up one after another. Images of the city's authorities and powerful adventurers appeared. Old Su, what is happening over there? It seems there is a significant magical fluctuation. Could you please investigate? A middle-aged man inquired, pointing out the window with a puzzled expression. This was the mayor of Jianyang City. Due to his long tenure in administrative duties, his adventurer level barely exceeded 100. Old Su, what level of magic do you perceive? Why such a tremendous commotion? Another solemn voice questioned. Indeed, Old Su, you are the strongest in Jianyang City and a mage. Can you enlighten us on the current situation? Gentlemen, there is no need for further inquiry, Su Jinghui replied with a grave demeanor. I can assure you, that magical fluctuation is a forbidden spell. What? A forbidden spell? How is that even possible? What could be in the vicinity of Jianyang City that warrants the attention of a forbidden spellcaster? Could it be aimed at our city? Old Su, what shall we do now? Can Jianyang City withstand the assault of a forbidden spell? Old Su, please devise a plan. If the target of the forbidden spell is indeed Jianyang City, what are we to do? Old Su, say something. Whatever resources you require. We will spare no effort to gather them, as long as you can take action. Gentlemen, you overestimate my capabilities, Su Jinghui replied with a bitter smile. That is a forbidden spell. It is a cataclysmic magic, a culmination of the life's work of an 8th-tier superlative being. In the face of a forbidden spell, what difference is there between me and an ant? If the target is indeed us, we are left with nothing but the inevitability of death. Let us pray. Pray that the powerful entity is merely having a fleeting whim and does not intend to obliterate Jianyang City. With a series of claps, the communication screens extinguished one by one. The nobles and powerful figures of Jianyang City sat in anxious anticipation, akin to death row inmates awaiting their fate. If even Su Jinghui likened himself to an ant, what of them? Were they mere dust or bacteria? They desperately racked their minds, contemplating past grievances they or their families may have incurred against others. Was there any chance of provoking a forbidden spellcaster? Yet, no matter how hard they thought, they could not fathom how they had offended such a formidable being. After all, they operated on entirely different planes. Such a being would scarcely acknowledge their existence. Not only did this realization evoke feelings of despair among the esteemed adventurers, but it also offered them a modicum of psychological solace. Perhaps the forbidden spell was not directed at Jianyang City after all. In the region of the war gremlin monsters, Chen Yu gazed skyward. The seemingly endless fire clouds filled him with trepidation. Following Chen Yu's command to exert full force, Xiao Yin refrained from hastily unleashing the spell, instead continuously pushing herself to enhance its potency. What could have been completed in 5 minutes was forcibly extended to 30. Sensing her mental energy nearing depletion, Xiao Yin finally ceased her efforts. O great primordial fire, heed my summons and eradicate the evils of this world. Annihilation. Judgment. Whoosh. A torrent of flames suddenly cascaded from the fire clouds above, coalescing mid-air into a sea of fire that bore down upon the vast expanse of earth. The searing flames scorched the air, generating immense hurricanes. These infernal whirlwinds, imbued with fire, unleashed boundless power upon the land. Regardless of mountains, forests, meadows, or marshes, wherever the flaming tempest passed, it transformed everything into a landscape of crimson. Vibrant lives were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a cry of despair. Trees turned to char, streams evaporated, lakes boiled, and the earth itself resembled a colossal ceramic vessel, scorched into a gray-white shell. In this infernal realm of flames, the sole unaffected individual was Chen Yu. As the primordial fire spirit, Xiao Yin maintained absolute control over her spell, ensuring that Chen Yu was unharmed. However, the tremendous wind pressure, blistering air, and thin oxygen made Chen Yu increasingly uncomfortable, compelling him to retreat into the sacred ground. In his mind, the notifications from the heavenly Tao echoed incessantly. Defeated 53-level War Gremlin Scout. Experience gained, 106. Defeated 60-level War Gremlin Warrior. Experience gained, 120. Defeated 46-level Violent Bear. Experience gained, 46. Defeated 62-level Goblin Guard. Experience gained, 124. Defeated 75-level Poisonous Lizard. Experience gained, 150. Defeated 99-level Young Wyvern. Experience gained, 198. Your slaughter has attracted the attention of the War Gremlin chieftain. He has decided to initiate a cross-region pursuit against you. Your enmity will cease upon retreating to a neutral zone. Defeated 70-level area boss Super War Gremlin chieftain. Experience gained 140,000. Your massacre has alarmed the Bear King, who has resolved to pursue you across regions. The animosity will cease once you return to a neutral zone. Defeat the level 50 regional boss, Bear King, and earn 100,000 experience points. Your slaughter has caught the attention of the Goblin chieftain, who has also decided to initiate a cross-regional hunt against you. The hostility will end upon your return to a neutral zone. Defeat the level 80 boss, Goblin chieftain, and earn 160,000 experience points. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Chapter 16, Great Harvest. Whose hand is this, belonging to a forbidden existence? Countless monsters were vanquished in an instant. Multiple regional bosses reappeared, perishing before they could even survive a second, transforming into pure experience points. Chen Yu found himself overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications, compelling him to temporarily silence them. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that the frequency of these celestial prompts began to wane. Within the battle log section, there were more than 20 notifications regarding the defeat of regional bosses alone. The elite monsters and lesser foes were countless. Chen Yu's level skyrocketed from 8 to 43. His own character panel remained largely unchanged, as he had not allocated any points. However, Xiaoyan's attributes experienced an explosive enhancement, and the attributes of the Thornvine demon grew even more terrifying. Primordial Fire Sprite, Xiaoyan. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 4700. Agility, 4700. Constitution, 4700. Spirit, 9400. Talent, Elemental Fire Transformation. Enters an elemental state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire damage, and enhances its own fire damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Fire Sprite. Reduces fire skill consumption by 99 and increases power by 100. Skills, Flame Conflagration, Forbidden Spell. Judgment Day, Forbidden Spell. Meteor Shower of Fire, Forbidden Spell. Divine Shield of Flame, Forbidden Spell. Thornvine Demon. Rank, Epic. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 1051. Agility, 1125. Constitution, 1300. Spirit, 536. Skills, Mighty Strike LV1. Thorn Entanglement LV1. Thorn Barrage LV1. Thorn/LV1. In addition to the growth in attributes, both the Primordial Sprite and the Thornvine Demon acquired 2 new skills. Among them, the Thorn Barrage is a ranged skill, while Xiaoyan's Divine Shield of Flame serves as a defensive retaliatory skill. Of course, even defensive skills can be forbidden spells of immense power. Chen Yu departed from the Supreme Sacred Land alongside Xiaoyan. Upon returning to the outside world, a scorching wave of heat, mingled with searing embers, swept towards him. Xiaoyan quickly flew in front of Chen Yu, conjuring a thin barrier to disperse the heat wave. Goodness, is this what a forbidden spell looks like? Chen Yu marveled at the endless expanse of charred earth surrounding him, utterly astounded. Not only were there no monsters, but even the terrain had been obliterated. The power of this forbidden spell could rival that of a high-yield nuclear weapon. The scorched soil would likely remain lifeless for hundreds, if not thousands, of years if left unheeded. Fortunately, in this digitized world, there exists a degree of stability. The damaged wilderness would automatically refresh and restore itself. Such a powerful forbidden spell must not be carelessly unleashed in the future. Even if it must be used, careful observation must be conducted beforehand. Chen Yu felt a pang of anxiety. It wasn't that he had become an environmentalist. Rather, this uncontrollable power could easily cause collateral damage. What if a prominent figure's descendant was out leveling up and fell victim to this mysterious area of effect attack? Wouldn't that powerful individual seek vengeance upon him? On the charred ground, various hues of light flickered. These were the items dropped by monsters, treasures earned by Chen Yu. At this moment, the residual energy of the forbidden spell had not yet dissipated entirely, and sporadic flames continued to burn. The scalding earth would inflict considerable fire damage upon any who dared tread upon it. Had Chen Yu not been the master of Xiaoyan, he would have likely succumbed to the heat in no time. Well, this works out nicely. No one will enter for a while, allowing me to collect my spoils in peace. Chen Yu approached a beam of light and picked it up. Acquired 15 silver coins. Acquired the exquisitely crafted goblin long spear. Acquired 86 copper coins. Acquired the equipment, Bear King's shoulder guard. After a full hour of diligent effort, Chen Yu finally gathered the spoils from a small area. Due to the extensive area of effect of Xiaoyan's forbidden spell, the items dropped were scattered far and wide. As Chen Yu collected them, he found himself surrounded by flickering lights from all directions, with only his back clear. It must be said, this was indeed a delightful dilemma. While other adventurers lamented the low drop rates of monsters, unable to earn any significant income, Chen Yu was overwhelmed with an abundance of items. Unable to collect them all by himself, if he relied solely on his own efforts, he would likely spend the entire day engaged in this task. Thus, he summoned 4 Thornvine demons to assist in the collection. Each thorn vine demon possessed 5 tendrils per hand, capable of extending and retracting freely, making their collection efficiency far superior to his own. Chen Yu, meanwhile, advanced directly toward the location of the regional boss's demise. Even if he passed over items along the way, he had no inclination to bend down and retrieve them. Of all the dropped items, the boss treasure chest was undoubtedly the most valuable and warranted immediate attention. Jianyang City, Adventurers Association. The esteemed and powerful figures of Jianyang City gathered in unison, encircling the association's president, Su Zhenghui. The crisis of the forbidden spell had passed, and Jianyang City remained unscathed, their lives preserved. Yet the terror instigated by the forbidden spell lingered in their hearts, perhaps never to fade. The feeling of helplessness and uncertainty regarding their fates was undeniably chilling. Old Su, what are your thoughts on this matter? Inquired Zhou Wulian, the vice president of the Jianyang City Adventurers Guild and a 5th-tier warrior, whose strength ranked among the top 10 in the city. What do I think? I simply observe. Su Zhenghui, trembling, leaned back in his chair, still shaken. The might of magic could only be truly understood by mages. A forbidden spell had nearly been unleashed right before his eyes. How could he not be frightened? When the spell erupted, he feared for his very life. Thankfully, the target of the forbidden spell was not Jianyang City, and everyone managed to escape with their lives intact. Su, as a high-level mage, you possess the most authority on matters concerning forbidden spells. Can you analyze what kind of magic this was, so that we may investigate who exhibited such prowess? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Su. Such powerful mages are rare in our Dragon Empire, are they not? Knowing who it is would help us ascertain the situation. There are 2 forbidden existences in our Yunchuan province, remarked the mayor of Jianyang City. If I report this, those 2 will certainly take notice. However, we must first identify who it was so that we can communicate with them. Mayor Lu's reasoning was sound. If that individual had any requests, they could negotiate. It was terrifying for a forbidden spell to be unleashed in Jianyang City. Indeed, we cannot simply ignore this. What if that individual feels their desires were thwarted and returns for another attempt? Jianyang City is small. We cannot withstand such turmoil. Apologies, I too am bewildered by fear. Su Jinghui sighed, acknowledging the need to clarify the events that led a forbidden mage to unleash a spell in Jianyang City. However, I presently only know that the forbidden spell cast was of the fire element. To determine which specific forbidden spell, I must observe more closely to make an accurate judgment. Without further ado, shall we proceed, old Su? Is it not courting death to go now? Su Jinghui's expression tightened. That is a forbidden spell. Its power has yet to dissipate entirely. To venture there now, even a mere spark could claim our lives. What shall we do then? We wait. If it were not for the continuous magic, I estimate that in a few hours, it would be manageable. Chapter 17. There is certainly something amiss between them. Chen Yu spent the better part of the day meticulously collecting his spoils. During this time, experience continued to flow in unabated. This was due to the monsters respawning. For before he had the chance to fully appreciate this world, he was relentlessly struck down by continuous fire damage. There were a total of 23 boss chests, 8 of epic quality and 15 of rare quality. In accordance with tradition, Chen Yu conjured a small flame to open a chest. By the time all the chests had been opened, little flame was left dazed, its big eyes swirling as if entranced by a mosquito coil. Along with the scattered drops from other monsters, he amassed a total of 580 gold coins, 15 pieces of epic gear, 53 pieces of rare gear, and countless pieces of common gear. Additionally, he obtained 9 skill books, 2 for mage skills, 5 for warrior skills, and 2 for archer skills. Though the haul was plentiful, none of the items were of use to Chen Yu, forcing him to sell them all for gold. He estimated that converting all these spoils into resources would allow for the early birth of the second primordial spirit on the world tree. Just think of Little Flame's combat prowess. Having another primordial spirit like this would be splendid. After serving as cleaners for a better part of the day, 4 Thornvine demons became Chen Yu's personal transport, swiftly carrying him back to the low-level neutral monster area. The forbidden spell near Jianyang City instilled fear in the hearts of the powerful, yet it had no effect on the novice adventurers nearer to the site of the incident. To them, it was merely a grand natural spectacle. The fiery clouds descended, and the flames and tornadoes wreaked havoc, remaining several dozen kilometers away from them. At the time of the event, some curious onlookers gathered at the edge of the neutral monster area. However, once the most spectacular scenes had passed, the novice adventurers resumed their quest for leveling up. As dusk approached, the deer in the forest region remained leisurely, undisturbed in their tranquil existence. In contrast, the wild boar area saw an increasing number of adventurers. Chen Yu encountered at least 3 teams engaged in combat with the wild boars. At the center of the wild boar area, he spotted a familiar party. Su Miaoyue had already reached level 5, her damage output now formidable. With just 1 skill and a bit of help from her teammates, she could slay a wild boar. This team had significantly improved in both coordination and combat proficiency. However, compared to himself, they were still leagues away. 1,000 Su Miaoyes would not withstand a single forbidden spell from Little Flame. Gaining the supreme talent underscored the vast chasm that had formed between Chen Yu and his contemporaries. As levels increased and time passed, this chasm would only deepen. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chen Yu sighed and continued on his way back. Chen Yu, wait a moment. Su Miaoyue spotted him and swiftly dispatched a wild boar with a burst of sword energy before hurrying to his side. Is something the matter? Chen Yu inquired, glancing at her. Well, Su Miaoyue, having witnessed Chen Yu single-handedly take down a wild wolf, was brimming with curiosity about his power. However, she hesitated to follow him into the wolf area due to fear, catching only a glimpse of his true abilities. She wanted to inquire about the extent of his strength, but could not directly ask without revealing her tracking behavior. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Yu attempted to sidestep her and continue forward. Generally, such expressions only heralded requests for assistance or monetary loans, certainly not a good omen. Wait, Su Miaoyue quickly intercepted him again. Su, I still need to head back for dinner. Chen Yu said helplessly. Chen Yu, you're going back to town, right? I'm headed back too. Why not share a ride with me? Su Miaoyue was eager to find a reason to converse with him, hoping to probe indirectly. As for whether it was awkward or not, that was of little consequence. Share a ride? Chen Yu was certain that this girl harbored ulterior motives. All novice adventurers returning from monster hunting would find the way back together. Why not invite others along? He had initially considered a direct refusal, but then he recalled a skill book he had just obtained. Name, Autumn Watersword Art. Quality, rare. Requirements, swordsman, sword master. Sword hero, sword immortal, and other longsword wielding classes. The Autumn Watersword Art required a long sword to unleash. Such specialized weapon skill books were rather niche and seldom appeared on the market. If placed in the trading market, it might linger unsold for ages if priced too high. While selling directly to the shop would yield a meager return. To fetch a good price, he would need to find someone in need of it. Su Miaoyue, being a sword immortal from a prominent adventurer family, surely had no shortage of funds. As a young lady of privilege, was it not normal for her to spend lavishly? To make money, he would need to find such a benefactor, a major investor. As for the possibility of Su Miaoyue having ulterior motives, as long as he did not provide her with the opportunity to voice them, he would not find himself in a bind. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu decisively accepted Su Miaoyue's invitation. Then, thank you, Su. Wonderful. Su Miaoyue cheered. What is so wonderful? Chen Yu caught sight of Su Miaoyue's eager expression and couldn't help but harbor doubts. Was this girl perhaps interested in his two sturdy kidneys? All being novice adventurers. Leveling up was paramount. They certainly should not engage in such frivolities. It's nothing. I merely meant to say the weather is splendid. Su Miaoyue's smile faltered. She had many questions for Chen Yu, such as the origins, levels, and ranks of those four humanoid plant beings. Moreover, what was the extent of Chen Yu's current strength that allowed him to solo a wild wolf? Once curiosity was ignited in a person, it was difficult to extinguish. For a youthful spirit driven by curiosity, it was even more so. However, if she displayed too much interest, it would arouse Chen Yu's suspicions, which would be detrimental. Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant. Chen Yu remained vigilant, reminding himself to seize his opportunity to flee once he had earned some money, not affording Su Miaoyue a chance to speak. Shall we set off now? Please wait a moment. Su Miaoyue dashed back to her team. Everyone, it's getting late. Let us call it a day. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, she hurried back to Chen Yu's side, eager to depart with him. Lu Pimping stared in astonishment at the direction Su Miaoyue had gone. If I'm not mistaken, the person beside Yeye is Chen Yu, right? You're not mistaken. I think it's Chen Yu too. Surely, I'm not seeing things, Li Yanran added in bewilderment. That earlier rumor can't possibly be true, can it? Yeye and that Chen Yu, what is going on? But wait, didn't Yeye say that was just gossip? And she had been upset about it for quite some time. Could it be that Yeye liked Chen Yu all along, but suppressed her feelings for the sake of her studies? Now that she has completed her class change, has she finally let go? What are you all talking about? A young man with a bow and arrows approached, frowning. How could Su Miaoyue possibly like that Chen Yu? What status does Su hold, and what is Chen Yu? Aside from having slightly better grades in the humanities, what merits does he possess? It was impossible before his class change, and even more so now. Student Su possesses a hidden profession, while Chen Yu is merely a gardener. A mere cultivator of cannon fodder. Hey, Lin Daonan, why do your words reek of jealousy? Lu Pingping chuckled as she playfully patted the shoulder of the bow-wielding youth. I merely speak the truth. Am I wrong, everyone? Lin Daonan surveyed his teammates. I think that's a valid point, remarked a warrior boy hefting a large sword. Well, I still believe there is something between them. Hee. Li Yanran revealed a knowing smile. What could there possibly be? It's definitely impossible. Lin Daonan declared emphatically. What is there about Chen Yu that would attract student Su? Is there anything? I don't think so. He is handsome. Lu Pingping asserted matter-of-factly. What else could it be? Did you see Yeye's expression just now? It was practically glowing with happiness. If she truly didn't have feelings, why would she go out of her way to find him? This could possibly be something else, Lin Daonan stammered, his face reddening. See, you're admitting it. There is indeed something between them. Lu Pingping exclaimed triumphantly. When I say something, I don't mean it that way. Lin Daonan retorted angrily. Enough already. Why are we gossiping? Are we still grinding or not? I'm starving. The healer girl, Lu Zixin, looked helplessly at the quarreling duo. What is there to grind? The main damage dealer has left. I certainly don't want to face monsters and not even gain a few experience points. Lu Pingping pouted as she began to pack her belongings. Observing this, the others in the group also started preparing for their return journey. Chapter 18, Skill Book Acquisition. 3,000 gold received. Following Su Miayue, Chen Yu traversed mere hundreds of meters before exiting the leveling area. Beside the road, a brownish-yellow off-road vehicle was parked. 3 fully armed professionals stood beside the vehicle. Judging by their gear, they comprised a team of a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhao, Sister Qin. Su Miayue greeted the trio with a relaxed demeanor. Miss, who is this? The mage, Sister Qin, opened the car door, her gaze curious as she looked at Chen Yu. This is my classmate, Chen Yu, Su Miayue replied with a smile. He just happened to be heading to the city with me. Come on in, Chen Yu. Su Miayue beckoned Chen Yu with a wave and patted the seat beside her. Chen Yu donned his detective glasses and cast a reconnaissance spell on Sister Qin. Name, Qinlan. Profession, mage. Level, 121. Attributes, strength, 912. Agility, 893. Constitution, 925. Spirit, 2078. Talent. Skills. These 3 individuals are likely bodyguards sent by Su Miayue's family. As second-tier professionals, they are considered formidable within Jianyang City. However, in Chen Yu's eyes, they were rather unremarkable and hardly worth attention. Though her level is 121, in terms of combat capability, she likely does not surpass the 43-level Thornvine Demon. If she were to face the original fire elemental, Little Flame, she would surely be vanquished without a doubt. Get in already. What are you staring at Sister Qin for? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Su Miayue urged in exasperation. Studies have shown that gazing at beauties contributes to maintaining a joyful mood and can even prolong life. Chen Yu realized his behavior had been somewhat impudent, yet he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he pushed up his glasses and smiled. Chen Yu, you have quite the wit. Sister Qin remarked with a smile. No wonder you share such a good rapport with the young lady. You know, this is the first time she has invited a boy into her vehicle. What an honor. Chen Yu climbed in, taking a seat beside Su Miayue, while Qinlan entered from the other side. Throughout the journey, the priest at the wheel and the warrior in the passenger seat remained mostly silent. Chen Yu, awaiting the cooldowns, cast reconnaissance spells on the 2 in the front seat. The priest was level 98, and the warrior was level 99, significantly weaker than Qinlan, combined. They might not even be able to defeat a single Thornvine Demon. Qinlan engaged in light conversation with Chen Yu from across Su Miayue, though most of it consisted of probing inquiries. Having been a seasoned professional in his previous life, Chen Yu was adept at evading any useful information. Su Miayue frequently leaned towards Chen Yu, attempting to spark a conversation, yet Chen Yu consistently managed to steer the dialogue away, leaving her little opportunity to speak further. It was evident that Su Miayue was struggling to contain her frustration, her fair complexion flushing with embarrassment. As they approached the city, Su Miayue suggested they sit down for a drink, and Chen Yu, keen to find an opportunity to sell his skill book, happily obliged. Upon returning to Jianyang City, the off-road vehicle halted beside a cafe. Su Miayue led Chen Yu into a private room, with Qinlan closely following, deliberately maintaining a watchful eye on Chen Yu. Chen Yu bore no ill feelings about this and made no request for Qinlan to step aside. After all, he merely wished to sell a skill book, not to engage in clandestine dealings or an underground romance with Su Miayue. Chen Yu, would you like something to drink? Su Miayue extended the menu to him. Glancing over the choices, Chen Yu noted that this cafe catered to a high-end clientele. Most beverages were priced above 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins could sustain a typical student for an entire month if spent frugally. Anything is fine. I'm not particularly fond of coffee. Chen Yu replied as he returned the menu to Su Miayue. All right, do you prefer tea or juice? Tea sounds good. Okay. After Su Miayue placed the order, the server soon brought over the drinks. In addition to a cup of tea and 2 coffees, there was also an enormous fruit sundae. Chen Yu, I've heard that leveling up as a gardener is quite arduous. Since you're also a gardener, is that true? Su Miayue asked as she daintily scooped up the sundae, eyeing Chen Yu curiously. Whether other gardeners find it arduous or not, Chen Yu certainly does not. Su Miayue could see clearly that, even when faced with a pack of wild wolves, Chen Yu simply stood still, waiting for experience points to accrue. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to probe Chen Yu's thoughts. It's not too bad, I suppose. It can be tough at times and easy at others. Chen Yu replied vaguely, taking a delicate sip of tea. Given Su Miayue's experience, it was unlikely she would successfully ensnare Chen Yu in her verbal traps. By the way, student Su, I have a question for you. Chen Yu interjected, not allowing Su Miayue to take the initiative again. Go ahead, you can ask. Su Miayue nodded. Have you learned all your skills? Chen Yu inquired. Before the first job change, one could learn 5 professional skills. Upon changing professions, 2 would be fixed, while the remaining 3 would need to be acquired through skill books. Chen Yu was fully aware that Su Miayue's 3 skill slots remained unfilled. However, he could not directly disclose to her that he had used reconnaissance on her. No, I haven't tea, Su Miayue replied, shaking her head. My profession is too unique. and I haven't found suitable skill books yet. There are plenty of ordinary skill books, but their efficacy is minimal after learning. By the way, why do you ask? Without responding, Chen Yu placed the autumn water sword technique on the table, displaying its attributes. A rare skill book for sword-fighting professions. Su Miaoyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you get this? How it came to be is not something I need to report to you. Chen Yu replied with a smile. I wonder, student Su, are you interested? Absolutely. Su Miaoyue exclaimed with delight. The quality of skill books can be categorized into ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The difference between rare and ordinary skills is immense. Su Miaoyue's hidden profession, Sword Immortal, falls within the warrior category and can learn general warrior skills like sweep and slash. However, such skills would be a detriment to the Sword Immortal profession, merely wasting valuable skill slots. Yet, suitable skills for a Sword Immortal are exceedingly scarce, making even ordinary ones difficult to find, let alone rare ones. Su Miaoyue initially planned to acquire a couple of generic status or passive skills if she could not find a suitable rare skill. To her astonishment, despite her family's exhaustive efforts, they were unable to locate an appropriate skill book, yet Chen Yu was able to produce one. Had he obtained it from his monster hunting endeavors today? What extraordinary luck he must possess. Su Miaoyue was inwardly astounded. It is worth noting that the probability of ordinary monsters dropping skill books is exceedingly low. For lower-level creatures, the drop rate is appallingly minuscule. To have a skill book spawn in the level 11-15 Wild Wolf area in less than a day is akin to receiving divine favor. Since you are interested, please make an offer, Chen Yu said, confident that Su would recognize the value of the skill book. The market price for rare skill books hovers around 1,000 gold coins. After a moment's contemplation, Su Miaoyue replied, considering the added value of this special skill book, I offer 3,000 gold coins for the autumn water sword technique. What do you think? As a descendant of a family of professionals, she was well-versed in market trends. However, her offered price far exceeded Chen Yu's expectations. Originally, he believed selling the book for 2,000 gold coins would be quite satisfactory. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. Chapter 19. The more it is described, the darker it becomes. The fruit matures. Although this type of skill book is rare, the prices at which they are listed are not particularly high due to low demand. Observing that Chen Yu did not immediately accept her offer, Su Miaoyue continued, normally, the autumn water sword technique would sell for around 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins. If someone is in a hurry, the price could be even lower. My offer of 3,000 takes into account my particular need for it. All right, it's a deal, Chen Yu agreed without hesitation. 3,000 gold coins was a fair price. It was nearly impossible to sell the skill book for a higher amount. I'll add you as a friend and transfer the money, Su Miaoyue stated. Okay. Chen Yu opened his friend panel, which was completely empty. After adding Su Miaoyue, he finally had his first entry. Notification. Your friend Su Miaoyue has initiated a trade request. Su Miaoyue placed 3,000 gold coins in the trade interface, while Chen Yu added the skill book. Both parties confirmed, and the transaction was complete. Thank you, Chen Yu. Su Miaoyue exclaimed, immediately using the skill book. Upon reviewing its effects, her expression brightened with joy. No need for thanks. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chen Yu replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Just as he reached the door, Su Miaoyue suddenly called out. She felt a pang of annoyance. How many boys would covet the chance to share coffee with her? Yet, Chen Yu seemed entirely uninterested in fostering any relationship. His mind solely occupied with business. Once the transaction was settled, he was ready to depart. When had she, Su Miaoyue, the campus belle, lost even this modicum of allure? What is it? Chen Yu turned back to face Su Miaoyue. May I ask you a question? Su Miaoyue hesitated, though she was displeased with Chen Yu's demeanor. Her curiosity about him gnawed at her. Go ahead. Chen Yu, having made a handsome profit, was in high spirits, and he began to find Su Miaoyue quite charming. I wanted to ask about those humanoid plant life forms and your current strength level, she stammered, her face slightly flushed. She wanted to inquire about the impressive display she witnessed earlier that morning, but she was uncertain how to broach the subject. Should she admit to tailing him and witnessing him slay a pack of wild wolves? Not only would that be embarrassing, but it could also provoke an unfavorable reaction from him. Just speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush, Chen Yu urged. His thoughts already drifting to the trading market. He was eager to purchase a batch of resources to nurture his second primordial spirit. Had it not been for the gold coins, he would have departed long ago. I just wanted to ask about the rumors circulating in school concerning us. What do you think? She finally blurted out. Given the limited interactions they had, finding a topic for discussion was no easy feat. What could there be to say? They're merely rumors, Chen Yu replied, instantly alert. The very nature of such a question suggested ulterior motives, and he suspected she was employing a classic tactic of flattery. While he was confident he would not fall for any tricks, he also did not want to grant her any opportunities to elaborate further. I understand you might be troubled by this matter, but there's little I can do. Such things are difficult to clarify. The more one denies them, the more others believe there is impropriety between us. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, Now that we have both transitioned to our professions, is it even worth concerning ourselves with? Rather than dwell on this, we should focus on leveling up and honing our skills. The college entrance examination is next month. Once it's over, we will all go our separate ways. Will rumors still have any bearing on you then? With that, Chen Yu shook his head and stepped out of the private room. Chen Yu bit her lip, staring at Chen Yu's departing figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Did she truly lack any allure for him? After boldly broaching such an ambiguous topic, he had effortlessly shut her down and even lectured her. Shouldn't the proper course of action involve two individuals blushing as they discussed sensitive subjects, gradually creating an increasingly intimate atmosphere before sharing heartfelt confessions? Instead, he had swiftly ended the conversation, leaving her feeling rebuffed. Miss, stop staring, he's already left. Qinlan sighed softly from the side. I think he has a point. This isn't the time for such considerations. As professionals, we can contemplate romance, but certainly not now. Who even wants to date? Su Mieyue retorted in exasperation. Don't you think he is being unreasonable? Why should he treat me this way? I offered a high price for his item and merely wished to engage in conversation. Must I struggle to find a topic? Yet he left so abruptly, without even glancing back at me. Am I truly so off-putting? Is he so eager to distance himself from me? I believe he is in the right. Your thoughts are rather precarious. Qinlan stated seriously. Not only do you desire romance, but you also wish to pursue someone who is indifferent to you? Su Mieyue laughed in frustration. Suddenly, she found Chen Yu's words resonating with her. Such matters could easily spiral into further complications. It might be wiser to remain silent and allow the truth to speak for itself. After bidding farewell to Su Mieyue, Chen Yu hurriedly made his way to the professional trader center. He sold all his equipment, skill books, and items, amassing over 6,000 gold coins. With the additional 3,000 earned from Su Mieyue, he now possessed nearly 10,000 gold coins. In terms of purchasing power, 10,000 gold coins could equate to a fortune of 100 million in his past life on Earth. If Chen Yu were to seek an ordinary life, this sum would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. However, in this world where everyone transitions into professions, he harbored even grander ambitions to attain immense power and endless life. After reserving 500 gold coins as a backup, Chen Yu converted the remainder into resources. Most of it comprised attribute-less magic crystals intended for nurturing a new primordial spirit, alongside various plant seeds, attribute crystals, and potions. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Yu promptly locked his bedroom door and entered the sacred land of Supreme. He absorbed a substantial amount of whiteboard equipment, causing the maturity of his primordial spirit to rise slightly to 20. Chen Yu placed all the attribute-less magic crystals at the roots of the world tree. In almost an instant, the crystals were entirely decomposed, transforming into energy that infused the tender fruits hanging from the treetop. The ripeness of the fruits surged rapidly, soon reaching 100 and beginning to nurture the next fruit. When the second fruit's ripeness hit 40, the energy was completely consumed. Chen Yu then positioned a box of wind attribute magic crystals beneath the world tree. The wind attribute crystals were swiftly absorbed, and the already matured fruit of the world tree gradually turned a vibrant shade of blue. Subsequently, as if ripe and ready to fall, a beautiful fruit the size of a pomelo, glimmering with a bluish sheen, gently descended into Chen Yu's hands. Chapter 20. The Primordial Wind Sprite. Is the flame thrown here? The fruit split open, transforming into a silk gown, revealing an adorable sprite with azure blue hair, who squatted in Chen Yu's palms. She covered her face with her hands, seemingly shy. Observing the sprite, Chen Yu opened her attribute panel. Primordial Wind Sprite, unnamed, rank, 1 mythical level, 43 attributes, strength, 4,700 agility, 4,700 constitution, 4,700 spirit, 9,400 talent. Wind elementalization, enters elemental state. Immune to all physical damage and wind-based damage, with a personal wind damage increase of 500. Passive, Primordial Wind Sprite, wind skill consumption reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills, Tornado Storm, forbidden spell, thousands of wind blades, forbidden spell, language of withering, forbidden spell, endless wind pressure, forbidden spell. The template of the Primordial Wind Sprite is strikingly similar to that of the Fire Sprite. Except for differing attributes and skills, everything else is identical. From now on, you shall be called Xiaofeng. Chen Yu, grappling with naming difficulties, opted to name the sprite based on her attributes for ease of memory. The sprite's name on the attribute panel changed to Primordial Wind Sprite, Xiaofeng. However, the sprite remained motionless, seemingly unable to hear Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu patiently waited, refraining from disturbing her. Yet, a minute passed without any action from her. 3 minutes went by, and she still showed no signs of change. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Yu could no longer resist poking her on the head. The sprite lifted a hand to smooth her tousled hair, then withdrew her hand, continuing to cover her face. Xiao Yan, who had been playing atop the world tree, flew down and perched on Chen Yu's shoulder, curiously inspecting this new companion. After a few more minutes, unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Yan flew into Chen Yu's hands, tugging at Xiao Feng's hair to forcibly lift her up. Is this my master? Xiao Feng blinked her eyes open, gazing at Chen Yu with confusion. Can I see my master? Does this mean I have been born? Chen Yu responded, yes, you have indeed been born. Did you not realize? Xiao Yin inquired with astonishment. Oh, how wonderful. Xiao Feng nodded vacantly before flitting to Chen Yu's shoulder, staring blankly ahead. What are you sitting there for? Come and play with me. Xiao Yin excitedly grasped Xiao Feng's hand, pulling her away. Chen Yu, bemused, watched as Xiao Yin played with Xiao Feng as if she were a doll. Strikingly, Xiao Feng complied throughout, showing no signs of resistance, not even blinking. Well, let them be. Chen Yu decided to focus his attention on his garden. The 20 strangling vines and 10 poison lilies he had planted last time had all evolved to the rare level. Judging by their condition, they would likely reach the epic level by tomorrow. This time, Chen Yu purchased 180 strangling vines, 90 poison lilies, and 200 man-eating flowers. The man-eating flower is a common level plant that can only be cultivated at level 30, boasting formidable combat prowess. A mature man-eating flower can directly devour a monster, gradually depleting its health until it is slain. Ordinary cultivators cherish the man-eating flower for leveling up, summoning a row of them, taking a bite, and then fleeing while waiting for the experience to accumulate. Although the efficiency is somewhat slower, it allows for damage-free leveling. After sowing the seeds, Chen Yu opened his attribute panel. He was now at level 43, possessing 420 free attribute points. He evenly distributed the free points between Constitution and Spirit, achieving 225 points in Constitution and 230 points in Spirit. After allocating the points, Chen Yu felt an invigorating surge of stamina and mental strength, prompting him to continuously unleash the growth acceleration skill to hasten the plant's development. Outside Jianyang City, the president of the professional association, Su Jinghui, led a group of Jianyang's elite through the leveling zone, advancing until they encountered a scorched expanse of land. The air was searing and distorted, occasionally erupting with bright sparks. At that moment, a brown bear appeared. Instantly, flames of orange and yellow engulfed its body. Within mere seconds, the bear let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly. The powerful professionals gazed at this hellish scene in stunned silence. Such magical fluctuations, this sight. It cannot be mistaken. It is the Judgment Day. After a long contemplation, Su Jinghui finally spoke. My heavens! Judgment Day? It is indeed Judgment Day? Judgment Day? A young professional inquired. Is this magic well known? Are you unaware? In the last national war instance, a forbidden entity from our Tunglong Empire unleashed the forbidden spell Judgment Day, obliterating the main city of the White Eagle Empire. The White Eagle Empire suffered immensely, with a large number of high-ranking professionals perishing, and even now, they have not fully recovered. Does this mean that this incident stems from that individual? The Flame Throne? Absolutely. Who else could wield such a terrifying Judgment Day? But why would the Flame Throne cast Judgment Day in our desolate Jianyang City? Don't tell me it's just a farm experience. Perhaps they are simply bored and out for a stroll, reminiscing about their youthful bravado? Maybe this is an attempt to establish authority, Mayor Lu remarked with a furrowed brow. Establish authority? Mayor Lu, does the Flame Throne need to cast a forbidden spell just to assert their dominance? Could it be related to that matter? Su Jinghui's mind sparked with insight. President Su, please do not keep us in suspense. Just tell us. All right, I will, Su Jinghui sighed. Though he admitted he was only relaying hearsay and could not be certain. It is well known that the Flame Throne does not have a good relationship with our Frost-Cold Lord from Yunchuan Province. Recently, with the college entrance examinations approaching, our Tinglong University has fixed quotas in every province. Over in Kyoto, this year's rookie professionals are exceptionally talented, leading to fierce competition. A direct descendant of the Flame Throne is taking the entrance exam this year, but their prowess is not outstanding within the Kyoto circle. To gain admission to Tinglong University, they must take the exam in another province. Thus, this does not add up, President Su. A fourth-tier warrior interjected. Even if the Flame Throne's descendant wishes to come to our Yunchuan, it wouldn't warrant such an uproar, right? Could they not negotiate? The issue is that our Frost-Cold Lord also has a descendant taking the exam this year, Mayor Lu added with a wry smile. Oh, I see now. The Flame Throne is warning the Frost-Cold Lord that they are watching in Yunchuan Province. Fair competition among the younger generation, right? But why would our Jianyang City provoke them? Why use us to establish authority? Precisely because it is about establishing authority, they chose a small city at random. If they were to cast Judgment Day right at the Frost-Cold Lord's doorstep, that would mean war. Bah! Why should our Yunchuan Province's quota be given to the spoiled brats of Kyoto? How shameless. Shut your mouth. That is a forbidden entity. Do you think you can speak freely about it? If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. Chapter 21. The Fourth-Rank Planter, The Art of Command. The following morning, Chen Yu gradually awoke from his slumber. Without even opening his eyes, he sensed that he was cradling something. Without a doubt, it was an assumption he could make with certainty. It was a thorn vine spirit. Upon opening his eyes, he confirmed his suspicion. However, today's thorn vine spirit was markedly different from yesterday. While its form still resembled an entangled mass of vines, it now boasted a layer of skin, woven from strands of white vines the thickness of hair. This new skin was not only softer and more delicate, but also remarkably resilient, exhibiting astonishing defensive capabilities. Its face had begun to take shape, sporting features that rendered it far less fearsome than before. From a distance, it resembled a human girl. I believe you are on the verge of becoming sentient, Chen Yu remarked, as he explored the surface of the thorn-vine spirit's skin with a sense of seriousness. The thorn-vine spirit opened its mouth, attempting to form a rather stiff smile. Good job. Keep it up, Chen Yu exclaimed joyfully, giving the thorn-vine spirit a pat on its head. The initial signs of intelligence indicated that another evolution was not far off. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng were playing at the roots of the world tree. Xiao Feng appeared as though she had yet to awaken, her eyes half open, remaining still like a doll under Xiao Yan's playful antics. Xiao Yin tugged at Xiao Feng's clothing, stripping it away entirely, before crafting a grass skirt from leaves and adorning Xiao Feng with it, bursting into giggles. Xiao Yin, do not bully Xiao Feng, Chen Yu admonished, approaching to see Xiao Yin. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness. She stood and twirled in front of him. Unfortunately, the grass skirt crafted by Xiao Yin was of poor quality and fell apart in midair. Chen Yu, upon closer inspection, noted that Xiao Feng's figure was surprisingly well proportioned. If scaled up, she would undoubtedly possess an exceptional fertility potential. Alas, she was still far too small, rendering any aspirations impossible, like threading a needle with a rolling pin. It was simply unattainable. Reluctantly, Chen Yu gathered the remnants of her skirt and carefully helped her into it. From now on, you must not indiscriminately remove Xiao Feng's clothing, especially in public. Absolutely not, Chen Yu warned Xiao Yin sternly. Understood, master, Xiao Yin replied, somewhat sulkily, then glanced up at Chen Yu with a furtive look. Master, rest assured, I promise I won't bully Xiao Feng anymore once you leave. Chen Yu's face twitched in response. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Play by yourself for a while. He picked up Xiao Feng and tucked her into his pocket, then exited the sacred land. Xiao Yin watched in dismay as Chen Yu carried Xiao Feng away, her face puffing up in anger, her lips forming a pout. Beep, beep, beep. As Chen Yu stepped into the outside world, his phone rang urgently. Upon checking, he found a message from Principal Jiang Tianming, requesting his presence at the office that morning. His dormitory mates had already departed. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Chen Yu made his way to the principal's office. Inside the office, Jiang Tianming was reviewing documents. Upon noticing Chen Yu's entrance, he waved him over. Chen Yu, come, take a seat. Chen Yu complied, settling onto the sofa. Jiang Tianming rose and joined him, inquiring, how is your plant cultivation progressing? Surely at least one of the striking vines has reached maturity? The situation is quite favorable, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Did you summon me for a specific reason today, Principal Jiang? Indeed, Jiang Tianming responded. I have a friend who is a fourth-rank planter, and he happens to be in Jianyang City for business these days. I took the liberty of inviting him here. Come, let us meet him. You can pose any questions you might have. Thank you, Principal Jiang, Chen Yu expressed gratefully. Given the rarity of planters, those who could cultivate them were even more exceptional. Jiang Tianming's willingness to invite a fourth-rank planter specifically to mentor him was a significant favor. Following Jiang Tianming, they ascended to the reception room on the top floor of the office. Inside, a middle-aged man was savoring tea while tending to a potted plant. Ah, Lao Jiang. Have you brought your prized disciple? The middle-aged man greeted with a smile as he rose. Chen Yu, this is my friend, Zhou Bowen, a fourth-rank planter, Jiang Tianming introduced. Bowen, this is my student, Chen Yu, a planter just like you. My student is diligent and eager to learn, quite clever too. So do keep an eye on him. He may just uncover your hidden talents. Haha, Lao Jiang, if your student manages to dig up my secrets, that would be quite the skill, Zhou Bowen laughed. The profession of planter is already scarce, and those willing to engage in battle are even fewer. Very well, Lao Jiang. You may attend to your business. I shall keep Chen Yu company for a while. Chen Yu, do make sure to investigate the depths of old Zhou's knowledge. It took considerable effort to invite him here. Jiang Tianming chuckled, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder. Then I shall not hesitate, Chen Yu replied. Thank you for your guidance today, Teacher Zhou. With Principal Jiang Tianming departing, time was now devoted to Zhou Bowen and Chen Yu. Chen Yu first. I have a question for you, Zhou Bowen began. Please, go ahead, Teacher Zhou. Do you believe that being a planter is a lifestyle profession or a combat profession? Zhou Bowen inquired. Certainly, it is a combat profession, Chen Yu asserted. Since you hold this perspective, we can proceed to the next topic, Zhou Bowen stated. Currently, many planters consider themselves to be lifestyle professionals and operate as such. In fact, the majority of planters have relegated themselves to the role of farmers, serving the interests of large families and powerful factions. Is that so? Chen Yu frowned. Isn't a planter a variant profession? Indeed, Zhou Bowen nodded. However, you must understand that the higher the level of the profession, the greater the dangers faced. Many planters are unwilling to take on such risks. They utilize their profession's passive planting abilities and foundational skills to produce materials for powerful factions and still live quite comfortably. Conversely, if they view themselves as combat professionals, not only do they face danger, but their rewards may not surpass those of the former. Alright, let us move to the next question. How do you perceive the combat capabilities of planters compared to other variant professions? Zhou Bowen continued. They likely fall short, Chen Yu replied uncertainly. In reality, even ordinary combat professions tend to look down on planters. However, since you have raised this point, you must know there is merit to it. Your assertion is not entirely incorrect. Nevertheless, I must inform you that we planters occupy a profession with a very high ceiling but an extremely low floor, Zhou Bowen elucidated. Two factors determine our upper limit as planters. First, the cultivation of plants, and second, the art of command. The art of command? Chen Yu inquired. A glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. Precisely, the art of command, Zhou Bowen affirmed. As planters, we can cultivate a diverse array of plants. Once these plants possess combat capabilities, we effectively form our own small teams, or even armies. While our individual strength may be lacking, our ability to direct the plants we cultivate is our distinct advantage. For ordinary planters, enhancing their command skills equates to bolstering their combat prowess. Positioning the most suitable plant life correctly and timely replacements to minimize losses. This is our primary endeavor. Chapter 22. The significance of mastering fundamental skills. Every formidable planter is a master of the art of command. Now, take a look at this video. Zhou Bowen picked up the remote control and activated the projection screen in the reception room. The screen displayed a battle scene. One side represented by a planter and the other by a warrior. The planter featured in this scene was one of my direct disciples, who successfully enrolled at Yunchuan University last year. The recording captures a scene of his sparring sessions with classmates at the academy. His opponent is a mutated profession known as a berserker. As Zhou Bowen spoke, he clicked play. Chen Yu directed his gaze toward the video. In the footage, the berserker, wielding a double-bladed axe, charged ferociously at the planter, exuding an imposing aura. The planter, however, remained unperturbed, first summoning a tree to elevate himself, standing tall above the fray. He then unleashed two poisonous lilies from the tree, with pollen cascading down, ensnaring the berserker in a debilitating negative state. Undeterred, the berserker swung his axe, cleaving into the tree's trunk and creating a significant gash. Given the damage dealt, 2 more strikes would surely bring the tree to its knees. Yet, the planter remained composed, leaping from the branch's edge as the berserker unleashed his second strike. In the next instant, the tree vanished without a trace. The forceful blow struck nothing but air, causing the berserker to nearly stumble. At that moment, the planter hurled a vine that struck the berserker's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. In swift succession, over a dozen treants and 2 vines surged forward, rendering the berserker utterly immobile. As the referee declared the planter victorious, the video concluded. What do you think? Zhou Bowen inquired. Impressive, Chen Yu nodded. The planter in the video was indeed formidable. He seized opportunities, assessed his opponent, and summoned plants with exquisite precision at every turn. Despite the ease of his victory, a different individual might have found themselves at the mercy of the berserker had they been less strategic. Should the battle have commenced with all plant life unleashed at once, the berserker would have cleaved through them with ease. This exemplifies the art of command, Zhou Bowen remarked. Did you discern what type of tree that was? Was that the fairy tree? Chen Yu recalled. The fairy tree was the nurturing type plant seed bestowed upon him by Jiang Tianming. However, Chen Yu's fairy tree had since evolved into a world tree. Indeed, it is the fairy tree, Zhou Bowen confirmed. The essence of nurturing type plants is not limited to merely producing auxiliary units within the planting space. When released at the opportune moment, they can also create avenues for victory. Of course, this requires a strong conviction in one's command. Otherwise, losing them would incur severe repercussions. Moreover, observe here, Zhou Bowen rewound the video to the moment just before the berserker's second strike against the fairy tree. At this juncture, the planter was gripping the branches of the fairy tree, leaping to the ground behind the berserker. This maneuver exemplified the clever utilization of the planting space mechanism. Retracting the plants at the right moment not only mitigated damage, but also caused the opponent to lose balance due to the sudden disappearance of their target. Mastery over the ebb and flow of plant life is a fundamental course for combat-oriented planters. Naturally, achieving this requires sufficient confidence in safeguarding one's own entity. The vine's ambush secured the victory, and it goes without saying that any combat professional would seize such an opportunity. Now, let us proceed to the next video. Zhou Bowen presented a total of 7 videos to Chen Yu, each showcasing remarkably intricate combat techniques employed by planters. With each explanation, Chen Yu gleaned invaluable insights. Although he could effortlessly slaughter opponents of that caliber by merely deploying a plant, this did not hinder his appreciation for the combat strategies of planters. Regarding combat command, we shall pause here for today, Zhou Bowen said, taking a sip of tea to soothe his dry throat. Next, let us discuss plant cultivation. Every combat technique a planter possesses is predicated upon the plants they nurture. We can cultivate plants based on the configurations of a typical team of ordinary professionals: meat shields, melee attackers, ranged attackers, control, debuffs, and so forth. During the novice phase, the variety of plants one can cultivate is limited, but it is essential to cultivate those that can attack, control, and debilitate. When it comes to plant cultivation, let us touch upon our professional skills. Setting aside self-selected skills, which are a matter of personal fortune, 2 foundational skills must be prioritized for maximum proficiency. Ideally, one should aim to master these skills before the first job transition, post-transition. One can directly acquire advanced skills. However, this should not be pursued at the expense of delaying one's job transition, as that would be a rather unwise trade-off. Advanced skills? What are those? Chen Yu inquired eagerly. Are you not aware? Zhou Bowen replied, astonished. Please, enlighten me. Teacher Zhou, Chen Yu said with a slight bow. Oh, I had forgotten. High school students awaken roughly a month before the college entrance examination, and with such a short time frame, reaching level 20 is quite the challenge, which is why the high school curriculum lacks this knowledge. You should know that when a skill is first learned, it is at level 1, correct? Yes, Chen Yu nodded. In simple terms, advanced skills can only be learned after the first job transition, and their effects far surpass those of foundational skills, Zhou Bowen explained. For novice professionals, every 5 levels attained raises the skill level cap by 1. By level 45, one can reach level 10. If a skill is maxed out at the time of transition, it will automatically upgrade to a level 1 advanced skill upon completion of the transition. Depending on the difficulty of the transition task, one may upgrade at least 1 skill, or even all of them. Conversely, without maxed foundational skills, advancement is impossible. After the first job transition, professionals only gain 2 advanced skill slots to acquire additional ones. They must rely on the advancement of foundational skills. Therefore, each maxed foundational skill during the novice phase significantly enhances one's combat prowess at the time of transition. Oh, I see. Thank you. Teacher, I have learned much. Chen Yu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He resolved to dedicate time to fully leveling his skills. Otherwise, wouldn't he be squandering the opportunity to acquire advanced skills? No need to thank me, Zhou Bowen replied, shaking his head. These subjects are covered in dedicated courses at university. Additionally, there is one crucial point regarding planters. It is imperative to prioritize the cultivation of high-quality plants. The upper limits of a planter's capabilities are intrinsically tied to the quality of the plants they possess. If you have a rare plant, defeating opponents of the same level becomes effortless. With an epic plant, vanquishing hidden professions is but a formality. Should you possess a legendary plant, then all the strategies and synergies I previously mentioned become mere trifles. Enough of that. Show me the finest plant you have cultivated, and I shall provide you with tailored advice based on the actual circumstances. This is also the primary reason old Jiang brought me here. Chapter 23. Why did the teacher run away? The finest cultivated plant. Chen Yu delved into the supreme sacred soil, gazing at the towering world tree that stretched into the heavens. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly obliterate the entire academy in an instant. Additionally, there was the primordial sprite, quietly nestled in his pocket, utterly still. Meanwhile, the little flame was idly tearing at the tender leaves of the world tree, munching on them as it played. Clearly, these could not be showcased. Mythical-grade plant life should never be revealed lightly. Chen Yu then directed his attention to the realm of ordinary plant cultivation. Perhaps due to his diligent efforts, the plants he had sown just the previous night had all evolved to the rare grade. Moreover, the vines and poisonous lilies planted 2 days prior had already reached the epic grade. The plants sown yesterday had just begun their ascension, visibly growing at an impressive rate, making them unsuitable for display. Consequently, Chen Yu had no choice but to release a thorn vine sprite that he had planted 2 days earlier. A humanoid figure formed from intertwined vines materialized beside Chen Yu. Teacher Zhou, this is the finest plant life I have cultivated. Please assess it. Ah, this is wait. An epic grade plant life. The thorn vine sprite. Zhou Bowen was initially taken aback, and upon realizing the situation, he was instantly rendered speechless, unable to suppress an expletive. Moreover, this physique, this degree of anthropomorphism. Both hands were perfectly formed from 5 exquisite vines. My heavens. Pray tell, how did you cultivate this? No, wait. How could you possibly have nurtured a fully matured thorn vine demon in merely 2 days? Zhou Bowen clutched Chen Yu's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ahem. Teacher Zhou, I must refrain from answering that, as it pertains to innate talent. Chen Yu coughed lightly, discreetly withdrawing his hand. Ah, I apologize, classmate Chen. I lost my composure there, Zhou Bowen said, quickly regaining his composure, albeit awkwardly. Epic plant life is not only exceedingly rare in terms of seeds, but the cultivation process is also incredibly arduous. Hence, Zhou Bowen had specifically cautioned to prioritize the nurturing of high-quality specimens. Chen Yu was merely a novice who had just transitioned to a new profession, even if he were extraordinarily fortunate to obtain a seed. It was implausible that he could cultivate a fully matured, epic plant life. The only explanation for this phenomenon could be innate talent. In a world where everyone transitions to new professions, everything follows a discernible pattern. Only innate talent defies reason, essentially akin to a game cheat. More extreme talents, such as 100-fold experience, 100-fold attributes, or true damage, could elevate even a mundane profession to a position of prominence on the battlefield. Chen Yu's ability to allow plant life to mature directly and flourish perfectly is, in fact, not so remarkable. Innate talent is the trump card of a professional, a closely guarded secret. To inquire into it casually is tantamount to declaring war. Although Chen Yu is considered Zhou Bowen's student, the exploration of each other's talents is not something even spouses would undertake lightly. Well, classmate Chen, let us conclude our discussion for today. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I must take my leave, Zhou Bowen declared, his expression a mix of pallor and green as he hurried away. He simply could not bear to stay any longer. This was not only due to his inquiry into Chen Yu's talent, but also because he himself did not possess an epic plant life as perfect as the thornvine demon. As a renowned combat plant master, Zhou Bowen had 2 epic plant lives of his own. Yet, in comparison to Chen Yu's thornvine demon, their quality was truly lamentable. How could he possibly instruct Chen Yu in the cultivation of plant life under such circumstances? Chen Yu, in resignation, withdrew the thornvine demon. He still had many unanswered questions, but with Zhou Bowen having departed, he could not very well drag him back. Had he known, he would not have revealed the thornvine demon in the first place. After placing a call to Jiang Tianming to explain the situation, Chen Yu left the school and headed to the professional trading center. The trading center boasted specialized skill practice arenas. Utilizing skills in these arenas not only reduced consumption, but also decreased cooldown times. The only drawback was that it incurred a fee. In the principal's office of the high school, Zhou Bowen stormed in, his face a mask of frustration, and lamented, "Where did you find such a prodigy? You could have at least informed me beforehand, and now I am left utterly humiliated." "Wait, what did my student do to you?" Jiang Tianming inquired, perplexed. "Are you trying to make me teach him how to cultivate plants? Is that your intent?" Zhou Bowen retorted indignantly. "How did I upset you?" Jiang Tianming looked bewildered. "Is it because my student is unexceptional? That shouldn't be the case. He was always at the top of the class." "Top of the class? I wouldn't be surprised if he became the valedictorian for our province this year." Zhou Bowen's face twitched. "Valedictorian?" Jiang Tianming was taken aback. "How is that even possible? You, being a plant master, know how difficult it is during the novice phase. If you said he could get into a decent university, I would not be shocked. But valedictorian seems far-fetched." "Far-fetched? Just moments ago, he showcased a fully matured epic plant right before my eyes." Zhou Bowen glared at Jiang Tianming, and its quality was nearly flawless. I felt embarrassed to present my own 2 specimens in his presence. "Old Jiang, don't tell me you were unaware of this. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me?" Zhou Bowen was incensed. The quality of a fully matured epic plant life cultivated by a seasoned 4th-tier combat plant master paled in comparison to that of a novice. And Zhou Bowen wished he could disappear into a crevice of the earth. A perfectly crafted epic plant life? Jiang Tianming was dumbfounded. "You must be joking. You don't know either?" Zhou Bowen looked at Jiang Tianming with confusion. "Wasn't that seed given to him by you? Then where did it come from? You mentioned he was orphaned and came from a poor background?" "Well, it was poor before, but now, it's hard to say." Jiang Tianming pondered for a moment before responding hesitantly. "Hey, old Jiang, are you still keeping secrets from me? What is the situation? Did that kid's parents come back to life? Have they become super strong?" Zhou Bowen inquired curiously. "Can you show me one if they did?" Jiang Tianming's face twitched. "What's going on?" "He has a sister named Chen Yu," Jiang Tianming explained. "Chen Yu? The valedictorian from our province last year?" Zhou Bowen exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed." Jiang Tianming nodded. "His sister got into Tunglong University. I'm not sure of her current circumstances. At a place like Tunglong University, it's not surprising if they manage to acquire epic plant seeds, let alone legendary ones. But how does his sister have the time to look after him?" Zhou Bowen queried. Incredulous. "Of course she does," Jiang Tianming replied. "Chen Yu sends money back every month for me to pass on to her brother. Plus, she occasionally visits. She can manage to return from Tunglong University?" Zhou Bowen was flabbergasted. This Chen family sibling duo is truly remarkable. The brother is impressive enough, but the sister is even more extraordinary. Indeed, with 5 to 6 decades at most, or 20 to 30 years at least, our school's wall of fame will undoubtedly require more frames, Zhou Bowen mused. Chapter 24, Tenfold Reduction, Triple Recovery. A wealthy and generous young woman. In Jianyang City. At the Professional Association building, the receptionist greeted visitors with a bright smile. Chen Yu approached and stated, "I would like to rent a basic skill practice room." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment," the receptionist replied, tapping away at her keyboard. "May I inquire which tier of practice room you require? Please provide me with an introduction." Chen Yu requested. "Certainly, sir. Our professional association offers 4 tiers of basic skill practice rooms. 1 star, 10 gold coins per day, shared by 5 individuals, with a 40 reduction in consumption and cooldowns. 2 star, 20 gold coins per day, shared by 5 individuals, with a 60 reduction in consumption and cooldowns. 3 star, 50 gold coins per day, shared by 5 individuals, with an 80 reduction in consumption and cooldowns. All above rooms provide a 100 accelerated recovery lounge and catering services. Indeed, a professional's life is fraught with expenses," Chen Yu remarked, taken aback. "The most basic skill practice room costs 10 gold coins per day, equivalent to a staggering sum in his previous life. For those with slightly less affluent backgrounds, such a luxury would be unattainable." After some consideration, Chen Yu decided to rent a 3-star skill practice room. Given his rate of earning, There was no need to scrimp in such places. Once his funds ran low, he could always find a spot to unleash a forbidden spell and watch the riches roll in. Chen Yu, you're here too. Just as Chen Yu was about to speak, he saw Su Mieyue jog over, beaming as she greeted him. Yes, what a coincidence, Chen Yu replied, glancing at her with a polite smile. Before turning back to the receptionist, I would like to rent a 3-star skill practice room. Please assist me with the arrangements for a 1-day rental. That would be 50 gold coins. The receptionist beamed as she presented a POS machine. Wait. As Chen Yu prepared to swipe his card, Su Mieyue pressed her hand down on the card reader. Chen Yu looked at her, puzzled. I happened to acquire a VIP monthly card for the basic skill practice room at the Professional Association. The room is equipped with 3 practice spots, which, frankly, I cannot fully utilize alone. If you don't mind. A VIP room? Chen Yu inquired with a questioning glance towards the receptionist. The receptionist explained. The 4th option is the VIP practice room, which does not sell individual practice spots. A monthly pass costs 10,000 gold coins. In the VIP practice room, the consumption and cooldown reduction rates are at 90. Su Mieyue winked at Chen Yu. Shall we practice together? Gratefully, Chen Yu promptly agreed. Why spend an additional 10,000 gold coins when he could enjoy this for free? He suddenly thought that Su Mieyue was quite a remarkable girl, truly affluent and generous. The VIP skill practice room is located on the 50th floor of the Practitioner Association building, with direct elevator access. Upon following Su Mieyue into the room, Chen Yu immediately received a notification from the system. Notification: you have entered the basic skill practice room. Using basic skills within this building will reduce skill consumption by 90. Cool down by 90, and naturally restore at a rate of 200. Notification: releasing advanced skills or higher in this room will not reduce skill consumption or cooldown. Natural restoration will proceed as usual. Inside the room, there were shooting targets, wooden dummies, and various training equipment, including training partners. Without hesitation, Su Mieyue took the central practice spot and began unleashing her skills. A stream of sword energy shot forth, striking the wooden dummy. Chen Yu, on the other hand, moved to the practice spot on Su Mieyue's left, summoning a thorn vine spirit and casting a plant strengthening and acceleration spell. The thorn vine spirit immediately displayed a look of enjoyment, exhibiting an astonishing degree of anthropomorphism. One might mistakenly believe it was experiencing something indescribable. Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly as he chose to selectively ignore the thorn vine spirit's antics and continued casting his skills. Over 10 minutes passed. Su Mieyue, panting, finally paused her actions while Chen Yu remained unfazed, persistently casting spells. After consuming 2 recovery potions and resting for a moment, Su Mieyue resumed her practice. However, when she again reached her limits and entered a recovery phase, Chen Yu still showed no signs of stopping. After several cycles of this, Su Mieyue couldn't help but feel her eyelids twitch. How long could this person's blue bar possibly be? Even with a 90 reduction in consumption, this seemed rather excessive. The plant master's rapid growth had no cooldown, and yet he had been casting continuously for so long without showing any signs of exhaustion in either mental or physical stamina. The target of Chen Yu's skills also piqued her curiosity. If one disregarded its hands and feet, she might almost believe it to be a human girl. It was one thing to resemble a human, but with each of Chen Yu's skill releases, that plant life appeared to be reveling to the point of displaying an exaggerated ecstasy, more so than what one might witness in an adult film. Hey, Chen Yu, why don't you take a break and drink some water? Su Mieyue took the initiative to brew a cup of tea for him. Thank you. Chen Yu paused his actions and accepted the teacup. After casting over 100 skills, his stamina and mental energy were nearing depletion, necessitating a brief recovery. By the way, aren't you supposed to be leveling up? Why are you here practicing skills so early? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. New practitioners increase their basic skill level cap every 5 levels. Su Mieyue was still under level 10, with her skill level cap only at 2. So it seemed unnecessary for her to dedicate time solely to skill practice. Leveling a skill to level 2 wound significantly enhanced her efficiency in monster hunting. Moreover, without unlocking a higher skill level cap, all proficiency gained from skill casting would be squandered. With less than a month remaining before the college entrance exams, time was of the essence. Such practice seemed a waste. TSK, do you think I don't want to go out and level up? Su Mieyue pouted. Don't you know? Our Jiangyang city is under lockdown. Lockdown? Why? Chen Yu questioned, bewildered. This was a world where everyone was transitioning to new jobs every day. Countless practitioners ventured out to battle monsters. How could a lockdown be enforced so casually? My grandfather said that a taboo powerhouse has appeared near Jiangyang city, randomly asserting dominance. Fortunately, they haven't attacked our city. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated. Now, no one dares to go outside, fearing that the powerhouse may strike again. If caught in the crossfire, it would be a senseless death. Su Mieyue's tone was filled with helplessness. A taboo powerhouse asserting dominance? Why? Chen Yu asked curiously. I don't know, Su Mieyue replied. It's likely someone provoked that taboo figure. Can anyone in Jiangyang City provoke a taboo powerhouse? How would that even happen? Chen Yu was even more intrigued. Taboo powerhouses are those who have reached level 400, completing their 8th job transition. The strongest in Jianyang City had only reached the 5th transition, making it impossible to be involved with such beings, let alone provoke them. I have no idea. Su Miaoyue shook her head, but I heard it has something to do with the younger generation. Younger generation? Chen Yu's eyelids jumped. Could it be that Xiaoyan's forbidden spell inadvertently harmed a descendant of a major figure, prompting the latter to seek revenge? After unleashing a forbidden spell, this was his greatest concern. Now that the situation had arisen, it was impossible not to think further. Don't worry, Su Miaoyue reassured him. This doesn't concern us. Naturally, some strong individuals will negotiate. It's just that we can't go out to level up for a few days. Yes, Chen Yu nodded absent-mindedly. Facing a taboo existence, he currently had no strength to retaliate. Xiaoyan's existence must remain concealed for now, especially her doomsday judgment magic, which should never be used unless in dire straits. Of course, sealing a doomsday judgment wouldn't diminish Xiaoyan's power. After all, she currently possessed 4 forbidden spell skills. Sigh, I'm still too weak. A single taboo powerhouse has me trembling in fear. I must accelerate my strength. Chapter 25, Plant Life Evolves Again, Legendary Level Formation. The practice room echoed with Su Miaoyue's spirited exclamations. In contrast, Chen Yu diligently toiled in silence. It was only by evening that Su Miaoyue finally departed from the skill practice room. Yet, Chen Yu lingered, reluctant to leave this fortuitous location that offered rapid skill proficiency enhancement. Upon her departure, Su Miaoyue granted Chen Yu the right to use the practice room, allowing him to utilize it at his convenience. Outside the Practitioner Association building, Qin Lan awaited by the car. Su Miaoyue, blushing, swiftly hopped into the vehicle and pulled Qin Lan in with her. Miss, what's wrong? Is someone trying to harm you? Qin Lan's expression turned serious, her gaze sharp as a blade scanning the surroundings. No. Sister Qin, don't you have a plant master friend? Please help me ask what level this plant life is. Su Miaoyue excitedly pulled out her phone to reveal several high-definition images. The images depicted a beautiful girl with an exaggerated expression of ecstasy. However, the girl had no arms or legs. Instead, 5 thorny vines connected to her wrists, while 2 thick roots emerged from her feet. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the girl's skin was woven from fine white threads, not true human skin. These images were captured by Su Miaoyue after obtaining Chen Yu's consent, as he had intentionally allowed her to take them upon sensing her inquisitive intent. As a plant master, yet astonishingly powerful, his assent would undoubtedly attract malicious scrutiny and greedy interest. Gradually revealing trivial details would help diminish external attention. Such a plant life exists? Qin Lan was taken aback. She promptly sent the images to her plant master friend. Qin Lan, Miao, can you help me identify this image? The response was almost instantaneous. Jin Miao, Lan, where did you take these? When did Jianyang City acquire such a formidable being? Qin Lan, is this plant life rare? Jin Miao rare? Isn't that an understatement? This is an epic level, thorn vine spirit. Jin Miao, let me put it this way. A single seed can fetch as much as 100,000 gold coins, and even then, it is in scarce supply. Jin Miao, this is merely a seed. To cultivate it to maturity, one cannot fathom the amount of effort and wealth it would require. Jin Miao, moreover, a typical thornvine demon looks like this image. Qin Lan clicked on the image, revealing a creature slightly over a meter tall, formed of intertwined vines, barely resembling a human shape. Qin Lan, so, you mean to say that I have sent you this thornvine demon, and it has been nurtured exceptionally well? Jin Miao, exceptionally well. It has surpassed all expectations. Allow me to enlighten you. The more humanoid a plant life appears, the higher its evolutionary tier. That creature in the image is undoubtedly on the verge of ascending to the legendary level. Jin Miao, do you grasp the significance of a legendary plant life? A hidden profession of the same tier would be utterly outclassed. At the very least, it could grant a planter a free pass to the 6th tier. And with proper nurturing, reaching the 7th tier would not be a challenge. A free pass to the 6th tier. Even the possibility of striving for the 7th tier? Qin Lan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The strongest in Jianyang City has only reached the 5th tier. Sister Qin, what's the matter? Have you uncovered something? Su Miaoyu leaned in eagerly. Take a look for yourself. Qin Lan handed her phone to Su Miaoyu. Su Miaoyu hiss. A plant life possesses such terrifying power. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed. Su Miaoyu had maxed out all her skills, yet found herself with little to do, spending her days in the practice room battling against a target dummy. Chen Yu, too, had immersed himself in the skill training room, hardly leaving even to sleep. Through relentless effort, he finally maxed out the accelerated growth skill. Although the plant enhancement skill remained unmaxed due to its cooldown, it had reached level 7. In these few days, the plant lives nurtured by Chen Yu flourished vibrantly. In fact, over 30 plant lives had advanced to the legendary tier. Thorn Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength 2450, Agility 2560, Constitution 3050, Spirit 1450. Skills, Thorn Entangle LV9, Ruthless Whip LV9, Toxic Spike Shot LV9, Passionate Bloom LV9. Lily Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 1350, Agility, 2050, Constitution, 2650, Spirit, 3860. Skills, Venomous Aroma LV9, Gentle Breath LV9, Lethal Kiss Mark LV9, Death's Embrace LV9. Glutton Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 2730, Agility, 2160, Constitution, 4020, Spirit, 1370. Skills, Gluttony LV9, Rapid Digestion LV9, Corrosive Acid LV9, Desire Trap LV9. Any one of these legendary plant lives could easily overpower a second-tier mage like Chen Yu. The crux of the matter is, these plant lives are Chen Yu's regular combat forces. Simply acquiring seeds and nurturing them into sacred soil would lead to their swift evolution to the legendary tier. This thought brought to mind Zhou Bowen's words. A planter is an army unto themselves. Onward with the struggle. Focus on enhancing plant strength, striving to reach maximum level swiftly. Although the rapid growth skill is already maxed, it can accelerate the evolution of plant lives. Concentrate on one plant, and see if there is a chance to breed a mythical tier. Chen Yu withdrew from the sacred soil, cradling a thorn spirit in his arms. The legendary thorn spirit now appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary young girl. She donned a vibrant, form-fitting red petal attire, with a slender waist encircled by a ring of blood-red thorn flowers. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her lower back, and her fair skin was supple and radiant. With exquisite features that radiated allure, her delicate fingers were as white as jade. However, the only flaw was that her feet remained as roots. Should her photo be posted online, it would undoubtedly incite countless admirers to kneel before their screens. Chen Yu willingly became a pioneer, fulfilling the desires of many infatuated fans. The fragrance was intoxicatingly floral, with a hint of sweetness. Regrettably, through his explorations and keen observations, he discovered that while her exterior resembled a human, her interior remained solid, with internal structures akin to that of the thorn vine demon. This revelation thwarted some of Chen Yu's aspirations. Not only the thorn spirit, but the lily spirit and glutton spirit were similarly constituted. The glutton spirit did possess some chambers within, yet they contained corrosive acid capable of dissolving glass, rendering them unsuitable for human interaction. Chen Yu lowered his head to inhale the aroma of the thorn spirit, instantly invigorated. That fellow is surely still immersed in skill practice. Isn't. If I don't remind him, he might even forget about today's initiation of the novice dungeon at school. Yu pushed open the door to the VIP skill practice room. Indeed, Chen Yu was therein. Yet, the next moment, her expression soured. There stood Chen Yu, cradling a breathtaking girl adorned in alluring petal attire, with an expression of rapture as he buried his face in her waist. Yu's demeanor darkened, and she coldly exclaimed, Chen Yu, what on earth are you doing? You've arrived? What am I doing? Naturally, I'm practicing skills. What else could it be? Chen Yu, having just released a growth acceleration and plant enhancement skill, turned to face Yu, bewildered. However, recalling that girls tend to have their moods during certain days of the month, he found it unsurprising. I kindly lent you the practice room. How could you bring someone in without permission? Engaging in such shameless activities? Yu angrily retorted, while fuming. An inexplicable pang of sorrow and hurt stirred within her. Bringing someone in? When did I ever do that? Chen Yu surveyed the surroundings, finding no sign of anyone else. Then turned to Yu. No, is there someone else here? Did you wake up too early this morning and haven't fully come to? Haha, still in denial. Are you? Yu scoffed, pointing at the thorn spirit. Can you at least put her down while you speak? Chapter 26. Teaming up? Solo play. You mean, her? Chen Yu patted the thorn spirit in his arms, his lips twitching as he silently placed her on the ground. The thorn spirit's roots gripped the ground, yet her body remained half reclined in Chen Yu's embrace. Throughout the process, the thorn spirit remained motionless, akin to a statue. After all, the thorn spirit is still a plant life. Her head is filled not with a brain, but with vines. Possessing slightly higher cognitive abilities than the thorn vine demon, yet still vastly different from humans. They do not move unless absolutely necessary. The thorn spirit's rigid posture compelled Yu to take a closer look. Upon noticing the roots at her feet, realization dawned. Plant life. Yu was instantly taken aback. All traces of her earlier anger, slight heartache, and jealousy vanished without a trace. Reflecting on her earlier unreasonable outburst, Yu felt so embarrassed that she nearly dug a hole in the ground with her toes. You thought I brought a girl in for some romantic rendezvous? Chen Yu pointed at the thorn spirit. Miss, you should know that I spend my nights dreaming of casting skills. When would I have time for such frivolities? Chen Yu understood Yu's sentiments. In his past life on Earth, if he had lent his beloved car to a female friend, only to find her cavorting with some wild man in it, he would have been furious. Yet, Yu's reasoning was peculiar. She interacted with Chen Yu's plant lives daily and was aware of his near-constant presence in the practice room. Yet, upon seeing the thorn spirit, her immediate reaction was to assume it was a woman, which struck him as ludicrous. though the thorn spirit's appearance transformed upon its ascendance to legend. Such a reaction seems rather excessive, does it not? This girl is clearly in a predicament, exhibiting signs of a diminished intellect. The demeanor of the academic prodigy has taken a peculiar turn, which is utterly absurd. Under Chen Yu's gaze, tinged with a hint of compassion, Su Miaoyue's delicate visage flushed crimson, resembling a steamed hairy crab. Ahem, by the way, Su Miaoyue, has that forbidden powerhouse been dealt with? Are we free to venture out for some leveling? Noticing Su Miaoyue's embarrassment, Chen Yu quickly shifted the topic. If this continued, the young lady would surely become infuriated. There has been no news for the past couple of days. It seems he has departed, as many professionals have attempted to exit the city. Oh, by the way, do you recall what day it is today? When the matter turned serious, Su Miaoyue swiftly dismissed her earlier awkwardness. A holiday? Or perhaps some commemorative celebration? Chen Yu genuinely could not recall anything special about today, so he tentatively inquired. Su Miaoyue could hardly contain her amusement. I see you are utterly oblivious. Today marks the opening of the novice dungeon at our school. Had I not informed you, would you have even considered attending? Indeed, the novice dungeon. How could I have forgotten? Chen Yu slapped his forehead. In a world of universal class advancement, dungeons are the primary sources of experience and gold. The vast majority of dungeons are monopolized by various factions such as families, corporations, guilds, schools, and official entities. One can often gauge a faction as strength based on the number of dungeons they control. Why is Jiangyang No. 1 High School the finest in Jiangyang City? It is precisely because it possesses a total of 3 novice dungeons. Novice dungeons refer to those accessible to players at level 150. Prior to the first class advancement, players can reap considerable rewards from them. For every level range, there exists a corresponding dungeon. The first tier dungeon corresponds to first transformation professionals, levels 51 to 100. The second tier dungeon corresponds to second transformation professionals, levels 101 to 150. Naturally, there are also special dungeons that do not limit levels, where rewards are purely based on luck. When the young lady Su Miaoyue steps out, she is naturally escorted by a vehicle. Chen Yu also enjoyed the fortune of being driven to school for the very first time. Upon arriving at the school, the two parted ways to their respective classes. The novice dungeon is set in the dungeon plaza, requiring the presence of teachers from each class to lead the way. As Chen Yu entered the classroom, he found it somewhat sparse. Those engaged in life professions would not come to the dungeons, of course. The number of combat professionals was minimal, comprising only 6 or 7 individuals. The others merely glanced at Chen Yu before returning to their own affairs. After taking his seat, Li Wei approached and tapped on Chen Yu's desk. I say, old Chen, where have you been all these days? I haven't seen you return to the dorm. I've been living the blissful life of cohabiting with the school beauty, Chen Yu replied, smacking his lips as if savoring a delightful memory. He spent half of his days with Su Miaoyue, which certainly constituted cohabitation. His skill proficiency soared daily, bringing immense joy. Are you joking? That school beauty would even take a liking to you? Li Wei scoffed. As a roommate. He was well aware that the rumors surrounding Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue were far from the truth. By the way, I heard that among our school's 3 novice dungeons, one harbors hidden content. Which one? Chen Yu inquired with interest. The guard the village dungeon, Li Wei replied. The dungeon's task is to withstand 10 waves of goblin minions' onslaught. Afterward, players can either conclude the dungeon or continue to fend off 10 more waves. Rumor has it that this dungeon encompasses 30 waves. If one can defend against all waves at a difficulty level of hard or above, there is even a chance to earn skill points and free attribute points. Unfortunately, we may only manage a simple difficulty, offering merely experience and gold as rewards. Moreover, after 10 waves, the intensity of the monsters increases significantly. Should one inadvertently perish or fail the task, the rewards would be halved, resulting in a considerable loss. Guard the village? Understood. I'll choose that one. Just as Chen Yu prepared to review the dungeon's details and decide which one to enter, Li Wei's reminder proved timely. Skill points can directly elevate skill levels, bypassing proficiency and saving substantial time in skill practice. Currently, Chen Yu had 3 skill slots available. Before his first class advancement, he intended to fully maximize his skills, and this opportunity was serendipitous. But don't. Li Wei grimaced. Let us opt for Doomsday Survival instead. Overall, its rewards are the highest among the 3 dungeons. By the way, let us form a party for the dungeon at the plaza later. Come on, do you really think your teammates would allow you to include me? Chen Yu chuckled. Hey, don't underestimate me. I still hold some clout within the team, Li Wei boasted. We shall see. Chen Yu remained noncommittal. Soloing a dungeon yields the greatest rewards. Bringing Li Wei along was acceptable, but he would never allow Li Wei's teammates to tag along. Conversely, Li Wei's teammates would not permit Chen Yu to freeload either. After about half an hour of idle chatter, the homeroom teacher, Lu Qing, entered the classroom, leading the new professionals from the class to the dungeon plaza. The dungeon plaza was essentially a small indoor auditorium, spanning over 2,000 square meters. In the center stood 3 white light gates, each over 3 meters high. In front of each gate, a teacher was registering participants. Old Chen, my teammates and I agreed to meet over there. We're heading out, Li Wei began, but upon turning, he noticed that Chen Yu had already vanished. Li Wei, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. At that moment, a warrior approached, draping an arm across Li Wei's shoulder with a grin. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 4 new professionals from Li Wei's team arrived one after another. With the team assembled, they commenced discussions about dungeon strategies. For the time being, Li Wei could not focus on locating Chen Yu. At this moment, the majority of professionals had yet to form their teams, so the area in front of the dungeon's teleportation gate remained relatively empty. Chen Yu approached the registration desk labeled Guard the Village. Teacher, I would like to register for the dungeon, he said. Please provide the names and professions of the team leader and members, the registration teacher requested. Team leader, Chen Yu. Profession, planter, no other team members. You intend to solo? The registration teacher raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Chen Yu. Due to her excessive surprise, her voice rose, drawing the attention of most novice professionals in the plaza. Chapter 27. The Real Difficulty Dungeon, the Authentic Death Penalty. Someone intends to solo? No way. Who is this bold? Sumyayue? Sumyayue is a hidden profession. If anyone from our cohort could solo, it would likely be her. Are you blind? That person is clearly male. How could it possibly be Sumyayue? I can assure you, Sumyayue would never attempt to solo. One person suddenly interjected. He bore a blue glowing longbow on his back, his leather armor and quiver radiating a blue luminescence. 3 pieces of rare equipment. The crowd turned their attention toward him. I am Lin Daonan, Sumyayue's fixed teammate, a ranged damage dealer. With that, Lin Daonan displayed a proud expression. Sumyayue's teammate? Impressive. No wonder he can don 3 blue items already. Everyone, you might not recognize him. Lin Daonan lowered his voice, gesturing toward the direction of the dungeon's teleportation gate. The one claiming to solo isn't simple either. Not simple? Who is it? Is there a second hidden profession at our school? A mage inquired. Have you forgotten? Our top student, that mutated professional? Lin Daonan smirked sarcastically, with a tone dripping with irony. The so-called planter who single-handedly leads a team needs to join forces with others? Ah, so it's him. Quite unfortunate. His grades are commendable, yet he chose to become a planter. While the planter's flora can indeed be formidable, it has only been a few days since his transformation, and most likely his first batch of plants hasn't team matured, rendering him lacking in compatibility. And he still dares to solo? Wouldn't it be wiser to find a team to join? Which team would willingly let someone leech off their experience and rewards? Would you? Huh. Lin Daonan sneered. Do you really think he dares to venture solo? In my opinion, he is merely seeking attention, attempting to elicit sympathy in hopes that some team will take him in. If he truly has the audacity to step inside, I shall write my name, Lin Daonan, backward. This is the reality, but alas, in the world of professionals, where is the abundance of sympathy? Indeed, where are the so-called saints? Just wait and see. If no one intervenes, let's witness how he meets his end. Ranked first in the year, is this all he can muster? Amidst the commotion, Chen Yu remained unperturbed, calmly addressing the registration teacher. Excuse me, may I proceed with the registration? Ahem, my dear student, I believe it would be prudent to reconsider. The registration teacher awkwardly coughed, trying to dissuade him. There's no need for that. Please proceed with the registration. Very well then. Seeing Chen Yu's resolute demeanor, the registration teacher could only comply and completed his registration for the dungeon. Without hesitation, Chen Yu stepped through the portal to the dungeon. The moment Chen Yu vanished, the square erupted in a frenzy. He really went in? Solo? Does he possess some hidden prowess? After all, he has consistently ranked first in the year. Perhaps he truly has some secret weapon. Hey, Lin Daonan. No, wait. It's Lin Daonan. Didn't you claim to know Chen Yu well enough to be certain he wouldn't dare to go solo? How is it that he has just entered the dungeon alone? At this remark, Lin Daonan's face turned a shade of leaden gray, and he retorted defiantly. He is merely caught in a predicament. Having made such a ruckus and with no one to team up with, he has no choice but to enter solo. Just watch. It won't be long before he emerges in disgrace, perhaps not even able to defeat a single minor creature. I share your sentiments. Yet, it is quite pitiful. For the sake of pride, he squandered a valuable dungeon opportunity. Someone lamented, shaking their head. Dungeon name, Defend the Village. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Player limit, up to 8 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notification, level and player count requirements met. Dungeon cooldown complete, entering dungeon. Please select difficulty level. Easy, normal, hard. Nightmare, realistic. Realistic. Chen Yu directly opted for the highest difficulty. Given the lengthy cooldown time of the dungeon, it was only sensible to select a higher difficulty to maximize rewards. As for whether he could prevail, had he not heard of the forbidden spells? After confirming the difficulty, the surrounding space rippled like water. Moments later, the environment transformed into an entirely different scene. Greetings, brave warrior. Welcome to our Vanguard village. An elderly man adorned with the title village chief approached Chen Yu. Recognizing him as the guiding NPC for the dungeon, Chen Yu replied, Hello, village chief. How may I assist you? Very well articulated. The village chief continued, Recently, Vanguard village has been besieged by goblin attacks, and our defenses are insufficient. Might you assist us in safeguarding the village? Of course. Chen Yu nodded earnestly. Notification: you have accepted the dungeon quest to defend the village. Quest details: assist Vanguard Village in repelling 10 waves of goblin attacks. Completion of the quest will allow for dungeon settlement. Failure or death will result in exiting the dungeon, and rewards will be halved. Warning: due to your selection of realistic difficulty, the dungeon's protective mechanism is disabled. Mechanism change: death within the dungeon will result in true death. Failure of the quest will lead to exiting the dungeon and the loss of all rewards, and you will be permanently barred from re-entering the dungeon on realistic difficulty. Chen Yu was unfazed by the warning notification. In Cultural Studies class, one unit focused solely on dungeon difficulties. The severe penalties for failing a dungeon on realistic difficulty were emphasized as crucial knowledge. Upon accepting the quest, the village chief provided Chen Yu with a set of standard equipment. Vanguard Village leather armor. Quality: common white. Restrictions: none. Effect: health 100, defense 5. Description: quest item, wearable. Cannot be taken out of the dungeon. The set included a helmet, top, bottom, footwear, and a weapon, attributes roughly equivalent to level 30 basic equipment. Importantly, there were no level restrictions, allowing a novice practitioner to significantly boost their combat capabilities. After donning the gear, Chen Yu ascended to the village walls. Though referred to as walls, they were merely a dirt embankment less than 3 meters high. The inner side sloped upward for access, while the outer side was vertical for defense. On the ramparts stood several spearmen. Chen Yu cast a detection spell to unveil their attributes. Vanguard Village Warrior. Template: minor creature. Level: 20. Attributes: Strength 120, Agility 135, Constitution 120, Spirit 100. Skills: Stab LV3, Basic Spear Technique LV5. These spearmen were among the elite within the minor creature template, boasting attributes twice that of typical creatures of the same level. It was likely that, even if practitioners were lackadaisical, these spearmen could withstand several waves of attacks. Vanguard Village was built against a hillside, featuring a single wall approximately 400 meters long. The village likely housed around 100 warriors, evenly distributed to adequately cover the entire wall. At that moment, a horn sounded. Upon hearing it, the Vanguard Village warriors hurriedly rushed to the walls from various corners of the village, preparing for battle. Chen Yu gazed beyond the walls. A few hundred meters away lay a dense white mist. From within it, diminutive green-skinned creatures emerged. Chapter 28. Blocking the door for monster farming, triple experience. These creatures were wrinkled, tattered, and stood no taller than 4 feet, wielding either wooden sticks or rusty, broken swords. Some were even missing limbs, crawling along the ground like abominable zombies. Clearly, they were the weak and infirm, scarcely qualifying as mere cannon fodder. Chen Yu donned his detective glasses and cast a detection spell. Feeble Goblin. Template: minor creature. Level: 10. Attributes: Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 32, Spirit 20. Skills: none. Indeed, they were nothing more than a horde of expendables. After a few minutes, the mist ceased to produce more creatures. The first wave consisted of approximately 300 goblins. Given the vast disparity in attributes, even if Chen Yu refrained from intervening, the Vanguard Village warriors could hold their ground without suffering casualties. However, the experience gained from the goblins slain by the Vanguard warriors would not count towards Chen Yu. Thus, he summoned 100 thorn vines to defend at the base of the walls. After about 10 minutes, the goblins finally approached the base of the walls in disarray. The first goblin to arrive, likely with poor eyesight, mistook the thorn vines for human maidens. Drooling with excitement, it let out a jubilant shriek and lunged at the thorn vines. Fortunately, the thorn vines, lacking comprehension of the goblin's intentions, felt no anger. As the enemy drew near, they raised their hands. Suddenly, a vine whip surged to over 10 meters in length, crashing down upon the green-skinned creature. The goblin, lost in its delusion of assaulting a human maiden, had no time to react before its skull was shattered by the whip. Defeated 10-level goblin, experience points, 30. This experience multiplier was delightful. Noticing the notification, Chen Yu's eye sparkled. In the outside world, defeating an ordinary level 10 creature would yield merely around 10 experience points. However, the experience from the dungeon's creatures was a staggering triple. At the base of the walls, a multitude of feeble goblins surged forth. The thorn vines extended all 5 of their tendrils, striking with a sound akin to a whistling wind. In an instant, countless green tendrils writhed like frenzied serpents. Chen Yu was bombarded by a barrage of notifications. Defeated 11-level goblin, experience points, 33. Defeated 10-level goblin, experience points, 30. Defeated 12-level goblin, experience points, 36. In less than a minute, hundreds of goblins lay scattered as mangled corpses. On the way, several limping goblins were struggling to crawl towards the walls of the Vanguard Village. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the main force in less than 5 minutes, they were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Chen Yu, noticing their predicament, compassionately made the decision for them. Moments later, the thorn vine demon rushed over, swiftly ending their wretched existence with a few lashes. On the city walls, the Vanguard Village warriors were initially dumbfounded, only to erupt into cheers shortly thereafter. Thus, the first wave of the attack came to an end, lacking the patience to wait. Chen Yu commanded the thorn vine demons to charge into the white mist and commence the assault. However, as they reached the edge of the mist, they collided with an invisible barrier. It turned out that the white mist marked the boundary of the dungeon, also serving as the spawn point for monsters. With no other option, Chen Yu had to recall the thorn vines. Moments later, a notification chimed in. Notification: you have repelled the first wave of the goblin attack, contributing 10 points. Notification: due to your outstanding performance in the first wave, you receive an additional 100 contribution points. Notification: contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, special items, etc. Cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chen Yu opened the exchange list to inspect. A dilapidated wooden arrow tower fires an arrow every 5 seconds, requires 10 contribution points. A brand new wooden arrow tower fires an arrow every 3 seconds, requires 20 contribution points. A worn stone arrow tower fires 3 arrows every 5 seconds, requires 100 contribution points. A pristine stone arrow tower, upgraded stone walls, crossbows, and turrets. Elite Vanguard Village helmet, rare equipment, quest, requires 20 contribution points. Stamina potion, replenishes 100 stamina, requires 10 contribution points. Mental potion, replenishes 100 mental strength, requires 10 contribution points. So, this was a tower defense dungeon. The correct dungeon process should involve defeating monsters to accumulate contribution points and upgrading the city defenses. The better the defenses are established in the early stages, the greater the benefits in the later stages. However, for Chen, what did city defense matter? He simply exchanged all his contribution points for stamina and mental potions. Then, from the Supreme Holy Land, he summoned Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, amusing them to alleviate boredom while releasing his professional skills to accumulate proficiency. Half an hour later, the second wave of the attack arrived. Once again, it consisted of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, but this time in even greater numbers, exceeding 1,000. With a single command, 100 thorn spirits charged forward. This time, as the goblins appeared, they were met with a barrage of descending vines before they could even initiate their charge, reducing them to a pulp. Notification: you have repelled the second wave of the goblin attack, contributing 20 points. Notification: due to your outstanding performance in the second wave, you receive an additional 200 contribution points. Notification: contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, special items, etc. Cannot be taken out of the dungeon. After the second wave concluded, the Thornvine demons did not retreat, but instead blocked the spawn point's edge. The spawn point was approximately 100 meters wide, completely congested by the thorn vines. Many vines had nowhere to go and were forced to retract. Another half hour passed before the third wave of the attack commenced. A single goblin barely stepped out of the mist before being struck by multiple vines, instantly torn apart. Kill 16 level goblin, experience points 48. Kill 20 level goblin, experience points 60. Kill 17 level goblin, experience points 51. Chen Yu barely had time to use his scouting skill, only able to discern their levels from the experience point notifications. A few minutes later, his experience bar increased slightly, concluding the third wave. Following this, the fourth, fifth, and sixth waves ensued, all the way to the 10th wave, during which the defending warriors of Vanguard Village saw not a single goblin. They were left bewildered about what to do while standing on the walls. Yet, bound by the rules, they could neither charge out nor retreat. Some warriors, in their boredom, sat down in small groups to play cards. Chen Yu was quite astonished and approached to observe, discovering a card game he had never seen before. Was it a programmed setting, or did they possess independent thought? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu surmised it was the former. Their logic might have been programmed to include some form of entertainment when there was nothing to do. Kill 35 level goblin, experience points 105. With the final kill notification, the 10th wave of the attack came to a complete end. Notification: you have repelled the 10th wave of the goblin attack, contributing 100 points. Notification: due to your outstanding performance in the 10th wave, you receive an additional 1,000 contribution points. Notification: contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, special items, etc. Cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Notification: you have completed the first phase of the dungeon task. Would you like to exit and settle the dungeon? Notification: since you chose the real difficulty, the progress of the dungeon will be preserved upon exit, and after the cooldown period, you may re-enter, inheriting the current progress. No settlement. Chen Yu decisively opted against it. Chapter 29, My Merits. Why should I assist you in upgrading the city defense? In the dungeon square of Jianyang No. 1 High School, as Chen Yu disappeared into the dungeon portal, a warrior and an archer released Li Wei. Why are you pulling me? Li Wei glared at his warrior teammate behind him. Li Wei, please do not be so willful, said the mage girl beside him. We understand that Chen Yu is your good friend, a brother, but could you consider our feelings? Our team consists of only 6 members, right? The participant limit for the school's novice dungeons is 8. Why can't we form an additional group? Li Wei surveyed his teammates. Yes, we only have 6 members, but this configuration is sufficient to clear the dungeon and obtain rewards. Adding another person will not yield any extra benefits and will dilute our experience point gains. Why should we add someone else? If you wanted to bring in a strong ally, that would be one thing, but what is the point of bringing in someone who is merely a burden? Li Wei, you must understand, while you are indeed the core of the team, you do not have the authority to jeopardize our collective interests for your personal feelings. Li Wei fell silent. He felt a sense of alienation from his teammates. They usually showered him with praise and let him handle the difficult tasks during monster encounters. Yet, the moment he proposed something that seemed disadvantageous to them, they united to turn against him in an instant. It made sense, after all. They were merely temporary allies. What right did he have to expect their indulgence? Could he withstand the blows? Li Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly. Near the dungeon portal. The time was 9:32. I dare say, by no later than 9:40, he will emerge dead. Otherwise, I'll write my name backwards. Lin Daonan declared resolutely as he rolled up his sleeve to check the time. No way, Nan Daolin. He is entering a dungeon to defend a village. Where he won't have to fight a single monster in the first wave. Someone nearby interjected sarcastically. If you write your name backwards again, won't it just revert to the original? Regardless, he won't take long to come out dead. Lin Daonan's face flushed red. Who will emerge dead? A melodious female voice chimed in. Lin Daonan turned to see the crowd parting as Chen Yu, clad in a set of blue and purple gear, approached gracefully. Yeah, you've arrived. Lin Daonan's face instantly brightened with a smile. I was just saying Chen Yu, a mere planter, dares to enter the dungeon solo. Isn't he just courting death? He thinks being the top of his class makes him exceptional, when in reality, he is just to show off with a fragile ego. There are even rumors about Chen Yu and your relationship. It's simply absurd. In this world, there are individuals who believe that unless they trample on others, their nobility cannot be demonstrated. Yet, they fail to first take a glance in the mirror to comprehend their own worth. Lu Pingbing emerged from the crowd. Her smile devoid of warmth. What do you mean, Lu Pingbing? What I state is merely the truth. What I express is also factual. All right, let us refrain from arguing for the moment. Do you know what difficulty level he has entered? Su Miaoyue inquired with curiosity. It must be simple, right? Lin Daonan replied uncertainly. The difficulty of the dungeon is determined by one's choice upon entry, and outsiders cannot observe it. Oh, Su Miaoyue nodded. Unperturbed by Chen Yu venturing into the dungeon alone. After misunderstanding Chen Yu earlier in the skill practice room, she described the appearance of the thorn demon spirit, prompting Qin Lan to inquire once more on her behalf. The answer she received indicated that the plant life in question was undoubtedly of legendary caliber. To enter a dungeon with legendary plant life means that not only is soloing the simplest task, but even breaching through the ordinary or difficult levels poses no challenge. Isn't that right, Yaya? You too believe that Chen Yu is rather oblivious to the vastness of the world, don't you? Lin Daonan said with a smirk, embodying the perfect image of a sycophant. I think the one who is oblivious is you. Su Miaoyue retorted coldly, adding, and you, Lin Daonan, should address me by my full name. Lin Daonan's face turned a deep shade of red, angered and embarrassed. What is so exceptional about Chen Yu that warrants your defense? He's merely a gardener, destined for obscurity. Heh, Su Miaoyue scoffed. How about we place a wager? On what? I wager he will clear the dungeon. If you lose, you must apologize to him in person. If I lose, I shall pay you 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. Lin Daonan gasped. Very well. I accept your wager. His family was not impoverished, yet 10,000 gold was no trifling sum for him. As for losing, that was a notion he had never entertained. A gardener who had just transitioned into his role a few days ago could not possibly clear a novice dungeon. He would rather invert his name. Within the dungeon, the corpses of goblins piled high at the monster spawn point. The thorn vines rejoiced, treating the mound of bodies as an all-you-can-eat buffet, voraciously consuming the essence of flesh and blood. Chen Yu watched in astonishment, never having imagined that monster corpses could serve as fertilizer for plant life. Notification: you have chosen not to conclude your session. Task evaluation will accumulate upon conclusion. Notification: you have received a task. Defend the village Phase 2. Withstand 10 waves of goblin attacks to ensure the pioneer village remains unbreached by monsters. At some point, the old village chief ascended the city wall and addressed Chen Yu. Esteemed warrior, we thank you for protecting Pioneer Village. As a token of our gratitude, the advanced armory of Pioneer Village has been made accessible to you. Notification: you have gained advanced exchange privileges for Pioneer Village merits. Chen Yu opened the exchange list to find that all items had elevated one tier from the previous list. The arrow tower had an upgraded version. The iron arrow tower, along with a new building type, the artillery turret. New equipment for exchange included the Pioneer Village Warrior set, which, like the elite set, was also of rare quality but boasted significantly superior attributes, roughly equivalent to level 50 rare equipment. Chen Yu proceeded to exchange for a plethora of advanced stamina and mental potions before commencing skill practice. With the additional fertilizer, the growth of the thorn vines accelerated remarkably. Warrior, the enemy's onslaught will intensify. You may wish to upgrade the city defenses accordingly. the old village chief observed as Chen Yu refrained from further exchanges, noting that the defenses of Pioneer Village remained at their initial level. Unable to restrain himself, he offered a reminder. This is your Pioneer Village's defense, not my own. Why should I utilize my merits to upgrade for you? Can't you procure your own materials to upgrade? Chen Yu countered. The old village chief fell silent, perhaps rendered speechless by such an unusual inquiry. Ignoring the chief, Chen Yu continued to tend to the unyielding original spirit, Little Wind, while simultaneously casting skills for the well-fed thorn vines. The interval between the 10th and 11th waves was rather lengthy. It wasn't until 2 full hours had elapsed that new green-skinned goblins burst forth from the white mist. Chapter 30. 20 waves concluded, reinforcements arrive. Girls, it's time to receive guests. Chen Yu summoned an additional 100 thorn vines from the sacred soil, directing them to charge forth and confront the enemy. As they were all of his own kin, he could not show favoritism. The previously satiated group gathered around Chen Yu, ready to bask in his favor. The newly released thorn vines were of even higher quality than the last batch, with over 10 of them being of legendary grade. The 11th wave of enemies consisted of level 35 green-skinned goblins, their attributes still unimpressive, falling short compared to the warriors of Pioneer Village. Faced with the thorn vines, whose attributes were quantified in the thousands, the goblins perished in a rhythmic manner. Once they emerged from the mist, those who could manage even a few steps were considered fortunate. Most met their demise before their lower halves had fully materialized, or were seized by several vines before they could even extend a hand or a head. Their remains promptly arranged upon the dining tables of the thorn vines. Minutes later, the offensive concluded. The thorn vines stood at the ready, anticipating the arrival of the next wave of self-service dining. Chen Yu had barely glimpsed the monsters' appearances, but from the experience notifications, he noted several distinct entries. Defeated level 30 Elite Goblin Warrior, experience points, 300. Defeated level 31 Elite Goblin Assassin, experience points, 310. Defeated level 30 Elite Goblin Priest, experience points, 300. Among this wave of goblins, 8 elite monsters had infiltrated the ranks. From their titles, it was evident they formed a small team of professionals. Standard attributes for ordinary level 30 elite monsters ranged from 170 to 180. Considering the goblin race's inflated statistics, their true attributes likely exceeded those of the Pioneer Village warriors only slightly. Such attributes, combined with the monster tide, could easily spell doom for Pioneer Village. According to Chen Yu's estimation, the warriors atop the village walls could withstand approximately 2 waves of attacks on their own. By the start of the 3rd wave, some monsters might slip through. By the 4th wave, casualties would likely begin to occur. Should players abstain from contributing, by the 5th wave, a significant number of monsters would breach the defenses, and the army's losses would surpass half. The 6th wave would surely result in total annihilation. There was no escaping that fate. Despite the overwhelming attribute advantage, the Pioneer Village warriors numbered only 100, whereas the monsters were in the thousands. As the 11th wave commenced, without city defenses and professional assistance, it was likely that each wave could easily obliterate Pioneer Village. The monsters exhibited formidable strength, and one could assert that even a well-coordinated group of 8 level 50 hidden professionals would find the 11th wave a daunting challenge. However, when faced with over 100 ravenous attribute monsters, the disparity between the elite of the 11th wave and the weakened remnants of the 1st was not insurmountable. After half an hour of waiting and 5 minutes of monster spawns, the cycle repeated. By the 15th wave, Chen Yu summoned the thorn vines blocking the entrance and replaced them with 100 hunter flower spirits and 100 lily flower spirits to continue the blockade. The hunter flower spirits were the epic level evolution of the man-eating flower, exhibiting a higher degree of anthropomorphism than the thorn vines, appearing as delicate, innocent human-like girls. Their hands, feet, and hair all resembled human forms. Yet, the moment prey approached their attack range, any part of their bodies could swiftly unfurl a massive man-eating flower to devour their quarry. A single hunter flower spirit could project up to 10 man-eating flowers simultaneously. The legendary evolution of the hunter flower spirit, the gluttonous spirit, was even more terrifying, capable of simultaneously consuming 20 prey. In an instant, the mist-shrouded spawn point burst into bloom with myriad flowers. A few excessively gluttonous spirits even opened their man-eating flowers and pressed them against the air wall, remaining utterly still, awaiting the monsters to unwittingly wander into their trap. The lily flower spirits possess a rather feeble capability for close combat, rendering them incapable of breaching the front line. They are relegated to the rear, helplessly watching the unfolding battle, their anger stifled by fear. Fortunately, the emergence of monsters has been increasingly prolific, overwhelming the hunter flower spirits, leading to a burgeoning accumulation of monster corpses, thus granting the poor lilies a chance to absorb nutrients. By the 20th wave, the minor creatures had escalated to level 45 to 50 ordinary goblins, and the number of elite squads had burgeoned to 10, their levels elevated to 50. Alas, it proved futile. Chen Yu still had yet to catch sight of a single monster. Notification: you have successfully repelled the 20th wave of goblin attacks, earning a contribution of 200. Notification. Due to your outstanding performance in the 20th wave, you receive an additional contribution of 2,000. Notification. Contribution can be exchanged for supplies in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, special items, etc., not transferable outside the dungeon. Notification. You have completed the second phase of the dungeon task. Would you like to exit and finalize the dungeon settlement? Notification. As you have opted for true difficulty, your dungeon progress will be preserved upon exit, and you may re-enter once the cooldown period concludes, inheriting your current progress. No settlement. Notification. You have chosen not to settle. Task evaluation will accumulate upon settlement. Notification. You have received a new task. Guard the village Phase 3. Withstand 10 waves of goblin attacks, ensuring Vanguard Village remains unbreached by monsters. Judging by the intervals between the 10th and 11th waves, it appears the next offensive may require a wait of over 2 hours. The corpses of the monsters have been entirely consumed by the hunter flower spirits and the lilies. Chen Yu summoned back the satiated plant beings, showering each with a few bursts of rapid growth before sending them back to the supreme holy soil, leaving behind a few recently evolved thorn spirits as targets for skill casting. The true catalyst for the evolution of plant life lies within the properties of the supreme holy soil, as well as the effects of the tree of life. The monster corpses and rapid growth skills serve merely as supplementary fertilizer. As anticipated, upon returning to the supreme holy soil, several plant beings achieved promotion, attaining legendary status. Warrior. Thank you for rescuing Vanguard Village. After a prolonged period of rebooting, the old village chief emerged once more, and in gratitude, I have secured for you the military supply exchange qualification for Tutu City. Tutu City has been apprised of the situation at Vanguard Village, and reinforcements and supply officers are on their way. So there are reinforcements? Chen Yu nodded in acknowledgement. That seems reasonable. The intensity of the 20th wave's monsters, faced by 8 fully equipped hidden class players, might not have been sustainable. The 21st wave would surely spell disaster. In this light, the significance of the third phase of the dungeon task seemed to evaporate. If no one could withstand the onslaught, what purpose did it serve? However, the possibility of reinforcements provided a plausible explanation. Approximately 3 minutes later, Chen Yu heard a cacophony of galloping hooves. From the narrow valley behind Vanguard Village, a troop of cavalry charged forth. Their steeds were magnificent, clad in armor alongside their riders, exuding an air of formidable power. The cavalry commander wielded a heavy sword, his battle armor shimmering with a purple glow. Such efficiency was remarkable. Chen Yu discreetly gave a thumbs up as he approached alongside the village chief. His merit had accumulated to 15,000 points, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the supply officer from Tutu City to see what treasures might be available. Chapter 31. The reinforcement leader is a double-crosser? Elite Heavy Cavalry of Tutu City. Template, Elite. Level, 30. Attributes, Strength, 310, Agility, 230, Constitution, 350, Spirit, 200. Skills, Fearless Charge, LV5, Piercing, LV5. Heavy Cavalry Commander Cast. Template, Boss. Level, 40. Attributes, Strength, 1250, Agility, 830, Constitution, 1300, Spirit, 600. Skills. This is rather formidable, isn't it? After discerning the attributes of the reinforcements, Chen Yu found himself perplexed. Vanguard Village's forces had directly gained 200 level 30 elite monsters and 1 level 40 boss. Given the previous wave's escalation in monster power, this batch of reinforcements could likely defend Vanguard Village on their own. Naturally, there was also the possibility that after the 21st wave, the Goblin faction would drastically enhance their combat capabilities. Alternatively, issues might arise within this batch of reinforcements, such as being diverted midway, poor decisions from the commander, or potential traitors. Who is the village chief of Vanguard Village? Commander Cast galloped into the village, calling out loudly, I am. The old village chief hurriedly scampered to the front of the majestic horse clad in silver armor, bowing and nodding in response. Now, I shall take command of Vanguard Village's defenses. Do you have any objections? Cast stated with a cold demeanor. Of course, from this moment on. The supreme commander of Vanguard Village is you, General. The old village chief smiled obsequiously, the wrinkles on his face crinkling into a cluster, reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. I have heard that Vanguard Village has recruited a number of outsiders. Where are they? Cast inquired. Please wait a moment, General. I shall summon him now. The old village chief turned and approached Chen Yu, who stood aside observing the spectacle, saying, Warrior, please follow me. Chen Yu complied, following the old village chief to stand before the cavalry commander. You are the warriors aiding the Empire in defending Vanguard Village? Excellent. On behalf of the Empire, I extend my gratitude. Cast's piercing gaze swept over Chen Yu. Upon noticing the thorn spirits behind him, a glimmer of greed and malice flickered in his eyes. Chen Yu found this intriguing. He had been observant of Cast, and the shifts in his expression were not lost on him. The fact that an NPC tasked with a mission harbored thoughts about his plant beings was indeed curious. Where's the supply officer? Chen Yu had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the NPC, and was eager to locate the supply officer to exchange for advanced goods. For a typical party of adventurers, it might be necessary to curry favor with Cast to have him adopt their strategies. However, for Chen Yu, whether Cast and his cavalry arrived or not bore little significance. The supply officer has yet to arrive. A fleeting look of unease crossed Cast's face. He continued, I am now the supreme commander of Vanguard Village, and you must answer to me, following my orders. Do you have any objections? None. Very well. Cast nodded in satisfaction. I have heard that you modified Vanguard Village's defensive structures without imperial directives. Considering your assistance in defending Vanguard Village, I shall temporarily pardon your transgressions. Now, I command you to dismantle any structures not belonging to Vanguard Village. What? Did I hear you correctly? I command you to dismantle any unnecessary structures not belonging to Vanguard Village. Cast barked, his voice sharp. Now act swiftly. Otherwise, I shall strike you down for treason against the Empire. Excuse me, General, are you intending to construct new defensive structures? Chen Yu inquired. Vanguard Village requires no additional defensive structures. My army can trample everything. Indeed, the dungeon task would not be granted without merit. The problem lay with the commander of the reinforcements. Cast appeared to possess a stubborn, reckless disposition. A typical party of adventurers might need to build rapport with Cast at this stage or engage in some clever tactics to convert him into a positive combat asset. Yet, Chen Yu had no such need. I commanded you to dismantle the excess structures. Did you not hear me? A cold glint flickered in Cast's eyes as he drew the great sword hanging from his saddle, pointing its blade at Chen Yu. Act or perish. My lord, my lord. The old village chief quickly clung to Cast's leg, exclaiming, This warrior has not constructed any buildings in our Vanguard Village. You may inspect for yourself. No constructions? How is that possible? Castor's expression momentarily faltered as he instructed the knight beside him. Go take a look. The knight galloped away, circling the walls of Vanguard Village before returning to Castor's side. General, there are indeed no additional structures within Vanguard Village. That is well, Castor replied, casting another glance at Chen Yu. Now, I command you to dismantle the walls of Vanguard Village. My cavalry requires a charge, and the walls pose an obstruction. Before the next monster assault, I wish for no hindrance ahead. Otherwise, I shall execute you for disobeying military orders. Chen Yu frowned, sensing something amiss with this NPC. His character flaws and even potential madness could not fully explain his abnormal behavior. Firstly, he was excessively antagonistic towards players. Secondly, his commands were all of the type that brought pain to allies and joy to enemies. Thus, Chen Yu took a few steps back and summoned a group of plant life, commanding, deal with him. A thorn spirit reacted swiftly, upon receiving the order. Its fingers transformed into tendrils, leaving a fleeting shadow as it lashed out at Castor. Thwack! The tendril struck Castor with force. Despite being a boss with over 1,000 vitality points and clad in purple gear, he did not perish immediately, but instead fell to the ground, spitting blood. Anyone who rebels against the Empire, kill them. Castor bellowed fiercely, scrambling into the midst of the knight formation. Kill! The knight who had just patrolled the walls for Castor shouted, leading the charge towards Chen Yu. The formation of 200 knights followed suit, surging toward him. Slay them all. Chen Yu commanded his plant life. Tendrils and enormous man-eating flowers danced through the air. The knights, mere level 30 elite monsters, could not withstand the casual strikes of the economic flower spirits, nor could they endure the devouring of the hunter flower spirits. The first knight to charge forward barely took a few steps before a descending man-eating flower seized his head and carried him away. The steed beneath him was struck by a tendril, severing it cleanly in half. A thorn spirit swept the ground with its tendrils, toppling several horses. Before the knights could even hit the ground, they were torn to shreds by countless tendrils. In less than 5 minutes, the entire battalion of 200 knights was obliterated. As for the knight commander Castor, he too was likely devoured by some gluttonous flower spirit. Chen Yu opened the prompt window to check the kill notifications. You have slain the level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. As you are currently in the 2-2 city faction, you cannot gain experience. You have slain the level 30 elite rebel 2-2 heavy cavalry. Experience gained, 300. You have slain the level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. As you are currently in the 2-2 city faction, you cannot gain experience. You have slain the level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. As you are currently in the 2-2 city faction, you cannot gain experience. You have slain the level 40 boss rebel knight commander Castor. Experience gained, 80,000. So, he was a traitor, no wonder. Chen Yu found the notification for Castor's demise and understood the situation. Moments later, a swarm of tendrils and flowers gathered a plethora of items radiating with various hues before Chen Yu. These were all dropped by the traitorous heavy cavalry. Chapter 32, Epic Set, the correct way to play the game. Among the multitude of items, the majority were equipment. Notably, there was a full set of level 30 purple gear, which, judging by its shape, must have dropped from Castor. Heavy Cavalry Commander Helmet. Quality, Epic. Restrictions, Knight Class. Level 30 or above. Strength 100 or above. Vitality 100 or above. Effects, Vitality 50, Strength 50, Defense 100. Heavy Cavalry Commander Armor. Quality, Epic. Restrictions: Knight class. Level 30 or above. Strength 100 or above. Vitality 100 or above. Effects: Vitality 100, Defense 200. Heavy Cavalry Commander Leggings, Epic. Heavy Cavalry Commander Boots, Epic. Heavy Cavalry Commander Cloak, Epic. Set effect: 200 to all attributes, 500 defense. Set skill: Fearless Charge. Initiate a fearless charge against the target, gaining 100 strength, 100 agility, and 100 defense during the charge. Upon hitting the target, it deals damage based on strength and charge speed, stunning the target for 5 seconds. What a splendid find. Chen Yu's eyes gleamed. Unfortunately, the restricted class is Knight, rendering him unable to equip it. However, an epic set with such formidable attributes would undoubtedly fetch a princely sum in the trading market. In addition to this purple set, there were also 3 complete sets of blue gear, also restricted to the Knight class, which could be seen as a weakened version of the commander set. The rest comprised various miscellaneous items and low-quality equipment. Among the miscellaneous items was a letter shimmering with golden light. The golden glow signified not the quality of the equipment, but rather that it was a quest item with a special purpose. Chen Yu tore open the envelope, revealing a badge engraved with a figure in torment, along with a sheet of paper. Quest item: Letter from Baron Stettel. Description: As the deputy officer of Tutu City's defense, Baron Stettel chose to betray the Empire, aligning himself with the Abyssal Demons. Vanguard Village is his declaration of allegiance. He communicated with the demons through this letter, which was carried by his confidant Castor for delivery. Hint: You can use this letter to incite the righteous Tutu heavy cavalry. Quest item: Abyssal Lord's Badge. Description: A badge crafted by the Abyssal Lord Uniciphus, awarded to guides of hostile forces. This badge can be used to exchange for abyssal power with Uniciphus. Hint: You can use it to prove the crimes of the heavy cavalry commander Castor, or to trade with Uniciphus. Ah, so this is how the game is played. Upon seeing these 2 items, Chen Yu was enlightened. No wonder, among the heavy cavalry he had slain, the vast majority belonged to the Tutu City faction, with only a few being rebels. The correct game flow should have been to recognize Castor's treachery, feign compliance, secretly investigate, steal the letter, and incite the heavy cavalry to besiege the boss. After defeating the boss, there would likely be dozens of elite heavy cavalry remaining. However, the flower spirits had no regard for subtleties. They left not a single backup for Chen Yu. At this point, the villagers of Vanguard Village, witnessing the conflict between Chen Yu and the reinforcements of heavy cavalry, were left bewildered when the latter was completely annihilated. Chen Yu revealed the letter, which helped them regain their composure. Thank you, valiant warrior, for saving Vanguard Village once again. The old village chief, after reading the letter, was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Chen Yu's sagacity in unmasking Castor's betrayal, Vanguard Village would surely have perished. Hint: You have uncovered the conspiracy of Tutu City heavy cavalry commander Castor and single-handedly quelled the rebellion, earning 5,000 contribution points. 2 hours later, the 21st wave of goblin attacks arrived, as anticipated. This wave of goblins was of significantly higher quality compared to the 20th. Goblin Cavalry. Template: Minion. Level: 50. Attributes: Strength 110, Agility 110, Vitality 110, Spirit 85. Skills: Charge LV3. The attributes of these minions had finally reached an average level, with approximately 2,000 in number, alongside around 100 elite monsters. Girls, it's time to feast. Chen Yu released all the plant life. Over 500 plant beings brandished their tendrils and flowers, rushing eagerly toward the enemy. Feast. A small wind, curled up in Chen Yu's grasp, suddenly jolted awake, wriggling free of his hand and soaring into the air. Where's the feast? She gulped, looking around in confusion. Chen Yu. This was the first time Little Wind actively spoke since her birth. Here, Little Wind, have this. Little Flame mischievously tugged at Chen Yu's finger, attempting to shove it into Little Wind's mouth. Little Wind instinctively opened her mouth, clinging to Chen Yu's finger and giving it a lick. Cannot eat. Disheartened, Xiao Feng withdrew into Chen Yu's pocket. From the commencement of Wave 21, the quality and quantity of monsters had significantly escalated. Nevertheless, they were still destined to meet a fate of being mere fodder. By Wave 25, a level 40 boss emerged among the enemy ranks. Barely making its appearance, it was simultaneously ensnared by 2 man-eating flowers of the devouring spirit. Given the boss's rich nutrients, neither of the 2 devouring spirits was willing to relent. Ultimately, the unfortunate boss was torn asunder, each devouring spirit claiming half of its remains. From that point onward, each subsequent wave featured a boss, and by Wave 30, 2 bosses made their appearance. The number of elite monsters also surged. The final wave boasted a staggering 500 elite creatures, comprising half of all monsters, which provided the flower spirits with a sumptuous feast. Your level has risen to 44. Your level has risen to 45. After vanquishing all 30 waves of monsters, Chen Yu ascended 2 levels. The upper limit for rapid growth and plant enhancement was unlocked to level 10. The plant lives under his command similarly surged by 2 levels, reaching level 45. The legendary spirits, aside from their level increases, also automatically upgraded their skills to level 10. This peculiar phenomenon was noteworthy. According to Zhou Bowen, the level of plant life required the gradual cultivation by the planter, necessitating the consumption of vast amounts of magic crystals and special items as fertilizer to enhance, until it aligned with the planter's character level. However, the plant life under Chen Yu had always leveled in tandem with him. Whenever he leveled up, the plant life would immediately follow suit, achieving synchronization without any temporal discrepancy. Of course, Chen Yu had merely inquired indirectly, concealing his own peculiarities. This phenomenon was likely one of the hidden effects of the supreme sacred soil. The potency of the supreme sacred soil is self-evident. With a mere seed planted, after a period, one could reap a fully equipped legendary plant life. Among the 1 in 100,000 hidden professionals, dozens, or even hundreds bound together could not rival any of Chen Yu's legendary plant lives of the same level. This was merely a trivial additional effect of the supreme sacred soil. The world tree, the main effect of the supreme sacred soil, transcends into the primal spirit, born as a city-destroying entity. Notably, the supreme sacred soil was not Chen Yu's innate body, but merely a product of his talent. He could not help but glance at the talent section on his attribute panel. Absolute empowerment. Supreme designate an object for absolute enhancement, encompassing but not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Cooldown. 2. When would the cooldown conclude, allowing for the next enhancement? Judging by this pace, it seemed it would not take long. Chapter 33, Merit Exchange. Free Exploration Mode. Hint. You have repelled the 30th wave of goblin attacks, contributing 300 points. Hint. Due to your outstanding performance in the 30th wave, an additional 3,000 contribution points have been awarded. Hint. Congratulations on repelling all goblin attacks. You have earned an additional 10,000 contribution points. Hint. Contribution points can be exchanged for merit value at the logistics officer in Tut City. Merit value can be used to redeem rewards, can be taken out of the dungeon. Hint. You have completed the 3rd stage dungeon mission. You may proceed to settle the dungeon or enter free exploration mode. Settlement can be carried out at any time during non-combat status in free exploration. Hint. As you have chosen the true difficulty, you cannot re-enter this difficulty after settlement. So, contribution points have this utility. That explains why the last wave still rewarded them. Oh, there's also a free exploration mode. I shall not settle just yet. The true difficulty dungeon can only be experienced once, with no option for replay. This free exploration mode is likely one of the dungeon rewards, allowing ample time for players to continue gaining experience or enhancing dungeon evaluations. Esteemed warrior, we express our gratitude for your valiant defense against the goblin onslaught, safeguarding our pioneer village. The old village chief approached, reciting a well-worn phrase. The logistics officer from Tut City has arrived. As a token of our gratitude, Tut City will grant you the highest level of exchange privileges. Chen Yu followed the old village chief to the village entrance, where a limping old soldier leaned against a small tree, seated upon a slab of blue stone. Beside him stood a cart drawn by 2 war horses. Greetings, esteemed warrior. I am the logistics officer of Tut City. Your contributions will forever be remembered by the Empire. The old soldier rose and bowed to Chen Yu. Hint. You have gained the authority to exchange merit value in Tut City. Exchange list. 1 merit value. 100 points of Pioneer Village contribution. Tut Elite Class Gear Set. Level 50 Blue Gear 5-piece set. 100 merit value. Tut Commander Class Gear Set. Level 50 Purple Gear 5-piece set. 1,000 merit value. Low-level Vitality Potion. Restores 10 spirit and stamina within 100 seconds. 1 merit value. Mid-level Vitality Potion. Restores 20 spirit and stamina within 100 seconds. 5 merit value. High-level Vitality Potion. Restores 50 spirit and stamina within 100 seconds. 20 merit value. Super Vitality Potion. Restores 100 spirit and stamina within 100 seconds. 100 merit value. Portable Exquisite Arrow Tower. Attacks by level 50 elite archers once per second. Cannot be retracted once placed. 100 merit value. Portable Strong Attack Arrow Tower. Attacks by level 50 elite archers thrice per second. Cannot be retracted once placed. 500 merit value. Tut City Wall Blueprint. Rare level City Wall Blueprint. 2,000 merit value. Tut Arrow Tower Blueprint. Rare level Arrow Tower Blueprint. 1,000 merit value. Common Tut Warhorse. Riding speed of 50. 100 merit value. Rare Tut Warhorse. Riding speed of 100. 500 merit value. Cloudvine Seed. Novice Tier Rare Plant Life Seed. 2,000 merit value. These are all splendid items. The goods on the exchange list are all top-notch. Any single one could fetch a high price outside. Alas, Chen Yu could only exchange for a maximum of 500 merit value, making it impossible to acquire many desired items. Once the exchange list was unlocked, it could be accessed anytime and anywhere, so there was no rush to redeem merit value. It would be prudent to first embark on a free exploration to see if more merit value could be amassed. Esteemed warrior, here is a terrain map of the Tut City vicinity. It should prove useful should you venture out. The logistics officer handed a map to Chen Yu. Thank you very much. Chen Yu replied as he accepted the map. You are most welcome, the logistics officer said. We welcome you to Tut City. It is a beautiful place, and I am certain you will delight in it. I shall surely make the opportunity, Chen Yu responded as he departed, examining the map as he walked. At the center of the map lay Pioneer Village, established at the mouth of a canyon, with a city, Tut City, behind it. Ahead, another city was marked in red as the Goblin Stronghold. Under the jurisdiction of Tut City, there were a total of 13 villages, including Pioneer Village. Conversely, the Goblin Stronghold governed 27 villages. Thus, a method to obtain merit value has presented itself. Chen Yu observed the small and large red dots on the map. If all the goblins were eradicated, a considerable amount of merit value should be attainable. During the goblin assaults, a white mist enveloped the area outside Pioneer Village, with the mist's edge forming an air wall that rendered escape impossible. Once the 30 waves of assaults concluded, the mist dissipated. Chen Yu dispatched a thorn spirit to probe whether the air wall still existed. The thorn spirit dashed out and soon surpassed the previous boundary of the white mist. Indeed, the air wall was no longer present. The map's boundaries had expanded, allowing for exploration. Chen Yu selected the nearest goblin village to Pioneer Village as his target. A legion composed of over 500 plant life forms advanced with great momentum. After approximately half an hour of travel, Chen Yu began to sense that continuing on this path was rather imprudent. According to the markings on the map, the more than 20 goblin villages, any two of which were situated roughly 10 kilometers apart, would require considerable time to traverse, especially since he had not augmented his agility and thus moved at a sluggish pace. Consequently, Chen Yu decided to retract all the plant life forms, retaining only the two most agile thorn spirits as mounts. In a matter of 10 minutes, these two thorn spirits covered a distance that would have taken Chen Yu 2 to 3 hours to traverse, arriving at the first goblin village. This village was somewhat larger than the Vanguard village, yet appeared exceedingly disordered. The dwellings were constructed from twigs and grass, with excrement and refuse scattered about, permeating the area with a foul stench. Charge forth, my minions. Chen Yu had no desire to explore the village. He promptly released all the plant life forms and issued a command. Over 500 plant beings surged into the village, attacking any goblin they encountered. The village was soon filled with echoes of anguished cries. In Chen Yu's mind, a continuous stream of notification sounds began to resonate. Defeated a 15-level goblin, earning 45 experience points. Defeated a 33-level elite goblin, earning 330 experience points. Defeated a 30-level goblin, earning 90 experience points. Defeated a 50-level goblin, earning 150 experience points. Notification: you have eradicated a goblin village, earning 300 merit points. In less than 10 minutes, every goblin in the village had been turned into fertilizer. Chen Yu opened his attribute panel to observe his progress. His experience bar had surged from level 45-12 to level 45-24. The elimination of an entire village of goblins yielded a commendable 12% of the experience required for leveling up. In addition, he accrued 300 merit points. Combined with the 500 points remaining from guarding the Vanguard village, he now possessed a total of 800 merit points. Among the items on the merit exchange list, his favorites included the Tutu City Ruler's Breeder's Set and the rare seed of the Cloud Vine. At this pace, with the slaughter of a few more goblin villages, he could acquire them all. Chapter 34, Frenzied Village Slaughter, Cloud Vine Seeds. In the instant square of Yangjiang No. 1 High School, the commotion caused by Chen Yu's solo dungeon run quickly subsided. After forming their parties, the novice adventurers each entered their chosen dungeons. Only a sparse few remained in the instant square. Among them was Su Miaoyue's team. Su Miaoyue and Lin Daonan had made a wager with a substantial stake. Hence, neither had formed a party to enter the dungeon. The remaining teammates gathered around, acting as spectators. Hey, how are you two faring? When will you treat us to wedding candies? Lu Pingping nudged Su Miaoyue's shoulder with a teasing smile. Don't say such things. My relationship with him is not what you think. Su Miaoyue's complexion flushed slightly. Not what you think. Oh my, is it moving faster than I imagined? What stage are you at? Surely, you haven't already. Hey, spill the beans. How does it feel? Is he impressive? Lu Pingping squinted her eyes with a mischievous grin. Impudent girl, are you asking for a pinch? Su Miaoyue angrily pinched Lu Pingping's cheek as she leaned in. I told you, it's not what you think. Not what I think. Hee hee. Lu Pingping raised an eyebrow, glancing at herself. I bet you 1,000 gold coins, Lin Daonan. If I lose, I'll pay you 1,000 gold. If you lose, just apologize to my Chen Yu. Oh my, our Miaoyue is quite the protector of her man. Go away. Su Miaoyue's face turned crimson as she buried her head and pushed Lu Pingping away. Not far away, Lin Daonan noticed the commotion and, upon seeing Su Miaoyue's bashful expression, anger and jealousy surged within him like a tide. He cast a dark glare at Su Miaoyue and coldly remarked, Su, don't forget about the 1,000 gold wager when Chen Yu emerges. Of course, I wouldn't dream of shirking my debts. Su Miaoyue casually tossed her disheveled hair and replied nonchalantly. Interrupted by Lin Daonan, Lu Pingping lost interest in teasing Su Miaoyue. Originally a cohesive group, they had now split into two distinct factions, one comprising Lin Daonan, the archer, and 2 male warrior classmates, the other consisting of Su Mieyue, the knight Lu Pingping, the mage Li Yanran, and the healer Lu Zixin, 4 females in total. 2 hours had elapsed since Chen Yu entered the dungeon. Lin Downan speculated that the NPC soldiers guarding the village must be nearing their breaking point. A victorious smile spread across his face. Although he had offended Su Mieyue, earning 1,000 gold would still yield significant rewards. Time trickled by. 2.5 hours passed without a sign of Chen Yu. 3 hours elapsed, and still, he had not emerged. Lin Downan's smile began to fade. 3.5 hours in, with no sign of Chen Yu, Lin Downan's expression turned grim. At the 4-hour mark, Chen Yu still had not exited the dungeon, and Lin Downan's face resembled that of a corpse. Finally, after more than 5 hours, Su Mieyue approached Lin Downan and stated, "The monsters in the village spawn every half hour, with the 10th wave around 4.5 hours. Since Chen Yu has yet to emerge, it confirms he has cleared the dungeon. Do you have anything else to say? Perhaps he is merely hiding? Clearing it? Absolutely impossible." Lin Downan stubbornly retorted. "Then let us continue to wait," Su Mieyue scoffed. Within the dungeon, after nearly a day's effort, Chen Yu had successfully annihilated all 27 goblin villages. In truth, much of the time had been spent traversing distances. While the thorn spirits were swift, they could neither fly nor teleport. The substantial influx of experience points elevated Chen Yu's level to 4752. Besides experience, he had amassed a plethora of loot. Although goblins were impoverished, their sheer numbers allowed for some drops. Moreover, each time a goblin village was eradicated, a reward chest would be granted based on circumstances. The novice adventurer's backpack had only 10 slots and was long since full. Presently, a designated area had been allocated within the Supreme Holy Land to store the spoils from the village defense dungeon. Additionally, there were merit points to consider. Due to the varying quality of the monsters in the goblin villages, the merit points gained from their extermination also differed. The most formidable village yielded over 800 merit points, while the weakest, filled with the elderly and infirm, provided only a few dozen points upon extermination. The 27 goblin villages collectively granted Chen Yu a total of 9,000 merit points, which, combined with the remaining points from guarding the village, amounted to 9,500 points. Chen Yu opened the exchange list and began his shopping spree. First on his list was the long-coveted Tutu City Rulers Breeders set. Tutu City Rulers Breeders Crown, Quality, Epic Level, 50 Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, Spirit Masters, and other breeding-related professions effect. Spirit 200, Tutu City Rulers Breeders Tunic, Quality, Epic Level, 50 Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, Spirit Masters, and other breeding-related professions effect. Strength 100. Constitution 150, Spirit 50 Tutu City Rulers Breeders Trousers, Quality, Epic Level, 50 Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, Spirit Masters, and other breeding-related professions effect. Strength 100, Constitution 150. Spirit 50, Tutu City Rulers Breeders Boots, Quality, Epic Level, 50 Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, Spirit Masters, and other breeding-related professions effect. Constitution 100, Spirit 100. Agility 100 Tutu City Rulers Breeders Gloves, Quality, Epic Level, 50 Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, and Spirit Whisperers, among other nurturing professions. Effects: Constitution 50, Spirit 50, Agility 50. Set bonus: all attributes 400, skill release cost 50. Set skill: Moment of Spring and Autumn. Designate a combat creature's juvenile form, such as a seed, sapling, juvenile beast, or egg, to instantly mature into its peak state, equivalent to the level of a nurturer, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 1 day. Note: the juvenile form will not be consumed. Once the peak state duration ends, it will revert to its juvenile form. The total increase from the 5 pieces of equipment amounts to a strength of 200, agility of 150, constitution of 450, and spirit of 450. Coupled with the set effect of all attributes 400, the attributes alone are exceedingly remarkable. As for the set skill, Moment of Spring and Autumn, it is an absolute treasure for nurturers. The most arduous aspect for nurturers lies in the extensive time and resources required to cultivate a combat creature from its juvenile form to adulthood. This skill bypasses the nurturing steps entirely, allowing a formidable combatant to emerge prematurely. Although it only lasts for 1 hour each day, it is sufficient to serve as a regular ultimate move. After acquiring the set, Chen Yu retrieved the seeds of the Cloud Moaning Vine and clicked to purchase. After spending 4,000 merit points to buy twice, the exchange options dimmed, indicating that the stock had been depleted. Upon completing the exchange, 4,500 merit points remained. Chen Yu closed the exchange list and took out the map. On the map, there remained one final unharvested area, the Goblin Capital, positioned opposite the city of Tut. Time was of the essence. He needed to clear this last point before retreating. Chapter 35, Forbidden Spell, Endless Wind Pressure versus Abyss Lord. The final goblin village was now quite close to the Goblin Capital. The Thorn Spirit carried Chen Yu swiftly. Half an hour later, a low earthen city came into view. The city walls were not high, standing at about 4 to 5 meters, just slightly taller than the Vanguard village. The wall's surface was uneven, with some parts leaning precariously, as if they could collapse at any moment. However, compared to the goblin villages, it was considered quite grand. The goblin villages lacked any city walls, surrounded only by a sparse fence. Goblins possessed low individual combat strength and minimal intelligence. They had only two significant survival advantages: their insatiable appetite, capable of consuming nearly anything, including soil rich in humus, and their prolific breeding, able to mate with almost any humanoid species, with a gestation period of mere weeks, yielding several to over a dozen offspring per birth. From birth to adulthood, they matured in less than a year, growing faster than chives. Expecting goblins to possess knowledge and civilization akin to humans is nearly impossible. The walls of the goblin capital lacked gates, featuring only a few openings about 4 to 5 meters wide. Disheveled patrols meandered around the walls, occasionally witnessing one or two attempting to escape. At this rate, they would likely only realize the enemy was at their doorstep when it was too late. Xiaofeng, wake up! Chen Yu pulled Xiaofeng from his pocket. Poking her disheveled head, Xiaofeng tilted her head, gazing at Chen Yu with a look of bewilderment. It's time for you to perform. Chen Yu pointed towards the goblin capital, the Earthen City. Do you see it? Destroy it, and eradicate all the creatures within. The goblin capital appeared to cover an area exceeding 10 square kilometers. Utilizing plant life for a direct assault would consume considerable time. Moreover, if a powerful boss resided within, it could harm his precious flora. A large-scale forbidden spell would be far more efficient. Oh, and it would be best to preserve the monster corpses. The plant life needs nutrients. We cannot waste the entirety of a city's monsters. Oh, Xiaofeng swayed gently, lifting off from Chen Yu's hand. She closed her eyes, extending her arms forward, uttering strange syllables. A green aura gradually coalesced between her hands. A sudden gust of wind surged across the tranquil wasteland, lifting Chen Yu's clothing and creating a rustling sound. After approximately 5 minutes, a flicker of green light shone in Xiaofeng's eyes as she slowly lowered her hands. Endless wind, pressure. In that instant, Chen Yu felt a constricting sensation, as though the very air around him had been siphoned away. Simultaneously, the air above the goblin capital warped, akin to flames scorching it, distorting gradually. This was the result of vast amounts of air being compressed together, generating immense thermal energy that caused visual displacement. The next moment, boom. A dull thud resonated as the walls of the goblin capital collapsed instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if an enormous invisible rammer had appeared from the heavens, repeatedly compacting the goblin capital. From the first sound of impact, a continuous stream of notification sounds echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Killed level 34 goblin, experience 102. Killed level 51 elite goblin warrior, experience 1020. Killed level 60 boss goblin priest, experience 600000. Killed level 63 boss demon bishop, experience 630000. Killed level 53 corrupted goblin, experience 318. Killed level 60 boss goblin chieftain, experience 600000. Your level has risen to level 48. Notification: you have destroyed the goblin capital, earning 5,000 merit points in Tut City. 5 minutes later, a visible shockwave erupted above the goblin capital, rapidly expanding outward. Surrounding flora and stones were obliterated, and the earth itself was lifted several meters high. The clouds of dust stirred by the shockwave cast the entire world into shadow. After a few more minutes, the blinding haze gradually dissipated. Chen Yu gazed towards the goblin capital. The entire stronghold appeared as if it had been flattened by a two-dimensional weapon, transforming into a flat image. Pools of indistinguishable red matter represented the goblin corpses, compressed to a density suitable for canning. How terrifying! Chen Yu marveled. If Xiao Yan's forbidden spell, Apocalypse Judgment, was a chaotic destruction without restraint, then Xiaofeng's endless wind pressure resembled the spontaneous strokes of a mad artist, infused with an almost perfect calmness and elegance amidst the frenzy. Chen Yu released his plant life and stepped into the now silent canvas of the goblin capital. The plant beings were not picky eaters. Even the flesh embedded in the ground would be excavated for sustenance. If it could not be unearthed, they would extend their roots into the ground to absorb nutrients directly. Chen Yu looked around, leisurely appreciating this impromptu creation by Xiaofeng. Suddenly, he noticed a small three-dimensional protrusion amidst the two-dimensional canvas. Approximately at the center of the goblin capital, a crimson barrier exhibited a slight z-axis value. It was easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. Dig that thing out for me. Chen Yu summoned 2 thorn spirits, pointing at the crimson barrier. The 2 thorn spirits complied and immediately set to work. A few minutes later, the crimson barrier revealed its entirety. It was a shield approximately 10 centimeters thick. Inside the shield lay a bloodied woman. Due to her long hair, she could be considered a woman, but given her current state as a mere humanoid mass, it was challenging to ascertain her gender. At that moment, the crimson shield dissipated. The 10-centimeter thick humanoid mass began to swell as if someone were inflating it. First, the head. The cranium regained its round shape, and the flattened features restored their three-dimensional form. Minutes later, the humanoid mass was fully inflated. Before her stood a tall woman clad in form-fitting leather, her flowing crimson waves cascading down to her waist. Her elongated, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, exuding an enchanting allure that could captivate the soul with even the slightest smile. Her lips, of vivid scarlet, resembled flames licking at the air, tinged with the essence of blood. The contours of her figure were strikingly exaggerated, with her curves threatening to burst forth from her fitted attire. Amidst this fiery allure, there lingered an air of serene darkness, akin to a blooming black tulip. At that moment, she gasped for breath, her expression revealing the haunting remnants of a profound trauma. It was evident that she had endured a significant ordeal. After all, her most ample proportions, originally measuring a full 30 centimeters, had been cruelly compressed to a mere 10. Chen Yu donned his detective glasses and employed a probing technique on the woman. Abyss Lord, Unisifus, near death. Template, Silver Boss. Level, 51. Attributes, Talents. Skills. Chapter 36. The Abyss Lord Surrenders, Mythical Skill Book. Upon glimpsing the woman's title, Chen Yu felt a stir within him and retrieved a black badge from his backpack. Abyss Lord Badge. Description: a badge crafted by the Abyss Lord Unisifus. It serves to honor those who guide hostile forces. With this badge, one can exchange for abyssal power from Unisifus. After a thorough verification, Chen Yu confirmed that she was indeed the principal entity. However, given her half-dead state, it was likely that presenting the badge would yield little of value. Though the badge may be rendered useless, she remained a silver boss of high quality, potentially capable of dropping something worthwhile. Above the ordinary boss template lies the bronze boss, and above that, the silver boss. Chen Yu's expression turned expectant as he commanded the thorn spirits to eliminate her. In response, 2 thorn spirits advanced, their fingers transforming into dark brown thorny whips. Wait, no. Unisifus, caught in contemplation of the unfolding events, trembled and cried out. She had answered the call of the fallen, descending into this world, prepared to relish abundant sacrifices and corrupt more beings. Yet, scarcely a second into her arrival, before she could utter her first words, she was struck down by a terrifying forbidden spell, reduced to a mere pulp. Had it not been for the resilient vitality of demons, she would have been nothing but a scattered array of equipment. From the boy before her, she sensed 2 overwhelmingly fierce auras. One was as violent as the howling winds at the abyss's depths, calm yet brutal. One would only comprehend its terror when stripped of flesh and blood in an instant. Clearly, that was the entity responsible for unleashing the forbidden spell. For a demon, pleading for mercy is not a source of shame. It is not uncommon for even an abyss lord, let alone a demon god, to kneel before a foe they cannot defeat. Esteemed powerful one, I beseech you to spare my life for the moment. I still have words to convey. Save it for another lifetime. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. The thorny whips in the hands of the thorn spirits struck down with great force. Unisifus, in a state of alarm, hastily conjured a transparent red barrier. Snap! The whip struck true, shattering the crimson shield like glass, leaving a web of cracks. No. We can discuss this. As the whip readied for another strike, Unisifus's pupils contracted as she quickly declared, I possess a mythical skill book that automatically adapts to professions. If you desire it, spare my life. You won't receive it if you kill me. Stop. Chen Yu raised his right hand. The 2 whips, poised to strike the red barrier, froze mid-air as if a pause button had been pressed. The whips lingered less than a meter from the shield. You claim to possess a mythical skill book that automatically adapts to professions? Present it, Chen Yu commanded. With a deep breath, Unisifus relaxed, a charming smile gracing her lips. Her demeanor instantly transformed from that of a frightened rabbit to that of a languid noblewoman. Great and powerful one, your might commands my respect. Thus, I have chosen to bestow upon you this opportunity to acquire a mythical skill. Should you complete a task of trivial significance to you, the supreme mythical skill shall be yours. Prompt: Abyss Lord Unisifus invites you to join the Abyssal faction. Concurrently, an intangible force enveloped Chen Yu. This power was not harmful, yet it could disturb one's thoughts and judgment. Deep within, myriad desires manifested as fragmented images racing through his mind. Power, authority, wealth, beauty. An unseen voice incessantly whispered to Chen Yu, promising that if he yielded to the woman before him and followed in her footsteps, all his aspirations would soon materialize. However, Chen Yu's rational mind cautioned him that this promised future spanned too long. Based on his rate of growth, he would not require such an extended period to attain all that he desired. A sudden realization struck him. There would always be schemers seeking to thwart his progress. You vile enchantress, attempting to hinder my growth. This is intolerable. Just then, a faint green aura emerged, sweeping away the seductive influence. This essence belonged to the World Tree. Of course, the assistance from the World Tree was superfluous. Chen Yu had not been swayed. After all, what could I achieve in a year? Only to be delayed for a decade by surrendering to you, the Abyss Lord? Is there any greater deception than this? A reverse mirage? Truly, the Abyss Lord is audacious. Chen Yu could not help but scoff. It was said that demons excelled in manipulation, Yet it seemed this one had not mastered the art. Yet, at this juncture, did she dare to play tricks on him? Truly, the Abyss Lord could face death without shedding a tear. Let her drop. The thorn spirits raised their whips once more. Wait, I told you, even if you slay me, you shall not obtain the mythical skill. This task is genuinely trivial for you. Unisifus was bewildered. She had clearly felt her seductive power take effect. Yet, rather than submit, her adversary appeared more enraged, seemingly eager to end her life. Did his most fervent desire truly lie in killing me? Unisifus was aghast. When had she incurred his wrath? What enmity existed between them? The whips descended with unyielding resolve. Chen Yu regarded Unisifus with an unyielding gaze, showing no intention of halting them. The textbooks were explicit. Demons excel at sowing discord and temptation. They would not miss any opportunity to ensnare souls and lead them astray. Engaging in a pact with a demon necessitates utmost caution. One must never trust the empty promises of a demon. Wait, I shall give you what you desire. The skill book is right here. I shall present it to you now. Just as the whips shattered the crimson barrier, nearing Unisifus' form, she cried out once more. Yet, Chen Yu paid her no heed. Bang! One whip struck Unisifus on the shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. A spurt of pale purple blood escaping her lips. I truly offer it to you. Spare me. Unisifus extended a hand, a colorful diamond crystal floating above her palm. The properties of the diamond crystal materialized before them. Mythical Adaptive Skill Book. Quality: 1 color mythical. Effect: acquire a mythical skill pertaining to one's profession. Halt. Upon witnessing the genuine article, Chen Yu commanded the thorn spirits to cease their assault. At this moment, the ownership of the Mythical Adaptive Skill Book still resided with Unisifus. Slaying her might yield it, but it was also possible it would not. Faced with the prospect of acquiring a mythical skill, Chen Yu exercised caution. Here, this time, Unisifus refrained from mentioning any tasks, simply tossing the diamond crystal towards him. Clearly, the youth before her was impervious to the abyssal demon's deceptive allure. To entice him, it is absolutely impossible to do so without shedding some blood. Chapter 37. The Abyss Descends. The True and False World Trees. Chen Yu caught the diamond-shaped crystal, only to discover that it was enveloped in a layer of red light. And its attributes had changed. Mythical Grade Adaptive Skill Book, sealed. Quality: 1 divine myth. Description: the Abyss Lord Unisifus, concerned that you may go back on your word, has placed this safeguard upon herself. Effect: cannot be used, transferred, or stored in the backpack until the seal is lifted. Accepting Unisifus' task will lift the seal. Hint: the Abyss Lord Unisifus has issued you a task. Task: show mercy. Task content: within this dungeon, you must not harm Unisifus. Task failure: the Mythical Grade Adaptive Skill Book will be reclaimed. If it has been used, that mythical skill will be erased. Hint: all your actions within the dungeon will not affect its progress. You may enter the settlement phase at any time. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before choosing to accept the task. The reward for defeating Unisifus could never compare to that of a mythical grade occupational skill. It is well known that rare grade skills can fetch a high price. Epic grade skills are even rarer and can hardly be found for sale. Occasionally, one may glimpse a couple in the auction house, each selling for exorbitant prices. Legendary grade skills never appear on the market, even with wealth. There is no place to procure them. As for mythical grade skills, they have never been heard of. Is that sufficient? Chen Yu gazed at Unisifus. Of course. Unisifus patted her chest, as if finally relieved. With a mere flick of her finger, the red membrane on the diamond-shaped crystal dissipated instantaneously. Chen Yu, holding the diamond-shaped crystal, did not hastily choose to use it. Instead, he placed it within the supreme holy soil, seeking the world tree's judgment. How precious is a mythical grade skill book? How could this demon so easily hand it over to him without any hidden motives? Who would believe it? Indeed. The world tree soon provided feedback. The energy contained within this diamond-shaped crystal is not a mythical grade skill, but rather a fragment of abyssal will. Upon using the diamond-shaped crystal, the abyssal will would be activated to probe the user. Based on the results of this probe, the abyss would personally bestow a suitable mythical skill. Throughout this process, the user's will would be eroded and corrupted by the abyssal will, ultimately succumbing as a hound beneath the abyss's dominion. Evidently, one cannot trust a single word spoken by the demon. Unisifus' every action from the very beginning was a ploy to lure Chen Yu. She crafted an illusion that she was compelled to surrender the mythical skill for her own survival, or perhaps it was the truth. In the interim, she charmed Chen Yu to switch allegiances, while simultaneously issuing tasks, making him perceive the mythical skill book as a hard-won treasure. Ultimately, when Chen Yu savored this hard-earned fruit, only then would the demon reveal its true fangs. What a pity. With regret, Chen Yu withdrew the diamond-shaped crystal, preparing to destroy it. Just then, he received another message from the world tree. Master, you may utilize this crystal. Oh, can you help me resist the corruption of the abyssal will? Chen Yu's eyes brightened instantly. Yes, the essence of the abyss is on par with mine. Although I may not match the abyss in magnitude, my will is intact. Whereas the abyssal will is merely a trifling fragment. Resisting the corruption of the abyssal will is not difficult. Chen Yu rejoiced. Are you certain? If the abyssal will suddenly escalates, can you handle it? I am certain that with a fraction of my complete will, I can extinguish this fragment of abyssal will and sever the communication link with the greater abyssal will. Excellent. Chen Yu was overjoyed. If a mere fraction suffices to manage this fragment, then surely the abyssal will's escalation would pose no challenge to the world tree. The white porcelain abyssal will. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Ahem. I misspoke. That would be confronting the enemy's sugar-coated artillery, consuming the candy while returning the artillery fire to the foe. With the world tree's assurance, Chen Yu unhesitatingly chose to use the mythical grade adaptive skill book. Crack. The diamond-shaped crystal shattered. Witnessing this scene, a strange and frenzied smile suddenly emerged on Unisifu's enchanting visage. Her height surged to nearly 3 meters. Her skin transformed from a fair hue to a brilliant red akin to magma, and 2 curved horns sprouted from her crown. Her nails elongated over an inch, sharp as divine blades. Behind her waist, 2 massive bat-like wings unfurled. From her rear, a 3-meter-long, ghostly white tail extended, tipped with a barbed, trident-like arrowhead. This was her true form as an abyssal demon, wild and enchanting. Supreme Abyss, your humble servant, Unisifus, here presents her tribute. A prodigious human talent with the potential to ascend to divinity is about to be embraced by your vastness. Descend, O mighty abyssal will. A crimson aura enveloped Chen Yu. He felt as if everything around him had suddenly lost its color. The sky and the earth darkened, dimming further and further until they culminated in pure, profound blackness. It felt like a cosmic void of death, or perhaps a black hole from which even light could not escape. In the boundless, desolate darkness, time lost all significance. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, or the rise and fall of a world. At the edge of the darkness, a human form composed of white light emerged. Then, as if the scene had shifted, the white light figure stood before Chen Yu, gazing deeply at him. The white light figure bore no eyes, yet Chen Yu distinctly felt its gaze upon him. Moreover, he could even share in its emotions, astonishment, bewilderment, disbelief, joy, sorrow, and loneliness. Like a multitude of colors poured into a dye vat and stirred, these complex emotions gradually settled into a profound sense of affection and dependence. Is this the will of the world tree? Chen Yu felt an unparalleled sense of familiarity and trust towards the white light figure. This sense of familiarity and trust was unique to the life of the world tree. It represented the unbreakable bond between a planter and their life-giving plant, inseparable and unyielding. Moments later, the white light figure, filled with anticipation, gently cradled Chen Yu's face with its hands, leaning in to touch foreheads with him. Chen Yu felt as if 2 warm lips met his own. Following this, an inexplicable force flowed from the white light figure into his body. The white light figure began to shift from solid to ethereal, gradually fading away. It made no moves, simply gazing at Chen Yu, as if savoring the last moments of time. At that moment, a larger white light figure appeared beside Chen Yu. He turned his head in surprise. He could sense the emotions of this newly appeared white light figure as well. Unlike the smaller white light figure, this one exuded an aura of indifference, rationality, and scrutiny, alongside the same dependence and affection for Chen Yu as the smaller one. Strangely, Chen Yu also felt an instinctual warmth and trust emanating from the depths of his soul towards this new white light figure. If the white light figure that transmitted power to him was the will of the world tree, then what could this one be? Which is the true will of the world tree? Chapter 38. The Supreme Grade Skill and the Affection of the Abyss. Where does this sentiment originate? In the endless darkness. Time and space seemed to be suspended. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in Chen Yu's heart, he could not articulate them. He could only remain an observer. The smaller white light figure, which was on the verge of dissipating, bowed gently to the larger white light figure, expressing gratitude and friendliness. It then turned its gaze back to Chen Yu. At that moment, Chen Yu seemed to perceive a pair of eyes that had weathered the vicissitudes of time. These eyes held the wisdom of the ages, yet were imbued with a fervent and unrestrained, indomitable will that could never be extinguished. Chen Yu felt a vague familiarity with these eyes. Whose eyes are these? He searched through the not-so-ample memories of 2 lifetimes. But even if he were to pierce through every memory cell with a sharp blade, he could not recall to whom these eyes belonged. You. Who are you? Chen Yu could only strive with all his might to convey his thoughts to the radiant figure before him. He was uncertain if the other could perceive his intentions. But the intense confusion in his heart urged him to express his will as clearly as possible. The radiant figure seemed to sense Chen Yu's inner turmoil and responded in its own way. However, it did not answer his question. Instead, it gently cupped Chen Yu's face and leaned in for a kiss. Its form began to disintegrate from the tips of its toes, scattering like tiny fragments of light. Reminiscent of toy building blocks, as if aware of its impending dissolution, its kiss became even more passionate and fervent, as if wishing to convey the endless thoughts that swirled within. Yet, despite the multitude of words unspoken, an inexplicable barrier stood in the way. They were so close, yet it felt as though they were separated by the vastness of time and space. Until the very last moment, the radiant figure completely vanished. and even the fallen specks of light lost their brilliance, returning to darkness. Soon after, the dark world began to fracture with scattered cracks. Crack. The boundless darkness shattered like glass. The flat panorama of the Goblin Main City reappeared before Chen Yu's eyes. Hint. Congratulations, esteemed practitioner. You have acquired the supreme skill. Affection of the Abyss. Supreme affection of the Abyss. No matter the time or place, you may summon the great will of the Abyss at any moment, pouring forth its very existence to resolve your crises. Note. Each class change increases the number of uses by 1. Current uses available, 1. Explanation. You have yet to encounter it, yet it has always loved you deeply, waiting at the end of time, at the culmination of reincarnation, solely to remember you once more. Supreme affection of the Abyss. Who exactly are you? Chen Yu gazed at the skill description, whispering softly. What manner of existence is the Abyss? It arrived alongside the era of universal class changes. After countless years, only the tip of the iceberg has been revealed. Yet, even this mere glimpse stands as a towering peak before a myriad of extraordinarily talented practitioners, none daring to claim they can surmount it. The true Abyss is vast and boundless, its grandeur immeasurable, an enigma beyond comprehension. Countless unspeakable entities dwell within it. The affection of the Abyss skill signifies the supreme will of the Abyss, extending its utmost effort to aid Chen Yu. It can be said that this is a genuine, life-preserving talisman. As long as the number of uses remains, no one can threaten Chen Yu's life. However, despite acquiring such a skill, Chen Yu felt neither excitement nor satisfaction. In this world, is there truly love without reason? The great will of the Abyss. That radiant figure, who exactly is it? From whence does this profound love originate? Love may arise from an unknown source, yet its origin must surely be the encounter of both parties. But Chen Yu was certain that he had never had any interaction with the Abyss. The love from the Abyss was overwhelmingly heavy, nearly suffocating him. Ha ha ha. A burst of unrestrained, maniacal laughter interrupted Chen Yu's reverie. He snapped back to attention, witnessing a towering, crimson-skinned female demon over 3 meters tall reveling in her triumph. What are you laughing at? Is there something amusing here? Chen Yu replied coldly. I am celebrating. Eunasophis spread her arms wide, embracing Chen Yu from afar, congratulating the future demon god for being embraced by the Abyss. Look, the great will of the Abyss personally guides you. Eunasophis pointed to the sky, proclaiming the grand and joyous glory of this moment. Chen Yu looked up to see a colossal, ethereal eyeball slowly materializing from the void. Is this eyeball the will of the Abyss? If this eyeball represents the will of the Abyss, then what was the radiant figure earlier? The supreme skill on the skill panel does not deceive. As he pondered, a red light radiated from the pupil of the ethereal eyeball, enveloping Chen Yu. Simultaneously, a frenzied and chaotic power surged into Chen Yu's being alongside the red light. Hint. You have acquired the mythic skill, Embrace of the Abyss. Mythic, Embrace of the Abyss. Choose a plant life form, transforming it into an abyssal life, with all attributes set to 100, and gain the skill of demonic transformation. Note. This skill has no levels and automatically progresses with each class change. Note. This skill consumes a special attribute, Abyssal Magic Power. Hint. You have gained special attribute, Abyssal Magic Power. Note. Abyssal Magic Power cannot be acquired through the allocation of free attribute points. It can be replenished by defeating abyssal creatures or learning the fundamental laws of the Abyss. Upon acquiring the skill, a colossal force of will began to erode Chen Yu's self-will with fervor. Countless frenzied whispers, seeping into his very marrow, echoed in his ears, soothing him, guiding him, commanding him, imploring him to submit to the great Abyss, to surrender into its embrace. A multitude of shattered scrolls unfurled before his eyes, depicting mountains of corpses and seas of blood, wealth and beauty, and the utmost throne. If Eunasophis' seduction was akin to a child's BB gun, then the will of the Abyss's seduction was a fusion bomb of colossal magnitude. No, it could not merely be called seduction. It had transformed into coercive reformation. With sheer willpower, one could resist the demon's allure, yet it was utterly futile to oppose the will of the Abyss's transformation. Come, become one of us. Ah. Eunasophis laughed maniacally. At this moment, a pale green figure suddenly appeared beside Chen Yu. It was a girl with hair cascading down to her waist. She wore a loose dress woven from tender leaves, yet it could not conceal her ample fertility. The pale green girl patted Chen Yu's shoulder. A transparent membrane enveloped Chen Yu, isolating him from the red light. In the next instant, the girl vanished and reappeared before the colossal eye in the sky. She clenched her right fist and struck the center of the ethereal giant eye's pupil. In silence, the ethereal giant eye shattered instantaneously, vanishing into the void. Ha. On the ground, Eunasophis' grin abruptly ceased. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 39, What is a faction? Aren't all that can be killed monsters? She stared blankly at the pale green girl, her eyes filled with disbelief. The will of the Abyss is supreme, the final bastion that resides deep within the hearts of every demon. All demons are fervent devotees of the Abyss. The pale green girl shattering the ethereal eyeball undoubtedly represented the destruction of the supreme faith that had persisted since her birth. Quite surprising, isn't it? Chen Yu remarked with a hint of indifference. Eunacephus, aghast, stammered. What is she? Who on earth are you? You need not know. Now, you should contemplate how to redeem your life. Chen Yu's gaze was laced with menace. A few thorn spirits, understanding the cue, swiftly surrounded her, poised to pounce at any moment. After acquiring the mythic skill, Chen Yu formed a conjecture. The radiant figure from earlier in the dark world was the will of the abyss. The ethereal giant I just now was also the will of the abyss. However, there were distinctions among the wills of the abyss. The radiant figure and the ethereal I were not the same entity. The ethereal I was the poison concealed by Eunacephus. The radiant figure, for reasons unknown, had descended thanks to the existence of this poison, manifesting its presence to Chen Yu and expressing its will. In other words, the radiant figure was an unsolicited gift that had come knocking at his door. The illusory giant I was indeed the object of Chen Yu's collusion with the world tree to conspire for a white pill. The conclusion could be deemed satisfactory. Having successfully acquired a mythical level skill, however, Eunacephus remained oblivious. She only witnessed the illusory giant eye being shattered, never suspecting that it had been subjected to theft. In other words, she was unaware that the task she previously issued remained valid. Should Chen Yu slay her, he would forfeit a mythical skill. Gulp. Eunacephus swallowed hard, her 3-meter-tall form rapidly diminishing, transforming back into that of a human female. Thud. She bent her knees and knelt before Chen Yu, prostrating her head to the ground. Esteemed powerful one, I beseech you, spare my life. I am but a wretched abyssal demon, unworthy of soiling your noble hands. You shall not dirty my hands. You will merely become fertilizer for them, Chen Yu retorted, gesturing towards his plant life, who appeared quite intrigued by her. If you cannot present something of value, I shall have no choice but to end you and loot your remains. My lord. Eunacephus smiled ingratiatingly. I can offer you the utmost pleasure. Perhaps you are unaware that many human males would risk their lives for a single night with a female demon. Though I am not a succubus, I can still provide you with such ecstasy. You may indulge in whatever manner you wish, as long as you grant me my freedom. As she spoke, Eunacephus feigned vulnerability, patting her chest to showcase her exaggerated, trembling allure. Are you adorned with gold inlaid with jade or diamonds? How valuable you must be. Chen Yu exclaimed with indignation. Hurry up and hand over your treasures, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions. What nonsense. Was he that kind of person? Even if he desired an experience, he would ensure to extract every ounce of value first, wouldn't he? My lord, I truly cannot produce any more high-value items. Seeing that Chen Yu showed no inclination to relent, Eunacephus shrugged her shoulders in resignation, adopting an expression that suggested she would submit to any fate. I am merely a mere avatar. Even if you were to slay me, little of worth would be retrieved. An avatar? Chen Yu inquired. Indeed, just an avatar. Eunacephus replied with a wry smile. To attain the title of Lord and bear the abyssal prefix, one must be at least level 401, a diamond tier boss. Do you believe that my combat prowess resembles that of a true abyssal lord? Indeed, it does not. Chen Yu nodded, acknowledging her point. A true abyssal lord could not possibly be so feeble. It seemed Eunacephus truly had nothing of value left to extract. Just as Chen Yu prepared to assess his gains and conclude the dungeon, Eunacephus spoke again. Due to the constraints of the rules, if you wish to gain benefits from me, you must join the abyssal faction to earn merit points for exchange. I can utilize my authority to lower the prices to the minimum and maximize your merit point gains. Merit points? How does one acquire them? Chen Yu inquired, looking at Eunacephus. By annihilating the villages and main cities of the human empire, Eunacephus replied, scrutinizing Chen Yu's expression cautiously. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalled the time he faced the rebel boss, Castor, when some innocent knights were inadvertently slain. The heavenly prompt had informed him that he belonged to the Tut City faction at the time, thus unable to receive kill rewards. This implied that if he joined the abyssal faction, the inhabitants of the Tut City faction would transform into monsters, allowing him to gain experience and loot, wouldn't it? Very well, extend the invitation for me to change factions now, Chen Yu commanded Eunacephus. What? Eunacephus looked astonished at Chen Yu. She had prepared herself for the possibility of being slain, never expecting him to genuinely agree to her proposition. Nevertheless, she reacted swiftly and immediately sent a faction invitation to Chen Yu. Prompt. The Abyssal Lord Eunacephus invites you to join the Abyssal faction. Yes. Chen Yu chose to confirm. Prompt. You have unexchanged merit points from Tut City. Changing factions will cause these merit points to become void. Do you wish to confirm? Wait. Chen Yu quickly declined, then opened the Tut City merit point exchange list. Previously, he had exchanged for a planter's set and 2 seeds of the Yun vine, leaving him with 4,500 merit points. After exterminating the goblin main city, he had gained an additional 5,000, bringing his total back to 9,500. These merit point exchanges were quite valuable, particularly the building blueprints, which large guilds, prominent families, and even the authorities were willing to purchase at high prices. Additionally, vitality potions were also prized possessions. The Super Vitality Potion restored 1 mental and physical strength per second for a duration of 100 seconds. 100 seconds could revive a combatant who had lost their fighting capability back to full status, making it an essential artifact for survival. Its value only escalated as time went on. After careful consideration, Chen Yu began the exchange. Tut City Wall Blueprint. Rare, possesses certain magical and physical defenses, along with exceptional durability. Value, 2,000 merit points. Vanguard Defense Tower Blueprint. Rare, possesses certain magical and physical defenses, high durability, and 3 slots for range classes, enhancing damage and reducing cooldowns and costs for skills of those stationed within. Value, 3,000 merit points. Super Vitality Potion X45. Value, 4,500 merit points. Upon completing the exchange, with Tut City merit points reduced to 0, Chen Yu finally opted to change factions. Prompt: you have joined the Abyssal faction. Changing factions does not affect dungeon progress. You may still enter the dungeon for settlement at any time. Prompt: the Abyssal Lord Unisifus has opened the Abyssal faction exchange list for you. Prompt: the Abyssal Lord Unisifus has granted you self-upgrading and exchange privileges within the Abyssal faction, allowing you to exchange from any location. Are you truly prepared to destroy Tut City? Unisifus asked, testing the waters. She could hardly believe that such a terrifying being, capable of shattering the Abyssal will, had so readily betrayed his faction. Need I even say? Chen Yu replied without turning back, mounting the Thorn Spirit. He would annihilate it, faction or not. For a practitioner, all that could be slain within a dungeon were merely monsters. How could he fail to seize experience, gold, and equipment after enduring a 7-day dungeon cooldown? Chapter 40. SSS Level Dungeon Evaluation, Legendary Dungeon Treasure Chest. After half a day, with the obliteration of a grand city, the entire dungeon lay barren. Your level has risen to level 49. Your level has risen to level 50. Prompt: your level has reached the maximum limit. Experience gained before completing the class change will be stored in a temporary experience pool. Prompt: you have destroyed Tut City, earning 10,000 Abyssal Faction merit points. Having cleared the entire dungeon, Chen Yu's level finally reached 50. Level 50 marked the pinnacle for novice practitioners. Only upon completing the class change quest would the level cap reopen. Contentedly, Chen Yu opened the Abyssal Faction exchange list. Thanks to Unisifus' authority manipulation, the prices of items of the same level in the Abyssal Faction exchange list were significantly lower than those in Tut City. Furthermore, the variety of valuable goods available exceeded that found in Tut City's exchange list. After exhausting his Abyssal merit points, Chen Yu acquired a set of accessories, a seed, and several recovery potions. Whispering Demon Bracelet. Quality: epic. Level: 50. Effect: 200 to all attributes, 5 damage reduction. Whispering Demon Necklace. Quality: epic. Level: 50. Effect: 300 to all attributes, 5 final damage. Whispering Demon Ring X2. Quality: epic. Level: 50. Effect: 100 to all attributes, 500 magical damage, 2 final damage. Set effect: Demonic Descent. Sacrifice 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-level magic crystals to randomly summon a level 100 ordinary abyssal demon, which will unleash indiscriminate attacks on all units within its line of sight. Duration of the demon: 1 hour. Cooldown period: 3 days. Hellflower Seed. 1. The seed of the epic grade plant, the corpse flower, is said to have originated from the banks of the Yellow Springs, guiding monarchs to the other side. Alchemical Demon Potion 20. Can be used by units below level 200, instantly restoring 100 health, mental strength, and stamina. Units infused with abyssal magic can recover 1 point of abyssal magic, while those lacking it will be corroded by abyssal magic after use. Note: this is rumored to be the proud creation of a certain female demon lord, as the alchemical materials contain her bodily fluids, leading to frequent frenzies among male demon lords vying for it. For pieces of epic grade accessories, consuming 4,000 abyssal merit points. 1 epic grade Hellflower Seed, valued at 12,000 abyssal merit points. The unit price of the alchemical demon potion is 500 merit points, totaling 10,000 points. In terms of attribute gains, there are even better accessory sets available in the Abyssal exchange list. What Chen Yu coveted was the summoning effect of the Demon Whisper accessory set. For a level 50 practitioner, summoning a demon is merely a disruptive skill or a self-destruct skill. In chaotic scenarios, unleashing an unknown boss can yield remarkable results. When facing formidable foes, this skill can summon a boss to ensure mutual destruction with the enemy. However, Chen Yu intended to use this skill as a source of abyssal magic. The skill Embrace of the Abyss for creating abyssal plants requires abyssal magic. And aside from slaying demons, there are few effective means of replenishment. The Demon Whisper set was, indeed, a timely boon. Chen Yu donned the Tutu City set and the Demon Whisper set, scrutinizing his attribute panel. Profession: Planter, mutated. Level: 50. Strength: 121, 300. Agility: 131, 250. Constitution: 2, 551, 550. Spirit: 2, 701, 550. Abyssal magic, 5. Free attribute points, 0. Additional attributes, final damage 9, damage reduction 5. Talent, absolute enhancement. Supreme designate an object for absolute enhancement, which includes but is not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Profession passive, Supreme Sacred Soil LV1. Establish a patch of Supreme Sacred Soil. Plants grown in this soil will receive significant enhancements each time one changes professions. They may designate a specific plant as their destined plant, which will undergo transcendent evolution and instant maturation. Skills, accelerated growth LV9. Slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant enhancement LV7. Boosts all attributes of plant life by 70 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 380 seconds. Supreme, affection of the abyss, at any time and place. You can summon the great will of the abyss, sacrificing your very existence to relieve your crisis. Note, this skill can increase the number of uses each time you change professions. Current usable times, 1. Mythical, embrace of the abyss. Choose a plant life to undergo abyssal transformation, enhancing all attributes by 100, and acquiring the skill demonization. Indeed, as the saying goes, Buddhas rely on golden adornments. Chen Yu marveled. With 2 epic grade sets equipped, even a small broken statue could instantly transform into a magnificent golden Buddha. The addition of over 1,000 to all attributes filled him with an overwhelming sense of power. Proceeding to the dungeon conclusion, Chen Yu issued the command. The entire dungeon had been thoroughly depleted. There was nothing of value left to linger over. The only creature that remained, likely trembling in some corner, was Unisiphus, who had managed to retain her life only through the use of a mythical skill bestowed by Chen Yu. Notification, entering dungeon conclusion phase. The scene before Chen Yu suddenly began to lose color, fading into dullness. Everything around him froze in that moment. Dungeon conclusion in progress. Dungeon difficulty, authentic. Dungeon completion, 100. Dungeon exploration rate, 1000. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward conclusion, 1, 200 gold coins, 1, 500, 000 experience points, 150 free attribute points, 20 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Notification, due to your flawless completion of this dungeon's authentic mode, this mode will be permanently closed. Upon conclusion, a radiant portal appeared before Chen Yu. Exiting the portal, he found himself in the dungeon plaza of Jianyang No. 1 High School. After 2 days and nights of sleeplessness, he felt not the slightest fatigue. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. The rewards from this dungeon were astonishing. One might even say he had struck a windfall. At present, the dungeon plaza was sparsely populated with practitioners. Most teams had completed their runs and departed. Those remaining were likely delayed by prior engagements and had returned to catch up on their runs. Chen Yu paid little heed to others and directly returned to his dormitory. After securing the door, he entered the supreme sacred soil. Beneath the world tree, treasures and dropped items had accumulated into small mountains. Atop this mini mountain of items lay the legendary dungeon treasure chest, gleaming with orange light. With eager anticipation, Chen Yu retrieved the chest and opened it. In an instant, a dazzling orange light surged skyward. Chapter 41, Professional Attributes, Legendary Fundamental Law. Notification, you have opened a legendary dungeon treasure chest, gaining 5,000 gold coins, acquiring the legendary Fundamental Law life calculation, and obtaining the legendary title 3 feet high. Fundamental Law, life calculation. Quality, legendary. Professional restriction, planter. Description, upon use, gain the professional attribute vitality, which influences the release effects of professional skills. Title, 3 feet high. Quality, legendary. Effect, at any time and place, gain a 100 probability of discovering hidden clues. Description, you are a master at utilizing resources to their utmost. While one cannot say you have no predecessors, you are undoubtedly unmatched. The effect of this legendary title will make it significantly easier for Chen Yu to encounter rare and hidden events in the future. This not only signifies an increase in rewards, but also a rise in risks. Nevertheless, Chen Yu was confident that he would not falter in the face of the risks that accompany serendipitous encounters. Yet, the title and its description felt somewhat insulting. Moreover, Chen Yu held aloft the glowing orange skill book, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Fundamental Law is the most precious, rarest, and highest value skill book in the world of profession advancement. In a realm of cultivation, the Fundamental Law would represent the foundational practices, the commencement of the path to transcendence. In this world, practitioners do not need to slowly cultivate methods. They grow stronger by slaying monsters and accumulating experience. Yet, the rarity of the Fundamental Law only increases. The reason lies in the fact that the Fundamental Law bestows practitioners with professional attributes, the very essence of their strength. For instance, a mage's magic power, a warrior's fighting spirit, or a martial artist's true energy. Taking the mage as an example, the higher the magic power, the greater the potency of skill release under the same conditions. A small fireball with 0 magic power might only be capable of slaying a rabbit. However, with 100 magic power, it could defeat a boss. When practitioners reach level 50 and change professions, they automatically acquire professional attributes, which cannot be enhanced with free attribute points, but can only be obtained through leveling up or learning the fundamental law. There are also some exceedingly rare methods, so scarce they can be disregarded. Powerful occupational skills nearly always require the consumption of professional attributes, without depleting the upper limit, to be unleashed. Once these attributes are expended, one must rely on the fundamental law of operation to absorb energy crystals such as magic crystals for replenishment. Naturally, there are corresponding potions available. However, their cost is prohibitive for most practitioners. It can be said that high-level practitioners, without the fundamental law, dare not use their skills freely. Every practitioner beyond the first transition must learn the fundamental law. Yet, the drop rate of this law is exceedingly low, leading to a scarcity in supply. On the market, an ordinary level fundamental law can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. During times of scarcity, it can even be traded for 100,000 gold coins. Legendary level fundamental laws are potent enough to incite wars between two great factions. Without hesitation, Chen Yu consumed the skill book for life calculation. Int. You have acquired the legendary level fundamental law life calculation. Legendary life calculation LV1. All attributes 200, vitality 10. Consuming vitality allows the projection of the quality advancement path for plant life, with higher qualities requiring greater vitality consumption. Truly a legendary level fundamental law, immensely powerful. Even at LV1, it grants a remarkable increase of 200 points to all attributes, alongside 10 points to professional attributes. It is worth noting that most practitioners only gain single-digit professional attributes upon transitioning. Those who perform poorly in their transition tasks might receive as little as 1 point. As for basic attributes, they are even less significant, akin to a novice practitioner having leveled up several dozen times. Chen Yu attempted to allocate skill points to this newly acquired skill. After expending 5 skill points, the life calculation skill finally upgraded by 1 level. The basic all-attribute bonus increased to 400 points, while the professional attribute bonus for vitality rose to 20 points. Subsequently, Chen Yu resolutely poured all his skill points into life calculation. Legendary life calculation LV5. All attributes 1000, vitality 50. Consuming vitality allows the projection of the quality advancement path for plant life, with higher qualities requiring greater vitality consumption. Let us test this active effect. The active effect of life calculation allows for the projection of the quality advancement path for plant life. A typical planter would undoubtedly regard this active effect as a treasure, as it signifies the potential for an endless supply of high-quality plant life, thereby infinitely enhancing one's combat potential. Chen Yu's plant life had previously been nurtured in the supreme sacred soil, subsequently advancing on its own. However, this advancement was not without limits. The legendary level represents the ultimate ceiling for plant life within the supreme sacred soil, where they can advance unconditionally. From ordinary to epic levels, plant life in the supreme sacred soil undergoes a state of evolution. However, after ascending to legendary status, this state has vanished, indicating that the supreme sacred soil can no longer facilitate automatic evolution. The active effect of life calculation precisely enables Chen Yu to discover the method for elevating legendary plant life to mythical status. Zhou Bowen, the fourth-tier planter invited by Jiang Tianming, had explained that humanoid plant life exhibits a higher degree of personification with superior quality. It is said that mythical-level plant life is indistinguishable from humans, in both body and intellect, reaching parity with ordinary humans. Chen Yu had verified this himself. Indeed, Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng were mythical-level plant life, yet their physical structure bore almost no difference from that of actual humans. Do not inquire how he knows this. Such matters must be experienced personally. By the way, it is possible that primordial spirits like Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng might grow as their quality improves. Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement and could not help but glance at Xiaoyan. At that moment, Xiaoyan was rummaging through a pile of items, selecting beautiful ornaments to adorn herself. She had draped a jade ring around her neck, several pearl necklaces around her body, and gold earrings atop her head, transforming herself into a little bundle of jewelry. The lively and adorable spirit was almost overwhelmed by the glimmering adornments. What are you doing? Chen Yu playfully poked Xiaoyan's head and asked with amusement. Master, do I look pretty? Xiaoyan twirled proudly before Chen Yu. Yes, you look very beautiful. Chen Yu's lips twitched. He could not bear to pour cold water on the little spirit's excitement and reluctantly offered his praise. Really? That is wonderful. Master, do you think Xiaofeng is pretty? Xiaoyan gleefully pulled out a huge clump of jewelry wrapped together from the pile. This is Xiaofeng. Xiaoyan pressed down on a ring with considerable effort, finally revealing half of a little elf's head adorned with light azure hair. Chen Yu. All right, you two, wait a moment. For the sake of your future happiness, cough cough, let us focus on enhancing strength. The skill I just acquired can project the quality advancement paths for you. Chapter 42, Creating Worlds. The Advancement Path of Primordial Spirits. Quality Enhancement? Xiaofeng, wrapped in jewels, suddenly brightened with interest. She shivered with excitement. Shaking off the ornaments clinging to her, and flew up to embrace Chen Yu's chin, her small form pressed against his face. Master, I want it. I want it. Xiaoyan, astonished, did not anticipate Xiaofeng's quick reaction. Me too, me too. I want it as well. Xiaoyan anxiously circled around Chen Yu. Not just Xiaofeng and Xiaoyan. Even dozens of legendary-level plant life silently approached, surrounding Chen Yu completely. Clearly, he had underestimated their fervent desire for evolution. Chen Yu felt a wave of pressure. Don't rush, take it slow, one at a time, everyone will get a chance. At that moment, a girl-shaped figure composed of pale green light appeared beside Chen Yu. This was the manifestation of the World Tree's will, currently, within the supreme sacred soil. Apart from Chen Yu, the World Tree represents an absolute authority. Chen Yu stands as the lofty master, and the plant life can approach him to seek affection. However, none dare to offend the World Tree's majesty. As the will of the World Tree materialized, the legendary-level plant life retreated in unison. Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng, however, were unafraid of the World Tree. Xiaofeng continued to cling to Chen Yu's face like a little face-hugging creature. The soft, fluffy sensation and faint fragrance were somewhat enjoyable for Chen Yu. Seeing the manifestation of the World Tree, Xiaoyan excitedly rushed over. Mama. However, the pale green girl had no physical form. Xiaoyan dashed through the green light, landing empty-handed. Yet, she was not disheartened. Instead, she joyfully danced around the green light. Children, don't misbehave. Listen to your master and don't make things difficult for him. A gentle, sweet voice resonated in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu glanced at the World Tree, which nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that the World Tree was conveying its intent. Oh, the two little spirits finally settled down, obediently floating beside the manifestation of the World Tree. Master, are you planning to use the fundamental law to project their advancement paths? The will of the World Tree gently inquired. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Yu chuckled. I only possess a legendary-level fundamental law. I doubt it has the capability. The quality of the World Tree is certainly at the supreme level. The gap between supreme and legendary levels is vast, and Chen Yu has yet to fully grasp it. He would not naively believe that life calculation could project the advancement paths of beings at the supreme level. No, Master. Upon receiving life from you, my path has become clear. So you mean, though they are my children, they share a symbiotic bond with me. My path is their path. You mean you know their advancement paths? Chen Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, the World Tree replied, as primordial spirits. They embody the very foundational elements that compose the material world. Their path to promotion represents the second tier of their existence's purpose, to create a world. A mission? To create a world? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Is this truly their method of enhancing their qualities? He was astounded that the World Tree would reveal such a significant revelation. If what the World Tree said is indeed true, does it not imply that, in the short term, the primordial elves are unable to elevate their qualities? One could easily deduce the immense power required to create a world. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng are still far from that capability. That's not how it is, my master. The World Tree's melodious voice resonated in Chen Yu's mind once more. As the World Tree, every part of my being holds the potential to develop into a complete world. The elements represented by the primordial elves are the very foundation of world creation. Once all 8 of the primordial elemental elves have been born, I can commence the creation of the first world. The primordial elemental elves involved in creation will grow alongside the worlds they bring forth. The 8 primordial elemental elves? What attributes do they represent? Chen Yu inquired. Earth, fire, water, wind, light, darkness, time, and space are the 8 primordial elements, the cornerstones of the world. Understood. Chen Yu nodded, immediately contemplating how to acquire resources for these attributes. Earth, fire, water, and wind are relatively easy to obtain, as corresponding magical crystals are available in the market. Light and darkness are somewhat more challenging, but they can still be purchased with sufficient funds. The crucial aspects are time and space. The monsters embodying these attributes are exceedingly rare, and thus attribute crystals are seldom dropped. Other resources containing these 2 attributes are also quite scarce. Acquiring them will require considerable effort. However, the thought of gathering all 8 attributes primordial elves and creating a personal world invigorated Chen Yu. By the way, Chen Yu suddenly asked, you mentioned that creating a world is the second-tier task of the primordial elves. What then is the first tier? Of course, it is to serve our master. We are born for our master and live for our master. Serving our master is our most supreme mission and honor. Excellent. It should indeed be so. Chen Yu laughed heartily. In truth, when the World Tree spoke of the primordial elves' mission, a faint unease stirred within him. Everything within the sacred land belongs to him. Regardless of their origins, they should not be bound by so-called missions. If there is to be a mission, it must align with his will. By the way, master, if you have no pressing matters, I suggest you expedite your class transition task, the World Tree advised. After you achieve your first promotion, I can assist in enhancing your class attributes. With that, the verdant light comprising the World Trees will transform into countless shimmering specks, dissipating before Chen Yu. For some reason, Chen Yu felt that the final words of the World Trees will carry a hint of shyness. Just an illusion, he thought. Shaking his head, and committing the world tree's words to memory. The prospect of the world tree enhancing his class attributes was an unexpected delight. The class transition task should be prioritized. However, before that, he needed to elevate all his skills to their maximum levels. Currently, he had 3 skills available for upgrade: plan enhancement at level 7, rapid growth at level 9, and vitality calculation at level 5. If he wished to avoid the slow accumulation of skill proficiency, he would need to expend skill points directly. In total, he required 29 skill points to fully upgrade all 3 skills. Difficult dungeons with above-average difficulty would yield skill points and free attribute points as rewards, should he meet the completion criteria. Therefore, he needed to seek out several more dungeons to gather resources effectively. For now, though, he resolved to explore the advancement route of legendary plant life and determine what materials were necessary. Additionally, he would procure any available resources for hatching the primordial elves. Chen Yu summoned a thorn spirit and initiated vitality calculation. Chapter 43. The Mythical Path of the Thorn Spirit. Mysterious nutritional substances? Chen Yu placed his hand atop the thorn spirit's head. As vitality calculation commenced, the thorn spirit radiated a tender green glow. With the passage of time, everything about this thorn spirit unfolded in Chen Yu's mind. Countless thoughts collided vigorously, forming and then discarding various concepts. Ultimately, vitality calculation deduced 2 paths with the highest likelihood of success. The first was giantization, maintaining the current level of anthropomorphism while developing towards a gigantic form, significantly enhancing strength, vitality, and defense. The second was humanization, cultivating intelligence and personality, continuing towards a highly anthropomorphic evolution, blending traits of both plant life and corporeal beings, greatly enhancing adaptability, flexibility, and cognitive abilities. Both paths could elevate the thorn spirit to mythical quality, with no discernible superiority or inferiority between them. The former appeared to possess greater combat prowess. Yet that was not necessarily the case. A giantized plant life relies more on innate attributes and instinctual combat, while humanized plant life engages through skills and intricate maneuvers, relying on intelligence in battle. In a duel, predicting the victor would be quite difficult. Furthermore, the giantization path contradicted the thorn spirit's existing evolution trajectory. Choosing giantization would entail a significantly greater investment of resources and effort than humanization. Without hesitation, Chen Yu chose the humanization path and continued the deduction. The materials required for the humanization path were gradually outlined. The foundational requirement was to absorb the remains of a golden boss of the same level. The higher the boss's level, the better the quality and success rate. Key materials included at least 10 units of the legendary treasure, life water, and a single leaf from the mythical treasure, life tree. Just then, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. The glow emanating from the thorn spirit dimmed. The auxiliary materials remained unclear, and the deduction process abruptly halted. The reason for this was that the class attribute vitality had been nearly depleted. Reluctantly, Chen Yu had to abandon the endeavor for the time being. Vitality calculation is a complete process. He could not wait to recover before resuming. Chen Yu's class attribute cap was insufficient to complete the deduction for the legendary plant life advancement path. This meant he needed to first enhance his skill levels and acquire sufficient class attributes to finalize the entire deduction. After spending more than 2 days in the dungeon and conducting another vitality calculation, even with Chen Yu's remarkable attributes, he felt utterly exhausted. Thus, he decided to remove his gear and lie down, using the thorn spirit as a pillow, succumbing to slumber amidst the fragrant ambience. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke, enveloped in a cocoon of vines and leaves. The thorn spirit had instinctively sprouted numerous soft vines and leaves to create a cushy mattress for his comfort. After Chen Yu rose, the thorn spirit struggled slightly to reshape its vines into a human form. Since it had only recently come into existence, it was still unaccustomed to such significant morphological changes. "Thank you," Chen Yu smiled, ruffling the thorn spirit's hair. While its appearance was not vastly different from real human hair, a distinctly botanical essence remained evident. The thorn spirit conveyed its thoughts to Chen Yu, expressing joy in being able to assist its master and a desire to do even more, even at the cost of everything. For plant beings, their master is their sole purpose, representing the purest form of loyalty and dependence. The thorn spirit gently tugged at Chen Yu, relaying its wish for more closeness. As the master's essence brought it comfort and fulfillment, a slight smile crept across Chen Yu's lips. There is no need to rush. Time is abundant. Once you ascend to the realm of myths and your emotions deepen, we will have limitless moments to cherish together. He is confident that the plants he has nurtured will accompany him on his eternal journey. The thorn spirit immediately displayed a joyous demeanor, pledging to exert herself doubly hard to achieve her promotion sooner. It appears that their future lives will be quite entertaining. Chen Yu smiled as he gently pinched the somewhat coarse face of the thorn maiden. To cultivate a seed into a loyal, devoted beauty willing to sacrifice everything for him filled him with a peculiar sense of excitement and accomplishment. However, not long after, his smile faltered, for upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a vast expanse of plant beauties not far away. There were no less than 500 of them. Chen Yu quickly shook his head, casting aside some disordered thoughts, and approached the world tree. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng were once again playing with his heap of spoils. To be precise, it was Xiao Yin who was toying with the spoils and Xiao Feng. Chen Yu stepped forward, pinching Xiao Yan's delicate little foot with 2 fingers, lifting her upside down and tossing her away. Then, with a heart full of compassion, he extracted Xiao Feng from a mound of cumbersome accessories and tucked him into his pocket. "Oh dear, master, you've taken Xiao Feng from me again. You're bullying me." Xiao Yan fumed as she flew back, accusing Chen Yu of his tyranny. Calmly, Chen Yu reached out to catch her, vigorously rubbing her until she became dizzy, before setting her down and commencing the opening of treasure chests. Notification: Rare level dungeon chest opened, acquiring rare level equipment, elite knight armor. Notification: Epic level dungeon chest opened, acquiring blueprint for elite heavy cavalry set, obtaining epic level equipment, noble ring. Notification: Opening. Once all the chests were opened, he had accumulated a substantial amount of gold coins, equipment, and a few skill books and blueprints. Yet, the quantity did not equate to value. It was likely that the total worth of all the equipment and coins paled in comparison to the scant skill books and blueprints. Subsequently, Chen Yu found a suitable spot to bury the seeds of the yellow spring flower and 2 moya vines. The 3 seeds quickly took root and sprouted. However, their growth rate was markedly slower than that of the previous punching vines, toxic lilies, and man-eating flowers. "Oh, master, its aura is quite peculiar. It seems rather advanced," Xiao Yin remarked curiously as she flew closer to observe the young yellow spring flower. "Be good, don't bully it, go play with these instead." Chen Yu placed Xiao Yin atop the treasure mound, instructing her to have fun, warning her that once everything was sold, there would be no playthings left for her. Xiao Yin instantly looked horrified, forgetting her curiosity about the yellow spring flower, clinging tightly to the pile of treasures and casting a pleading glance back at Chen Yu. Ignoring her, Chen Yu exited the supreme sacred land. The Treasure Pavilion, a marketplace for practitioners in Jianyang City, is purportedly part of a nationwide chain, sprawling in its offerings. The pavilion sells an array of items essential for practitioners, including equipment, skill books, potions, maps, and dungeon strategies. Naturally, they also handle acquisitions. In his previous 2 forays, the items Chen Yu had sold were all handled by the Treasure Pavilion. This time, he intended to follow suit, as larger establishments tend to be less troublesome. His time was precious, and he did not wish to engage in petty negotiations with the proprietor of a small shop. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, the round-faced receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Mr. Chen, it seems you have had another bountiful harvest." "What great harvest?" Chen Yu humbly replied. "It's merely a bit of hard-earned money. It's not like your pavilion, which earns a fortune daily. The one earning a fortune is the pavilion, not me." The receptionist said with a hint of reproach. "You haven't called me even once since I gave you my number." "Haha, alright, enough of your banter. It makes me sound like a scoundrel. Please fetch your manager." Chen Yu chuckled, tossing a gold coin that landed perfectly in the receptionist's cleavage. Yes, I'll go right away." She beamed, rising with a bounce as she hurried into the back room. Shortly after, she returned, escorting a stoic-looking little girl. The little girl, sporting twin ponytails and dressed in a pink dress with white socks, had adorably plush, pale pink lips that were quite enticing. However, her expressionless face tended to disrupt such musings. Chapter 44, News of Mythical Materials, A New Primordial Spirit. The little girl was the general manager of the Treasure Pavilion in Jianyang City, responsible for the acquisitions during Chen Yu's previous sales. In truth, the value of those items had been low. It was unclear why the head of the Jianyang Pavilion had taken notice. "Present them," the little girl commanded as she approached, gazing up at Chen Yu with her lifeless eyes. Very well. Without hesitation, Chen Yu dumped his spoils before her. Gleaming items cascaded out, forming a small mountain that even surpassed the little girl in height. Most of the items shimmered with blue light, while a significant number glowed purple as well. The little girl's mouth formed a small, round shape, her wide eyes now brimming with surprise. This expression lent her a surprisingly cute air that Chen Yu couldn't help but admire. He thought her current expression suited her perfectly. In a previous life, he might have sought ways to charm her, enticing her with lollipops. In this life, however, he sought not such trivialities, allowing fate to take its course. "What have you done?" the little girl inquired curiously. "Did you rob a store?" "Just luck, really. Estimate their worth," Chen Yu replied with a smile. "Please wait, Yin Luo. Hurry and come help," she called to the still-dazed, round-faced receptionist. Yes, general manager." The round-faced girl snapped back to reality and rushed over to assist the little girl in sorting through the pile of items. 1 epic equipment, 2 epic equipment, 3 epic equipment. A heavy cavalry commander set? Such impressive set skills. And there's more than one set. My goodness. Which nation's arms depot did you rob? And so many epic level accessories. No way. Can purple accessories really be part of a set? Chen Yu sat to the side, sipping tea, in a jovial mood as he observed the little girl and the round-faced receptionist tallying the goods. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his pocket. Xiao Feng was moving, sending forth a wave of desire. Confused, Chen Yu pulled Xiao Feng out. With a slurp, she perched on the teacup. eagerly dipping her head into the tea and savoring it thoroughly, sporting a look of utter satisfaction. After finishing her drink, she fell back into her usual motionless state. So, she enjoys food and drink? What a pity. How much can that little body hold? Chen Yu chuckled, poking her soft, flat belly. About an hour later, the little girl and the round-faced receptionist finally completed their inventory of the vast array of equipment. Dear guest, we have a total of 7 sets of epic-level gear, including 2 sets of accessories, 103 pieces of epic-level equipment, including 23 pieces of accessories, 16 sets of rare-level gear, 423 pieces of rare-level individual items. According to our acquisition prices at the Treasure Pavilion, the total value is 198,700 gold coins. If you wish to sell, the payment will be processed immediately. No problem. Chen Yu nodded. This price was even higher than his own estimation. Additionally, I have some other items for you to appraise. With that, he handed a wooden box to the little girl. All right. The little girl opened the box, her lifeless eyes instantly transforming into sparkling orbs. Rare level city wall blueprint. Rare level arrow tower blueprint. Level 50 rare set blueprints. 7 rare level blueprints. Quarter price. Chen Yu, toying with Xiao Feng, said with a smile. Watching the little girl's stoic face morph repeatedly brought him a sense of inexplicable joy. 500,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, the little girl slowly spoke. All right, it's settled then. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The little girl always offered fair prices, which was one of the reasons he chose the Treasure Pavilion multiple times. Additionally, I wish to purchase some materials. Please specify. I require 1,000 pieces each of earth, fire, water, wind, light, and dark attribute magic crystals, along with 10,000 ordinary magic crystals. I also need 1,800 seeds of the attacking vine, 1,800 seeds of the man-eating flower, and 900 seeds of the poisonous lily. The little girl swiftly calculated the costs. Light and dark attribute magic crystals are priced at 10 gold coins each, the other 4 attributes at 3 gold coins each. Ordinary magic crystals at 1 gold coin each, and seeds at 1 gold coin each. The total amounts to 46,500 gold coins. That is acceptable. The amount can be deducted from the payment. Chen Yu replied. Moreover, I would like to inquire about several materials. Are there time and space attribute magic crystals or other resources available? What about leaves from the Tree of Life and Life Water? Does the Treasure Pavilion sell these? If so, what are their prices? If not, where can I acquire them? Upon hearing Chen Yu's inquiries, the little girl furrowed her brow and fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Of the items you inquired about, Life Water is the easiest to obtain. It is the primary material for crafting supreme-grade instant recovery potions, and the Treasure Pavilion has a stable supply channel. However, you must understand that supreme-grade instant recovery potions are crucial for 7th-tier professionals in life and death situations. Thus, the price is exceedingly high. A unit of Life Water could purchase half of the Treasure Pavilion in Jianyang City. As for the Tree of Life, it is said to be the mother tree of the elven race. A mature Tree of Life is a legendary plant of 5 colors. What you require is certainly not an ordinary leaf, but a mythical-grade material imbued with the essence of life. Such treasures are rare and can only be acquired under specific circumstances, perhaps through related dungeons. Regarding time and space attribute resources, they are exceedingly scarce, with no stock available. And their prices fluctuate greatly. If you wish, I can keep an eye out for you. Is there stock of Life Water? Can it be accessed at any time? Chen Yu's heart brightened. This was the primary material for upgrading legendary plant life. Being able to purchase it with money was undoubtedly a fortunate opportunity. Yes, there is stock available and can be retrieved at any time, priced at 5 million gold coins per unit. The little girl stated nonchalantly. Would you like to purchase it? Well, at this stage, the price is indeed a concern. Let us add each other as friends. If you come across any news regarding time and space attribute resources, please contact me, Chen Yu suggested. Certainly. The little girl opened the friend panel, and they mutually added each other. Thank you, Chen Yu smiled. The little girl, being the general manager of the Treasure Pavilion, was well informed, and having her assistance would save him considerable time. You're welcome, the little girl replied earnestly. However, should I help you find the materials you need and a transaction is completed, I will charge a commission. Chen Yu's lips twitched. This money-grubbing little girl. Do you require anything else, esteemed guest? If not, I shall proceed with the checkout, the little girl inquired. Nothing more, Chen Yu shook his head. Soon after, the little girl initiated the transaction from the friend panel, transferring 660,000 gold coins to Chen Yu. Very well, until we meet again. By the way, here is a little gift for you. Chen Yu stood up, placing a lollipop in the little girl's hand before turning and waving farewell as he exited the Treasure Pavilion. With all the materials in hand and ample resources, the world tree would soon bear new primordial spirits. Chapter 45, The Subtlety of Darkness, The Birth of the Primordial Earth Spirit. Within the Treasure Pavilion, the little girl watched Chen Yu's departing figure, lost in thought. Yun Luo, observing her, spoke with urgency. Miss, look at how much he has grown. If you don't make a move soon, there may be no opportunity left. Do you think true prodigies are so easily swayed? Yun Baiyu replied coolly. Do you think I do not wish to invest in him? The truth is, there has been no opportunity from the very beginning. How can that be? Yun Luo retorted. When he first arrived, he had just changed jobs, and his level was not even 10. Even now, he is still a novice. If you simply put forth conditions, he would likely agree. Naivety, Yun Baiyu shot a glare at Yun Luo. True prodigies never lower themselves to others. They carve out their own paths step by step, rather than relying on the charity of others. Those willing to become someone else's pawns will inevitably have limited futures. And do you know why I judged him to be a monstrous prodigy upon his first arrival? Was it not deduced through your talent appraisal skill? Yun Luo inquired. The talent appraisal skill could not glean even a fragment of his future, Yun Baiyu scoffed. I used the talent identification technique to observe him. His gifts elude my understanding, and his passive skills remain inscrutable. Wait, Yun Luo exclaimed. Miss, your talents cannot perceive his abilities? Does that not imply that his gifts and passives are above the mythical level? Indeed, Yun Baiyu confirmed. Earlier, I employed the identification technique once more. He has acquired 2 additional skills that I cannot observe, along with a legendary level foundational technique. Are you saying he has learned 2 mythical skills and 1 legendary foundational technique? Yun Luo gasped in astonishment. How did he achieve this? Was he not born of humble origins, lacking parental support? Not necessarily. Yun Baiyu shook her head. Prodigies possess their own unique destiny. Perhaps we are merely a trivial part of his fortune, here only to assist in expediting his growth. By the way, do you know what he was playing with earlier? Yun Luo recalled. It was a beautiful doll, exquisitely crafted. If only I had the chance, I would have asked where he bought it. A doll? Yun Baiyu sneered. That was a plant life. My talent identification technique could not perceive its information. A mythical level plant life? Yun Luo's breath quickened. So, what do you believe we can offer to invest in him and attract his interest? Yun Baiyu asked coldly. Using our bodies? Yours or mine? Mine. Yun Luo exclaimed excitedly. Young, handsome, and with a bright future. If he is willing, I would gladly roll out the red carpet for him. Miss, please, I wouldn't mind being given to him. Imagining being with such an extraordinary man. Yun Luo closed her eyes, cupping her face with her hands, grinning like a lovesick girl. Ah, miss, I want him. Enough of that, Yun Baiyu replied. Her lips twitching. You, a 5th-tier mortician, reeking of decay, are you not afraid that shedding your gear would make him wretch? Besides, you have already given him your number. It's quite clear. Has he ever contacted you? Well, then let us use your number, Yun Luo chuckled. He looked at your lips 3 times earlier, once for a second, once for 3 seconds, and once for 2 seconds. What do you think he was thinking? Get away from me. Yun Baiyu angrily kicked Yun Luo. Ah, Yun Luo sighed. Are we really just going to watch this exceptional prodigy drift away from us? Who says so? Yun Baiyu raised an eyebrow, smiling. Did I not just mention? Perhaps we are indeed a part of his fortune. Do you not find it remarkably coincidental? I just happen to need a peerless genius to back me up, and he just so happens to appear before me. Miss, wake up. He will not support you. Do not fantasize. The old geezers in our family are already looking to take advantage of us. If you do not take action soon, those hounds might find a way to marry you off under the guise of an alliance. They wouldn't dare. Yun Baiyu replied coldly. Do not forget, our lineage's pillar is my elder sister, not me. Although she pays little heed to the family's sordid affairs. The authority of a 7th-tier transcendent is not to be easily trifled with, and I have already made my move. Otherwise, could he possibly visit our establishment 3 times in succession? Yun Baiyu methodically unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. A person of exceptional caliber surely detests engaging in trivial disputes over business matters, as it would squander their precious time. Thus, they often seek a reliable commercial partner. I adjusted the acquisition price to a level slightly above the market rate, intending to manifest my sincerity. People are creatures of habit. Once he becomes accustomed to collaborating with me, he will instinctively consider me first for any matters, just like today, when he asked me to keep an eye out for the resources he needs. Once a solid emotional foundation is established, you, miss, should seize the opportunity to engage him in eloquent discourse to reinforce this connection, making it unbreakable, wouldn't you agree? Yun Luo's eyes sparkled. Truly, you are most astute, miss. You possess a profound understanding of the principle that overt displays are easily evaded, while subtle gestures are much harder to guard against. Alas, the extent of your intellect is rather limited. Yun Baiyu scoffed, deeming it beneath her. Heh. Yun Luo retorted with a cold smile, then added, in that case, miss, please refrain from changing your clothes or applying lip gloss. With a snap, Yun Baiyu shot a furious glare at Yun Luo, violently crushing the candy in her mouth. Chen Yu departed from the treasure pavilion and sought a secluded spot to enter the supreme sacred land. Upon his arrival, Xiaoyan immediately appeared, tearfully requesting the return of her toy and assuring him that she would never bully Xiaofeng again. Unfortunately, all of Xiaoyan's toys had been sold, exchanged for gold coins that would not return. Chen Yu unwrapped a lollipop and handed it to Xiaoyan. Here, take this and enjoy. Xiaoyan cradled the massive candy in her hands, tentatively licking it. The sweet flavor lit up her face, and she promptly forgot about the toy, happily indulging in the treat. After pacifying Xiaoyan with a lollipop, Chen Yu made his way to the world tree. extracting all the magical crystals and laying them at the roots. Soon, a significant portion of the ordinary magical crystals vanished, with all the attribute crystals being absorbed. A vibrant array of fruits rapidly sprouted from the branches of the world tree. Among them, a bright yellow fruit detached and gently descended. Chen Yu clasped his hands to catch the fruit. As it split open, a petite beauty with an oval face and long hair emerged, her figure trim and legs elongated. The dainty beauty knelt in Chen Yu's palm and respectfully declared, "Supreme Master, I, the primordial earth spirit, pledge my loyalty to you. From the moment life was bestowed upon me, I shall love what you love and despise what you despise. My words and actions will adhere to your will as the highest principle of honor, born to serve you, to fight for you, eternally unwavering, until death." Chapter 46. Controlling Forbidden Spells, Cultists in Contact? Chen Yu scrutinized the primordial earth spirit for a moment. Unlike the lively Xiao Yin and the adorably naive Xiao Feng, she bore a serious demeanor, exuding an air of formality. "Ahem, as your master, I take pride in your loyalty. However, you should first don some clothing." The primordial earth spirit paused, her face flushing. She waved her hand, and the split fruit shell transformed into exquisite, ornate armor that adorned her, while it accentuated her elegance. It also retained an alluring charm. "I apologize for my impertinence. Please punish me, master." No, you have not been impertinent. On the contrary, you are quite courteous. And I appreciate it," Chen Yu replied. "However, this is only permissible in my presence. Do you understand?" "Yes, master. I comprehend." The primordial earth spirit knelt once more, her expression grave. "All right, there's no need for such formality." Chen Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Ho-Tu." Following the naming conventions of the previous two primordial spirits, Chen Yu instinctively considered naming her Xiao Tuesday. Yet, upon reflection, he felt the name lacked charm, and thus creatively opted for Ho-Tu, reminiscent of the deity associated with earth and reincarnation. Ho-Tu, the primordial earth spirit. "Thanks you for the name, master." Ho-Tu knelt again in gratitude. With the naming complete, Chen Yu opened Ho-Tu's attribute panel for review. Primordial earth spirit, Ho-Tu rank, mythical 1 level, 50 attributes, strength, 5500, agility, 5500, constitution, 5500 spirit, 11,000 talents, earth elementalization, enters an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage and all earth-type damage, with a 500 increase in earth-type damage. Passive, primordial earth spirit, 99 reduction in the consumption of earth-type skills, with a 100 increase in their power. Skills, mountain crumble, earth split, forbidden spell, falling meteor, forbidden spell, wall of size, forbidden spell, atomic solidification, forbidden spell. The template is quite similar to Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, though she belongs to the earth category. However, the atomic solidification forbidden spell caught Chen Yu's attention. Atomic solidification, forbidden spell causes all living beings within the skill's range to cease their life responses, entering a unique state between life and non-life, maintaining their original characteristics but unable to act. Atomic solidification is, surprisingly, a control skill specifically targeting living beings without altering the terrain or environment. It is noteworthy that Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan's forbidden spells are increasingly destructive, requiring Chen Yu to exercise caution with each use to avoid unintended consequences. In contrast, Ho-Tu's atomic solidification is an exceptionally practical forbidden spell, devoid of grandiose effects, and does not directly inflict harm. Even if a mistake is made, it can be promptly rectified. However, its lack of damage also implies lower efficiency when it comes to defeating monsters. Subsequently, Chen Yu turned his gaze back to the world tree. He had brought back an abundance of resources. The fruits on the world tree were plentiful, and he could expect to harvest another batch of primordial spirits today. However, a thought from the world tree shattered Chen Yu's expectations. Although the fruits had matured, the primordial spirits could not hatch in large quantities. Energy and attributes merely provided external conditions for their birth, akin to nourishment. The true essence lies in the spirituality granted to them by the world tree. The primordial spirits are highly potential mythical beings, and even the world tree cannot immediately deliver offspring after consumption. A gestation period is required, taking approximately 3 days. 3 days is not too long, akin to making dumplings. The thought of eventually possessing a multitude of adorable little spirits, unleashing countless forbidden spells with a mere wave of his hand, invigorated Chen Yu immensely. "Let us go, let us dive into some dungeons." Chen Yu gathered Xiao Feng and Ho-Tu, placing them in his left and right pockets, respectively, as he exited the supreme sacred land. "Hey, master, don't leave me behind," Xiao Yin exclaimed upon seeing Chen Yu take Ho-Tu and Xiao Feng, leaving her behind in frustration. Previously, Chen Yu had only taken Xiao Feng, which could be explained as a means to separate her from Xiao Yin to prevent bullying. However, Ho-Tu did not appear to be the type to be easily trifled with. "You wretched master, not taking me out to play," Xiao Yin pouted, crossing her arms atop the world tree. Upon entering the supreme sacred land, Chen Yu found a restroom stall and locked the door. When he emerged, he was still within the restroom stall. Just as Chen Yu placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly halted. He sensed two familiar energies. Abyssal magic. However, these two sources of abyssal magic felt inferior to his own. Perhaps they belonged to two practitioners wielding demonic powers. Chen Yu shook his head, not dwelling on it. Yet in the next moment, two low, grave voices resonated from outside the stall. The Demon Lord is supreme. The Demon Lord is supreme? Chen Yu's expression tightened. The seriousness of their voices indicated that they were not speaking in jest. An organization that venerates a certain abyssal demon god? A cult? Chen Yu mused quietly. Although he had considerable ties to the abyss was distinct from the demon gods. The two could not be conflated. Strictly speaking, the abyss maintained a neutral stance, with some blue star practitioners even able to harness its powers. However, the demon gods were an entirely different matter. A significant portion of them were inherently aggressive and destructive entities. Among blue star practitioners, there were often individuals seduced by hostile demon gods, joining cults and becoming their minions, occasionally causing disturbances that proved to be quite bothersome. Instances of cults going mad and blood-sacrificing entire cities had occurred more than once. It was prudent to observe for now. If it bore no relevance to him, there was naturally no need to intervene. At most, he would report the situation to Jiang Tianming, and the higher-ups in Jianyang City would handle it accordingly. However, if it were to implicate him, then preparations would be essential. Chen Yu quietly peered out from the partition. He saw two practitioners outside, each extending a hand palm up. In their palms lay a black emblem, engraved with the image of a prone figure, its body riddled with wounds. An expression of anguish etched upon its face. This emblem seems somewhat familiar. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling that he too possessed such an item. It was obtained from the rebel knight boss in a school dungeon. According to its description, holding the emblem would allow for an unconditional transfer to the Abyss faction, along with certain benefits. The two individuals might have obtained such emblems from similar dungeons, treasures of war. Yet, given their demeanor, it was more likely that these were demonic tokens from a cult. Let us see what they say. Chen Yu continued to observe. However, the two engaged in minimal conversation. After revealing their emblems, they exchanged an item and prepared to depart. Leaving, he decided to follow them for further insight. Wait, why am I stealthily tailing them? Chen Yu abruptly realized that he had no need to play the role of a shadowy stalker. After their meeting, they might not take any further action, perhaps going into hiding. Unless he spent a considerable amount of time surveilling them, he would glean little useful information. Yet he couldn't afford to squander his time chasing cultists. In the end, he would only report hastily, and if the bureaucratic tendencies of Jianyang City's higher-ups were severe, it might not even warrant attention. Apart from trailing them, he had a better means to discern the cult's objectives. Primarily, it was the emblem in his possession, an authentic demonic artifact. Its design akin to those held by the two practitioners. Perhaps he could utilize this emblem to infiltrate their ranks and glean some intelligence. If infiltration proved impossible, it was of little consequence. With his own strength as a foundation, he could simply capture the two and extract information through interrogation. One was an 80-level warrior, the other a 90-level archer. Neither posed a significant threat. Even a mere Thornvine's demon could easily overpower them. Moreover, aside from preventing the cult from causing disruption to his interests, Chen Yu harbored additional thoughts. Practitioners in this world were exceedingly pragmatic. Regardless of whether one belonged to a certain cult or some other enigmatic organization, attempting to recruit him without offering tangible benefits was utterly futile. If there were movements afoot, there must surely be financial backing. Should the opposing force lack strength, he might have the opportunity to engage in acts of chivalry, robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. Indeed, he had recently found himself in a rather dire financial situation. With this in mind, Chen Yu hesitated no longer and stepped outside. Gentlemen, what are you discussing? The two practitioners turned to face Chen Yu, initially stunned. Their expressions quickly darkened, subtly blocking his path. Why such a grand reaction? Is it really necessary? Chen Yu remarked, retrieving the Abyssal Lord's emblem from his backpack to display to them. The Archbishop's emblem? How could this be? Upon seeing Chen Yu present the emblem, the two practitioners became momentarily dazed, their expressions shifting to confusion, tinged with a hint of reverence towards him. The Archbishop's emblem? Chen Yu's heart stirred. Judging by their reactions, his emblem belonged to the same hierarchy as theirs. Furthermore, within this hierarchy, his emblem was of considerable rank. May I inquire, from whom did you acquire your Archbishop's emblem? One practitioner asked cautiously. From Eunasiphis, Chen Yu replied. Have you heard of this name? His Abyssal Lord's emblem was crafted by Eunasiphis herself, suggesting she played a significant role within this hierarchy. The two practitioners gasped sharply. To dare speak the name of the Abyssal Demon God so boldly, and to possess the highest-ranking Abyssal emblem. This individual was no ordinary person. Wait, you mean to say that the emblem was personally given to you by her? The two asked incredulously, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chen Yu paused, contemplating the implications of their words. Who exactly was that one? Did they refer to Eunasiphis, the leader of their organization, or perhaps another high-ranking individual? While he wasn't entirely certain, it did not hinder him from continuing their dialogue. Indeed, Chen Yu replied solemnly. That one is wary of your kind causing trouble. Hence, she sent me to keep an eye on you. Truly, your vigilance is lacking. I have been right here, yet you failed to notice. Had it not been me, but another powerful entity appearing here today. Do you know what the consequences would have been? This tactic was known as the first to seize the voice. Prior to their meeting, they surely had checked the restroom. However, at that time, Chen Yu had yet to emerge from the supreme holy land, thus remaining undetected. But now that he had reappeared from the partition, it illustrated their lack of vigilance. This reprimand would certainly diminish their suspicions towards him. My lord, forgive us, they implored. Beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows as they bowed their heads in submission, harboring no doubts about the origins of Chen Yu's emblem. Chapter 47. Infiltrating the inner circle, preparing for a black operation. My lord, your methods are divine. Our strength pales in comparison. How could we possibly detect your presence? Indeed, my lord, you are the appointed archbishop. Before you, we are utterly transparent. The two practitioners, quick on their feet, showered him with flattery. This time I shall overlook it. But be more careful in the future. Chen Yu relented, recognizing that he too was merely a pawn in the grand game, and excessive discourse could lead to unintentional slips. Yes, my lord, your admonishments are duly noted. We shall exercise extreme caution henceforth. By the way, I have just arrived. How is your task progressing? Chen Yu inquired casually. My lord, wait, let us not converse in this place. It is too easily compromised. Yes, my lord. Chen Yu nodded at the two practitioners and led the way out of the restroom. Do you not know to meet in a tea room or cafe? Why must it be in a restroom, a place anyone could enter at any moment? To be honest, it seems rather unbecoming for a high-end, sophisticated secret villain organization to convene in a restroom. We merely wish to avoid drawing attention, the archer practitioner explained sheepishly. You understand, if one of us were discovered, it would lead to extensive investigations. Only by maintaining a complete lack of overlap can we avoid implicating one another. That does make sense. Yet the execution leaves much to be desired, Chen Yu remarked. At times, excessive caution may lead to exposure. You are correct, my lord. The trio entered a cafe and requested a private room. My lord, look here. This is the list of individuals I have gathered who could potentially be swayed. The warrior practitioner placed a list before Chen Yu. Potentially swayed? What they were doing was either recruiting new members or making preliminary preparations for a certain operation. Chen Yu speculated in silence. My lord, I am responsible for Middle School 1 and Middle School 2. Here's the list. The archer presented a sheet of paper. Middle School 1. Chen Yu, being a member himself, felt a surge of interest and promptly took the list to examine it. The document detailed a series of names, professions, along with notes about each individual's circumstances and methods of persuasion. According to the annotations, the names listed were all talented individuals with potential, yet hindered by various circumstances that had thwarted their ambitions. In the midst of the list, Chen Yu's name stood out prominently. Chen Yu, male, profession, planter. Note, top of Middle School 1, comes from a humble background, dissatisfied with his current profession, potential for recruitment using relevant resources. Wait a moment, humble background? Dissatisfied with my profession? Is this truly me? How come I was unaware of this? Although Chen Yu's family situation was not affluent, it certainly could not be described as impoverished. The money left by his parents was sufficient for him and his sister to live without worry. His sister had also become a professional and, by all accounts, was doing quite well, occasionally sending him money. Moreover, when had he ever felt discontent with his profession? He was more than satisfied, in fact. If he felt discontent, wouldn't he shame all other professionals into despair? What is the meaning of this? Pointing to his name, Chen Yu asked darkly, top of my class, yet ranked so low? Ah well, my lord. The archer replied, as you know, planters possess weak combat capabilities in the early stages. To be of value, it requires considerable effort and resources to cultivate them, rendering them a lower priority. Useless. Is this how you operate? You dare to draft a list without even knowing the individuals? Chen Yu erupted in anger. Can you recognize these people? He pointed at the list. My lord, while I may not have met every individual, I have seen their photos. I should be able to recognize them when they stand before me, the archer replied cautiously. Recognize them? Chen Yu scoffed, gesturing to his name. Can you recognize me? The archer froze, glanced at the name, then scrutinized Chen Yu's face. After a moment of recollection, cold sweat broke out on his brow. You are actually. Is this so surprising? Do you believe a mere planter is unworthy? Chen Yu spoke in a low voice. On your list, I rank so low. How could those of higher status ever regard me? Is this what you imply? Or, Chen Yu revealed a sinister smile. Do you believe I am just a fledgling who has recently changed professions, unworthy of standing above you? He was seizing the opportunity to subtly assert himself in the workplace, enhancing his authority. I am on your list, standing right before you, and you did not recognize me. Is this not a failure on your part? As for revealing his true identity to the two, he had two reasons. Firstly, being on their list meant that even if they did not recognize him at that moment, they would recall him when reviewing the names. Secondly, he had ulterior motives and methods to resolve any related troubles. And no, my lord, you misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean that. The archer was horrified, falling to his knees. This organization devoted to the demon god appears quite meticulous. With clear hierarchies and a heavy sense of class distinction, Chen Yu maintained an angry facade while contemplating inwardly. The ability to recruit numerous thwarted geniuses indicated that this organization was wealthy. His notion of robbing the rich to aid the poor could indeed be realized. I do not care what you meant. Such an oversight shall not happen a second time. Chen Yu spoke coldly, his piercing gaze like a blade directed at the archer. Enough, rise. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with your operational methods. Yes, thank you, my lord. The archer, drenched in sweat, responded as if granted a reprieve. You two, set aside your current tasks and take me to the headquarters in Jianyang City, Chen Yu stated nonchalantly. Engaging in trivial matters with two minions was less advantageous than directly probing into the heart of their operation. A clandestine organization of nefarious nature, yet evidently affluent. Aside from discerning their objectives, he could seize an opportunity to undermine their presence in Jianyang City. The moment Chen Yu decided to reveal his true identity, he had already formulated this plan. As for whether he could consume their power, he was well acquainted with forbidden spells, even if they could withstand such spells. He possessed the World Tree and the Supreme Holy Land as trump cards, ensuring his own safety. Furthermore, the affection of the Abyss could summon the abyssal will for assistance. This was his true invincible backup. Within the entire Blue Star world, no one possessed the capability to confront the abyssal will. Since there was no imminent danger, why not take a risk? Fortune favors the bold. How else could one swiftly acquire resources to grow stronger? Yes, my lord. We shall take you there at once. The two professionals nodded eagerly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Exiting the cafe, the trio journeyed out of the city, arriving at a passenger station beyond its borders. The station did not serve inner-city routes. All destinations were leveling points surrounding Jianyang City. With 8 city gates, each was accompanied by a bus station. The passenger station bustled with activity. Most were professionals venturing out to level up, alongside some merchants seeking to acquire goods. The two professionals escorted Chen Yu onto a bus bound for Dongfeng Town. Dongfeng Town. Chen Yu expressed surprise. Dongfeng Town was a hub for beginner dungeons. Hosting 8 such dungeons, Jianyang City had only these 8 beginner dungeons, accessible for a fee without necessitating affiliation with any organization. Originally, Chen Yu had intended to visit Dongfeng Town for dungeon runs, and now he found it fortuitously aligned with his search for the mysterious organization. After more than half an hour, the bus reached Dongfeng Town. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu immediately sensed a stark contrast to the atmosphere within the city. Inside the city, aside from the professional trading center, most individuals donned various modern attires, and the architecture was characterized by skyscrapers, embodying the essence of a contemporary urban landscape. In contrast, Dongfeng Town was entirely different. Most professionals were clad in gear, wielding weapons, and the buildings featured retro designs, many constructed from consumable blueprints, possessing special effects. At the town's entrance, large groups of novice professionals gathered, some holding signs while others shouted vocally. Level 36 Warriors Seeking Group for difficult Blackwind Stronghold. 3 skills level 5, self-provided rations. Level 25 Mage Seeking Group for ordinary afternoon rainforest. Possesses level 5 Fireball skill, explosive output, contact if interested. Blood Cathedral Nightmare Team. In need of a debuff support, those with skills above level 6, please come. Buying various dungeon loot, offering favorable prices. Chen Yu followed the two through the town entrance. Arriving at the bustling town center, where they entered a tavern teeming with patrons. The tavern was also a unique establishment, providing beverages and food that aided in recovering stamina and mental strength. The recovery speed may not rival that of potions, but it was economical, likely yielding substantial daily profits. The two did not linger in the tavern, but instead proceeded through the kitchen into a secluded backyard. There, they lifted a section of the ground covered in dirt, cleverly camouflaged, revealing a staircase leading downward. Following the stairs, they traversed a dimly lit corridor, which culminated in a resplendent modern-style hall. From a distance, Chen Yu observed a variety of professionals standing at the entrance of the hall, poised and ready for action. Had I unwittingly exposed myself? Were the two professionals guiding me already in league with the enemy, intending to ensnare me? Yet, at this point, it mattered not. A confrontation was inevitable. Chen Yu smiled wryly, his pace unimpeded and even quickening. He had covertly established communication with the supreme sacred land, ready to unleash botanical life at any moment for a thorough cleansing of his adversaries. However, as he entered the grand hall, the gathered professionals bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome your excellency, the archbishop." What? Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. I was prepared to strike, and yet you present this to me? Your excellency, the archbishop. A middle-aged man clad in a wizard's robe, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward. I am Lu Peng, bishop of the Jianyang branch of the Pain Church. It is indeed a rare honor for me to have your excellency personally oversee our work. Chen Yu merely nodded, his mind sensing an incongruity. Shouldn't such a clandestine organization be cloaked in black robes, adhering to strict protocols and communicating in hushed tones? Why did this feel more like a formal inspection? Lu Peng even resorted to bureaucratic niceties with him. Moreover, Chen Yu discerned a crucial detail. This cult venerating a demon god was named the Pain Church. Its organizational structure extensive, with Jiangyang merely being a branch. His abyssal lord insignia conferred a status surpassing that of the bishop in Jiangyang. No need for pleasantries. Chen Yu stated, how has the matter progressed? Well, I shall report to your excellency shortly, Lu Peng replied, casting a subtle, probing glance at Chen Yu. However, before that, I must request your excellency to authenticate your identity. Although clerics Lin and Wang have informed us via the friend panel, it is prudent to rely on first-hand evidence. I hope you understand. Here, Chen Yu tossed the abyssal lord insignia to Lu Peng. The insignia traced an arc through the air, and Lu Peng startled, scrambling to catch it, as if fearing it might fall. This aura cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the abyssal metal crafted by my god. Lu Peng's expression turned fervent. My god. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. This abyssal insignia had been fashioned by unfathomable, yet Lu Peng referred to her as my god, considering the preceding events. It was not difficult to surmise that the Pain Church was, in fact, a cult devoted to unfathomable. But when had unfathomable, a mere abyssal lord, ascended to the status of a demon god? Chen Yu remembered the trembling female demon within the dungeon, struggling to reconcile her image with that of a god. Have you seen clearly? Chen Yu inquired nonchalantly. I have, Lu Peng replied. However, there is one more matter. He respectfully returned the insignia to Chen Yu and cautiously added, might I request your excellency to demonstrate the power bestowed upon you by my god? Do you take me for a monkey in a circus? The power granted by my god is not a mere spectacle. Chen Yu's expression darkened as he rebuked coldly. I would not dare. Lu Peng immediately fell to his knees, cold sweat beading on his brow. In truth, having sensed the aura of the insignia, Lu Peng had already accepted that Chen Yu was indeed the archbishop personally guided by the demon god. His request to showcase power was merely an added layer of precaution. Not daring, huh? Chen Yu sneered. It seems you still harbor such thoughts, do you not? Very well, I shall indulge you with a performance today. Watch closely. With that, Chen Yu communicated with the supreme sacred land, summoning a thorn spirit. What is this? Lu Peng was puzzled. Unsure of the origin of the beautiful girl Chen Yu had conjured and her purpose. Not just Lu Peng, but the congregation of Pain Church members surrounding them were equally bewildered. It is a legendary botanical life form. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Among the 50 or so congregants, there were indeed some who recognized its significance. A legendary botanical life form? What makes it so special? Extremely special. A legendary botanical life form can effortlessly elevate a planter to the 7th transition. No wonder even my god personally bestowed glory upon him. I have seen the list from the first branch, and this Chen Yu does not seem to rank highly. How could he possibly possess a legendary plant? What useful information could you fools possibly uncover? However, what does the archbishop intend to summon a legendary botanical life form for? Is it not to display the power of the demon god? Just watch. The Lord must have his reasons for acting thus. Silence. Lu Peng commanded sharply. The murmurs ceased immediately, and all eyes were riveted upon Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled faintly, placing his hand atop the thorn spirit's head. Power granted by the demon god. He possessed none of that. Yet, he wielded the mythic energy derived from the abyssal will I obtained from the white gourd. Of course, calling it a gift from unfathomable was not inaccurate either. Are you not devotees of the demon? Upon witnessing such pure abyssal power, shall you not kneel before me? Mythic energy, embrace the abyss, activate. A scarlet light burst forth from Chen Yu's palm, enveloping the thorn spirit in an instant. An ancient, mysterious, chaotic, and frenzied aura spread throughout the brightly lit hall. The members of the Pain Church felt as though they had plunged into an infinite abyss. The smooth wooden floor beneath their feet transformed into a hard, blood-soaked, purple-red earth. The air was filled with the eerie, anguished howls of demons. The bright, incandescent lights above no longer cast warm white rays, but illuminated the blood of the slain. This is the abyss. A trembling mage murmured, entranced. Those with heightened mental attributes were particularly susceptible to the abyssal aura's influence. This is the true abyss. The overwhelming, pure abyssal magic felt as though the demon god himself had descended. No, it was not merely the demon god, but the abyss itself had arrived. In a daze, everyone in the hall knelt before Chen Yu, offering their reverent worship. Chen Yu, however, remained indifferent to their adulation. He found himself in a rather awkward position. He possessed only 5 points of abyssal magic, 3 of which had already been consumed by the thorn spirit, and the rate of consumption showed no signs of slowing. This would not do. He must complete the transformation. Chen Yu hastily produced an alchemical demon potion for backup. Should his abyssal magic run dry, he would immediately resort to the potion. He could not afford to falter midway. Interrupting the life calculation would only prevent the deduction from completing. Embracing the abyss required the use of abyssal magic to transform the botanical life. If the transformation were to be abruptly halted, who could predict the consequences? The best outcome would be that the thorn spirit became a half-finished product, its strength and potential diminished. In more severe cases, it could even lead to death. May it proceed smoothly. Chen Yu silently prayed. The alchemical demon potion was an exceedingly precious life-saving item and should not be squandered recklessly. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Moments later, the transformation of the thorn spirit concluded, having perfectly consumed all 5 points of abyssal magic. Chen Yu promptly opened her attribute panel for inspection. Thorn Spirit of the Abyss. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Attributes, Strength 6000, Agility 6000, Constitution 6500, Spirit 3000, Abyssal Magic 10. Skills, Thorn Entangle LV10, Ruthless Whip LV10, Poison Spike Shot LV10, Passion Bloom LV10, Demonization LV10. Demonization LV10 consumes abyssal magic to enter a demonized state, enhancing all attributes, damage reduction, final damage increase, and amplifying all skill damage multipliers. The enhancement's magnitude and duration are related to abyssal magic consumption. Impressive, Chen Yu marveled. The degree of enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. Originally, the attributes of the Thorn Demon Spirit were exceptionally high, and after its transformation into the Abyss version, its attributes doubled, with 3 attributes surpassing even those of the original mythic life, the Primordial Spirit. Of course, this was only a slight surpassing in strength, agility, and constitution. Its combat prowess could not compare. The Primordial Spirit was a being capable of effortlessly casting forbidden spells. And no matter how much higher the attributes of the Thorn Demon Spirit became, it could not withstand even a single forbidden spell. However, in terms of conventional combat strength, the Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit had already become the foremost warrior among his subordinates. Beyond its attributes, the appearance of the Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit was also more humanoid than that of an ordinary Thorn Demon Spirit. Or perhaps one could say it resembled a demon. With its horns atop its head, wings at its back, and a tail, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a female Abyss Demon. Master. The Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit slowly began, struggling to articulate. Excellent. Chen Yu's lips curved into an involuntary smile. The ability to speak indicated her intelligence and level of personification had ascended to new heights. Engage in battle. The tail of the Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit suddenly split into dozens of crimson tendrils, sprawling across the walls and ceiling of the Grand Hall. These tendrils were adorned with sharp barbs akin to daggers, the tips shimmering with a faint bluish-green luminescence, clearly indicating their toxic nature. Anyone who were to come into contact with these tendrils would likely suffer grievous harm, if not face death. Be good, not yet. Chen Yu gently ruffled the head of the Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit. Obediently, it retracted the tendrils, transforming them back into a single, smooth, fleshy tail. You all rise. Chen Yu cast a glance at the members of the Pain Church who were kneeling on the ground, speaking in a calm tone. Now, is there anyone who still questions my authority? With lingering trepidation, the members of the Pain Church rose, including Bishop Lu Peng, who bowed his head, unable to meet Chen Yu's gaze. Have you all lost your voices? Lu Peng, I ask you, can you respond to my questions now? Yes, of course, Lu Peng said, bending his body and quickly approaching Chen Yu. My lord, please follow me. As he inadvertently met the cold gaze of the Abyss Thorn Demon Spirit, his body trembled, nearly causing him to stumble. The ability to effortlessly transform a legendary plant life into an Abyss demon and considerably enhance its power was a terrifying force indeed. Even if the Pope of the Pain Church were to assert that Chen Yu was a fraud, he would not believe it, and might even turn against him. Following Lu Peng, they departed the hall and ventured deeper into the underground space, where Chen Yu discovered that the overall design resembled that of a church. In the main hall stood a 3-meter-tall statue of a demon, which, judging by its appearance and form, was indeed the pitiful demon lord, Unisifus, whom Chen Yu had educated in various ways. On either side of the corridor hung murals depicting scenes from the Abyss. Lu Peng led Chen Yu to an exquisitely decorated reception room, offering him tea and presenting a stack of documents. My lord, the key tasks of our Jianyang branch are still ongoing. We have successfully recruited a total of 12 newly minted professionals from various high schools thus far. We anticipate needing 88 more to achieve our foundational plan, and then we shall strive toward a target of 200. As Chen Yu perused the documents, he listened to Lu Peng's report, occasionally probing with indirect questions. After approximately half an hour, he finally gained a general understanding of the Pain Church. First and foremost, it was indeed a cult. However, it differed from other cults in that it did not engage in destruction and rarely resorted to murder. One could say its followers were law-abiding citizens. They worshipped the Abyss demon god, yearning for its attention. The only task bestowed upon them by the demon god was simple, to recruit others, incessantly. Based on the quantity and quality of recruits, the followers would receive corresponding resource rewards. If they managed to allure a true genius, the demon god might even bestow formidable powers upon them. This was rather reminiscent of Unisifus' style, Chen Yu mused inwardly. In the instance of the dungeon, Unisifus did not exhibit a penchant for violence or consumption of flesh. Rather, she sought to draw others into the Abyss camp. This was true not only for the city of Tutu, but also for Chen Yu. Even a group of goblins, under her control, maintained order and established a semblance of a proper city. However, the Pain Church's current large-scale recruitment of newly minted professionals was not merely a matter of drawing them in. It was a brazen attempt to infiltrate this year's college entrance examination dungeon. Chapter 50, a windfall of millions of gold coins, purchasing the water of life. The Pain Church invested heavily, enabling newly minted professionals to bring ritual objects into the college entrance examination dungeon, activating them at specific times. Once activated, these objects would resonate with one another, forming a formation to summon the demon god's avatar. The purpose of the demon god's avatar was not to cause chaos or harm the examinees, but rather to corrupt the top-tier professionals of this generation in the Tunlong Empire, leading them to fall into the abyss. In reality, most of the newly minted professionals lured in were unaware of the Pain Church's true intentions. Many did not even comprehend the church's purpose. They merely received payment to transport items into the examination hall. When unactivated, the ritual objects bore no distinction from ordinary ornaments, making them nearly undetectable by any means. The strategy of having numerous examinees carry them in was to avoid drawing attention. After all, an examinee carrying a plethora of ornaments would easily attract the scrutiny of examiners, who would then confiscate them. The number of ritual objects required to summon the demon god's avatar was staggering. The task allocated to Jianyang City was merely a small fraction of the total. The plan for summoning the demon god's avatar was known only to the bishops and a few core senior clergy members of each branch of the Pain Church. The rest were merely responsible for ordinary recruitment and investment, gaining the trust of newly minted professionals. It was only on the eve of the college entrance examination that the bishop would distribute the ritual objects. Is the budget for each ritual object set at 250,000 gold coins? Chen Yu mused inwardly. The Pain Church was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. He had come at an opportune time. Not only had he uncovered the cult's conspiracy, but he was also certain to reap a substantial amount of gold coins. Yes, my lord. This amount was determined by the Pope, Lu Peng replied. The entire Tunlong Empire's college entrance examination is projected to involve over 200,000 examinees, and we need to bring in at least 10,000 ritual objects to ensure the ceremony can proceed smoothly. In other words, the Pain Church had prepared at least 500 million gold coins for this plan? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Indeed, to reap a batch of top-tier geniuses at such a minimal cost, one must commend the Pope's cleverness. Lu Peng spoke with great admiration. Minimal cost? Chen Yu's lips twitched. 500 million gold coins could hardly be termed a trivial expense. Well, compared to capturing an entire generation of geniuses from the Tunlong Empire, this cost was indeed minimal. This plan will now be under my purview. After pretending to ponder for a moment, Chen Yu spoke with solemnity. Under your purview? Lu Peng was taken aback, promptly stating, My lord, you have just joined the church. You may not yet be familiar with its operational model. It would be prudent for me to explain everything to you in detail over the next few days before you take the reins. Unfamiliar with the operational model? Chen Yu sneered. The vigilance of your subordinates is woefully lacking, and their methods are exceedingly foolish. I seriously doubt their ability to complete the task. Lu Peng hesitated. He had already learned of Chen Yu's encounter with the two clergy members and recognized that the church's approach to this task was rather lax. However, this was unavoidable, as the primary duty of the followers was to remain hidden. This was the first time for such a large-scale operation, and some oversights were inevitable. Rest assured, I am one of this year's examinees. I am far more familiar with the college entrance examination than you are, Chen Yu replied calmly. Regarding the method of introducing ritual items into the Gaokao instance, I have my own strategies. Do not think that the 200 you possess, or even 2,000, or even 20,000, pose any challenge. I shall not resort to the previous methodologies of the painful church. Do you wonder why the demon god has personally chosen me at this juncture? All you need to do is entrust the ritual items to me and place your faith in my abilities. Indeed, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Peng's mind. The fact that the grand demon god chose to personally crown a high priest at this moment is surely an indication for him to preside over this significant affair. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall retrieve the ritual items for you at once. Lu Peng hastily departed from the reception room, returning shortly with a large box, which he placed before Chen Yu. Chen Yu opened the box to reveal an array of assorted trinkets, keychains, badges, small figurines, pink hair clips, and even items that girls require for a few days each month. With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Yu stored the entire collection into the supreme holy land, sternly warning Xiao Yan not to cause any damage. Indeed, he had no intention of undermining the plans of the painful church. In fact, he would actively cooperate to summon the avatar of the demon god. What manner of being is the grand demon god Unisifus? A wealthy benefactor, generous and affluent. She had presented him with mythic skills, an epic set, and seeds of the yellow springs upon their first meeting. Chen Yu eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Witnessing this scene, Lu Peng's pupils involuntarily constricted. It is essential to note that ritual items are proprietary possessions belonging to the abyssal demon god. Ordinary practitioners cannot alter their ownership to place them into their bags. Furthermore, Chen Yu rapped on the table and addressed Lu Peng. My lord, that is all. There are no more, Lu Peng replied cautiously, shaking himself from his stupor. I was referring to money. Chen Yu retorted. Do you truly believe that I can accomplish this without spending a single coin? Indeed, my lord, you are correct. I must have been foolish. Lu Peng chuckled awkwardly. tapping his forehead before retrieving a neatly stacked box of cards from his storage bag. My lord, these are anonymous cards from the practitioner bank, each with a value of 100,000 gold coins, and may be accessed at any time. The practitioner bank is not operated by mere mortals, but established by the heavenly mandate. Every practitioner who has transitioned can contact the practitioner bank at will to deposit or withdraw gold coins. The anonymous cards Lu Peng presented require only 100 gold coins for issuance, without conditions. Chen Yu took the box and counted. There were a total of 120 cards, amounting to 12 million gold coins. This is quite delightful. The speed of acquiring wealth surpasses that of robbery. With the substantial sum now secured, Chen Yu felt elated and smiled at Lu Peng. You may contact other regional bishops, if any difficulties arise. You may reach out to me at any time. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Lu Peng responded, equally pleased. I shall seek an opportunity to make contact. After all, covertly recruiting 200 novice practitioners is an arduous task, one that has consumed him with stress daily. Suddenly encountering a powerful figure willing to shoulder this burdensome task alleviated his greatest concern, and how could he not be joyful? Very well, Chen Yu nodded. If there is news, have someone contact me. I cannot linger here much longer, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, my lord. Lu Peng promptly rose to lead Chen Yu out. Upon exiting the tavern managed by the painful church, Chen Yu immediately opened his friend panel to contact the little girl from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Chen Yu, hey, are you there? I have business for you. The little girl responded almost instantaneously. Yunbiyue, speak. Chen Yu, please help me order 2 units of the water of life. Yunbiyue? Chen Yu, what does that mean? Is there a problem? Yunbiyue, do you have money? Chen Yu, Practitioner Bank Anonymous Savings Card, 100,000 gold coins, 100. Yunbiyue, wow. In the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little girl, who had been languidly chewing on a lollipop with lifeless eyes, suddenly widened her gaze. Miss, what is it? Is something wrong? The round-faced girl rushed into the back room, her expression alert. Nothing concerning you. Leave. The little girl waved her hand, and then reopened the friend panel to check Chen Yu's message. Yunbiyue, where did you acquire such a vast sum of money? Did you rob some major power? Chapter 51. Ticketed entry to the instance. Real people from the instructional video. Upon reading the message from the little girl, Chen Yu felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Robbery? What a harsh term. How could I resort to theft? This is legitimate income. Moreover, I have assisted others in overcoming a significant obstacle. Chen Yu, this is earned through labor. There is no need to report such to you. Now, tell me how I can procure the water of life? Yunbiyue, I apologize for my rudeness. The water of life requires a reservation, with a deposit of 1 million gold coins and the remainder to be paid upon delivery. Yunbiyue, once the deposit is paid, you can apply for shipment. If the supply is sufficient, it can arrive within a week. If scarce, at the latest within a month. Yunbiyue, if you are certain you wish to purchase, I can assist you in applying now, and you can settle the deposit when you have time. Chen Yu, thank you. Next time, I shall treat you to a thick hot dog. Within the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little girl glanced at the half-eaten hot dog in her hand. Then at Chen Yu's message on the friend panel, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. As if recalling something, her fair face flushed crimson. Dongfeng Town is a commercial hub established around 8 novice instances. These novice instances did not originate in Dongfeng Town, but were relocated by several factions possessing instances for easier management and profit. The instance management office resembles a bank's front desk, featuring 8 windows, each selling tickets for the 8 instances. Chen Yu purchased tickets for all instances at once, spending a total of 100 gold coins. The ticket price for 6 of the instances was 10 gold coins, while the remaining 2 were priced at 20. This cost is beyond the means of ordinary novice practitioners. Only teams familiar with the instances can barely recoup their expenses in high-difficulty scenarios. It is akin to countless individuals laboring for the instance owners. Each instance's teleportation portal has a separate hall for storage, requiring tickets for entry. Chen Yu presented his instance tickets and entered the Black Wind Stronghold Instance Hall. The hall's walls featured a liquid crystal screen, around which many practitioners gathered. Their gazes transfixed on the display as they engaged in animated discussions. Curious, Chen Yu approached to see what was displayed on the screen, the Instance Strategy Leaderboard. First place, completion time 1 hour 25 minutes. Strategist, Brave Venture Team, Captain, Wang Jiming, team members, names. Second place, completion time 1 hour 32 minutes. Strategist, Money-Making Team, Captain, Huang Zicheng, team members, names. Third place, details. Have you heard? The Sand Mountain Guild and the Snowfall Guild are competing for the leaderboard. Do these guilds have nothing better to do? You wouldn't understand. Recently, novice practitioners have just transitioned, and they aim to establish their reputations to attract talent. It is said that both captains are level 50 experts returning from Yinchuan Practitioner University, deliberately delaying their transitions because the guild promised them a substantial reward for reaching the top. Look, they are coming. A throng of practitioners turned to gaze at the entrance of the instance hall. 2 6-member teams entered the hall in unison. They were well equipped, with a complete array of professions, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. One team's captain was a male berserker, adorned with a guild emblem shaped like the character Zhong. The other team's captain was a female mage, displaying a snowflake-shaped guild emblem on her chest. The berserker captain appeared somewhat familiar to Chen Yu. Upon meticulous recollection, an epiphany struck him. Was this not the very opponent from the video Zhou Bowen had shown him, the one who had faced off against the planter in a duel? His demeanor in the video was rather dull, falling prey to the planter's manipulation of attack momentum before being overwhelmed by a swarm of ordinary plant life. The two factions halted before the dungeon's portal. The berserker captain chuckled as he addressed the mage captain, Li Jingyuan, whether you conceded or not. Our team from the Sand Mountain Guild undeniably possesses greater strength than your Snowfall Guild. We have firmly secured the top position in the novice dungeon of Eastwind Town. Li Jingyuan smirked disdainfully at his words, retorting, when it comes to dungeon strategies, success hinges on planning and teamwork, not brute strength. Moreover, in our Yinchuan University, who is unaware that you, Huang Yishan, cannot even best a planter? Huang Yishan's face flushed crimson in an instant. Yet, he found himself unable to counter her. He had indeed lost to a planter in the arena, and rather decisively at that. If even a so-called garbage profession like the planter can best you, one must truly question your combat prowess, Li Jingyuan remarked with a scornful smile. What else do you have to say? Huang Yishan's defenses crumbled, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire demeanor thrown into disarray. To be a berserker who cannot even best a garbage planter, what a disgrace. Li Jingyuan continued her mockery. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a surge of indignation. Your pre-match banter may be acceptable, but why unleash indiscriminate slander? Has the planter wronged you in any way? How can it be deemed a worthless profession? Although Chen Yu could not view matters through a conventional lens, he was, after all, a planter himself. Was Li Jingyuan not disparaging the very essence of his profession before him? With a composed demeanor, he stepped forward, not to refute Li Jingyuan, but rather to place a reassuring hand on Huang Yishan's shoulder. Huang Yishan, simmering with embarrassment, turned to him in surprise. Brother, Chen Yu began, the identity of those you have lost to matters little. After all, which profession lacks its share of formidable individuals? How others perceive and speak of you is insignificant. For us practitioners, the only thing that truly matters is our own strength. If you are to compete for the leaderboard, is this not the moment to let your prowess speak for itself? She is merely attempting to manipulate your mindset, hoping to diminish your performance. Steady your heart, overcome her, and all her petty remarks will be rendered moot. At Chen Yu's words, Huang Yishan, previously flushed with rage, suddenly found clarity. The very nature of the berserker profession is one of impulsiveness and emotional volatility. Yet, they are not foolish, awakened by Chen Yu's counsel. He realized he had fallen into the opponent's trap. Brother, thank you, Huang Yishan exclaimed gratefully. We have a task at hand today. Once we are done, I shall treat you to a few drinks as a token of my appreciation. Were it not for Chen Yu, he might have unwittingly succumbed to the opponent's scheme. There's no need, Chen Yu replied with a smile. I merely cannot abide that woman's demeanor. Your victory over her would be the finest gratitude. Huang Yishan clasped his fists in gratitude for Chen Yu's assistance. Well, I can't say I am a stranger, Chen Yu chuckled. For I have known of you for quite some time. Known of me? Huang Yishan asked, puzzled. He was not even from Yinchuan province, having merely enrolled in its vocational university. How could anyone have known him? However, Chen Yu quickly dispelled his confusion. I too am a planter, he revealed. And I have a mentor named Zhou Bowen, who has spoken of you. Brother, give it your all. With that, Chen Yu bumped fists with Huang Yishan before turning to stride into the dungeon portal. Zhou Bowen. Huang Yishan stood momentarily stunned, rapidly recalling the name. Wait a moment. Zhou Bowen is the very teacher who defeated my planter in the arena, isn't he? To a considerable extent. Huang Yishan's incessant taunting regarding his inability to best a planter was intricately linked to Zhou Bowen. It was precisely because Zhou Bowen had transformed that match's footage into a teaching aid that Huang Yishan had gained notoriety at Yinchuan University. That brother is actually a disciple of that old fellow Zhou Bowen, and also a planter. Damn it. Huang Yishan's lips twitched in disbelief. What a meddlesome affair. Nearby, Li Jingyuan observed Huang Yishan's epiphany and felt a twinge of regret. Their side, already at a disadvantage in strength, was now faced with a more composed foe, which considerably diminished their odds of victory. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of remorse. Her earlier disparagement of planters was intended to amplify her verbal assault on Huang Yishan. But she had not anticipated that an actual planter would be present, one bold enough to tackle a dungeon solo. It was known that capable planters were often affluent and well-connected. To unwittingly cross paths with such an individual, while failing to provoke Huang Yishan as intended, was a grievous misstep. Li Jingyuan, let us settle this with true skill. Huang Yishan glared at her, his expression stormy. You rely solely on underhanded tactics. Today, I shall see just how much you are truly worth. Humph. Then let us see who claims the top spot. Li Jingyuan, though feeling a twinge of insecurity, refused to back down, leading her team into the dungeon portal first. Brother Huang, shall we proceed as well? A shield warrior from Huang Yishan's team inquired. Very well. Huang Yishan nodded. Oh, by the way, Gongzi, since you are from Jianyang City and well-informed, could you find someone to keep an eye on that brother I just mentioned? He possesses a fine mentor and can solo a dungeon, which attests to his strength. If the opportunity arises, we should invite him to join our guild. Understood, Brother Huang. Coincidentally, I have a junior who is currently running a dungeon here. The shield warrior dashed into the crowd, speaking briefly with a newly transitioned novice warrior. The novice warrior immediately brightened, nodding eagerly. Let us go. Keep your spirits high. We are the stronger team. Let us not allow the Moonfall Guild to overshadow us. Upon the shield warrior's return, Huang Yishan promptly led his team into the dungeon portal. Dungeon, Black Wind Stronghold. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Team restriction, up to 6 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notice, level and team requirements met. Dungeon cooldown complete. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard. Upon seeing the difficulty options materialize before him, Chen Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Is there no higher difficulty? What about nightmare or true difficulty? Notice, this dungeon only offers 3 difficulty levels for practitioners to choose from. Very well, I shall select hard. Chen Yu felt a pang of disappointment. If only true difficulty were available, he could amass skill points and significant gold in a single run. Alas, not all dungeons provide higher difficulty options. Notice, this dungeon features a completion time leaderboard. Would you like to make your and your team's information public? A leaderboard for dungeon completions? Previously, Chen Yu had assumed the screens displaying completion times in the dungeon hall were manually updated by someone. It now appeared that all completion times were directly extracted from within the dungeon. Is there a reward for ranking on the leaderboard? Chen Yu inquired. Notice, the dungeon leaderboard currently does not offer rewards for ranking. For further inquiries, please consult the dungeon holder. Then I shall keep it private. Achieving a spot on the leaderboard would merely yield a semblance of reputation. Chen Yu had no immediate need for that and opted for confidentiality. Once his selection was finalized, the surroundings shifted and Chen Yu found himself within the dungeon. Below his feet lay a mountain path, with a cliff on one side and a precipice on the other. Following the path forward, it was not long before he beheld the entrance of the Black Wind Stronghold. At the entrance stood 2 small minions, clad in the attire of bandits. A quick scan revealed their level to be 30, with attributes unremarkable. Chen Yu's interest waned immediately, and he waved his hand to summon a few thorn vines. Go forth. The thorn vine demon transformed its hands into whip-like tendrils, swirling through the air with rapidity as it approached. Upon entering the attack range of 2 minor bandit foes, the pair bellowed with bravado. How audacious! Who dares intrude upon the Black Wind Stronghold? Their faces were expressionless, devoid of any semblance of humanity, as they charged forward wielding their blades. With 2 dull thuds, the minor foes fell lifeless. Slain a level 30 Black Wind bandit. Experience gained, 60 points. Due to level restrictions, experience temporarily deposited into the experience pool. Slain a level 30 Black Wind bandit. Experience gained, 60 points. Due to level restrictions, experience temporarily deposited into the experience pool. The corpses of the bandits were promptly consumed by the thorn vine demon as fertilizer, leaving behind only remnants of bones, an environmentally friendly process. Chen Yu summoned several more thorn vine demons and ascended the mountain path. Along the way, sporadic bandit minions met the same fate, all transformed into fertilizer. After a span of 2 to 3 minutes, a relatively spacious platform appeared ahead. On the platform stood a pavilion with a stone tablet inscribed with the words Half Mountain Pavilion. At that moment, over a dozen bandit minions occupied the platform. Within the pavilion sat a burly humanoid creature, accompanied by 2 others clad in conical hats. Black Wind Stronghold, 3rd in command, level 35 boss. Black Wind Expert, level 35 elite. Ladies, it's time to feast. With a commanding shout from Chen Yu, more than a dozen thorn vine demons charged forth like wolves, dispatching the minor foes in mere seconds. Strangely, despite their proximity, the boss showed no reaction during the slaughter of the minions. Only after all the minions had perished did the boss, alongside 2 elite foes, leap into action with a thunderous roar. I am the 3rd in command of the Black Wind Stronghold. State your names. My subordinates do not accept nameless specters. I am Chen Yu. Filled with mischief, prepared to conjure a formidable title. However, the boss interrupted, drawing a large machete and charging forward with the 2 elite foes. No honor among warriors. Is there? Come at me. Chen Yu's expression darkened. Dozens of whip-like tendrils descended in an instant, and the 3rd in command met his demise before he could even launch an attack. Miraculously, when the tendrils retracted, the 3rd in command still clung to life, showing no significant injuries. A boss with locked health? Chen Yu regarded the 3rd in command with curiosity. The creature knelt upon the ground, propping himself up with his sword, and with great difficulty uttered, I never imagined you possessed such skill. I shall not let my elder brothers down. Farewell, I take my leave. With that, he collapsed, yielding a rare-level dungeon treasure chest. So it is not a health-locked boss. Chen Yu was astonished. What profound brotherly affection. Even in death, he managed to utter a final farewell. He approached and picked up the treasure chest, saying, Rest assured, your elder brothers will soon join you. Furthermore, they shall become fertilizer, truly embodying the unity of you within me and me within you. Beyond the Half Mountain Pavilion, the mountain path steepened significantly. The density of monsters ahead also increased slightly. Nevertheless, the Thornvine demons continued their relentless advance, encountering no obstacles as they cleared the path to the mountaintop. At the summit lay the Assembly Hall of the Black Wind Stronghold, a name seemingly shared by all bandit strongholds. Chen Yu led the Thornvine demons inside. At the head of the Assembly Hall were 3 chairs draped in tiger skins, one of which was occupied by a humanoid creature resembling the third-in-command. Dungeon Boss, Black Wind Stronghold second-in-command. In addition to the second-in-command, the Assembly Hall featured 2 rows of chairs, with only 8 of them occupied by the previously encountered elite Black Wind experts. Who dares intrude? With a thunderous shout from the second-in-command, the 8 elite foes sprang into action. You dared to breach the Assembly Hall. Could it be that my younger brother has fallen? The second-in-command's mournful roar echoed through the hall. I shall have vengeance. Attack. Chen Yu, uninterested in the unfolding drama, commanded the Thornvine demons to launch their assault. Chapter 53. Doesn't slaying monsters require time? Dozens of whip-like tendrils, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck the second-in-command and the 8 elite foes. The second-in-command's words faltered mid-sentence, seamlessly transforming into another. I shall not let my elder brother down. Chen Yu. It appears that even in death, they can continue to speak, a shared ability among the bosses of the Black Wind Stronghold. Just then, a mournful cry resonated from outside the Assembly Hall. No. Second brother. Following this, an even larger humanoid creature, accompanied by 12 elite foes, charged in. You dare slay my second brother. I shall have your lives. The first-in-command's roar was heart-wrenching and filled with rage. However, he too could not survive even a second against the onslaught of the Thornvine demons. Of course, he possessed the same rule-level ability as his 2 brothers. Even when mortally wounded, he could still muster the strength to gasp, I am not content. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty, difficult. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Dungeon exploration rate, 200. Dungeon duration, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 100 gold, 50,000 experience points, 5 free attribute points, 1 skill point. 1 epic dungeon treasure chest. Notification, dungeon settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest, or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. The rewards are disappointingly low. Chen Yu sighed as he approached and collected the treasure chest dropped by the first-in-command, opting to exit the dungeon. Even after achieving the highest rating in a difficult level dungeon, he received only 1 skill point as a reward. As for the additional gold and experience, they were negligible. At least there were 7 more dungeons yet to be cleared. He hoped to encounter one that allowed for a higher difficulty selection. Chen Yu made his way toward the exit of the hall, preparing to tackle all the dungeons in one go. Though the rewards were meager, there was a silver lining. It saved time. If all dungeons were as straightforward as the Black Wind Stronghold, Chen Yu might still make it back to school in time for a heartfelt dinner at the cafeteria. Hey, brother, you're out so soon? A novice warrior suddenly approached, attempting to engage Chen Yu in conversation. You've only been in for 12 minutes, right? Did you clear the 2 gatekeepers? Too easy. Already cleared it, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Huh. The novice warrior scoffed, turning to point at the dungeon's entrance. You're quite boastful, aren't you? You didn't even manage to defeat the 2 gatekeepers, did you? That would be a significant loss. Not to mention, Chen Yu retorted, one needs an efficient and fixed team for dungeon runs. Look at you now, you've just wasted 10 gold. By the time the novice warrior turned back, he found Chen Yu had already vanished. Chen Yu had no time to entertain others' doubts. He was already at the entrance of the second dungeon, submitting his dungeon ticket. Dungeon, Zombie Crisis. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Team restriction, up to 6 players. Cooldown, 7 days. Notification, level adaptation complete, team adaptation complete, dungeon cooldown complete. Please select dungeon difficulty. Simple, normal, difficult. The highest difficulty remained difficult, which left Chen Yu somewhat disheartened. Difficult. Notification, dungeon leaderboard rewards not yet set. For related inquiries, please consult the dungeon holder. Not public. After making his selection, Chen Yu felt a darkness envelop him, and he found himself within the dungeon. In contrast to the azure skies and verdant mountains of the Black Wind Stronghold, the backdrop of Zombie Crisis was one of a biochemical apocalypse. The sky was ominously gray, filled with the remnants of refuse and streaks of dried blood, while the streets were littered with rusted vehicles reduced to mere frames. On either side of the streets stood dilapidated skyscrapers, teetering precariously as if they could collapse at any moment. Do not be misled into thinking that the era of universal job transitions resembles mere games filled with Western fantasy or Eastern mythological beasts, with scenes that are either antiquated or enigmatic. In this world, the emergence of any scene is hardly astonishing, let alone the presence of zombie dungeons. Even interstellar wars are not uncommon. The spatial expanse of this dungeon is, in fact, more generous than that of the Black Wind Stronghold, as evidenced by the distribution of monsters. Besides the streets, there are also wandering zombies lurking in the vacant shops on either side. Family, charge forth. With ample space at his disposal, Chen Yu summoned forth all the plant life. Some plant entities materialized directly within the attacking range of the zombies. A deafening roar erupted as several zombies lunged toward Chen Yu. Yet, before they could cover much ground, they were ensnared by countless vines. Kill 15 level zombie, experience points 30. Due to level restrictions, experience points temporarily stored in the experience pool. Kill 15 level zombie, experience points 30. Due to level restrictions, experience points temporarily stored in the experience pool. Kill 20 level zombie, experience points 40. Due to level restrictions, experience points temporarily stored in the experience pool. Over 500 plant entities quietly dispersed, swiftly annihilating the monsters within the dungeon. Chen Yu, embracing a lily spirit, immersed himself in her floral fragrance, showing no inclination to move. The plant beings had matured sufficiently to combat the monsters autonomously, requiring no guidance from him. Unsurprisingly, within a mere 5 minutes, the boss kill notification echoed, indicating that the dungeon had entered the settlement phase. The evaluation remained at the highest tier. The rewards were reminiscent of those from the Blackwind stronghold, 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Once the plant entities returned, Chen Yu opted to exit the dungeon. The next destination would be the Blood-Red Cathedral, as he had previously overheard requests for a party to tackle the nightmarish mode of this dungeon outside the town. Blackwind Stronghold, Dungeon Hall. The betting begins. I wager 1 gold coin that the top spot will be claimed by the Three Mountains Guild. Of course, everyone knew that the team from the Three Mountains Guild was stronger. Not necessarily. The Falling Snow Guild is formidable as well. Did you notice? They have 2 mages while Three Mountains has only 1. Perhaps Falling Snow's monster clearing speed will surpass theirs. Mages do possess high output, but their early sustainability is lacking. We shall see. The results will soon be revealed. The onlookers, engrossed in their anticipation, fixated their attention on the display screen mounted on the wall. Just then, the screen flickered. All previous rankings shifted back a position, while the top slot transformed into first place. Time taken 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Conqueror, team not public. Captain, not public. Members, not public. Is this really the result? Oh my goodness, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Unbelievable. Impossible. The journey from the entrance to the summit of the Blackwind Stronghold takes over 10 minutes. Do they not require time to combat the monsters? This is terrifying. Have they been residing in this dungeon, researching strategies? Even after practicing for 2.5 years, could one truly clear it this swiftly? Wait, am I the only one concerned about whether the conquering team is from the Three Mountains or the Falling Snow Guild? Exactly. Why is the personnel information hidden? Could it be that they were careless during entry and made an incorrect selection? Don't be ridiculous. They came for the ranking. How could they choose incorrectly? There's no need to speculate. Since they have cleared the dungeon, the conquering team will undoubtedly emerge soon, and we shall see which team it is. True enough. The onlookers remained transfixed on the dungeon's teleportation portal. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat disheveled, yet spirited Huang Yishan emerged, leading his team. Chapter 54, A Struggle for Recognition. Look, they've come out. It's the Three Mountains Guild. As the spectators recognized Huang Yishan's team, they surged forward, surrounding them tightly. Huang Yishan and his team members were utterly bewildered. What is happening? They understood that they had performed exceptionally, likely surpassing Falling Snow to claim the top spot. Yet the enthusiasm from the crowd seemed overwhelming. Congratulations to the Three Mountains Guild for securing first place. Congratulations, Captain Huang. Achieving such a feat in such a short time is remarkable. Indeed. How could you be so careless before the battle to achieve such an impressive score? Yes, what a pity. What a pity. A score is a score. It stands as a testament. Indeed, congratulations to the Three Mountains Guild. The air was filled with congratulatory voices. Huang Yishan, being a berserker and somewhat emotional, found himself floating on cloud 9. Haha. Thank you all. Thank you. Huang Gu, you are incredible. A novice warrior squeezed through the crowd, gazing at Huang Yishan with wide, awestruck eyes. This novice warrior was the very one Huang Yishan had previously instructed to observe Chen Yu. Keep it up. You can do it too. Huang Yishan encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Huang Gu. The novice warrior, ecstatic yet reverent, inquired, Huang Gu, can you tell us how you managed to clear the dungeon in 12 minutes and 34 seconds? At this, the other onlookers expressed their curiosity. Yes, Huang Gu. Please share how you achieved this. 12 minutes and 34 seconds? We would spend that long just traversing the journey. 12 minutes and 34 seconds? Huang Yishan and his teammates exchanged bewildered glances. During the dungeon settlement, their completion time was distinctly marked at 54 minutes and 12 seconds. Did I hear incorrectly? Did they say 12 minutes? One of the mages in the team quietly asked Huang Yishan. You heard correctly. Unless we all misheard, Huang Yishan replied softly. Moreover, isn't there typically a delay in the ranking display? We just exited the dungeon. How could they arrive at such precise data? Wait, Huang Gu, look. A shield warrior from the team suddenly pointed at the wall-mounted display screen, his face a mask of astonishment. Huang Yishan and the other team members turned their gazes toward the screen. The first column boldly displayed a ranking with undisclosed conqueror information, and the completion time was precisely 12 minutes and 34 seconds. How is this possible? Huang Yishan gasped, his eyes widening in shock. As if struck by an unexpected blow, the expressions of his fellow team members mirrored his disbelief. Haha, Huanggu. We didn't expect the efficiency of the dungeon center to be so high. You hadn't even emerged, and they had already posted the rankings. Chuckled the novice warrior. However, Huanggu, you were rather careless to choose the option for undisclosed information. What a pity, for now. Who knows how many will boast that they achieved this record? Wait. Huang Yishan pressed his hands down, helplessly explaining, everyone, you've misunderstood. This record for first place was not achieved by our Three Mountains Guild. He finally comprehended that the onlookers had attributed the 12 minutes and 34 seconds record to them, hence their fervent enthusiasm. Yet, the truth was, they had not cleared the dungeon in that time. Their efforts had been meticulously planned, and they had only managed to compress their time to under an hour due to extraordinary performance. Is clearing a dungeon in 12 minutes and 34 seconds truly something achievable by teams below level 50? Even if the monster fighting time is minimized. Wouldn't recovery take some time? Huanggu, don't be so modest. The novice warrior sported an understanding smile. With your team vying for the ranking, hardly any other teams have ventured in today. The Falling Snow Guild hasn't emerged yet. If it's not you, could it possibly be them? However, this record is truly not ours. Huang Yishan forced a smile, stating that their team's completion time was 54 minutes and 12 seconds, and they had not opted for confidentiality. The record would be revealed shortly, allowing everyone to see. It's really not you? The onlookers were taken aback, yet some remained skeptical. It is not. Huang Yishan's team wished they could claim this record for themselves. A super-fast completion could generate immense traffic with just a bit of hype, far more valuable than merely climbing the rankings. Yet, they had chosen to make their information public, thus could not falsely claim it. Minutes passed, and the Shuelawa team completed the dungeon and returned to the hall. Upon seeing Huang Yishan basking in the adoration of the crowd, Li Jingyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Congratulations, the top spot for this dungeon belongs to the Sanshan Guild, she remarked coldly as she passed by Huang Yishan. Losing is losing. One can banter before the match, but after it, one must maintain grace. Wait, Huang Yishan suddenly called out. What is it? Li Jingyuan turned with a frosty expression. You won this dungeon. But do not rejoice too soon. There are a total of 8 novice dungeons here. Huang Yishan remained silent, pointing to the leaderboard displayed on the screen. Li Jingyuan followed his gesture and was instantly dumbfounded. How is that possible? The figure of 12 minutes and 34 seconds pierced through all her confidence and pride. Reflecting on her team's time of 1 hour and 2 minutes only exacerbated the stark contrast. A profound sense of defeat washed over her. You won. We are no match for you, Li Jingyuan said bitterly. Seeing her expression, Huang Yishan realized she had misunderstood. However, he had no intention of undermining her confidence. Instead stating truthfully, are you not aware of my capabilities? This achievement is not mine. Not you? Then who else could it be? Li Jingyuan exclaimed in surprise. I am just as curious, Huang Yishan sighed. It is far too formidable. It hardly resembles a score achievable by players at our stage. Indeed, Li Jingyuan was deeply moved, estimating that it would require a team of 6 players donned in epic tier gear to attain such a score. At that moment, the leaderboard screen shifted once more. The first position remained unchanged, but the second and third saw alterations. Second place, time 54 minutes and 12 seconds. Challenger, Sanshan Team. Captain, Huang Yishan. Members. Third place, time 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Challenger, Shuelawa Team. Captain, Li Jingyuan. Members. Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan exchanged a glance, silently leading their teams out of the hall. The two teams, once vibrant and competitive upon arrival, now departed with a sense of despondency. However, as they approached another dungeon hall, they noticed a commotion within. A multitude of players crowded at the entrance, surrounding the leaderboard displayed on the wall. Could it be? Both Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan simultaneously felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 55. The premiere of the Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell. The dungeon has been ruined. The two teams hurriedly submitted their tickets and entered the dungeon hall, eagerly glancing at the electronic screen mounted on the wall. Indeed. First place, time 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Challenger, not disclosed. Captain, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan again exchanged a look, their expressions revealing sheer astonishment. For minutes and 3 seconds. Was this even humanly possible? This dungeon, known as the Afternoon Rainforest, had a difficulty level comparable to the Black Wind Stronghold, yet its complex terrain and diverse monsters made it daunting. Excluding the combat, traveling through it would likely take over half an hour. The Sanshan Guild and Shuelawa Guild teams could clear the Black Wind Stronghold in about an hour. But to complete the Afternoon Rainforest dungeon in under an hour and a half would be a remarkable feat. Can we even compare? Li Jingyuan bit her lip, swallowing hard before asking. Huang Yishan, who initially disdained Li Jingyuan, now felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared predicament. We still must compete, after all. It is a guild task. We have no choice in this situation. Shall we begin? Li Jingyuan pointed towards the dungeon's teleportation portal. Although we may not secure first place, we can still contend for second. Huang Yishan hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed, facing an abnormal challenge is not my fault. We can still vie for second. Li Jingyuan's competitive spirit reignited swiftly. Thank you. Haha. Now this is interesting. Huang Yishan laughed heartily as he led his team through the teleportation portal. Dungeon Aftermath. This was one of the 2 dungeons in Dongfeng Town that could be tackled in nightmare mode. Chen Yu stepped through the portal, expertly selecting the highest difficulty while concealing his personal information. He was subsequently transported to an expansive plain. The ground was a desolate gray, devoid of any vegetation, littered with the remains of various creatures. All around, skeletons and rotting zombies roamed. The zombies here were the undead beings of a Western fantasy world, not the sci-fi variety. In terms of strength, they were comparable. Both types moved sluggishly and possessed below-average attributes. However, the sci-fi zombies bore a vile toxic buff in their attacks, causing ongoing damage and slowing movement speed. The necromantic zombies, on the other hand, lacked such capabilities. The plain stretched out infinitely, and Chen Yu patted his left pocket. The primordial earth spirit, Hutu, promptly emerged. She bore a disgruntled expression and addressed Chen Yu. Master, please allow me to fight for you. I apologize, Chen Yu said, smacking his forehead. Usually, Xiaofeng, akin to a figurine, would hardly budge. He could carry her around for days without issue. However, Hutu was clearly not of a quiet disposition. Having been cooped up in his pocket for so long, she must have been quite restless. Master, no? Hutu exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm upon hearing Chen Yu's apology. Your will is supreme. Your decisions are always correct. How could you apologize to us, your subordinates? All right. Chen Yu, in exasperation, flicked her forehead, saying, fly up and see how vast this dungeon is. Yes. At his command, Hutu slightly bowed and soared into the sky. Shortly after, she completed her reconnaissance and returned to Chen Yu's side. Master, based on the distribution of monsters, this dungeon is approximately a circular area with a radius of around 2 kilometers. We are very close to the dungeon's edge, while the dungeon boss lies on the other side. A radius of 2 kilometers? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. With such a vast expanse and the sparse distribution of monsters, clearing them all would take considerable time, even with all 500 plant life deployed. Accustomed to the vibrant atmosphere of the supreme holy land, the oppressive aura of death in this post-cataclysm dungeon left him exceedingly displeased. Perhaps, aside from undead beings or related professions, no living creature would favor such an environment. Then, I entrust this to you. Fight for me, Hutu. Clear this dungeon. Yes, master. Hutu was immensely excited. This was her first battle task assigned by her master since her creation. She raised her right hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. The hollow light armor she wore transformed into a heavy suit of armor, radiating a faint glow. She can change forms? Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. He pondered whether she could transform into other types as well. His anticipation of the earth elemental forbidden spell suddenly waned. As various images of attire floated through his mind, silken garments, backless sweaters, sailor suits, and minimalist wedding dresses. Naturally, Hutu was unaware of these musings. She raised her sword to the heavens, intoning a silent incantation. Moments later, the earth quaked and the mountains trembled. The sword of the earth mother shimmered with a pale, yellow luminescence as it swept gracefully through the air toward the ground. Suddenly, a slender fissure appeared upon the grayish-white soil. This crack appeared similar to those formed by drought, yet it rapidly expanded after its inception. Within mere seconds, it transformed into an unfathomable chasm. Subsequently, numerous additional fissures manifested along the edges of the chasm, extending in all directions. As the entire realm became riddled with cracks, the earth began to convulse. A tremendous roar reverberated through the atmosphere. The once flat terrain, now marred by crevices, collapsed instantaneously. Countless monsters, caught unawares, plummeted into the abyss. While such a phenomenon seemed adequate for altering the landscape, its destructive capacity appeared somewhat lacking, at least when compared to the forbidden spells of other spirits. Chen Yu observed the Earth Mother's forbidden incantation, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, within moments, he realized his error. A thunderous boom echoed across the land, and from the depths of the chasm erupted a column of magma, radiant with a brilliant crimson glow. The ensuing cacophony of eruptions filled the air, illuminating the entire gray-white world with a vivid red hue. The magma column spewed forth for several seconds before finally subsiding. At that moment, the entire realm transformed into a blinding sea of molten rock. Countless notifications of kills echoed in Chen Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Master, your command has been fulfilled. The Earth Mother returned to Chen Yu, her expression brimming with pride. Chen Yu gazed at the dramatically altered realm, nodding in approval. Excellent. Truly formidable. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Completion rate, 100. Exploration rate, 300. Time taken, 1 minute 14 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 500 gold, 100,000 experience points. 10 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Notice, dungeon settlement complete. You have 10 minutes of rest time. Or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. Warning, due to severe damage to the dungeon, You have lost your rest time and will be forcibly teleported. Wait, I haven't collected the loot yet. Chen Yu protested urgently. Notice, all dropped items will be forcibly transferred to the clearing player's inventory. Any items exceeding capacity will form a temporary backpack, which will exist for 10 minutes. After this period, all items will be lost. Please take note. Chapter 56, Infernal Level Class Transition Quest. Become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Would you like to treat the little lowly to a hot dog? Seconds later, Chen Yu stepped through the dungeon's teleportation portal and promptly opened his inventory to inspect it. His inventory was already full, with an additional row of ethereal transparent slots beside it. Most of the items were trivial, lacking significant value, such as the rib bones of skeletal warriors, a butcher's knife from a rotting zombie, and ashes imbued with necromantic energy, which would only pique the interest of those in the necromancer class. The only items of worth were the epic treasure chest dropped by the boss and the legendary treasure chest obtained at the end of the settlement. Chen Yu swiftly cleared his inventory, placing everything into the sacred earth. To his astonishment, the world tree showed no disdain for the necromantic energy. These ordinary materials were quickly absorbed without a trace. Exiting the dungeon's core, Chen Yu made his way directly to the station and boarded the bus back to the city. With all dungeons cleared, there was no need to linger. The 8 dungeons in Eastwind Town had collectively granted him 10 skill points and 50 free attribute points. Of course, only Chen Yu, with his SSS evaluations for each dungeon, could accrue such substantial rewards. Dungeon ratings would decline with an increase in the number of participants, extended clearing times, and failure to defeat all monsters. The threshold for obtaining skill points and free attribute points was an S rating. Teams like Huang Yishan and Li Jinyuan, while excelling in the clearing time rankings, could only achieve A ratings and thus were unable to earn free attribute points. Chen Yu allocated the 10 skill points to the legendary foundational skill of life calculation, elevating it to LV7. He invested all free attribute points into his constitution. As the bus sped along the highway, the scenery world passed in a blur. After more than half an hour, he returned to the urban area of Jianyang City. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu immediately hailed a taxi to the Jianyang City Adventurers Association to accept his class transition quest. Although he still required 19 skill points to elevate all skills to level 10, the dungeons in Eastwind Town provided a fixed 10 skill points weekly. In just 2 weeks, he could fully upgrade his skills. It was wise to acquire the quest now and prepare in advance. The class transition service window at the Adventurers Association Hall was not particularly busy. Chen Yu casually approached a window and found the clerk engrossed in a mobile game. He tapped on the glass, announcing, "Hello, I would like to accept the class transition quest." The clerk, startled, looked up sharply, and upon realizing he was not a supervisor, she visibly relaxed. She quickly donned a professional smile and, in a sweet, clipped tone, replied, "Certainly, sir, I will assist you momentarily." After typing on her computer for a moment, she handed Chen Yu a form. "Please fill out this form. The processing fee is 1 gold coin. Thank you." The form required basic personal information. In truth, the specifics were not critical, as no one truly scrutinized them. However, failing to provide accurate details could lead to complications should an investigation into one's history be necessary. After submitting the form in gold coin, the clerk stepped out from behind the counter, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Chen Yu followed her into a spacious hall with a ceiling height of at least 10 meters. In the center of the hall stood the Pillar of Origin and an energizing array. The clerk activated the array and solemnly stated, "Sir, as this is your first class transition, I must caution you. The transition tasks are categorized into 5 difficulties: simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and infernal. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. However, should you fail 3 consecutive tasks, you will lose your chance to transition. Therefore, please choose a difficulty that suits your capabilities." Understood. Chen Yu nodded, approaching the Pillar of Origin. Difficulty was hardly a concern for him, with his strength. The only way to fail a transition task would be through a contrived plot twist crafted by a dim-witted writer. Placing his palm on the Pillar of Origin, a prompt immediately materialized in his mind. "Notice, the Pillar of Origin has detected that you have reached level 50. Do you wish to accept the class transition task?" "Yes." "Please select task level: simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, infernal." "I choose infernal." Notice, tasks of difficult level and below can be accepted 3 times. Nightmare level can be accepted twice. Infernal level can only be accepted once. Failure will result in the loss of the transition opportunity. Do you confirm the acceptance of the infernal level transition task? Confirm. Although this differed from what the clerk had mentioned, with no opportunity for failure at the infernal level, Chen Yu nonetheless made his decision without hesitation. Notice, task generation in progress. Completion successful. First level promotion task. Task difficulty, infernal. Executor, Chen Yu. Task content. Become the top scorer in the current college entrance examination of the Tonglong Empire. Note, this task does not exclude various disruptive factors such as manipulation, being targeted, or temporary inability to participate in the college entrance examination. Until the examination concludes, failure to secure the first place, or tying for first, will be deemed a failure of the task. The title of top scholar in the college entrance examination, Chen Yu meticulously scrutinized the task instructions. The difficulty level was indeed infernal. With so many candidates nationwide, who could guarantee they would claim the coveted title? Furthermore, unforeseen circumstances could not be dismissed. Yet for him, it was not an insurmountable challenge. He refused to believe that there existed others in this world with superior innate talents. The prevailing perception of talent was merely categorized into 5 levels, ordinary to mythical, even assuming there were individuals capable of matching his prowess. He could summon the power of the abyssal will to crush them. If the task of class transition was akin to the college entrance examination, there was little need for elaborate planning. With just over 2 weeks remaining until the examination, the dungeon in Dongfeng Town would refresh twice, providing ample skill points to fully upgrade his abilities. Departing from the Adventurers Association, Chen Yu prepared to visit the treasure pavilion to settle the deposit for the life water he had promised the little girl. As he walked, he noticed a street food stall and approached to purchase a few extra thick grilled sausages, placing them in his inventory. He had previously vowed to treat the little girl to hot dogs. He could not possibly go back on his word. Chapter 57. Where did this spendthrift come from? Is the tipping method incorrect? In the dungeon hall of Dongfeng Town, the teams from the Sand Mountain Guild and the Snowfall Guild emerged sequentially from the dungeon portal. This time, the Sand Mountain Guild did not perform particularly well, finishing just a minute ahead of the Snowfall Guild. What's next? Where shall we venture? Li Jingyuan inquired of Huang Yishan. Let us choose a more challenging one. How about after the cataclysm? Huang Yishan proposed. Once we complete this guild task, I'll embark on my class transition. It's perfect. Everyone is warmed up. And I'm eager to see if I can secure an S rating in a nightmare dungeon during the novice phase. Sounds good. I'm on board. Li Jingyuan nodded. By the way, what difficulty are you planning for your transition task? Ordinary level, I suppose, Huang Yishan replied. What? Aren't you going to challenge the hard level? Afraid? Li Jingyuan teased with a gentle smile. The hard level is a challenge reserved for prodigies of hidden classes. I see no reason to waste my time on something so futile. Huang Yishan shook his head. Even at the ordinary level, there is no guarantee of success. Who knows? I might stumble a couple of times and have to downgrade to easy. Huffed. You sound rather humble now, Li Jingyuan chuckled, suddenly finding Huang Yishan a rather interesting opponent. I think you should give it a shot. This isn't false modesty. I'm well aware of my own capabilities. A hard-level transition task requires a powerful background, exceptional talent, and a strong profession, none of which apply to me, Huang Yishan replied. I truly wonder how those prodigies manage to tackle nightmare-level transition tasks. Huang Yishan's face reflected admiration. In response, Li Jingyuan smiled and said, among our cohort of novice adventurers, 12 have completed nightmare-level transition tasks. One of them hails from Jiangyang City. Jiangyang City? Who is so formidable? Huang Yishan asked curiously. Is it a genius nurtured by a prominent family? Jiangyang City is merely a small town. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of such towns across the entire Tunglong Empire. Achieving fame through the gold list is no small feat. It's not an exaggeration to say one individual can bring glory to an entire city. Do you really think only prominent families can cultivate extraordinary talents? Li Jingyuan scoffed. Are you so superstitious about background and lineage? Let me tell you. She isn't from any illustrious family. The records clearly state she is orphaned, with no relatives, relying entirely on her own efforts. All right, enough of this tangential discussion. Let us dive into the dungeon swiftly. Huang Yishan grinned, eager to change the subject. Humph, Li Jingyuan huffed, leading the way. The Sand Mountain Guild team followed closely behind. As the two teams entered the dungeon hall of After the Cataclysm, they were met with a cacophony of noise and a throng of people. Having prior experience, the two teams immediately glanced at the leaderboard hanging on the wall. First place, time taken 1 minute 14 seconds. Strategy team, not disclosed. Captain, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Am I seeing things? Huang Yishan couldn't help but rub his eyes vigorously upon seeing the completion time. After the Cataclysm was a large map dungeon. Moreover, the leaderboard recorded times for the highest difficulty. What the hell? Li Jingyuan gasped in disbelief. How is this even possible? 1 minute 14 seconds. Forget novice adventurers. Not even third or fourth transition adventurers could accomplish that. If they used high-level magic scrolls, it might be feasible. A mage from the Snowfall Guild speculated after a long pause. The terrain of After the Cataclysm is roughly a 2-kilometer radius circle. Top-tier 5th or average 6th-tier area of effect skills could potentially clear it instantly. That's the only explanation I can think of. Magic scrolls? Li Jingyuan frowned. Indeed, it could be done. But who would be so frivolous as to use high-level magic scrolls to clear a dungeon? Even selling such a dungeon would yield far less value than the scrolls themselves. Yet, recalling the bizarre completion speeds of the previous 2 dungeons, it seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. I thought we had encountered some genius, but it turns out to be a spendthrift. How unfortunate. Li Jingyuan shook her head. With that, she led the Snowfall Guild team into the dungeon. While that makes sense, why did the Black Wind Village dungeon take 12 minutes? A mage from Huang Yishan's team questioned, perplexed. 12 minutes isn't too bad. Perhaps they started fighting for a while, realized it was tedious. and then resorted to using scrolls, Huang Yishan suggested. Let us focus on our own run and not dwell on this. Just then, a novice warrior, who had been trailing behind as a cheerleader for their team, suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The person you asked me to keep an eye on seems to have a dungeon entry and exit time of just 12 minutes. He recalled that no team entering the Black Wind Village dungeon had emerged within the hour, except for that individual, who took a mere 12 minutes from start to finish. The novice warrior felt he had uncovered a great secret and excitedly rushed to Huang Yishan. Huang Gu, I think I figured out who set these records. You know? Huang Yishan's interest peaked instantly. Everyone harbors a curiosity about the extraordinary. The extravagance of using high-level magic scrolls to refresh a dungeon is akin to someone crafting bullets or grenade casings from pure gold. Huang Gu, it's the person you asked me to watch out for. No one else had an entry and exit time of less than an hour. It's him. That planter? Huang Yishan's eyes widened in shock. Jianyang City Adventurer Trading Center, Treasure Pavilion. Chen Yu entered the hall. The round-faced girl was seated. Her gaze fixed on her phone, her cheeks flushed, occasionally emitting giggles, oblivious to what she was viewing. Among all the staff in the reception area of the Treasure Pavilion, she appeared the most idle. Chen Yu had visited 4 times and had yet to witness her engaging in any genuine work. The other attendants were busily occupied while she seemed to be slacking off. Knock, knock. Inspection. What are you doing? Chen Yu rapped on the glass, raising his voice in a mock fury. Who is it? Are you sick? The round-faced girl arched a brow, displaying her displeasure. However, upon recognizing Chen Yu, her face instantly brightened with a smile, and she chirped, Mr. Chun, is it you? Have you already made another discovery? Where's your manager? Chen Yu inquired. She asked, sitting in the back. The round-faced young lady beamed with a radiant smile and instructed that if you were to visit in the coming days, she would personally guide you to her. Follow me, she urged. Thank you, Chen Yu replied gratefully. With a flick of his thumb, he sent a gold coin soaring through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing precisely within the young lady's cleavage. Overjoyed, she retrieved the coin, but instead of keeping it, she seized Chen Yu's hand and placed the coin back into his palm. What? No tip? Chen Yu inquired curiously. Is there a new regulation? Not at all. How could that be? The young lady cast a teasing glance at him. It's just that your method of tipping is somewhat inappropriate. It should be done this way. As she spoke, she pulled Chen Yu's hand toward herself, seemingly urging him to place the coin into her hands directly. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Lotus Seed. Ice cream with hot dog? Chen Yu observed with clarity as the young lady's half-hearted seductive demeanor morphed into an expression of unabashed infatuation, even swallowing hard as she gazed at him. What? Chen Yu swiftly retracted his arm, realizing his sister's warnings were indeed correct. Boys must learn to protect themselves in this world rife with ill-intentioned individuals. Come on, it's just a tip. No need for such a strong reaction. The round-faced young lady said nonchalantly, determined to adhere to her philosophy that as long as she was not embarrassed, the discomfort lay with the other party. Follow me. Yun Luo turned and headed toward the back of the treasure pavilion, with Chen Yu cautiously following her. Fortunately, she did not employ any tricks, leading him into a study room within the treasure pavilion before retreating. The study was spacious, filled with books and a variety of decorative items. A petite girl sat rather ungracefully atop the desk, her pink dress revealing a pair of legs clad in white stockings that swung rhythmically, mesmerizing to behold. She held a creamy ice cream cone in her mouth. You've arrived, the little girl said, her expression blank as she stared at Chen Yu with unblinking eyes, then discreetly extended her tongue to wipe away the cream smudge at the corner of her mouth. How careless of me, Chen Yu thought frantically. Why did I offer him a hot dog? Isn't ice cream more appealing? I'm here to give you money. Chen Yu inhaled deeply and stepped forward, handing a box containing an anonymous card from the professional bank to the little girl. She accepted it without hesitation. Are you not going to count it? Chen Yu prompted. Hee, the little girl replied with a smirk that didn't quite reach her eyes. I trust you wouldn't be unable to count these few cards, would you? By the way, have there been any updates on the materials related to space and time? Chen Yu asked. Not so soon. I only just released the acquisition information. The little girl rolled her eyes at Chen Yu. The treasure pavilion here in Yunchuan province will contact me if anyone receives news. Thank you. Chen Yu expressed his gratitude, promptly retrieving the hot dog from his inventory and handing it to the little girl. She held the steaming thick sausage in her left hand and the ice cream, exuding a chill, in her right, her cheeks inexplicably flushing for a moment. Her expression distinctly nuanced. Give it a try. It's quite delicious, Chen Yu said with anticipation. The little girl glanced at him, opened her mouth, revealing her small, white teeth glistening with a cold light. She fixed her gaze on Chen Yu, took a bite of the hot dog, and began to chew slowly. Never mind. I'll take my leave now. Chen Yu grinned, preparing to escape. Wait, the little girl called out. What? Chen Yu turned back. I have something for you. She tossed a small jade box to Chen Yu. What is this? Chen Yu opened the box to find it filled with soft silk. At the center resting a thumb-sized gray lotus seed. Unknown seed quality. Effect. Description. Its origins are untraceable, but you may attempt to cultivate it, despite no one having ever succeeded. What is this? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. The ownership has transferred to me. Yet all attributes are question marks? It was obtained from a very high-level realistic mode dungeon, the little girl explained. Though it's merely a byproduct. Its essence should be of good quality. Unfortunately, even our best appraisers at the Treasure Pavilion cannot determine its quality or effects. Our cultivators have also struggled to make it sprout. Hey, how could such a large establishment like yours not know what this thing is good for? What am I supposed to do with it? Chen Yu expressed his dilemma. Take it for fun. If you don't want it, just return it to me. The little girl replied, her face impassive as she extended her hand. Since this is your heartfelt gift, I shall graciously accept it. It would be a shame to hurt your feelings by refusing, wouldn't it? Chen Yu quickly stowed the box into the supreme sacred land. Why refuse something for free? This item was enigmatic. It might possess great significance. After all, the little girl mentioned it came from a high-level realistic dungeon. With the supreme sacred land at his disposal, he was determined to see if he could make it take root and sprout. Take care, no need to see me off. The little girl jumped down from the desk and, barefoot, walked to Chen Yu's side, pushing him out of her study room amidst his astonished gaze. Bang! The door closed behind him. Chen Yu's mouth twitched as he knocked on the door and called out, "Thanks. Next time, I'll take you to see the goldfish I'm raising. They're quite beautiful." The round-faced young lady, who had been waiting outside the door, leaned in eagerly. "Mr. Chen, our general manager is quite busy and has no time. How about you take me instead? By the way, how big are your goldfish? Are they 18 centimeters long? I love big goldfish. Size doesn't really matter. As long as they're tasty, it's all good. Smaller ones have their advantages too. You can swallow them in one bite without choking." Cough, cough. Miss Yin Luo. Actually, goldfish are ornamental animals, not meant to be eaten. Well, they can be looked at too. The round-faced young lady's eyes lit up. "Come on, let us go." Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu recalled that there were still 2 novice dungeons available for him to explore at school. Thus, he returned to the school and completed both dungeons outside the guard village. On the day the school's novice dungeons opened, only one could be chosen for free entry. However, after the first day, there would be no such restrictions. Nevertheless, each individual only received 1 free entry, and subsequent entries would require a maintenance fee of 1 gold coin each time. Compared to the entry tickets for the dungeons in Dongfeng Town, the school's offerings were indeed quite generous. The highest difficulty of the 2 dungeons was set to difficult, yielding Chen Yu 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points, which he considered a modest reward. After finishing the dungeons, Chen Yu immediately returned to his dormitory, locked the door, and entered the supreme sacred land. World Tree, can you help me identify this? Chen Yu opened the jade box gifted by the little girl and took out the seed. What is this thing? For unknown items. Consulting the world tree was undoubtedly a wise choice. Its quality was exceptionally high. Ordinary items could not escape its perception. Master. The world tree's voice resonated in Chen Yu's mind. May I place it upon my roots? I need to sense it more thoroughly. Is it really that serious? A hint of astonishment flickered in Chen Yu's eyes as he complied with the world tree's request, placing the lotus seed upon its roots. From the world tree, strands of pale green essence cascaded down, intertwining with the lotus seed. A minute passed, and the seed remained unresponsive. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time elapsed, the pale green essence grew denser, ultimately forming a transparent, tender green vortex that surged into the lotus seed. Chapter 59, The Lotus Seed of Supreme Essence, Summoning Demons. As the remaining plant life, which had been stagnant due to the lack of commands, sensed the infinite life force, they began to converge toward the green vortex. Regardless of whether they are legendary, rare, or merely newly planted and yet to mature common varieties, all are irresistibly drawn to the tender green aura emanating from the world tree. Even the 2 saplings of the Mo Yun vine, which have already grown over 10 meters long, eagerly bring their tendrils closer. Even the abyss thorn spirit, which has undergone a demonic transformation, revels in the bounties bestowed by the world tree. Only the Huangquan flower, which has barely sprouted flower buds, remains unmoved, quietly growing in a corner. Moments later, the pale green aura descending from the sky gradually thins. Chen Yu gazes towards the center of the whirlpool. The lotus seed, once grayish-white like weathered stone, has now transformed into a luminous white, as smooth as jade. The tip of the seed slightly splits open, revealing a hint of verdant lotus heart peeking out. Master, I have not failed you. The voice of the world tree resonates within Chen Yu's mind, gentle yet tinged with fatigue. Thank you for your efforts. Chen Yu tenderly caresses the trunk of the world tree. Have you discerned its origins? Though I have revived it, I remain unable to fathom its entirety. Its essence resembles mine, yet appears to be of a higher order, equal to the sacred soil to which I am rooted. Equal to the supreme soil? Chen Yu gasps in astonishment. Does this imply it is a being of the utmost rank? Until now, Chen Yu has encountered only 2 beings of such supreme quality, one being his innate absolute enhancement, and the other the planting space affected by this enhancement, which is now the supreme sacred soil. Indeed, Master, its essence is on par with the supreme sacred soil, yet it is not in existence of the utmost rank. What does that mean? Chen Yu queries, somewhat perplexed. What does it mean for its essence to be equivalent, yet not supreme? Perhaps its progenitors or ancestors once treaded upon the highest realm. During that era, the essence of the utmost rank bore descendants, which have been passed down. However, barring unforeseen events, its ultimate achievement is unlikely to surpass the mythic level, while that trace of supreme essence will remain silently dormant. I understand. Not every descendant of an emperor can be an emperor themselves. Is that the implication? Chen Yu nods, then continues to inquire. Is there a way to activate this trace of supreme essence? The absolute enhancement talent can forge a being of supreme quality, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. If one could obtain a supreme being effortlessly, it would be the ideal outcome. Perhaps the power of the sacred soil may play a role, the world tree responds. The force that forcibly elevated me from a common level to a high level, intertwining my fate with that of my master. No problem. After I change my profession, that will be my next destined plant. Chen Yu exclaims joyfully. Master, I advise you to choose wisely. Why? Chen Yu asks in confusion. The supreme sacred soil allows for the sublimation of one destined plant each time it changes profession. But what is supreme cannot be compared to the allure of the utmost rank. My conjecture may not be accurate. Relying solely on a single sublimation may not completely activate its supreme essence. So, this means it is akin to an insatiable abyss. And I must expend opportunities to elevate my destined plants to fill it? How many times will it take to be filled? Chen Yu's interest dwindles significantly. Indeed. But we can attempt to nurture it, the world tree suggests. At present, it is merely a seed. Once it matures and stabilizes, I will be able to make a more precise judgment. Very well. Chen Yu plants the lotus seed close to the world tree. Ordinary lotus seeds require planting in muddy waters. Yet this lotus seed is anything but ordinary, and neither is the supreme, sacred soil mere dirt. With the world tree's care nearby, there is no cause for concern. By the way, world tree, how do you think I should choose my next destined plant? Chen Yu inquires. The thorn spirit? The lily spirit? The gluttonous spirit? Or something else entirely? Can you speculate on their forms after enhancement? Master, I cannot predict their final forms, but I advise against selecting them, the world tree replies. You should choose an existence with a high essence for sublimation. The lotus seed does possess a high essence, but it is unstable, Chen Yu replies with a wry smile. I am not referring to the lotus seed, but rather to that plant, the higanbana, the world tree states. It inherently possesses a trace of essence close to the high level, and its power is particularly unique and impactful. Higanbana? Chen Yu approaches the higanbana, squatting down to examine the flower, which stands a mere 20 centimeters tall. I didn't expect you to have such significance. All right, since the world tree has spoken, it is settled then. The higanbana seedling seems to understand Chen Yu's words. It sways, conveying a vague sense of jubilance to him. Having tended to the lotus seed and decided on his next destined plant, Chen Yu dons the demon whisper set. He summons 3 primordial spirits, leading the plant life to the edge of the supreme sacred soil and instructing them to form a circle. Ladies, prepare to welcome our guest. Bestow upon it the warmest hospitality, ensuring it leaves with nothing. The gathered plant life, including the 3 distant spirits, perk up with spirited anticipation. After making the necessary preparations, Chen Yu places 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-level magic crystals within the enclosing circle. He then activates the demon whisper set's skill, Demon Descent. Demon Descent. Sacrifice 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-level magic crystals to randomly summon a level 100 ordinary boss, Abyss Demon, which will launch indiscriminate attacks on all units within sight. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 3 days. During his time in the tortured church, Chen Yu had completely expended his abyssal magic. The only means to replenish it is through slaying demons. The Demon Whisper set skill is his sole avenue to engage with demons. As the skill takes effect, the 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-level magic crystals vanish without a trace. A crimson portal materializes in the air. Moments later, a long, bread-like red, fleshy object protrudes from the portal. After observing for a moment, Chen Yu realizes it appears to be a nose. It sniffs the air. The long nose attempts to inhale deeply. Then, as if a starving wretch has caught wind of a delectable feast, it begins to sniff frantically. Soon after, an ugly demon, over 2 meters tall, with sinewy muscles and a crimson hue, eagerly emerges from the portal. Its eyes are shut, and its creatively contorted features express sheer ecstasy. Oh, what a marvelous life force! It exclaims. So vibrant. It gathers all the hopes and beauty of this world. The fresh air devoid of sulfur, and the fragrance more alluring than that of succubi. Oh, great abyssal will, how I adore this world. I love it. As it speaks, the demon becomes increasingly entranced. I love it so much that I cannot help but wish to tear it apart, to obliterate it. The wondrous scene of blood splattering is simply too enticing. It cackles. The demon tilts its head back, arms outstretched as if embracing the sky. Flee, my prey. Let me relish the thrill of the chase. I will count to 3 and then open my eyes to choose my first prey. 1, 2, 3. The long-nosed demon suddenly opens its eyes, laughing maniacally. Didn't he expect that, did you? Upon seeing the surroundings, the demon's smile abruptly freezes. The chaos and terror it had imagined do not materialize. At its towering height, it can clearly see hundreds of expressionless, exquisitely beautiful maidens encircling it. Each maiden radiates a formidable aura. Leading them is a being of abyssal origin, resembling a succubus, whose body harbors an extraordinarily high level of abyssal magic, rivaling even the legendary abyssal lords. Above, 3 doll-like little spirits float, their presence even more formidable, striking fear into its heart. In the distance stood a towering, fearsome tree, reaching skyward and seemingly growing toward an unknown destination. The colossal trunk trembled slightly, enveloped in an oppressive aura reminiscent of an abyssal will, which made its limbs quiver as if it might topple to the ground. Gulp! The long-nosed demon swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. Ahem, thank you all for witnessing my performance. There's no need for payment. If you enjoyed it, shall I perform another? Chapter 60. Was there a day when Little Flame was also bullied? Oh, how intriguing. It seems to possess a mind of its own. Chen Yu gazed at the long-nosed demon with keen interest. Torn demon, level 100 ordinary boss. The long-nosed demon also noticed Chen Yu, the human who had summoned it into this perilous realm. The terrifying beings surrounding them seemed to regard this human as their leader. It believed it had grasped the significance of the situation. The human had summoned it for a purpose, and if it fulfilled that purpose well, it might just preserve its own life. Master, oh master! The long-nosed demon fell to its knees like a mountain of gold collapsing, sliding forward on one knee toward Chen Yu. However, it had barely moved when dozens of tendrils lashed out, pulling it up into the air. Master, I am but a humble demon summoned by you. You cannot abandon me. Command me as you wish. I would gladly traverse mountains of blades or plunge into cauldrons of boiling oil for your service. It is an honor for me to serve you. The long-nosed demon cried out, its head peeking out, tears streaming down its face. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor, Chen Yu remarked with a click of his tongue. In fact, I do have a task for you. Please, master, speak. The long-nosed demon's heart leapt with joy as it hastened to assure. I shall give my all to ensure your satisfaction. Well then, I need you to replenish my magic. Replenish magic? The long-nosed demon paused, taken aback. In the abyss, there were indeed species like succubi that replenished powerful demons' abyssal magic through peculiar means. Could this human also be a demon of the abyss? Did he not have a formidable succubus under his command? Why not seek her for replenishment? Moreover, it had never performed such tasks for others. However, the circumstances dictated otherwise. Yes, master, I shall comply with your every command. I am utterly devoted. The long-nosed demon wore a face of obsequiousness. You possess a literary flair? Such a pity it is misplaced, Chen Yu lamented, shaking his head. Proceed, but do not cause it too much suffering. Upon hearing this, a multitude of legendary plant beings and 3 primordial spirits eagerly approached the demon boss. Less than a minute later, defeated level 100 boss, Torn Demon. As this unit is your summoned creature, no kill rewards or drops are granted. The absence of kill rewards was anticipated by Chen Yu. Summoning a demon boss was not for the purpose of obtaining loot. Opening his attribute panel, he noted that his abyssal magic had increased from 0.5 to 2.5. This meant that a level 100 demon boss could restore him 2 points of abyssal magic. The demon whisperer set could summon once every 3 days, and in 9 days, he could fully replenish his abyssal magic to continue creating demonized plants. As for whether utilizing demon-based powers would lead to complications, such as being deemed a traitor among humans, such concerns were unfounded. This was an era of universal class transitions. The dichotomy of righteous and malevolent had long ceased to exist, relegated to the realm of ancient martial tales. Among human professionals, there were even certain classes, such as demon warlocks and demon hunters, who specialized in demons, wielding powers intrinsically linked to them. For practitioners, regardless of the nature of the power, as long as it served their purpose, it was deemed a good thing. Oh, how utterly unrefined of me. As a primordial spirit, how can I resort to physical attacks against my foes? Little Flame sighed contentedly as she departed from the demon, which had been reduced to a puddle of mud. Moments ago, she had seen the legendary plant beings engaging in a vigorous battle and could not resist joining in with her own punches and kicks. To her surprise, the solid sensation of striking flesh brought her unexpected joy, leading her to lose control. At least half of the demon's health had been obliterated by her little fists. Well done. Chen Yu instinctively praised Little Flame and rewarded her with a lollipop. Oh, Little Flame beamed, cradling the lollipop as she eagerly tore off the wrapper and began to relish it. Nearby, Little Wind tilted her head, observing the lollipop in Little Flame's hands. Filled with curiosity, she flew over, sniffed the scent, and her eyes instantly lit up as she leaned in for a bite. Little Flame, peeking around the other side of the candy, spotted Little Wind pilfering it and quickly turned to protect her sweet treasure, preparing to indulge alone. After savoring her first bite, Little Wind realized the treat was being snatched away and immediately pouted. Her eternally sleepy expression swiftly morphed into one of dismay. She stealthily floated above Little Flame's head, hugging the lollipop while taking advantage of Little Flame's distraction, her pudgy little feet pushing off Little Flame's shoulder. Thud! Little Flame, still in a position to hold her treat, crashed into the ground. Little Wind seized the opportunity to fly away with the lollipop, hiding within the canopy of the world tree. Realizing what had transpired, Little Flame sat dazed, staring at her empty hands. She looked up just in time to see Little Wind escaping with her candy. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her, and she could not help but sit on the ground and burst into tears. Witnessing the scene unfold, Chen Yu could not help but chuckle. Someone who spent all day hunting geese had ended up pecked in the eye by one. It was unexpected to see Little Flame, who often treated Little Wind as a plaything, finally facing retribution. Primordial spirits are born from the world tree. While they may appear adorable, they possess an inner pride that is unassailable. While an enemy might surpass them in strength, overcoming their will is an impossibility. As for Chen Yu, who stands in a closer position to both the world tree and the spirits, he would never bully them. The only beings capable of making a primordial spirit wail would likely be their own sisters. Wah! Little Wind is bullying me, and Master doesn't he care. Seeing Chen Yu laugh, Little Flame rolled on the ground, crying even more pitifully. Chen Yu, struggling to suppress his laughter, picked up Little Flame and cradled her in his hands. Little Flame, don't cry, just let Little Wind have it. I'll get you another. He kissed her tear-streaked face and produced a new lollipop, presenting it to her. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Little Flame sobbed as she accepted the lollipop, eating it amidst her tears. By the way, do you want one? Chen Yu produced another one, gesturing towards Ho Tu's day. Thank you for the generous gift, Master. Ho Tu approached, holding the lollipop with a bewildered expression. However, after her first taste, she instantly fell in love with the flavor. Is it delicious? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. Master's gift is my honor. Even a mere wild herb can rival the finest delicacies of the world. Ho Tu replied, munching on the candy while her words became a jumbled mess. Perhaps you should refrain from such comparisons. Chen Yu lightly flicked her forehead, shaking his head. Although Ho Tu's words were sincere, they carried an odd resonance. Checking the time on his phone, Chen Yu noted it was already 7 in the evening. He did not leave the supreme sacred land, but instead went beneath the world tree to accelerate the growth of the lotus seeds. Chapter 61, The College Entrance Examination System. The Ripening of the World Tree's Fruits. At the Jianyang City Practitioner Association, President Su Jinghui was deep in thought, holding a photograph and a stack of reports. The photograph was transmitted from the East Wind Town Instance Center. The report indicated that earlier that afternoon, a young boy had single-handedly cleared all the novice instances in East Wind Town. Moreover, the completion times of the dungeons are astonishingly swift, firmly securing the top position on the leaderboard for all 8 instances. Particularly remarkable is the post-cataclysm dungeon, which he managed to conquer in just over a minute, a feat that seems utterly implausible. Such an achievement is beyond the reach of an ordinary novice class. Speculation abounds at the dungeon center, suggesting that this individual employs high-level magical scrolls for an instantaneous sweep of the entire map. Initially, Su Jinghui presumed this to be the work of a prodigal heir from a powerful faction and intended to reach out for a diplomatic discussion, hoping to persuade the individual to temper their excesses. However, upon further investigation, it emerged that there was no significant faction backing him. The conqueror is, in fact, a local resident of Jianyang City and a novice class student from Jianyang No. 1 High School. Orphaned, he is looked after by his sister, Chen Yu, who was the top scorer in the last provincial college entrance examination and subsequently gained admission to the prestigious Tunglong University. Remarkably, within just a month of enrollment, she completed the nightmare-level first transition quest. 2 months later, all her personal records were classified as top secret, and even her family details entered a confidentiality protocol. Talented individuals achieving success in such an esteemed institution undoubtedly have means to assist their families. However, if she can extend help in such a manner, it speaks volumes of Chun Mo's extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, the affection she bestows upon her brother seems rather excessive. Regrettably, prior to her stunning success in the college entrance examination, she exhibited no extraordinary traits, rendering it surprising that such a remarkable individual hails from our Jianyang City, yet we failed to establish any connections. Wait a moment. It appears that Chen Yu shares a good rapport with Yaya. Creak. At that instant, the office door swung open. Su Jinghui turned his gaze towards the entrance, where Su Mieyue, clad in a vintage fringed gown, entered with a radiant smile, calling out sweetly, "Great-grandfather, Mi is here." Su Jinghui, tucking away the documents, nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, Su Mieyue had transitioned to a hidden class, much to Su Jinghui's delight. The Su family is a lineage of practitioners with numerous branches. Among the younger generation, Su Mieyue possesses the highest innate talent, destined for remarkable achievements, potentially even surpassing him, the current family head. Oh, you've reached level 12 already? Quite impressive. Given your rate of progress, you might even contend for a place at Tunglong University. Upon discerning Su Mieyue's level, a look of satisfaction graced Su Jinghui's features. The entrance examination for combat practitioners in the Tunglong Empire comprises 2 rounds. The first round is an elimination stage where each province selects 1,000 participants for the second round. In the second round, Candidates from across the nation converge in the same dungeon, vying for final rankings. As the second round involves all candidates in a single dungeon, it provides both provincial and national standings. Top-tier practitioner universities select from the national rankings, but each province also has special recruitment quotas. These quotas are entirely transparent, starting from the provincial top scorer, selecting by rank until all positions are filled. This leads some exceptionally gifted individuals who doubt their chances of admission to their desired universities to migrate to provinces with weaker contenders to vie for special recruitment spots. The strength of a practitioner is often correlated with their level. Following their transition, novice practitioners typically devote the month leading up to the entrance examination solely to leveling up, excluding those extraordinary prodigies. It is average for combat practitioners to achieve level 10 before the examination. Attaining level 20 would place them firmly within the top 1,000 of the province, qualifying them for the second round ranking match. Levels 25 to 30 signify the caliber of a provincial top scorer. In the world of practitioners, experience points from defeating monsters are distributed based on contribution, while there are no level penalties. Inflicting damage on high-level monsters only for novices to reap the rewards is so unprofitable that no faction would adopt such a training method. As for dungeons, they distribute experience evenly, but they come with level restrictions, permitting only practitioners of the current phase to enter. Novices cannot access dungeons above level 50, and practitioners above the first transition cannot enter novice dungeons. Should a novice practitioner lack sufficient strength, their only means to achieve substantial gains in novice dungeons would be through high-level consumables. These advanced consumables are exceedingly precious. Organizations with such capability generally do not train novices in this manner to compete for entrance examination rankings, as it is simply not worth the cost. The most extravagant method of nurturing novices involves maintaining a team of level 50 practitioners who master the novice dungeons and exclusively guide newcomers without transitioning themselves. Nevertheless, this approach incurs significant costs that most factions cannot afford. Potential novices are unlikely to jeopardize their future for trivial gains, while those who feel hopeless typically lack strength. Thus, in most instances, the level prior to the entrance examination serves as a genuine indicator of a practitioner's true capabilities. There are indeed some who spare no expense to cultivate their descendants for the entrance examination, yet they are exceedingly rare. Great-grandfather, I wish to apply for the use of family resources, Su Miaoyue stated earnestly, stepping before Su Jinghui. A time-honored lineage of practitioners has a mature resource allocation system. To utilize family resources, one must demonstrate their worth. The inept are unworthy of cultivation. Naturally, for someone like Su Miaoyue, who possesses a hidden class and outstanding talent, the family would undoubtedly grant her a clear path. Ordinary descendants of the Su family cannot easily approach Su Jinghui. You wish to gain access to the novice dungeon, correct? I have already granted you permission, Su Jinghui said with a smile, adding, and here is this for you. He handed her a square stone tablet. Novice dungeon cooldown token. Quality, rare. Effect, when used in a novice dungeon, it resets the cooldown time to 0. Usage, 20 times. Su Miaoyue accepted the tablet, her expression brightening with delight upon examining it. Thank you, great-grandfather. Are you confident you can reach level 25 before the entrance examination? Su Jinghui inquired. Absolutely, Su Miaoyue replied, her confidence shining through as she waved the tablet in her hand. With this, not only level 25, but level 28 is within reach. Oh, by the way, Su Jinghui continued, I heard you have a good relationship with a male classmate from your school and even shared the skill practice room with him. Is that true? Yes, Su Miaoyue admitted candidly. Such matters are transparent and easily discovered. Moreover, it is not a secret worth concealing. Excellent, Su Jinghui nodded. That boy has a solid background. Cough cough, impressive talent, and considerable strength. You should cultivate your friendship with him. I will also grant you a quota to bring someone into the family dungeon. What? Su Miaoyue nearly doubted her ears. At such a time, shouldn't her great-grandfather be advising her to prioritize leveling up over personal attachments? Su Jinghui chuckled, what's wrong? Did you think I would remind you to keep your distance from boys? Regardless of whether those rumors hold any truth, even if they do, it matters little. Associating with the strong will expose you to the splendors of their world, while mingling with the weak will only ensnare you in the frustrations of their plight. Whether in friendship or romance, avoid those of significantly lower standing than yourself, for it will lead to both distress and pride. Distress arises from their lack of insight and perspective, leaving you with no common ground. Pride, on the other hand, stems from your elevated status, allowing you to easily resolve their troubles. Su Miaoyue hesitated, but great-grandfather, while I do share a good rapport with him, would it be inappropriate to share family resources? Not at all, Su Jinghui shook his head. Thank you, great-grandfather. Su Miaoyue's face lit up with joy. She was acutely aware of Chen Yu's prowess, or so she believed. He was the type of individual capable of soloing areas above level 10 on his first day of transition. If Chen Yu agreed to take her through dungeons, wouldn't she be soaring effortlessly? In the public dungeon, she hesitated to speak up, fearing it would diminish others' profits. However, had the dungeon been her own, the situation would have been entirely different. Although Chen Yu was guiding her, he too stood to gain from the endeavor. within the boundless sacred soil. Chen Yu set a timer to record the passage of time, ensuring he would not delay the dungeon's cooldown. He then commenced fervently nurturing the lotus seeds. Whenever fatigue set in, he would rest and recuperate before continuing. During the dungeon's cooldown period, with no particularly pressing matters at hand, he deemed it more prudent to invest his time in fostering the lotus seeds. After an uninterrupted 3 days of diligent nurturing, the tender sprouts of the lotus seeds successfully reached a height of 10 centimeters. The cooldown for the demon whispering active skill concluded, and yet another level 100 demon boss became a victim. However, this demon proved rather tedious, akin to a lunatic. Upon being summoned, it indiscriminately launched attacks, only to be swiftly dispatched by Xiao Yan. On a brighter note, a new primordial sprite was on the verge of birth. Beneath the world tree, Chen Yu gazed upward. A colorless, transparent fruit, nearly imperceptible, swayed precariously. Chapter 62. The birth of Little Un and Little Meow, the most aggressive primordial sprites. The branches of the world tree gently swayed, and the fruit slowly descended from the boughs. Chen Yu extended his hands to catch the fruit. What kind of attribute is this? The fruit felt almost weightless, lacking any tangible texture. It appeared as though Chen Yu was cradling it, yet in reality, it floated above his palms. Moments later, the fruit split open. However, no sprite emerged from within. Even the two halves of the shell vanished without a trace. Where's my primordial sprite? Chen Yu was taken aback. Could something have gone awry? He quickly contacted the world tree to inquire about the situation. Primordial darkness. Do not toy with your master. Come forth at once. The world tree's reproachful thoughts conveyed to him. Hee, accompanied by a playful giggle. A transparent humanoid silhouette materialized in midair. Gradually, vibrant colors began to outline the figure. After a few seconds, a little sprite clad in a black gauzy garment, grinning mischievously, appeared before Chen Yu. Master, so, you are the primordial dark sprite. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Un. With that, Chen Yu opened Little Un's attribute panel. Primordial dark sprite, Little Un rank, mythical level, 50 attributes, strength, 5500 agility, 5500 constitution, 5500 spirit, 11,000 talent. Dark elementalization, entering an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage and dark type damage, while enhancing own dark type damage by 500. Passive, primordial dark sprite, dark skill consumption reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills, silent dark domain, forbidden spell. Chaotic dark domain, forbidden spell. Eternal exile, forbidden spell. Ultimate balance, forbidden spell. The power of the primordial dark sprite seemed to diverge from traditional dark attributes. She was not the darkness that opposes light, but rather an ethereal essence, representing the unseen side of existence. Nevertheless, her abilities were far more enigmatic and unpredictable than conventional darkness, even allowing her to enter a state of formlessness, intangible and untouchable. Chen Yu believed that Little Un should not be the fourth among the primordial sprites, but rather suited to be the sixth. After delivering the dark sprite, Chen Yu returned to the cycle of nurturing lotus seeds and resting. With ample provisions prepared, even his meals were consumed within the boundless sacred soil. Another 3 days passed, and the primordial water sprite was born. Primordial water sprite, Little Meow rank, mythical level, 50 attributes, strength, 5500 agility, 5500 constitution, 5500 spirit, 11,000 talent. Water elementalization, entering an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage and water type damage, while enhancing own water type damage by 500. Passive, primordial water sprite, water skill consumption reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills, frozen domain, forbidden spell. Cataclysmic deluge, forbidden spell. Crimson wasteland, forbidden spell. Universal dissolution, forbidden spell. Little Meow possessed waist-length, ice blue hair, and a gentle smile that graced her face, exuding the warmth of an elder sister. Yet, this primordial water sprite was, to date, the most aggressive among the primordial sprites born. In Chen Yu's recollection, water attributes typically focused on healing, support, control, and defense. However, all 4 of Little Meow's forbidden spells were ruthlessly damaging skills. The interval between the birth of the primordial sprite and the summoning of demons was precisely 3 days. To celebrate Little Meow's arrival, Chen Yu generously summoned a demon to provide a feast for the plant life. The demise of the demon boss restored Chen Yu's abyssal magic to full capacity, leading to another thorn spirit undergoing a transformation as it embraced the depths of the abyss. On the following day, Chen Yu chose not to linger in the boundless sacred soil. The dungeon cooldown had refreshed, allowing him to withdraw free attribute points and skill points. After a 7-day hiatus, Chen Yu finally set foot once more in the outside world. As he exited the boundless sacred soil, his phone erupted with notifications. Upon checking, he found that most of the messages were from Li Wei and Su Miaoyue. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a frantic knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by Li Wei's voice. Old Chen, are you in there? I heard your phone. As Chen Yu twisted the door lock, Li Wei could hardly contain himself, bursting through the door. Holy crap, you're still alive. You scared the daylights out of me. Li Wei slapped Chen Yu's shoulder with fervor. When did you return? Where have you been all these days? No one was in the dorm, and your phone had no signal. Out fighting monsters, what else could I be doing? Chen Yu chuckled, explaining that he had been away for an extended period, and his phone had run out of battery. In truth, it was not uncommon for adventurers to go missing for a spell due to various reasons, such as being unable to contact anyone while in a dungeon, where both phones and friend panels were rendered inoperative. And you? What level are you at? Chen Yu inquired. I just leveled up yesterday. I'm at level 8. Only level 8? Chen Yu was taken aback. How could you level up so slowly? Don't you have a fixed team? Typically, adventurers with fixed parties would level up more swiftly, given that nearly 2 weeks had passed since the job change. Those with a consistent team should have reached at least level 10. Some diligent ones might even have advanced to levels 12 or 13. A flicker of gloom crossed Li Wei's face. Fixed team? They were just temporary teammates. It's already disbanded. For the past few days, I've basically been leveling up alone. You, a shield warrior, leveling up alone? Chen Yu was astonished. Defensive classes typically lack defensive power, making it arduous to level up solo, even if the previous team disbanded. Why not form a new one? Was it so difficult for a shield warrior to find a party? It's not that I can't find a party. I just don't want to. Li Wei flicked his hair flamboyantly and stated, I've come to understand a truth. Only cattle and sheep travel in herds, while fierce beasts roam alone. After these days of honing my skills, I've become not just proficient, but exceptionally skilled at soloing. Now that the dungeon has refreshed, let us go out and tackle one together. I want to show you my prowess. We talked about leveling together before, but that bunch of fools ruined it. From now on, we two beasts will team up, free from the nonsense of those cattle and horses. Li Wei spoke with great enthusiasm, yet Chen Yu remained silent. It was not difficult to surmise that Li Wei's decision to part from the group and focus on honing his solo skills was, in truth, a means to assist him in leveling up. It is essential to recognize that we are currently in a golden period for novice practitioners to level up before the college entrance examination. The achievements made during this time could potentially alter the trajectory of one's life. Having navigated the professional world in a past life, Chen Yu had encountered numerous self-serving individuals and had come to deeply doubt the existence of those who would stand by their friends in times of need, believing them to be mere artistic representations. However, Li Wei, through his genuine actions, demonstrated that such individuals truly exist. After a brief moment, Chen Yu let out a sigh. All right, let us, two fierce beasts, form a team. Let us tackle a dungeon first. A person treats me with sincerity, and I shall reciprocate with sincerity in kind. Li Wei regarded him as a true brother, willing to jeopardize his own future for Chen Yu. Now that Chen Yu possessed the capacity, he was determined to ensure Li Wei a splendid future. Moreover, as he had reached maximum level, there were no experience requirements. So guiding Li Wei through the dungeon would not hinder his own gains. Chapter 63. Astonishingly, a big shot is right beside me. Chen Yu and Li Wei departed from their dormitory and arrived at the entrance of the dungeon plaza. Class name? Inquired the teacher managing the dungeon plaza. This session, Class 1, Chen Yu. Li Wei. The management teacher input their information into the computer for verification. After glancing at their faces to confirm their identities, he proceeded to say, You have exhausted your free entries. Now, entry into the dungeon requires a maintenance fee of 1 gold coin per person. Which dungeon do you wish to enter? Apocalypse Survival. Li Wei answered eagerly. The Apocalypse Survival dungeon featured sci-fi zombies, aligning with the zombie crisis in Dongfeng Town. Let us take them all, Chen Yu remarked, handing over 6 gold coins to the management teacher while casting a teasing smile at Li Wei. All of them. Very well. The teacher accepted the gold coins and handed Chen Yu 6 dungeon tickets. Wait, 3 dungeons? Can we even handle that? Li Wei's face paled. As a shield warrior, he lacked offensive capabilities. Just one zombie crisis would take him a significant amount of time to conquer. 3 dungeons, especially with the monster swarm type like guarding a village, would truly be exhausting. As for Chen Yu's combat prowess, at that moment, Li Wei did not harbor high expectations. He had taken the time to study the planter class and had gained some understanding of the relevant knowledge. He estimated that if Chen Yu possessed 30 or so little tree spirits and 2 mature attacking vines, it would be quite impressive. In an actual battle, the total DPS might exceed his own. However, the early stage plant life of a planter was incredibly precious and could not be squandered. Thus, the main force in battling monsters would still fall upon him, the shield warrior. What are we afraid of? Is that not our capability? Let us go. Chen Yu patted Li Wei on the shoulder and stepped into the dungeon plaza first. Damn it. I'm risking my life for a gentleman today. Li Wei gritted his teeth and followed suit. At the dungeon teleportation portal, Chen Yu extended a team invitation to Li Wei, who promptly accepted. Notification: You have formed a temporary team with another practitioner. As the initiator, you automatically become the team leader. Notification: Experience gained in the dungeon will be evenly distributed among team members, while experience gained in the wild will be allocated based on contribution. Notification: Please decide on the loot distribution rights. The leader can allocate as needed, roll for distribution, or allow free pickup. Once decided, it cannot be changed. Free pickup. Notification: Loot distribution rights have been decided as free pickup. With the team established, Chen Yu submitted the dungeon tickets to the teacher stationed at the dungeon teleportation portal. We're diving straight into the hardest one, Li Wei said, glancing nervously at the portal for the guard village dungeon. Are fierce beasts afraid of this? Chen Yu pulled Li Wei closer and gave him a shove into the portal, following suit himself. Dungeon name, Guard Village. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Rensu Shanjur, up to 8 people. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notification, level adaptation complete. Participant adaptation complete. Dungeon cooldown complete. Entering the dungeon, please select difficulty. Simple, normal, hard, nightmare. The real difficulty had vanished after Chen Yu had flawlessly cleared it last time. Therefore, nightmare. Notification, you have selected nightmare difficulty. In the next moment, Chen Yu and Li Wei found themselves in Vanguard Village. Wait, Li Wei exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Did I just hear what I think I heard? You chose nightmare difficulty? Can you not be a bit more reliable? How could you even choose wrong? We're fighting a nightmare. Chen Yu chuckled. What rewards could low difficulty possibly yield? He then proceeded to approach the old village chief to accept the quest, making his way toward the city walls. Can you not be a bit more reliable? Nightmare is something we novices can handle? Li Wei lamented, near tears. However, having already entered the dungeon, there was no difference between exiting and dying. Reluctantly, he equipped a set of temporary gear and followed Chen Yu up the city walls. The conditions within the dungeon were markedly different from Chen Yu's last experience at real difficulty. In the real difficulty, the valley where Vanguard Village was situated had an open, wide mouth, with earthen walls stretching several hundred meters long. However, in the Nightmare Dungeon, the terrain had evidently been altered. The valley entrance had transformed into a gourd shape, with a narrow opening and walls only several dozen meters long. Yet, on the walls of the Nightmare difficulty, there were only 20 Vanguard Village warriors. Nevertheless, compared to the real mode, the defensive difficulty had been reduced by numerous times. As the mournful sound of a horn echoed, frail goblins began to emerge from the distant white mist. Hey, old Chun, these little monsters seem rather weak. How about we charge in and grab some loot first? Li Wei suggested. This way, even if the defense failed, their gains would still be higher. Failing the defense? Not a chance. Chen Yu promptly summoned several hundred epic plant beings. After spending a week in the sacred soil, all 500 seeds he had previously planted had matured and evolved to epic status. What the heck? What is this? Li Wei stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of stiff, beautiful female figures from all directions. Ladies, it's time to feast. Chen Yu waved forward. The plant beings received Chen Yu's command and immediately leaped off the walls, charging toward the limping, feeble goblins. In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of several hundred meters. The goblin creatures had yet to react before they were entirely obliterated. After vanquishing this group of goblins, the plant beings did not return but instead blocked the white mist wall, creating an impenetrable barrier. Just like last time, the man-eating flowers feasted to their heart's content, while the thorny vine spirits also enjoyed a hearty meal. The poor lily spirits could only watch from the back, occasionally snatching up some scraps. What on earth is happening? The experience notifications rang incessantly, leaving Li Wei in a state of shock. After a long pause, he finally regained his senses, incredulously asking Chen Yu, old Chun, those girls. Are they your plant beings? Indeed, Chen Yu nodded. Wait. Li Wei pointed at the throng of plant beings jostling at the mist wall. I've heard that the closer plant beings are to human form, the higher their quality. With ones like these, they must be at least epic level, right? Yes, they're all epic. Chen Yu smiled. Are you not afraid anymore? All of them. Li Wei instantly fixed Chen Yu with a resentful gaze, sending a chill down Chen Yu's spine. While I'm still struggling to level up by bashing monsters with my shield, you've already become a big shot. Having specifically studied the planter class, Li Wei understood the concept of epic plant beings. That was a level of power surpassing hidden classes of the same tier. Hundreds of mature epic plant beings? He was practically defying the heavens. Why bother battling monsters? Just lie back and relax. Li Wei leaned against the city wall, contentedly watching his experience bar rise. Chapter 64. Visitors from afar, delivering gold coins from 1,000 miles away. In the Nightmare Dungeon, the number of monsters was considerably fewer than in the real dungeon. In the realm of genuine difficulty, the initial wave of assault comprised over 300 monsters, whereas the Nightmare difficulty featured a mere 40 to 50. Half an hour later, the second wave commenced. Li Wei, with an inquisitive demeanor, peered cautiously to ascertain the nature of the approaching adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, the second wave had already arrived. It was only upon witnessing the gradual ascent of his experience bar that he deduced the monsters had respawned. Yet, no matter how intently he scrutinized the surroundings, not a single fragment of a monster was visible. All that met his gaze were the swirling vines and flowers before the white mist wall. Old Chun, Li Wei expressed in exasperation. Could you not restrain yourself a little? Was it truly necessary to unleash such an abundance of epic-level creatures? A few epics alongside some rares would suffice to clear this dungeon. He marveled at Chen Yu's prowess, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of curiosity regarding the source of Chen Yu's plethora of high-quality plant life. However, he understood that this matter surely intertwined with Chen Yu's secrets. By revealing such information to him, Chen Yu was treating him as a close ally. Those who pry into other secrets are foes, not friends. Moreover, he harbored concerns that if Chen Yu's extraordinary strength became known, it might attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions. Thus, he felt compelled to advise Chen Yu against excessive exposure. I possess plenty of hidden cards. Chen Yu replied with a smile. This is merely a trivial matter. He was acutely aware of Li Wei's apprehensions. However, the batch of plant life he had recently summoned was far from his trump card. It constituted the lowest quality among his subordinates. Not to mention, even legendary creatures could be produced in quantity as standard combat strength. Chen Yu understood the principle of standing out in a forest. Yet one cannot bind oneself solely to evade notice. To forego showcasing one's talents would be counterproductive. A judicious display of one's abilities could not only draw envy, but also benevolent attention. Even if some individuals harbored ulterior motives, he was not intimidated by those of lesser strength. If necessary, a few forbidden spells would suffice to extinguish them. However, against an overwhelmingly powerful foe, one could only resort to confronting the world tree or the abyssal will. As long as you are aware, Li Wei acquiesced, no longer dwelling on the matter, and began to relish the exhilarating surge of experience points. The heavens seemed to show mercy, for he had never before experienced such a gratifying ascent in levels. When grouped with others, he had often played the role of the frontline tank, needing to remain vigilant in protecting his teammates. Alone, he faced not only assaults, but also the need to seize opportunities for counterattacks. Now, however, the sheer delight was unparalleled. He was accruing experience points even while reclining. Chen Yu, finding the notifications tedious, had long since disabled them. In contrast, Li Wei was reluctant to do so, finding the incessant chimes of notifications to be the most exquisite symphony in this world. In the late hours of the night, Chen Yu and Li Wei departed from the school's dungeon plaza. Most of their time had been spent in the Guardian Village, while merely a few minutes sufficed for the other two dungeons. What a thrill! Is this the feeling of being carried by a master? Li Wei mused, savoring the experience. Each dungeon had been cleared impeccably, earning him perfect evaluations. After conquering 3 dungeons, his level surged from 8 to 18. To add to his fortune, he had acquired a legendary treasure chest and 2 epic ones. Initially, he intended to present the chests to Chen Yu, but Chen Yu had declined. After a night of rest in the dormitory, the next morning, Chen Yu took Li Wei to Eastwind Town. Are we going to clear all 8 dungeons today? Li Wei inquired eagerly at the entrance of the dungeon center. Of course, we will, Chen Yu affirmed. The 8 dungeons in Eastwind Town were remarkably convenient and expedient to clear. Even without forbidden spells, half a day would be more than sufficient. Excellent, Li Wei exclaimed, rushing to the ticket counter to flamboyantly produce 200 gold coins to purchase all the tickets for 2. Let us go. Which one shall we start with? Naturally, we will begin with the nearest, Chen Yu replied. The duo ventured into the dungeon hall closest to the entrance, which was a post-cataclysm dungeon, one of Eastwind Town's nightmare-level challenges. During their previous encounter with this dungeon, Chen Yu had utilized the forbidden spell of the primordial earth spirit. This time, with Li Wei present, he refrained from using forbidden spells. However, relying solely on plant life to vanquish the foes was viable, albeit requiring more time. Once inside the dungeon, Chen Yu summoned several hundred epic-level plant creatures, interspersed with a few legendary ones. Indeed, after more than half an hour, the dungeon was cleared, earning yet another top-tier SSS rating. Even employing standard methods, the 8 dungeons in Eastwind Town had never lasted more than 2 hours under Chen Yu's command. Emerging from the dungeon center, Li Wei's head buzzed with excitement, his steps unsteady as if he were intoxicated. I can't take it anymore. I need to return and rest properly. What else could you do? The dungeons have all been cleared, Chen Yu chuckled. Classmate. At that moment, a girl dressed as a mage rushed over, her cheeks flushed, addressing Chen Yu with a charming demeanor. Could you come with me for a moment? I have something to inquire. I'm sorry. Chen Yu began to decline, but he noticed the girl forming a shape with her lips. Teach. All right, Li Wei. I have something to attend to. You can head back first. Li Wei glanced at Chen Yu, then at the pure and adorable mage girl, and promptly wore an expression of understanding. Ha, go ahead, you two. I'll take my leave now. With that, he departed without a backward glance, cheerfully gesturing encouragement to Chen Yu. After Li Wei left, the girl led Chen Yu to a secluded corner. Speak, what is it? Chen Yu inquired, his tone indifferent. Chen classmate, the girl said, brushing the sleeve of her mage robe to reveal the emblem of the Pain Church in her palm. Teacher Lu requests your presence. I understand. Chen Yu nodded. After the girl conveyed her message, she swiftly departed, not accompanying him. A few minutes later, Chen Yu arrived at the tavern he had passed through on his way to the Pain Church. Just as he was traversing the kitchen to enter the backyard, he was intercepted by 2 professionals. Apologies, sir, the backyard is not open to outsiders. Scram. A chef bustling about came over, dispersing the 2 with an air of authority. What do you think you're doing? This is not just any outsider. This is our boss's esteemed guest. As he spoke, the chef gave a knowing glance to the 2 men. They trembled slightly and hastily apologized. We were rude. Esteemed guest, please enter. One of them led the way, opening a hidden door beneath the courtyard wall for Chen Yu. Walking through the corridor, Chen Yu entered the front hall of the Pain Church, where Lu Peng awaited him. You are eager to see me. What is the matter? Chen Yu asked, given the Pain Church's cautious demeanor. The audacity to send someone to contact him on the street indicated the urgency of the matter. My lord, Lu Peng began. Last time you instructed that other regional churches could seek your assistance if they encountered difficulties with tasks. Others from different regions have come? Chen Yu's interest piqued. Where are they? They are from the bishopric of Yueshur City, having arrived this afternoon, and are currently awaiting your summons, Lu Peng informed. Let us go meet them. Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. Lu Peng guided Chen Yu to the reception room, and then took his leave. A few minutes later, he returned, leading a young female professional who appeared somewhat pale, clad in a tattered blue tight-fitting outfit, stained with blood. Upon entering, she respectfully bowed to Chen Yu. My lord, I am Zhuang Caixin, the bishop of the Pain Church's Yu City branch. Chen Yu furrowed his brows. As a bishop responsible for an entire city, how have you ended up in such a predicament? My lord, the woman's expression was one of bitterness. On my way, I encountered an assault by the Rending Church. To have escaped with my life is a stroke of sheer luck. The Rending Church? Chen Yu turned to Lu Peng. What is the situation? My lord, Lu Peng replied. The Rending Church wields significantly more power in Yunchuan province than our Pain Church. They are a group of fanatics obsessed with destruction, harboring extreme animosity towards us. Our members, if discovered by theirs, would face relentless pursuit, which is one reason for our cautious approach. Moreover, recently, the Rending Church has been acting like a pack of rabid dogs, willing to expose themselves in their opposition to us, for reasons unknown. In Jianyang City? Chen Yu's expression darkened. Not at all, my lord. I was ambushed in Yu City, Zhuang Caixin clarified. The assailant was a fifth-tier warrior. Fortunately, my profession is that of an assassin, endowed with stealth skills that allowed me to evade their pursuit. I see. Chen Yu nodded, appearing unconcerned. If the Rending Church is causing trouble in Jianyang City, I must be cautious to avoid it affecting my college entrance examination. However, their actions in Yu City are of no concern to me. Did you lose the ritual items? Chen Yu inquired. They are safe, Zhuang Caixin replied, retrieving a large box from her bag and presenting it to him. My lord, this contains 500 ritual items from Yu City. She then conjured a smaller box from thin air, stating, this is our operational funding. Chen Yu tossed the larger box containing the ritual items into the sacred ground and opened the smaller box to inspect its contents. Inside were neatly arranged anonymous bank cards for practitioners, each worth 100,000, totaling over 300 cards. Your operational funding appears quite ample, Chen Yu remarked with satisfaction. In seeking your favor, my lord, appropriate compensation for your efforts is only to be expected, Zhuang Caixin smiled. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Chen Yu cast a casual glance at Lu Peng. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Peng's back as he silently cursed Zhuang Caixin for being overly talkative. If my lord faces any difficulties regarding funds, please do not hesitate to express it. Our Jianyang City branch could manage to scrape together around 10 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that the Jianyang City branch would be so well off. Excellent. Bring it to me at once. I have a matter to attend to that requires funding. One must seize the opportunity to pluck the feathers of Unisifus. Yes, my lord. Lu Peng grimaced as he retrieved a stack of cards from his bag and handed them to Chen Yu. Upon counting, there turned out to be as many as 120 cards. Splendid. You all have done remarkably well. Chen Yu could not suppress his smile. When I next meet with the great deity, I shall certainly commend your contributions. Thank you, my lord. Lu Peng exclaimed with delight. To meet the demon lord? Zhuang Caixin's heart surged with excitement. This individual could directly encounter the grand demon lord. Moreover, it seemed as though it would not be exceedingly difficult. Could it be true, as Lu Peng had said, that this person shared a profound relationship with the demon lord, earning their esteemed favor? Otherwise, how could they so casually mention the demon lord, even daring to speak favorably of them? Surely, even the legendary pope would not speak of the demon lord so lightly. As for whether Chen Yu was merely deceiving them, Zhuang Caixin held no doubts. Being personally bestowed with a medal by the grand demon lord undoubtedly indicated a solid standing. A true believer would never jest about their deity or engage in deceitful antics. What are you dawdling for? Lu Peng gestured discreetly to Zhuang Caixin. Thank you, my lord. Zhuang Caixin promptly bowed to Chen Yu. The two could never have imagined that Chen Yu's mention of meeting Unisifus did not refer to a typical encounter, but rather an encounter with her avatar during the college entrance examination. It was evident that Unisifus was quite protective of her avatar, unwilling to let it come to harm. Perhaps, when the time came, he could request a small fee for summoning her avatar, and she would likely not refuse. Very well. Chen Yu nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My lord, Zhuang Caixin called out. What is it? Chen Yu turned back. While in Yu City, I gathered intelligence suggesting that the Rending Church, much like us, has intentions regarding this year's college entrance examination. Intentions regarding the college entrance examination? Chen Yu's brow furrowed. Do you have specific information? This year's college entrance examination is critical to my class advancement. There can be no mistakes. Should any significant issues arise, I would have no choice but to rely on the abyssal will to bail me out. It is best to reserve such a trump card for when it is truly necessary. Understood. Please exercise caution. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. If you obtain any intelligence regarding the rending church, do not hold back. Inform me immediately. With that, Chen Yu rose and exited. After Chen Yu departed, Zhuang Caixin pondered her words and asked Lu Peng, Bishop Lu Peng, do you truly believe this esteemed individual can? Of course, Lu Peng asserted decisively. My lord has demonstrated his abyssal powers, which are the most authentic and superior forms of abyssal energy I have ever witnessed. At that moment, facing my lord, I felt as though I was confronting a demon lord, or perhaps the very essence of the abyss itself. You see, even among humans, there exist demon-type practitioners. Yet, no matter how advanced a demon-type practitioner may be, they cannot exhibit such terrifying abyssal power. Even true abyssal demons pale in comparison. Is that so? Zhuang Caixin was elated. To forge a connection with such a significant figure, this trip to Jianyang City has truly not been in vain. Upon leaving the Pain Church and returning to the city, Chen Yu contemplated how best to address the situation with the rending church. Reporting it was out of the question. If an official inquired about his sources, how could he respond? Would he admit to having become the leader of a cult and relying on reports from subordinates? That would be absurd. Moreover, even Zhuang Caixin herself could not clearly articulate the true situation, only knowing that their intentions were related to the college entrance examination. However, one thing was certain. The rending church would not be able to disrupt the college entrance examination. After all, the examination is an annual event of utmost importance to the Tunglong Empire, with formidable defenses in place. Each examination venue is guarded by multiple table-level strong individuals, making it nearly impossible for any disruption to occur. The rending church's aim, if it were to undermine the examination, would likely be to corrupt the candidates, while it was conceivable that their goal was simply to slaughter them. Under such stringent defenses, the rending church could only pursue two avenues to interfere with the college entrance examination, the first being to infiltrate the examination instance, much like the Pain Church. The second being to ambush candidates en route to the venue. The latter option is not easily executed. Candidates arrive from various regions, teleporting directly to the examination site from local teleportation points. Upon arrival, they are immediately under the protection of taboo strong individuals, rendering any attack futile. Thus, it is highly probable that the rending church will employ methods similar to those of the Pain Church. Lu Peng's assertion that the rending church has recently been particularly targeting the Pain Church serves as a testament to this. After all, the likelihood of two opposing demon lord avatars clashing is highest, potentially preventing both from realizing their ambitions. If the rending church also intends to summon a demon lord avatar within the examination instance, it would indeed be double the excitement. Chapter 66. A perfectly sized koi. Is the little loli about to flourish? Upon returning to the urban area of Jianyang City, Chen Yu did not return to his dormitory, but instead made his way to the Practitioner Trading Center's treasure pavilion. Having just acquired a fortune of 40 million, he had no intention of saving it. He was determined to seek out the little loli to exchange it for the water of life. Previously, he had ordered 2 units, but this time he could afford to order 8 units. The accumulated amount is precisely sufficient for a thorn spirit to ascend to a mythical quality. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu instinctively approached the counter where the round-faced girl often dallied, only to find her absent. He meandered in front of the display cases for a while. After approximately half an hour, the round-faced girl still had not returned. Consequently, Chen Yu stopped a staff member and inquired, "Is your general manager available? I would appreciate it if you could notify her. I wish to meet her." "Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" The staff member politely responded. "Appointment? No." Chen Yu shook his head. "I apologize, sir, but without an appointment, we are unable to inform the general manager," the staff member explained. "Very well," Chen Yu continued. "Is Yun Luo present?" "Surely. I wouldn't need an announcement to see her." The staff member glanced towards the round-faced girl's usual counter and replied, "She is currently unavailable. But if you truly require it, I can check her availability by phone." That's all right. I can call myself." "All right, sir. Is there anything else you need?" "Nothing. Thank you." "Then I wish you a pleasant shopping experience," the staff member said with a standard professional smile. Returning to the round-faced girl's counter, Chen Yu retrieved his phone, found her number, and dialed. Although they had exchanged numbers during their first meeting, he had never called before. After a lengthy wait, the call was finally answered. Upon connection, a labored breathing sound emanated from the other end. Huff, huff. Apologies for the interruption. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before choosing to hang up. A few seconds later, his phone rang again. It was the round-faced girl calling. He answered, and her voice immediately came through. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm here. How may I assist you?" Her voice was slightly breathless, as if she had just completed a significant task under great stress and concentration. "Are you free at the moment?" Chen Yu inquired. "Yes, absolutely," she replied eagerly. "Whenever you need me, I am available. I am in the lobby of the treasure pavilion and would like to see your general manager," Chen Yu stated. "All right, I will be right there." The call ended. Moments later, the round-faced girl burst forth from the back room, clad in a loose bathrobe, her cheeks flushed, and her hair dampened with sweat. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, Chen Yu said sincerely. Not at all. You are more important than anything else, she replied, adjusting her hair as she approached him with a smile. As she drew near, Chen Yu was suddenly struck by an odd odor. It was not the expected scent of seafood or heather, but rather an exceedingly unpleasant sour stench, reminiscent of a decaying rodent left unattended in the heat of summer. Chen Yu subtly took a small step back and asked, Miss Yun, how often do you think one should bathe? Bathe? Of course, it should be daily. Sometimes. I even bathe multiple times a day. The round-faced girl responded matter-of-factly. If Mr. Chen needs, you can bathe any time. Is this question a sign that you are finally going to reciprocate my feelings? She added, her eyes sparkling as she moved to grasp his arm. Let us first speak with your general manager, Chen Yu said, his lips twitching as he subtly turned away to avoid her. The smell was simply overwhelming. Leading the way, the round-faced girl maintained a distance of over a meter, and Chen Yu even held his breath. It was not until they entered the little lowly's study that he exhaled in relief. On the desk lay several pieces of equipment that appeared somewhat dated, and the little lowly was diligently polishing them. You've arrived? Please, take a seat, she said as she stood to pour him a cup of tea, setting it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. There is something I need to discuss with you. Something to discuss? What is it? Chen Yu asked, his face lighting up at the prospect of their finding the materials for time and space. Not exactly. It's about something else, the little lowly replied. In a few days, I will be leaving Jianyang City. Leaving Jianyang City? Is it a job transfer? Where to? Chen Yu asked curiously. To East City, she answered. But don't worry, the Treasure Pavilion is a nationwide chain. Whatever you need, it can be sourced from anywhere. East City? That's quite an elevation. Congratulations, Chen Yu exclaimed, clasping his fists in admiration. The Dragon Empire boasts 8 major cities in its first tier, collectively referred to as the 2 capitals and 6 metropolises. The 2 capitals are Yujing and Shengjing, while the 6 metropolises include 5 cities in the cardinal directions and the Magic City. Above these cities lies a super city, unparalleled across the Blue Star world, the capital city of the Dragon Empire, Jingdu. Named for its prosperity, it stands in stark contrast to Jianyang City, which could be deemed a primitive hamlet by comparison. Not to mention, even Jiufeng City, the provincial capital of Yunchuan, pales in comparison. Thank you for your kind words, the little lowly said, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. I came here to deliver money to you. With a smile, Chen Yu produced a card holder and presented it to her. The water of life, with a deposit of 8 units. 8 units? The little lowly scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe. Did you rob the treasury of Jianyang? What is Jianyang's treasury? I've plundered the treasury of Jingdu. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at her. What do you think? Are you scared? Arrogant. The little lowly rolled her eyes at him. If you had that ability, why would you come to me for purchases? Ha ha. If I had that ability, I would buy the treasure pavilion and have you work for me for free. Chen Yu laughed heartily. With the previous amount included, that's a total of 10 units. Can I obtain the goods? Yes. The little lowly replied as she took the box. However, this quantity is somewhat large, making it difficult to obtain all at once. The time frame may be extended. That's fine. As long as there are goods, I'm not in a rush. The materials required for the Thorn Spirit's advancement to mythic quality are not solely reliant on the water of life. Numerous other materials are also needed. Oh, and this is for you. Chen Yu produced a large fishbowl and placed it before the little lowly. Within it swam a koi measuring over a foot long. My goldfish are too small. Only this size will suffice. See if you can eat it and acclimate in advance. The little lowly stared at the fishbowl, utterly speechless. Isn't koi an ornamental fish? Can it be eaten? However, moments later, she seemed to comprehend something. Her face slightly flushing as she bit her rosy lower lip and angrily shouted, Just get lost if you have nothing better to do. Stop bringing me such strange things. Chapter 67. The pressed face of Yun Luo and the terrifying monsters from the world behind. After Chen Yu departed, the round-faced girl pushed the door open and entered, coincidentally spotting the little lowly staring intently at the fishbowl with a peculiar expression. Hey, miss, is this what Mr. Chen sent you? Yun Luo asked curiously, gazing at the koi, which was indeed quite beautiful. He said the size is just right and wanted me to see if I could eat it to acclimate in advance. The little lowly replied flatly, What is wrong with eating it? Although it's an ornamental fish and a bit small, it looks quite meaty, the round-faced girl suggested. How about we prepare it tonight for sweet and sour fish? Wow, the little lowly arched an eyebrow. You're unusually serious today. Serious? Wait, hold on. Just right. Can it be eaten? Acclimate. The round-faced girl suddenly appeared dazed. Is there a day when I, Yun Luo, could be oblivious to being run over by a car wheel? Miss, you truly are remarkable. The round-faced girl sighed in admiration. Do you want to try it? Can you eat it? The little lowly smiled as she pushed the fishbowl toward the round-faced girl. I think I'll pass. The round-faced girl chuckled awkwardly. I'm not eloquent. You're the one with the quick tongue. Hee, I see you're eager. The little lowly smirked coldly. You're quite the dramatic one. Not at all. Compared to the unparalleled tea artistry of the young lady, I'm still far from it, the round-faced girl humbly remarked, gesturing towards the teacup that had been used by Chen Yu. After idly chatting for a few moments, Yun Luo solemnly stated, Miss, our return to the eastern capital this time may not be tranquil. Should we not inform the eldest young lady? It was merely a test, Yunbayu calmly replied, aware that now was not the time for a decisive confrontation. Engaging in battle would only lead to mutual destruction. By the way, have you completed your task? I have fulfilled my duties admirably, Yun Luo replied, her lips stretching into an excited grin, revealing two exquisitely crafted fifth-tier corpses. One was a demonic boss, and the other a hidden class human, capable of slaying a solitary sixth-tier practitioner. Then there should be no issue, Yunbayu nodded approvingly. You should take a bath. A bath? Why? Yun Luo asked in confusion. The stench of decay on you is quite overpowering. If it were anyone else, they would have been sickened by now. At Jianyang High School, upon Chen Yu's return to the dormitory, he locked the door and entered the sacred land, commencing the cultivation of lotus seeds. He did not awaken until all his mental and physical energy had been completely exhausted, at which point he succumbed to a deep slumber against the world tree. The following morning, Chen Yu was not greeted by the gentle caress of dawn, but rather awoke to the sound of weeping. Blinking his groggy eyes open, he looked down to find a fiery red little sprite sobbing on his chest, tiny tears cascading down like sesame seeds. What is the matter? Chen Yu asked tenderly, lifting the little flame and wiping her tears. Sniff, sniff, master, Xiaofeng is bullying me. How did Xiaofeng bully you? Aren't you usually the one who bullies Xiaofeng? Chen Yu asked, perplexed. Xiaofeng, she stole my candy, wah? The little flame cried intermittently. And it took Chen Yu some time to piece together the events. The day before yesterday, upon leaving the sacred land, Chen Yu had distributed candies and snacks to each little sprite. Among the treats he had given to the little flame was her favorite flavor. Reluctant to eat it, she had hidden it away. Last night, when she tried to sneak a taste, she discovered the candy was missing. After searching the entire sacred land, she found Xiaofeng greedily devouring her precious candy. Furious, she attempted to reclaim it, but was unable to catch up with Xiaofeng, helplessly trailing behind as the latter finished her beloved treat bit by bit. Ah, the cycle of karma. Chen Yu chuckled. Once food was involved, Xiaofeng's combat prowess surged, transforming her from a mere toy into a formidable boss. The case of the little flame's stolen food was not an isolated incident, and the culprit was always Xiaofeng. All right, don't cry. I will get you some more, Chen Yu offered, presenting a handful of candy to the little flame. Wow, master is so kind. The little flame beamed with joy. However, he wondered how long she could safeguard her food this time. After soothing the little flame, Chen Yu summoned Xiao Miao and Xiaoan, leading them out of the sacred land. These two little sprites had yet to witness the outside world since their birth, so it was the perfect opportunity to take them for a stroll. Upon arriving outside, Xiaoan exhibited an expression brimming with anticipation. Oh, what a vast world this is. And the endless darkness on the other side. Master, can I go and take a look at the backside of this world? Of course, just don't get lost, Chen Yu replied, though he was uncertain what lay on the other side. Typically, he did not deny the requests of the little sprites. You are truly wonderful, master, Xiaoan exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Yu's cheek before her entire form vanished in an instant. However, a second later, a faint sound echoed. Xiaoan reappeared beside Chen Yu, battered and breathless, collapsing to the ground. Chen Yu was alarmed and quickly scooped her up, returning to the sacred land. The world tree, sensing Xiaoan's condition, released a multitude of faint green energies that converged upon her. After several minutes, Xiaoan gradually regained her composure. What happened? How did you get hurt? Chen Yu inquired, expressing concern. It was unprecedented for a primordial sprite birthed by the world tree to be injured. Master, Xiaoan said, her face etched with terror. The backside of that world is terrifying. It is teeming with monsters. I could sense an extremely formidable, terrifying creature. You were harmed by that monster? Chen Yu's brow furrowed. Anyone who dared to harm his little sprites would face retribution once he was strong enough. No, Xiaoan replied, her condition stabilizing but still shaken. If it had targeted me, I would not have been able to return alive. No, it would not even bother to attack me. I am far too insignificant. The one that attacked me was just an ordinary monster. Such monsters are countless on the backside of the world. In that moment, I activated my dual domain, but I could not fend off its mundane attack. Had I not been a part of the darkness and immune to dark-type damage, I would have been killed. At these words, Chen Yu was astounded. An ordinary monster's casual strike had severely injured a primordial dark sprite. Can you roughly estimate its level? He asked. Yes, based on the information I received upon my birth, the monster that harmed me is approximately at the peak of the 10th tier, Xiaoan replied. Chen Yu sighed. It seems, Xiaoan, that it would be best for you to avoid that place on the backside of the world. While I yearn for vengeance on your behalf, I am powerless. An existence at the peak of the 10th tier, let alone me. Not even the entire Tinglong Empire would willingly provoke such a being. Moreover, as you mentioned, those monsters are merely ordinary ones. What kind of perilous realm is that backside of the world? Chen Yu pondered. Wait, Xiaoan, is there any possibility that those monsters could suddenly appear on the front side of the world? Since you possess the ability to traverse both sides, could other monsters do the same? If a peak 10th tier monster were to appear on the front side of the world, it would not take many to wreak havoc and devastate much of the Tinglong Empire, Xiaoan responded. That won't happen, master, she assured him. I am special. Besides the primordial darkness or similar beings, no other entities can easily traverse between the two sides of the world. Look, master, Shaoan extended her hand, and a soccer ball-sized sphere materialized before her. If this represents the world, then the surface you inhabit is the exterior of this sphere, while the backside of the world resides within. The world is closed off. The front and back sides never intersect, unless what? Chen Yu prompted. The world is destroyed. Shaoan poked the sphere, causing it to shatter into fragments before disappearing. That is a relief, Chen Yu exhaled. Though as a novice practitioner yet to reach the first tier, his concerns about the monsters from the backside of the world felt somewhat alarmist. Yet, any person discovering such a terrifying realm would inevitably find it hard to rest. But, master, Shaoan said with evident concern, the monster I saw before was incredibly strong and continues to grow stronger at an alarming rate, regardless of how powerful it becomes. As long as it does not affect the front side of the world, it is of no concern to us, Chen Yu reassured her. You simply must avoid entering the backside until you have the strength to defeat that creature. How could I possibly defeat that monster? It is far too powerful, Shaoan exclaimed, gesturing expansively with her hands to indicate its size. Even mother might not be able to conquer it. Your mother is still young. Once she matures, she will be able to overcome it. Chen Yu comforted her, gently patting Shaoan's head. Though the world tree has reached a state of maturity, its stature remains exceedingly diminutive, lacking the weight of time and the accumulation of power. Furthermore, it has yet to commence the creation of its own realm. One might say it is merely a novice among the world trees. No, that is not what I meant. The little dark entity hastily clarified. I meant that our essence pales in comparison to its. Pales in comparison to it? Chen Yu's expression darkened. The world tree is a being of the utmost hierarchy. Its essence surpasses that of the world tree. That creature, could it also be of the supreme tier? Seemingly grasping Chen Yu's thoughts, the little dark entity continued. I can vaguely sense that its hidden essence has not yet attained the supreme tier. In fact, its current attributes have not reached the utmost level. However, its growth rate is astonishing. Should it continue to develop at this pace, it may very well awaken that sliver of essence, becoming a formidable entity among the supreme. One day, the world will be unable to confine it. What does that imply? Chen Yu inquired. Is there a possibility for it to enter the world's forefront? No, while it is powerful, it is not the original darkness and cannot penetrate the world's forefront. The little dark entity replied. Yet, it possesses the potential to obliterate the entire world. Master, do you comprehend the role the world's reverse side plays in supporting the existence of the front? It underpins the reality of the world. Like a sphere, the surface is merely a fragile sheet of paper. With the support of the world's reverse side, the world remains whole, governed by constant laws, principles, matter, and energy. If the interior were to expand excessively, the sphere would explode? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. No, it would not explode, but rather become unbalanced. If the reverse side expands infinitely, the front will be infinitely diluted, the little dark entity explained. At that point, all laws and principles will descend into chaos, losing their efficacy. All energy and matter will return to silence, plunging the world into a state of death. My skill, the chaotic dark domain, mimics this very state. When will it shatter this sphere? Chen Yu asked eagerly. If that time is not far off, he must prepare accordingly. The little dark entity exhibited a hint of confusion. Perhaps many years? Many years. How many years? Chen Yu's countenance darkened. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? No, that is impossible, not so soon. The little dark entity replied. At the current rate, barring unforeseen circumstances, it will likely take over 1 billion years. 1 billion years? Chen Yu's face twitched. Pardon me. Esteemed one, please continue your development at a leisurely pace. There is no need for concern. Take your time to rest. In the future, exercise caution and refrain from entering the world's reverse side recklessly. With that, he placed the little dark entity upon the world tree and exited the supreme sacred land. The original spirits, as the foundation of the world, occasionally exhibit a mindset akin to that of creator deities. 1 billion years indeed feels pressing for them. One could even say that this world has entered a countdown to its demise. However, how many years has Chen Yu lived thus far? Should he fear a supreme-level monster 1 billion years from now? By then, he might very well be capable of dispatching it with a mere swat. Moreover, even if this world were to perish, he would have no shortage of places to go. The world tree, the abyss, and other realms would all be within his reach. Furthermore, by that time, who knows how immense the supreme sacred land would have expanded, possibly becoming a world unto itself. At the school cafeteria, Chen Yu ordered a heartfelt breakfast, along with 2 servings of dessert and drinks. Xiao Miao squatted beside his tray, sharing the meal. It was evident that she held little interest in the food, merely picking at a grain of rice while accompanying Chen Yu from the beginning to the end of the meal. Once they finished eating and had just left the cafeteria, Chen Yu's friend panel suddenly erupted with a barrage of message notifications. Upon opening the panel, he discovered it was filled with messages from Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue, are you there? Su Miaoyue, where are you? Su Miaoyue, have you been busy lately? Why aren't you answering the phone? Chen Yu, what is the matter? Clearly, Su Miaoyue had been monitoring the friend panel, and upon seeing Chen Yu's message, she swiftly replied. Su Miaoyue, are you running instances? Chen Yu, no. I've completed all the instances. They're all on cooldown. Su Miaoyue, so soon? You finished both the school and Dongfeng Town instances? Chen Yu, yes. Su Miaoyue, my family has 2 private instances. If you're interested, how about going in with me? Chen Yu, can I enter the instances of your family? Are there any additional conditions? Su Miaoyue, yes. I have the authority to bring someone inside. The additional condition is that you must bring me along. You can't solo it. Chen Yu, okay, where should I meet you? I'll head over right away. It would be foolish not to take advantage of someone else's instances. Although he currently did not require experience points, skill points, and free attribute points were indeed valuable. Su Miaoyue, I'm at the school dormitory. I just finished the school instance yesterday. How about you wait for me at the school gate? Chen Yu, sounds good. One must admit, this is the advantage of being backed by a powerful faction. It allows access to resources unavailable to ordinary individuals. Su Miaoyue's family has just 2 private instances, but the Su family is also able to exchange usage slots with other factions that possess private instances. Consequently, these large factions' newcomers have access to significantly more resources for leveling up compared to ordinary newcomers. In contrast, those from less affluent families may struggle to even afford instance tickets, toiling in the wild to level up while enduring the meager experience points offered by wild monsters. It can only be said that in any world, there is no absolute fairness. Being born into privilege is a significant advantage. Chapter 69. The Instance Underground Mine. Does Su Miaoyue have a protagonist template? At the school gate, Chen Yu waited for nearly 10 minutes when Su Miaoyue came running from the direction of the dormitory building. She was clad in a pale blue retro outfit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a striking aura reminiscent of an ancient heroine. Aren't you bringing your teammates? Chen Yu asked, astonished. Su Miaoyue tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, smiling. Recently, after becoming familiar with my skills and combat style, I've been soloing. My profession is inherently suited for individual combat. Just then, Su Miaoyue's vehicle arrived at the school gate. Let us go, we can talk on the way. Su Miaoyue led Chen Yu into her private car. The trio of bodyguards had changed. Instead of the previous combination of a second-tier mage and a first-tier battle healer, it had transformed into a second-tier shield healer composition. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle entered an estate. From the outside, it spanned at least 2 square kilometers. Although this world does not engage in land speculation, having such a vast estate in a modern city highlights the Su family's influence in Jianyang. The estate is adorned with beautiful scenery, featuring artificial mountains, ponds, precious trees, and lush greenery. The instance portal is located within the Su family's grounds. After disembarking, Su Miaoyue guided Chen Yu through a row of villas and courtyards, arriving at a standalone hall that was not connected to any other buildings. Mississippi, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, rose from a window in the hall, bowed to Su Miaoyue, and then opened the grand door of the hall. Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu stepped inside. Just then, a team of 6 exited, encountering Su Miaoyue. Wait, the young man at the forefront, with a bow and arrows slung over his back, suddenly called out. What is the matter? Su Miaoyue asked coldly. This person. The archer pointed at Chen Yu. Isn't he one of us from the Su family? Su Miaoyue, how dare you? Who gave you the authority to bring an outsider to use the family's precious resources? Chen Yu frowned slightly. Nobody enjoys having a finger pointed at their nose. However, before he could respond, Su Miaoyue had already taken action. Who gave me the authority? Su Miaoyue scoffed, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Naturally, it is strength. Swish. A flash of cold light swept through as Su Miaoyue appeared beside the archer. His previously stylish hair was swiftly trimmed, transforming into an even, crew cut. Fine strands of ebony hair cascaded gracefully downwards. What astonishing speed! Chen Yu silently praised. Su Miaoyue's swift maneuver must have been facilitated by her professional passive skill, sword drawing technique. Even in her bare form, she exhibited nearly 400 agility. It's worth noting that Su Miaoyue had an average distribution of points, her actual agility not exceeding 50. Once her level and attributes improved slightly, the disparity between her hidden class and ordinary classes became significantly pronounced. You dare. The archer, a visage of terror upon his face, gingerly touched his head. He trembled all over, his words a muddled jumble, as a trickle of pale yellow liquid dripped from his pant leg onto the ground. Useless. Su Miaoyue scoffed, sheathing her sword. Scram. Remember this. The archer shot Su Miaoyue a resentful glance before fleeing hastily. The remaining 5 did not follow him, but instead approached Su Miaoyue with deference. Young miss, your prowess is truly commendable. I am in awe. Please, young miss. Su Miaohong's actions were purely personal and do not reflect upon us. I hope you will not hold it against us. Su Miaoyue nodded indifferently as she walked towards the hall. The 5 of them finally exhaled in relief as they departed. Wow, the young miss exudes quite an imposing presence. Chen Yu remarked, astonished. That man was my cousin, from the same cohort of class transfers, Su Miaoyue explained. However, He is merely an ordinary class with lackluster talent. Moreover, he is timid, his combat abilities abysmal. In the face of monsters, he barely displays a third of his potential. Such individuals receive minimal support from the family. Only the standard treatment afforded to typical family members. Yet, due to his direct lineage and my status as collateral, he has harbored resentment towards me. Believing I have usurped his resources, he often seeks to provoke me but is too cowardly to follow through when confronted. Is there a distinction between direct and collateral lineage among you noble families? Chen Yu inquired curiously, recalling the palace intrigue dramas and thrilling novels he had read in his past life. The collateral descendants often rose against the disdainful direct lineages, beginning with the act of slapping their faces. There is a distinction, albeit not as clear-cut. Su Miaoyue chuckled. After class transition, one's talent and strength speak volumes. The reason they refer to me as the young miss is that I am a hidden class, undoubtedly the most accomplished in the Su family within the last 3 generations. Impressive. You are far superior to me, Chen Yu remarked, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, Su Miaoyue surpassed him significantly. After all, individuals from the 4th generation could potentially achieve a level of success that exceeded hers. In contrast, Chen Yu's family lineage, traced back 18 generations, could not reveal a single towering figure capable of shielding him. As long as you are formidable, that suffices. Su Miaoyue shot Chen Yu a playful glance. A legendary plant life owner, it was expected that he would eventually reach the 6th transition. Yet here he was, acting like a novice? Let us get to work. Su Miaoyue invited Chen Yu to form a party. Wait, allow me. Chen Yu declined Su Miaoyue's offer and sent an invitation himself. Su Miaoyue cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yu, but ultimately agreed. I've briefed you on the dungeon's content during our ride, and I provided you with the monster attribute data. What difficulty do you think we can tackle? Su Miaoyue inquired. My combat power allows me to solo the ordinary difficulty, albeit it requires some time. With your assistance, tackling the hard mode should pose no issue, right? Absolutely no problem. Chen Yu grinned. Let us go? With that, he strode directly into the dungeon's teleportation portal. Dungeon name, Underground Mine. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Player limit, up to 6 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notification, level adaptation completed, player count adapted, dungeon cooldown completed, entering dungeon, please select difficulty. Simple, ordinary, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Upon selecting the difficulty, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue were instantaneously transported into the dungeon. The entire dungeon resembled a deep mine, with torches spaced far apart on the walls, casting a dim yellow glow. From the depths of the dark tunnel, eerie squeaks occasionally echoed, reminiscent of rats or bats. Did I see that correctly? You chose nightmare difficulty? Su Miaoyue asked in astonishment. Are you certain we can handle it? Of course. Chen Yu replied confidently. Certain? Su Miaoyue felt a twinge of doubt. It is crucial to understand that the disparity in difficulty between dungeons is not a linear progression. If ordinary difficulty is rated as 1, then hard mode is rated as 3, while nightmare mode leaps directly to 10. Naturally, the rewards escalate alongside the difficulty. Absolutely, Chen Yu assured her. I am a professional when it comes to dungeons. Then shall we begin? Su Miaoyue inquired. How do we proceed? I shall follow your lead. Just go with the flow. With that, Chen Yu unleashed dozens of plant life beings. Leading the charge were legendary thorn spirits, plunging deep into the mine. This dungeon offered but a single path, and with such an army at their disposal, they were more than equipped. Before long, notifications of experience gained began to ring incessantly. Su Miaoyue stood frozen, unable to move for quite some time. She realized she had underestimated Chen Yu. Each time she believed, she grasped a fraction of his strength. He unveiled something even more astonishing. Dozens of plant life beings, nearly humanoid in form. What does this signify? One legendary plant life being could guarantee a 6th transition. So many legends. Was this a pathway to forbidden status? What are you standing there for? Go collect the loot. We'll split the rewards. Chen Yu called. Oh right. Su Miaoyue snapped back to reality, hastily following the trail of the advancing plants. Wait, where are the monster corpses? Along the way, Su Miaoyue noticed only loot drops. Not a single monster corpse in sight, leaving her perplexed. Perhaps they've been transformed into fertilizer? Look, there's a little bit left. Chen Yu pointed to a corner of the dark wall. There lay remnants of ground bones. Did your plant life consume them? Su Miaoyue felt a chill run down her spine. It was hard to fathom that a group of enchanting beings could be such ruthless devourers. Consume? Such a harsh term. Chen Yu replied. It's more like they transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers. Regardless, once we exit, the dungeon will refresh. So why not make use of what's available? Su Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle. What a twisted reasoning. The two continued onward. After a while, Su Miaoyue felt her hands ache from collecting loot. She had heard that, in nightmare-level dungeons, to save time and achieve a high rating, one often avoided unnecessary battles with monsters and side paths. Elevating the final dungeon rating by 1 level was far more beneficial than engaging numerous small foes. Yet, Chen Yu's plants cleared even the hidden monsters in every nook and cranny, leaving no room for oversight. After several minutes, Su Miaoyue, and Chen Yu finally caught up with the steadily advancing thorn lianas. Their ability to catch up was not due to the thorn lianas' slow speed in defeating monsters, but rather because there were fewer of them on this outing. Without many companions vying for nutrients, they could leisurely absorb their sustenance. Sumyue watched in awe as several thorn lianas effortlessly tore a small monster to shreds, then consumed its remains piece by piece, causing her to shudder involuntarily as she discreetly stepped behind Chen Yu. Once they cleared a section of monsters, the thorn lianas moved on, and she dared to step forward to collect the loot. Your dungeon clearing speed is truly unparalleled, Sumyue remarked. Recently, in Dongfeng Town, a madman cleared a nightmare dungeon in under a minute, causing quite a stir. However, I heard he was a spendthrift who used high-grade damaging consumables on a novice dungeon. I feel that if you went all out, you would not fall short of that person. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's expression turned peculiar. In merely a minute, clearing the nightmare dungeon, wasn't that a reflection of him? However, he had not utilized any consumables. Instead, he employed the forbidden spell of the earth elemental spirit. Perhaps, I pondered, is it conceivable to achieve such remarkable feats without consumables? Chen Yu hesitantly inquired. Absolutely impossible, Sumyue declared with unwavering certainty, at least for a novice adventurer. It is utterly unfeasible. The aftermath of the calamity presented a vast dungeon, where a direct sprint to the boss would require no less than 10 minutes. Not to mention the time spent battling monsters. To be frank, that individual was truly extravagant. Those consumables at such a level could have easily purchased the dungeon outright. Why squander them seeking a record, not even leaving a name behind after achieving it? At this moment, Sumyue was unaware that the record holder for the Dongfeng Town dungeon was Chen Yu. Although Su Jinghui had uncovered Chen Yu's information, he cleverly chose not to disclose it to Sumyue, perhaps out of a desire for anonymity. Chen Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps it is so. Sumyue sighed. Speaking with a hint of envy, such privileged individuals possess a mindset distinct from us ordinary folk. What we deem exorbitant treasures may merely be regarded as readily available consumables to them. Yet, it still pains my heart to think of it. Those are consumables of at least pinnacle level 5. To have used them so carelessly, devalued to nothing, and to use 8 at once. Profligate. Profligate indeed. Sumyue lamented with great distress. Chen Yu, am I truly the second-generation elite? 10 minutes later, the plant beings arrived at the cavern's end. The cavern's conclusion revealed a hollow within the mountain, approximately several acres in size, and rising about 10 meters high. Inside lay a singular boss, accompanied by a handful of elite monsters and a dozen lesser creatures. The dungeon boss was a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, with elongated ears but devoid of eyes. Cave Dweller Chief, level 45 boss. Sumyue's expression immediately turned serious. Be cautious, for this is a powerful agile boss, gaining attribute bonuses in the cavernous environment. And upon reaching half health, it will enter a frenzy, significantly enhancing its attributes. Your plants attack with vines, do they not? They could use their vines to impede its speed, and then, before Sumyue could finish her sentence, a horde of plant beings charged forward like wolves. Vines adorned with sharp barbs whirled through the air, producing a piercing sound as they cut through. Mere seconds later, defeated level 45 boss Cave Dweller Chief, experience points 130. 000. What was that you just said? Chen Yu turned to look at Sumyue. Sumyue's eyelids twitched. Nothing at all. She recognized the strength of Chen Yu's plant beings, but had not anticipated their prowess to such an extent. That was a dungeon boss. How could it perform almost indistinguishably from a mere minor monster under the hands of these plant beings? Reflecting on her previous encounters with a level 15 boss on the simplest difficulty, where she barely escaped, Sumyue couldn't help but feel a wave of despondency. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Is that it? Then let us swiftly proceed to the next one. Chen Yu advanced, preparing to collect the treasure chest dropped by the boss. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Following, it was a thunderous roar. The stone wall behind the cavern ruptured entirely. A gigantic black spider, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, crawled forth from the fissure. Accompanying the massive spider were 4 medium-sized spiders, each over 2 meters long. Additionally, a swarm of half-meter-long small spiders poured in, flooding the entire hollow. A rough count revealed no fewer than 500 small spiders. What on earth is happening? Chen Yu queried, perplexed, looking at Sumyue. The previous dungeon information she had provided him did not mention such creatures in the cavern. I have no idea, Sumyue exclaimed, dumbfounded. Chapter 71, Hidden Boss. Dungeon Cooldown Symbol. Cave Spider Queen, level 50 boss. Cave Spider Queen's Guards, level 50 elite. Cave Spider, level 30 minor monster. Is this dungeon under your jurisdiction? Yu Haventy even clarified what monsters reside within. Chen Yu was rendered speechless. Perhaps a hidden mechanism was triggered, temporarily spawning a hidden boss? Sumyue speculated uncertainly. Dungeons, akin to the wilderness, possess hidden mechanisms. Triggering such a mechanism will refresh a hidden boss. Most are related to the time spent clearing monsters, the speed of defeating the boss, and other conditions. However, our Su family has never activated such hidden mechanisms in dungeons. I see. Chen Yu nodded. Previously, While grinding monsters in the wild, Xiao Yan had triggered numerous hidden mechanisms with a single forbidden spell, vanquishing swathes of bosses. It is not surprising that dungeons harbor hidden bosses. By the way, Su Miaoyue continued, I had previously heard rumors that the hidden boss mechanism in the Black Wind Camp dungeon in Dongfeng Town had been uncovered. The Black Wind Camp dungeon also has a hidden boss. Chen Yu suddenly became intrigued. He had cleared the Black Wind Camp dungeon twice, both achieving the highest rating, yet had not encountered any additional monsters. Yes, Su Miaoyue affirmed, in the final boss battle of the Black Wind Camp dungeon. If the time taken from the spawn of monsters to defeating the dungeon boss, Black Wind Camp's second-in-command, does not exceed 1 minute, a hidden boss, Black Wind Camp's chief, will be spawned. However, for a team under level 50, defeating the Black Wind Camp's second-in-command within 1 minute is nearly impossible. So that creature was a hidden boss? Chen Yu's lips twitched, recalling the brawny, boisterous bandit leader. In retrospect, perhaps he had already faced numerous hidden bosses across various dungeons, simply unaware of their true nature. For instance, had he not previously reviewed the dungeon strategy and known that there were no spider monsters within, he would have found the appearance of the spider creatures entirely unremarkable. Instead, he would have assumed they were just ordinary bosses within the dungeon, requiring defeat to clear it. With so many monsters, should we retreat into the cavern to fight? Su Miaoyue glanced at the terrifying spiders scattered about, feeling a twinge of fear. No need. We can observe. Chen Yu pulled Su Miaoyue back into the cavern, and then commanded the plant beings to attack. Zhu Bowen was right. The planter is an elegant commander. Engaging in close combat with the enemy would be beneath their dignity. Crack! A vine whip struck a small spider with great force. The small spider instantly burst, its viscous greenish-brown blood splattering several meters away. The plant beings initiated the attack, inciting the wrath of the spider horde. Under the leadership of the cave spider queen, the small spiders surged towards the dozens of plant beings. However, under the vine whips, the small spiders were as fragile as toy balloons, each easily shattered with a single strike. 2 minutes later, as the massive posterior of the cave spider queen exploded, the dungeon entered the conclusion phase. Dungeon conclusion in progress. Dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Dungeon exploration rate, 300. Dungeon duration, 16 minutes and 5 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 500 gold, 120. 000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Notice, dungeon settlement complete. You have a 10-minute rest period, or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. Heavens! Su Miaoyue exclaimed in astonishment. What is it? Why such a fuss? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. The highest level. You achieved the highest evaluation. Do you realize? I obtained a legendary dungeon treasure chest. My goodness. This is simply unbelievable. Su Miaoyue spoke in disbelief. Is it really that surprising? It's quite normal, isn't it? Chen Yu suddenly felt that this young lady's perspective was not as expansive as he had presumed. At least when Li Wei was present, he did not exhibit such exaggerated reactions. Normal? Su Miaoyue's emotions surged. Do you have any idea how rare it is to achieve the highest rating in a nightmare-level novice dungeon under ordinary circumstances? In the entirety of the Tunglong Empire, few can accomplish such a feat. Not to mention, in our previous cohort, among the 12 prodigies who completed the nightmare-level first transition mission, only a mere 5 managed to achieve the highest rating in the novice phase. And even obtaining an S rank is exceedingly difficult. Do you comprehend what it means to receive a rating above S? It grants free attribute points. How invaluable are those additional free attribute points? And you lack any concept of their worth? If I had the capability to consistently achieve the highest rating, I would undoubtedly accumulate a significant number of attribute points during the novice phase before considering a job transition. Chen Yu could not concur with Su Miaoyue's line of thought. He possessed 2 complete sets of gear, coupled with the fundamental law, and his lowest attribute already exceeded 2,000. A mere handful of free attribute points hardly caught his attention. After all, the intervals between dungeon runs were so lengthy that accumulating free attribute points through grinding dungeons would require a protracted period. If novice dungeons could yield free attribute points, surely higher level ones could as well. Why persist in grinding dungeons below level 50? Of course, only Chen Yu would entertain such thoughts, for he was confident in achieving high ratings in any dungeon. In contrast, another individual who might attain an SSS rating in a novice dungeon could, upon facing the suddenly heightened difficulty of a first transition dungeon, struggle to even secure an S rating. Did you not fear that the difficulty of the transition mission would escalate to an insurmountable level with the passage of time? Chen Yu inquired. Even if the difficulty of the transition mission increases over time, it surely cannot keep pace with my growth, Su Miaoyue replied, her eyes glimmering with aspiration. Who knows? After accumulating for 2 or 3 years, I might be able to challenge the most advanced infernal transition mission. Chen Yu responded. So your intention in accumulating attributes is to challenge the infernal transition mission? In that case, all is well. After gathering all the dropped items, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue exited the dungeon. Just as Chen Yu was about to switch to another dungeon, Su Miaoyue halted him. We should continue grinding in the underground mine. But it's on cooldown, how can we grind? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. Su Miaoyue smiled mysteriously, handing Chen Yu a small stone fragment no larger than a palm. Chen Yu took the fragment and examined its attributes. Novice Dungeon Cooldown Token. Quality, Rare. Effect. When used on a novice dungeon, it resets the dungeon cooldown to 0. Uses, 2020. Upon seeing the effect of the cooldown token, Chen Yu could only marvel at the distinction of great families. Previously, he had never heard of such an item. Now, he began to comprehend Su Miaoyue's earlier remarks. With a single dungeon cooldown token, one could run the dungeon 20 times, translating to an immediate gain of 200 free attribute points and 40 skill points. If there were more cooldown tokens, it could indeed lead to a substantial accumulation of attributes, paving the way for a complete dominance. With that thought, Chen Yu quickly opened his friend panel to contact the little lowly. Are you there? After about a minute, the little lowly replied. Yunbus. What is up? Don't tell me you've managed to acquire several million gold again. While the water of life is consistently supplied, it is still limited. Chen Yu replied. I'm not inquiring about the water of life. It's about this. Novice Dungeon Cooldown Token. Yunbua? Chen Yu, how much does your Gathering Treasure Pavilion sell this item for? I wish to purchase a batch. Chen Yu planned that if the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had it for sale, he would buy in bulk, converting all his funds into cooldown tokens and seeking a high-yield dungeon to grind. Yunbua, what are you thinking? Would the Gathering Treasure Pavilion even sell such items? You want to buy a batch? Chen Yu, you don't sell them? Then do you know where I might find a substantial quantity of cooldown tokens? Yunbua, if you're looking for a large quantity, the National Treasury of the Tunglong Empire should have some. You're quite capable. Perhaps you could try to acquire them. Chen Yu, you truly are something else. Generally, ordinary factions treat these items as treasured heirlooms, yet you wish for a significant number. Chen Yu, could you keep an eye out for me? If you hear of any sales or auctions, please inform me. I don't need novice level ones. I need those above novice. Yunbua, as far as I know, dungeon cooldown tokens are rarely sold or auctioned. Even if they are available, it's usually through bartering. The novice dungeon cooldown token you possess is worth a fortune. Chen Yu, thank you, that will be all. Indeed. This item was something that an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime. Even some professionals from humble beginnings would remain oblivious to the existence of dungeon cooldown tokens until their demise. Closing the friend panel. Chen Yu used a cooldown token on the mine dungeon. The dungeon cooldown was immediately reset to 0, and the number of uses left for the token decreased to 1920. After using it, Chen Yu returned the token to Su Miaoyue. After she refreshed the cooldown, the two re-entered the nightmare level underground mine. This time, Chen Yu had no interest in following along to observe. He simply remained in place, waiting. He summoned nearly 100 thorn vines, and with each wave of monsters defeated, the thorn vines would return the dropped items. Su Miaoyue was pleased with this arrangement, as the environment in the underground mine was rather poor. Battling was inevitable, and they had to move. But now, with the expert grinding, wasn't it better to relax and let the experience come to them? The two sat at the dungeon entrance to rest. Chen Yu held Xiao Miao in his hands, feeding her some snacks. Finding the atmosphere somewhat awkward, Su Miaoyue initiated a conversation. By the way, Chen Yu, the college entrance examination is approaching. Which university is your target? Tunglong University, Chen Yu replied without hesitation. Tunglong University is undeniably the best university across the entire Tunglong Empire, also the leader among the academic factions within the empire, possessing an abundance of precious resources. Not to mention the dungeons. Rumor has it that there are dozens of dungeons within Tunglong University, and all Tier 4 dungeons are open to students free of charge. What does this imply? Just look at Jianyang City. Jianyang City doesn't even have Tier 2 or higher dungeons. For those above level 101, the only way to level up is to endure the meager experience from wild monsters. Meanwhile, the professionals from Tunglong University have free dungeons available for grinding all the way up to Tier 4. Tunglong University, Su Miaoyue chuckled. My goal is the same as yours. That's wonderful. Chen Yu nodded, hoping they could be classmates again in the future. Absolutely. The fire of ambition ignited in Su Miaoyue's eyes. Initially, she had thought her hopes of enrolling in Tunglong University were slim, but now, having allied herself with Chen Yu and achieving the highest scores in Nightmare Dungeons, with the dungeon cooldown token providing 20 uses, she would effortlessly gain an additional 100 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Coupled with the high experience from dungeon monsters and settlement, reaching level 30 or even nearing level 40 would be entirely feasible. With such strength, gaining admission to Tunglong University would be practically assured. Congratulations, Chen Yu said. That's all thanks to you. Su Miaoyue moved closer to Chen Yu. If it weren't for you taking me into dungeons, my chances would have been significantly lower. Don't mention it. Chen Yu didn't perceive himself as having provided any significant favor to Su Miaoyue. The dungeon belonged to the Su family, and so did the cooldown token. The relationship between him and Su Miaoyue was merely one of mutual benefit. Ah, what is this? By the dim flicker of the firelight, Su Miaoyue discovered the small figure in Chen Yu's hands. That petite form and exquisite features instantaneously shattered her youthful heart. her eyes nearly transforming into the shape of love hearts. "What an adorable doll," she exclaimed, instinctively reaching out towards the small creature. However, without obtaining Chen Yu's consent, her hand hovered awkwardly in midair. "May I touch it?" Su Miaoyue gazed at Chen Yu with pleading eyes. Upon witnessing Su Miaoyue's gesture, the small creature's expression instantly turned frigid. "Remove your filthy hands, you wretched beast. You, a mere breeding machine, have no right to touch my pure and immaculate body." "Oh dear," Su Miaoyue gasped in shock. "It's alive." "Beast, are you blind? Or is your mind filled with filth? So foolish that you cannot differentiate between the living and the inanimate?" The small creature scornfully rebuked. "TSK, such aggression," Chen Yu mused inwardly. No wonder it was a primordial spirit with 4 offensive skills. Yes, I'm sorry," Su Miaoyue stammered, feeling dazed from the scolding, and awkwardly offered her apology. Although the words were harsh, it was impossible for her to be angered by such a little one, especially since this little creature belonged to Chen Yu. "This is my pet, Xiao Miao. She does not appreciate others encroaching upon her space," Chen Yu explained. "Oh," Su Miaoyue nodded, "a plant life form?" "Indeed," Chen Yu replied. "Impressive." Su Miaoyue marveled. From its appearance, this plant life form was remarkably human-like and could even speak, clearly marking it as a legendary existence. However, Su Miaoyue was not overly astonished. After all, the beings Chen Yu sent forth all possessed boundless potential, closely approaching the legendary tier. A small-sized plant life form like Xiao Miao, being a pet, perhaps lacked the battle prowess of those who wielded vine whips and devoured monsters without a trace. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble emanated from the depths of the cave. Chen Yu recognized it as the arrival of the boss, the cave spider queen. Sure enough, a minute later, with the kill notification echoing, the instance entered its conclusion phase. Chapter 73, The Fire Clamp Lu Ming, the new king of Jianyang City. Once the settlement was complete, and awaiting the plant life forms to retrieve the loot, Chen Yu opted to exit the dungeon. As soon as they reappeared in the external world, Su Miaoyue handed over the cooldown talisman, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Chen Yu. "Shall we continue?" "Certainly." Chen Yu nodded and activated the cooldown talisman for the instance. After engaging in a fierce battle 11 times, the cooldown talismans were entirely consumed. Aside from the underground mine, another instance belonging to the Su family was swiftly cleared. The rewards were slightly lower than those from the underground mine, yet not by much. Su Miaoyue remained vibrant and eager for more. Chen Yu also felt somewhat unsatisfied, thus he inquired, "The cooldown talismans can be recharged, right?" Before the final entry into the instance, the cooldown talisman had been completely depleted, yet it remained intact. This suggested that it was likely reusable. Moreover, the little girl had mentioned that major factions regarded cooldown talismans as heirlooms. If they were merely disposable items, there would be no need for such reverence. "Yes, but it is quite troublesome," Su Miaoyue replied. "It requires the combined efforts of a 4th-tier or higher formation master and a talisman maker, consuming a significant amount of resources to recharge it." "How many resources are required?" Chen Yu asked. If the resource consumption is not excessive, he could grind until the examination begins. For the materials, recharging one usage currently requires about 10,000 gold coins, Su Miaoyue answered. 10,000 gold coins? That is certainly worth considering, Chen Yu calculated in his mind. Each entry into the instance yields 2 boss chests, both of epic quality. Moreover, during the final settlement, one could also obtain a legendary tier instance chest. Although the chests in the nightmare tier instances are less valuable compared to those in the true tier instances, they still offer the potential to reveal 2 epic items and 1 legendary item. Items below level 50 are merely transitional equipment and will not be used for long. Even legendary items will not hold much value. However, on average, grinding through an instance yields a profit of 7 to 8,000 gold coins. As for Su Miaoyue, the boss chests do not belong to her, but the legendary chest from the instance settlement could be worth 4 to 5,000 gold coins. This would cover most of the cooldown talisman costs. Why don't we make arrangements to recharge it and try again? Chen Yu suggested. After scavenging from the Pain Church twice, the little girl had only collected a deposit, and he currently possessed over 40 million gold coins, ample to recharge the cooldown talisman multiple times. As for the little girl's final payment, if the goods arrived and he lacked sufficient funds, he could always request a bit more from the Pain Church. His current status was that of a high priest, appointed by the formidable demon Unazufusi. Surely, if he made a request, the Pain Church would not refuse. Even if they did, he could always resort to force. Do you think recharging the cooldown talisman is as simple as it sounds? Su Miaoyue shot Chen Yu a glare. Explaining, recharging the cooldown talisman involves material costs as a secondary concern. Talisman makers are crafting professions, while formation masters, though classified as combat professions, lean towards crafting roles similar to planting masters. These 2 professions are easy to find at lower levels, but they become exceedingly rare at higher tiers. They are cultivated at great expense by various factions, commanding high value. Even my great-grandfather would need to rely on connections to engage one. Furthermore, to fully recharge the cooldown talisman for 20 uses, it would take approximately 10 days, which is not feasible before the examination. I see. Then we shall have to let it be, Chen Yu said, somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyue smiled slightly, urging, why rush? There are other instances we can tackle. Jianyang City is not solely owned by the Su family in terms of private instances. Our Su family exchanges instant slots with other factions, allowing us to grind in their instances as well. The illustrious Su Schoolflower. Chen Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. Can you not speak properly? Su Miaoyue retorted in annoyance. Do I not have a name? The title of Schoolflower sounds rather pleasant when discussed behind my back, as it reflects the acknowledgement of my abilities and beauty by my peers. However, being addressed so directly feels a bit awkward. Yes, Su Miaoyue, is that satisfactory? Chen Yu acquiesced verbally, though internally he scoffed. Women, clearly harboring affection, yet always denying it verbally. I'm too lazy to bicker with you. Su Miaoyue pouted. Let us go. We have business to attend to. Onward. Chen Yu was filled with enthusiasm, determined to leave their mark on all the novice instances in Jianyang City today. Indeed, Su Miaoyue echoed, exhilarated. Most factions' novice instances have leaderboards, and soon, all newcomers in Jianyang City will recognize our names. Alas, if only the teleportation array in Jianyang City were open, newcomers from other regions would also come to admire our glory. The novice instances in Jianyang City are neither abundant nor scarce. Su Miaoyue guided Chen Yu through nearly 20 novice instances throughout the city. It is worth noting that the novice instances in Dongfeng Town only total 8. This underscores the vast advantage held by newcomers from major factions. As Su Miaoyue had indicated, the names of Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue adorn the leaderboards of most novice instances in Jianyang City. Rumor even spread to neighboring Lin City that a pair of new kings had emerged, dominating all the novice instance leaderboards in a single city. The miraculous completion times left the higher-ups of various factions astounded. Su Miaoyue was well known, recognized for her hidden profession and formidable combat strength. Yet, no matter how potent a hidden profession might be, it could not possibly yield such terrifying results. Thus, all eyes were fixated upon Su Miaoyue's captain, Chen Yu. His background had been shrouded in secrecy, with the major factions only uncovering the absurdity of his orphan status, having both a sister and a property. Naturally, they would not rest until they unraveled the truth. Since Chen Yu teamed up with Su Miaoyue, entering the dungeon by virtue of her reputation, the factions tacitly assumed him to be affiliated with the Su family. Su Jinghui's phone was inundated with incessant invitations, ranging from the 120-year-old son of a certain company owner celebrating his 100-day banquet to the 12-year-old son of a guild leader taking a young bride, and even a fourth-tier life profession practitioner leveling up. These individuals, with ulterior motives, subtly sought to extract information about Chen Yu, with some even brazenly offering to befriend him. However, who was Su Jinghui? The president of the Practitioner Association. He had always been the one to dig into others' affairs. How could he allow anyone to encroach upon his own? Witnessing the growing bond between Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu, along with their skyrocketing levels, he could not permit outsiders to meddle. Investing in a prodigy required discernment. The genius discovered by the Su family had cost them half a dungeon cooldown token, and even their most outstanding junior had barely managed to forge a connection. Did they think they could reap the benefits without effort? With his mastery of Tai Chi, Su Jinghui deftly disoriented the major factions, compelling them to abandon their intentions of prying into Chen Yu's secrets. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Primordial Light Sprite. Gathering at number 1 high school. Thanks to Su Jinghui's protection, Chen Yu had evaded harassment from all manner of creatures over the past few days. After clearing the private dungeons available in Jianyang City, the cooldown for the Eastwind Town dungeon had elapsed once more. Chen Yu, accompanied by Su Miaoyue and Li Wei, ventured into the public dungeon of Eastwind Town again. This time, their pace was no slower than when he had soloed with Li Wei, and they managed to defeat all hidden monsters. However, the dungeon rating plummeted from SSS to SS. Clearly, one of the fundamental prerequisites for attaining the highest rating was that the team size should not exceed 2 members. Chen Yu speculated that if the team were filled to capacity, the final score would likely decline even further. Perhaps, a full team could only achieve a maximum rating of S. Nevertheless, this remained conjecture, and the actual situation awaited verification. In the supreme sacred land, beneath the world tree, Chen Yu gazed up at its canopy. Through the layers of obstructions, he could distinctly sense a formidable little life form gradually taking shape. This was the impending birth of the primordial light sprite, the 6th elemental sprite under the aegis of the world tree. As the fruit of the light sprite fell, it was as if a miniature sun emerged within the supreme sacred land. The warm and gentle radiance enveloped the soft earth, bestowing a touch of sanctity upon this vibrant world. Chen Yu extended his hands to catch the source of light. As the fruit split open, an even brighter glow radiated from the fissures of its shell. This light was dazzling yet gentle, soothing, and pure. Moments later, the brilliance receded, transforming into a simple, elegant gown that adorned the petite maiden kneeling in Chen Yu's palms. She resembled a goddess carved from ivory, exuding grace, elegance, dignity, and tranquility, embodying the alluring qualities of both an Eastern noblewoman and a Western aristocrat. The young girl smiled as she rose, lifting the hems of her gown. Stepping delicately upon the lines of Chen Yu's palm, and bowed. The primordial light extends its blessings to you, my esteemed master. You are the primordial light sprite. So I shall name you Little Light. Chen Yu pondered for a while before stating. The girl's eyelids fluttered, and her graceful smile faltered momentarily, to conceal her momentary lapse. Her smile blossomed even brighter, and she replied in a soft voice, "Thank you for your bestowed name, my master. Such a good girl." Chen Yu joyfully ruffled the crystal-like hair of the light sprite, offering her a piece of orange-flavored fruit candy. It seemed that she was indeed a simple and endearing little sprite. Prior to Little Light, only Little Flame had expressed happiness upon receiving a name from him. Primordial Light Sprite, Little Light. Rank, Legendary Myth. Level, 50. Attributes, Strength, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent, Light Elementalization. Enters an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage and light-type damage, with a 500 increase in own light-type damage. Passive, Primordial Light Sprite. Reduces the consumption of light-type skills by 99. With a 100 increase in power. Skills, Holy Domain of Light, Forbidden Spell. Shadow Domain, Forbidden Spell. Thunder Domain, Forbidden Spell. Despair of the Final Light, Forbidden Spell. After welcoming Little Light into existence, Chen Yu opened his attribute panel and allocated all the skill points and attribute points he had acquired during this period. In an instant, his attributes surged, and all skills reached their maximum level prior to their first promotion. Chen Yu. Occupation, Planter, Mutation. Level, 50-0. Strength, 121,300. Equipment, 2,000. Fundamental Law. Agility, 131,250,2000. Constitution, 455,1550,2000. Spirit, 470,1550,2000. Abyssal Power, 3, max 5. Vitality, 100, max 100. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 21. Additional attributes, Final Damage 9. Damage Reduction 5. Talent, Absolute Enhancement. Supreme level designate an object for absolute enhancement, including but not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Occupational Passive, Supreme Sacred Land LV1. Establish a patch of Supreme Sacred Land. Plants cultivated within the Supreme Sacred Land will receive substantial enhancements upon each promotion. One plant can be designated as the Destined Plant, which will undergo extreme elevation and instant maturity. Skills, Accelerated Growth LV10. Increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV10. Increases all attributes of plant life by 100 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Legendary Vitality Calculation LV10. All attributes 2000, Vitality 100. Consuming Vitality allows the projection of the quality upgrade path for plant life, with higher quality requiring greater Vitality expenditure. Mythical Embrace of the Abyss. Choose a plant life to undergo abyssal transformation, gaining 100 in all attributes and the skill of demonization. Supreme Affection of the Abyss. Regardless of time or place, you can summon the great will of the abyss at any moment, sacrificing your own existence to alleviate your crisis. Note, this skill can increase 1 usage per promotion. Current available uses. 1. This panel is nothing short of perfection. Achieving the top score in the college entrance examination is merely a trivial matter. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jianyang No. 1 High School, Playground. The morning sun slowly ascended, radiating warmth akin to the smile of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. The golden sunlight cascaded through the thin clouds, enveloping the earth in a warm embrace. Today, Jianyang No. 1 High School was particularly lively. For all the novice practitioners from the 4 high schools across Jianyang City had gathered here. The 4 principals sat side by side on the podium at the front of the playground, smiling as they observed the bustling students below. Principal Jiang, your school has made quite a splash this year, exclaimed the principal of No. 2 High School, his tone laced with envy. Not only does it boast the highest proportion of combat practitioners, but it has also produced a rare hidden class. Principal Jiang is highly esteemed. Is it not a case of a renowned teacher guiding exceptional students? Chuckled the principal of No. 3 High School. You flatter me. It is merely luck and has nothing to do with my old man, Jiang Tianming replied, his smile broad and humble. Look over there, that is our No. 4 High School's most outstanding combat practitioner. You might want to take a look at their caliber, commented the principal of No. 4 High School. An elderly man with a long beard, gesturing toward a small group on the playground while stroking his beard with a smile. Upon hearing the words, the remaining 3 principals turned their gaze in the direction indicated by the principal of the 4th High School, casting several detection spells. Li Jinming, Strong Archer, Mutated, Level 21. Changhua, Mage, Level 20. Zhai Zhongshu, Sword Master, Mutated, Level 22. Impressive. What remarkable talents. The principal of the 2nd High School exclaimed. Individuals above Level 20 are guaranteed to advance to the 2nd round of the college entrance examination. They are indeed promising prospects. At the school gate, a group of practitioners adorned with the emblem of the 2nd High School entered. The principal's eyes lit up. Ah, our top students have arrived. The other principals immediately turned their attention to the entrance. Mu Ziming, ancient warrior, level 22. Ren Xiaoyan, martial artist, mutated, level 29. A mutated practitioner of level 29? Could he contend for the title of provincial champion? You've been hiding your light under a bushel. We were utterly unaware of such a genius. You must treat us to dinner tonight. Indeed. We're colleagues. Can we not be more forthcoming? Nonsense. It is all the result of the students' hard work. The principal of the second high school said with a sense of pride. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the playground. With most students directing their attention towards the school gate, they beheld 3 figures, a man and a woman, entering the school. The leading male practitioner stood tall, brandishing a platinum shield, adorned with a flamboyant light effect, his attire radiating a blue-purple aura with orange accents, striding with an air of indifference. The man and woman behind him walked side by side, maintaining a distance of less than half a meter. These two lacked special effects, aside from their striking appearances. They seemed rather ordinary. Oh, the gear on that individual is extraordinary. Whose subordinate is he? No, which family's offspring is this? Look at him. He must be a nouveau riche, who enters a school flaunting gear effects. The one behind must be Su Miaoyue, the campus belle of the first high school. And she is a hidden practitioner. What campus belle? She is now the newcomer king of Jianyang City. What newcomer king? What of being a hidden practitioner? Everyone is still in the novice stage. Her attributes and skills are not yet fully developed. How much stronger can she be than us? Have you gone daft from grinding monsters in the wild? You are unaware of Su Miaoyue's achievements? What achievements? Within a week, she has dominated nearly all novice dungeons in Jianyang City. She clears nightmare dungeons faster than you can lead a party. What? She was able to complete a nightmare dungeon in a minute? I don't believe it. Absolutely impossible. Brother, your ability to resolve matters swiftly is commendable. At the dais, the principal of the second high school furrowed his brow. Lao Jiang, that shield warrior is also one of your promising candidates from the first high school, right? He appears quite exceptional, though somewhat. Third high school principal, arrogant? Second high school principal, precisely. That's the feeling. With equipment of such caliber, his level must be considerable as well. The principal of the fourth high school cast a detection spell. Li Wei, shield warrior, level 34. Holy smokes, level 34? The other 3 principals were equally astonished. In such a small city as Jianyang, resources are scarce, and true talent is exceedingly rare. Generally, having a level 25 or 26 before the college entrance examination is considered top tier. To reach level 34 before the exam is an exceptional feat. Principal Jiang, who is this individual? I have never heard of such a formidable shield warrior in Jianyang City, the principal of the second high school said, dumbfounded. Well, I am not entirely sure either, Jiang Tianming replied with a wry smile. He did not have any particular impression of Li Wei. The last time they met was during the job transfer ceremony. Level 45? Am I seeing this correctly? Suddenly, the principal of the fourth high school gasped again. That is Su Miaoyue. I recognize her. The principal of the second high school turned to look and said, the recent slaughter of the novice dungeons in Jianyang City was accomplished by her and a novice practitioner named Chen Yu. I never expected her to grow to such a level. She possesses the true potential of a champion. Indeed, she is truly worthy of being a hidden practitioner from the Su Jinghui family. Her reputation is well-deserved, the principal of the third high school remarked. Compared to the little-known Li Wei, it was not as surprising that Su Miaoyue reached level 45. After all, just days ago, her name was all the rage in Jianyang City. Oh, is that Chen Yu beside her? Jiang Tianming, astonished, turned his gaze to Chen Yu standing next to Su Miaoyue and cast a detection spell. Chen Yu, planter, mutated, level 50, untransformed. What? Level 50? Jiang Tianming's eyes nearly popped out. Compared to others, he had a deeper understanding of Chen Yu. Based on the feedback from the level 4 planter Zhou Bowen, he knew that Chen Yu possessed exceptional skills, commanding perfect epic-level botanical life, with potential rivaling that of hidden practitioners. Thus, he was not particularly surprised by the powerful partnership between Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue, which garnered immense recognition. However, he could not fathom how Chen Yu had achieved level 50. Logically, the resources available to Chen Yu should not surpass those of Su Miaoyue. Even if the two teamed up and shared all the dungeons available to the Su family, Chen Yu's level could not possibly exceed that of Su Miaoyue. Level 50? Upon seeing Chen Yu's information, the other 3 principals reacted with equal astonishment. The principal of the fourth high school nearly toppled from his chair. Chen Yu's name was almost synonymous with Su Miaoyue's. If one had heard of Su Miaoyue, they would surely have heard of Chen Yu. Moreover, compared to Su Miaoyue, Chen Yu's aura of mystery was even more profound. After the initial shock subsided, the principals engaged in lively discussions, their admiration evident. Chen Yu? So this is the super genius that Su Jinghui had kept hidden? A true prodigy. A rare talent indeed. No wonder Su Jinghui was always so secretive, fearing others would discover him and poach him away. How long has it been since Jianyang City had a genius reach maximum level before the college entrance exam? What genius? That is a monster. Not to mention Jianyang City, but nationwide. How many novice practitioners achieve maximum level before the college entrance exam? Indeed, there are very few across the country. Such a monstrous talent is unlikely to be cultivated even in the 2 capitals, 6 major cities, and the imperial heartland. Lao Jiang, I heard you used to think quite highly of this Chen Yu. In our previous gatherings, you mentioned him as your prize student. I say, old Jiang, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? How could such a genius emerge from your tutelage? Life is unfair. I have been a principal for 30 years, and not once have I encountered a genius who reached maximum level before the college entrance exam, nor even a hidden practitioner. Yet old Jiang has encountered them all this year. The principals of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th high schools were seething with jealousy, casting glances at Jiang Tianming as if they were ready to devour him. This time, no one was praising Jiang Tianming's teaching abilities. After so many years of working together, everyone knew each other's levels well enough. Although it is true that students are raised by their teachers, it varies by circumstance. A level 50 planter before the college entrance exam is clearly a testament to his own talent, with no connection to you, Principal Jiang. Frankly speaking, if a dog were put in your position as principal, it would not hinder his meteoric rise. If such a prodigy were to emerge from the 1st high school, it would be one thing, but the fact that he is closely associated with Jiang Tianming makes it all the more significant. Once Chen Yu achieves success and fame, Jiang Tianming's name will inevitably be mentioned alongside his. At the very least, he will be bestowed with a title such as an eye for talent. Ha. No need for such sentiments. Treating every student with sincerity will surely lead to similar fortunes for all of you in the future. Jiang Tianming's face beamed with joy, and he internally marveled at how he had indeed recognized a gem in this student. This student is truly remarkable. After this round of college entrance examinations, Jiang Tianming will undoubtedly gain a prestigious reputation within the education systems of Yunchuan province and the surrounding provinces. Another hour passed, and no one else entered through the school gate. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the gates of Jianyang First High School were closed. The examination hall for the college entrance examination does not reside in Jianyang City, but in the provincial capital of Yunchuan province, Jiufeng City. In the Tunglong Empire, all examination venues are established in provincial cities. As time drew near, Jiang Tianming, standing at the podium with a microphone in hand, addressed the students. The school has successfully set up the teleportation array, which will directly transport you to the examination venue. Encouraging words are unnecessary. I trust you all know what to do. Finally, I wish each of you great success in your endeavors. The teleportation begins now. In the playground, Chen Yu and Su Miayue chose to disregard the gazes around them. Su Miayue had long since acclimated to the attention of others, while Chen Yu had never paid it any mind. So, do you feel confident about getting into Tinglong University? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. Su Miayue, her expression brimming with confidence, replied, of course. Then let's do our best, my future university classmate. Yes, together we shall strive. Intricate patterns illuminated the ground and air of the playground. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant white light flashed, and all the students vanished from sight. Experiencing the teleportation array for the first time, Chen Yu felt no particular sensation, aside from a brief moment of weightlessness, before his feet were firmly grounded once more. The examination venue was a vast, enclosed plaza, topped with a transparent glass dome. Approximately 1,000 individuals were gathered within this space. Chen Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed that both Su Miayue and Li Wei were absent, likely assigned to different examination venues. Moments later, a solemn voice resonated throughout the plaza. We shall now commence the reading of the examination rules. All candidates are requested to maintain silence. At the sound of this voice, the previously boisterous examination hall fell into an immediate hush. Prior to this event, various schools had conducted thorough educations on examination protocols. Among the most crucial rules was the imperative adherence to the established guidelines. The examination environment was exceedingly stringent. Any infraction could lead to disqualification. A few seconds later, the voice continued. The examination will be divided according to occupational categories. Various life professions and combat professions will face different examination scenarios. Candidates are prohibited from wearing personal equipment. Standard basic gear will be issued according to their professions. This examination will take place in a special instance, during which the use of any consumables is forbidden. Candidates' item inventories will be sealed, and no spatial equipment may be brought into the examination venue. Violators will be disqualified and subject to administrative penalties based on the severity of their infractions. Now, please line up to collect your examination gear and store your personal belongings. From the plaza, a hall rose, with staff members on high alert. The candidates entered the hall in succession, collecting their standardized equipment and storing their personal items. Chen Yu, disliking the idea of entrusting his belongings to others, had already stored his possessions in the boundless sacred land. Once all candidates had changed into their gear, the hall vanished from the plaza, and the authoritative voice echoed once more. The instance portal is now open. The examination begins. A colossal blue portal materialized in the plaza. The candidates, silent, stepped into the Azure instance portal one after another. Chapter 76, College Entrance Examination. I shall simply sleep on the spot. Chen Yu followed the throng into the instance portal, soon finding himself on an expanse of stark land. Notification. due to the nature of the instance. Your item inventory has been sealed. The announcement rang out. Chen Yu checked his inventory and confirmed its inaccessibility. Moments later, a mechanical voice intoned, "Candidates, please be advised. The first level of the examination is about to commence. Examination content, level 10 common monster, Goblin Warrior. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the instant the countdown reached 0, a goblin wielding a rusted short sword appeared approximately 10 meters away from Chen Yu. The Goblin Warrior bellowed and charged at him. What on earth? Chen Yu thought. Not even summoning a plant, he calmly approached and delivered a swift kick. The Goblin Warrior exploded into a flurry of fragments and vanished. Though he had not invested in strength or agility, the legendary grade root spell granted him 2,000 points across all attributes, rendering a level 10 monster incapable of withstanding such damage. In truth, this first level was practically a freebie. The standardized equipment provided by the examination added 50 points to all attributes. Even a simpleton could easily dispatch a level 10 creature. The purpose of standardized equipment was to bridge the vast disparities in background among candidates. Those with a strong combat sense could achieve commendable results even with lower levels, thanks to this set of gear. The first level of the examination concluded, taking a total of 12 seconds. Evaluation, good. You have a 10-minute break, or you may commence the next level immediately. Note, break time does not accumulate. Let us proceed to the next level, Chen Yu declared. Good heavens, this entrance examination is exceedingly humane. Defeating a mere level 10 goblin and receiving a 10-minute break. Yet, isn't this a waste of time? The second level was about to commence, with the examination content, 5 level 10 goblin warriors. As the countdown ended, 5 goblin warriors materialized before Chen Yu. Nonchalantly, he summoned a man-eating flower spirit and said, "I leave them to you." The man-eating flower spirit, upon sighting the goblin warriors, joyfully charged at them. From her back sprouted 5 flower stems, which rapidly bloomed into 5 enormous carnivorous flowers. Before the 5 goblin warriors could react, they were devoured in one gulp. However, the next moment, the man-eating flower spirit displayed a look of confusion. Despite having consumed 5 monsters, she felt an emptiness within the closed flower buds. Unable to contain her curiosity, she opened one of the flowers to inspect it closely. The petals were lined with sharp serrations and corrosive liquid, yet the food had vanished without a trace. The flower spirit's perplexed expression conveyed her questions to Chen Yu. He gently patted her head in reassurance, offering no further explanation. Such matters could not be elucidated to a simple-minded plant creature. In truth, Chen Yu had noticed earlier that the monsters within this special instance differed from ordinary ones. After slaying a regular monster, if its corpse was not collected, it would eventually depawn. However, the goblin warrior he had shattered left no remains whatsoever, not even the usual kill notification. Perhaps, the monsters in this instance were not truly real, but rather a set of data or tangible illusions. The second level of the examination concluded, taking 5 seconds. Evaluation, excellent. You have a 10-minute break, or you may commence the third level directly. Let us begin the third level, Chen Yu opted. The third level was about to commence. With the examination content, 2 level 15 wild wolves. A woo. With a resounding howl, 2 robust wild wolves appeared before Chen Yu. It was evident that from this third level onward, the challenges would no longer be mere trivialities. Wild wolves were not as easy to handle as the goblins. With base attributes around 40 points, level 15 wild wolves posed a significant threat, potentially inflicting damage even on candidates clad in standardized gear, particularly those with inadequate combat skills, who could easily face disqualification. Nevertheless, for Chen Yu, the third level held little intrigue. The man-eating flower spirit, perhaps affected by the prior disappearance of her food, hesitated and did not immediately attack. Instead, she reached out to grasp the 2 wild wolves, closely sensing their life forces. Upon realizing they were indeed living creatures, she unfurled her petals and consumed them. However, her caution proved futile. Upon the wild wolves' demise, akin to the goblins, they vanished without a trace, leaving her with nothing. The carnivorous flower spirit tilted its head, gazing at Chen Yu with an expression of bewilderment. "Never mind, you may return to rest," Chen Yu said as he summoned the carnivorous flower spirit back and called forth several thornvine spirits, along with a lily spirit. The lily spirit knelt upon the ground, a massive lily bloom unfolding before it. Chen Yu approached and lay upon the pure, soft petals, resting his head on the knees of the lily spirit. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, bringing a sense of serenity. With the conclusion of the third examination, the time taken was 21 seconds, and the evaluation was deemed excellent. You have 10 minutes to rest, or you may commence the fourth round directly. There is no need to confirm with me again. Simply proceed to the next round after each stage concludes, Chen Yu said impatiently. Do you confirm the relinquishment of all rest time and the continuous advancement through the rounds? Confirmed. The fourth round commenced. The examination content, level 15 wild wolves. As 5 wild wolves freshly spawned, they were instantly struck down by over a dozen vines, obliterated before they could even utter a howl. The monsters posed no challenge whatsoever. Chen Yu chose to close his eyes and take a brief respite, awaiting the end of the examination. As the capital of Yinchuan province, Jiufeng City thrived with prosperity. In Jianyang City, one could frequently encounter adept practitioners of the third and fourth tiers. Even the rare high-level vocational practitioners were not uncommon. To the west of Jiufeng City stood a colossal circular structure, expansive in area. This edifice remained closed to the public, only operating during the annual college entrance examination. Even the staff within the examination halls were dedicated professionals, not temporary recruits. It was evident how much the Tunglong Empire esteemed the college entrance examination. The examination command center was surrounded by walls composed entirely of display screens. The screens exhibited rows of candidate information alongside current rankings. In the central seating area, a middle-aged man in blue and a figure clad in black robes occupied the foremost positions. Surrounding them were dignitaries from Yunchuan Province and high-ranking officials from the Vocational Practitioners Association. At this moment, these influential figures dared not breathe a word, for the two seated in the center were formidable taboo experts overseeing the examination. The middle-aged man in blue hailed from Yunchuan Province and served as the chief examiner, while the black-robed individual originated from the imperial capital, acting as the chief supervisor for the examination. As they presided over the college entrance examination, both were also tasked with deterring any nefarious activities. Typically, the chief examiner and chief supervisor, despite their origins in the central and local regions respectively, maintained cordial relations due to their camaraderie. However, this occasion was markedly different. Both had juniors they held dear participating in the examination in Yunchuan Province, one of whom had even transferred temporarily from the capital. To put it plainly, there was a coveted special admission slot for Yunchuan Province at stake. Naturally, the chief examiner, a taboo expert born in Yunchuan, harbored no fondness for this situation. Chapter 77, Throne of Blazing Flames. The forbidden spell was not cast by me. The screen displaying the rankings showcased a flurry of names shifting rapidly. Yet two names consistently occupied the top positions. First place, candidate ID 00128. Current examination progress, level 12. Total time for the first 11 levels, 115 seconds. Second place, candidate ID 13987. Current examination progress, level 12. Total time for the first 11 levels, 127 seconds. A minute later, the candidate in first place had advanced to level 15, while the second-ranked candidate was still at level 14. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man in blue smirked slightly. It appears that His Excellency the Throne of Blazing Flames forbidden spell was cast in vain. His tone dripped with sarcasm. How long has the examination been underway? Is Lord Frostbane perhaps celebrating prematurely? A cold female voice emerged from beneath the black robe. And furthermore, the voice shifted from aloofness to indignation. I have stated repeatedly that I did not cast any forbidden spells in your Yunchuan province. Did not cast? The middle-aged man in blue scoffed. How many fire mages does the Tunglong Empire have in total? If you did not cast, then who did? Was it the Lord of Red Flames stationed on the battlefield? Or perhaps the Lord of Tianhua overseas? Or, even more absurdly, the respected one of the Blazing Sun currently exploring a secret realm? Oh right, it seems our reigning emperor of the Tunglong Empire is also known to wield the judgment of doom. I wonder if His Majesty has recently been idle and decided to come to our Yunchuan province to study some skills? The black-robed figure fell silent, only able to coldly retort, if I say it was not me, then it was not me. As a dignified 8th-tier practitioner, I would not stoop to such lies. Very well, the middle-aged man in blue replied with a sneer. If you claim it was not you, then it is settled. Regardless, the deed has been done. And your junior has arrived here. Continuing this debate is pointless. Let us see if your junior can vindicate you. We shall see, the black-robed figure replied frostily. The two ceased their conversation and resumed their focus on the rankings displayed on the screens. In the earlier rounds, the outcomes were largely contingent on chance. The monsters were weak, and even moderately skilled practitioners could dispatch them effortlessly. However, by the 10th round, rankings began to stabilize, particularly for those in the top tier. Before long, two names surged upwards as if propelled by rockets, swiftly claiming the first and second positions. In mere seconds, the previous first and second place candidates were relegated to third and fourth. First place, candidate ID 36589. Current examination progress, completed all 30 levels. Total time, 205 seconds. Second place, candidate ID 36329. Current examination progress, level 18, with a total time of 292 seconds for the first 17 levels. Who are these two? The black-robed Throne of Blazing Flames exclaimed in astonishment. 205 seconds to complete 30 levels? Does Yunchuan truly possess such prodigies? Had I known, I would have never bothered coming to Yunchuan. I have no idea. Lord Frostbane replied with an innocent expression. Had I known such individuals existed, I would have taken my child out of the province long ago. After the 10th level, the difficulty of the rounds escalated rapidly, designed to filter and streamline the candidates. Even prodigies would face increasing resistance, requiring more time to progress. The completion of all 30 levels in 205 seconds truly astonished both taboo experts. And the second-place candidate is significantly more skilled than your young lady. The Throne of Blazing Flames remarked with a peculiar expression. It seems this year, Yinchuan province is indeed hiding talented individuals. At that moment, the third-ranked candidate, Lord Frostbane's Jr., had only reached level 17, with a cumulative time exceeding 300 seconds for the first 16 levels. Meanwhile, the fourth-ranked candidate, a junior of the Throne of Blazing Flames, had yet to complete even 16 levels. This is unexpected, Lord Frostbane mused, perplexed, with the performances of these two candidates. They should have ranked among the top two long ago. What is the reason for their delayed ascent? Let us investigate further. Lord Frostbane opened the completion records for the top two candidates. First, he examined the top-ranked candidate. The first level took 12 seconds, with a rating of only good. The second level took 5 seconds, rated excellent, while the third level also received an excellent. Only from the fifth level onward did the ratings reach perfect. I see. The earlier levels' evaluations have lowered the overall score. Nonetheless, the comprehensive score only affects real-time rankings during the examination for our viewing convenience and does not influence the final results. Once all levels are completed, it will simply be recorded as full marks for the foundational levels, thus causing the rankings to rise automatically. Wait a moment. Lord Frostbane observed that this candidate, aside from the longer times for the initial levels, displayed almost identical times for the subsequent rounds. This revelation began to make sense to him. It seemed that upon the monsters' respawn, the candidate determined their locations and then swiftly eliminated them. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. It was crucial to note that the examination's 30th level featured 5 30-level elite monsters. Even in the Kyoto examination hall, those monstrous prodigies would require considerable effort to vanquish. Yet this candidate ID 36589 was able to eliminate them in an instant. In other words, in his hands. The 5 elite monsters at level 30 and a common monster of merely a dozen levels hold no significant distinction. Furthermore, regarding the second contestant, Lord Frostcold accessed the progress of candidate number 36329 and noted that only the initial 2 stages took slightly longer, while thereafter, the individual began to surge forward with remarkable speed. This person, however, remained within the bounds of reason, unlike the first contestant, whose performance was utterly outrageous. The first-place contender must be commencing the scoring stages now, correct? Bring up his real-time data, Lord Frostcold instructed his assistant beside him. Yes, my lord, the assistant, donned in an examiner's uniform, promptly commanded the staff to execute the necessary operations. Within the examination arena, Chen Yu had just taken a brief respite of over 2 minutes when he heard the notification sound. You have completed all 30 basic levels. You may choose to conclude the examination and exit the arena, or you may opt to commence the endless mode. In endless mode, monsters will continuously respawn, and based on the number of monsters you defeat, you will earn corresponding points. The points accrued in endless mode will serve as your initial score for the college entrance examination rankings. Prior to the commencement of endless mode, you are granted a 10-minute rest period. Note, the final score in the ranking competition can be exchanged for various resources after the conclusion of the rankings. It can also be converted into internal points for consumption within the colleges once the admissions are confirmed. Note, the Ministry of Education of the Tunglong Empire has issued a message. Our department encourages capable candidates to wholeheartedly challenge the endless mode. Well then, let us begin. Chen Yu declared as he opted to directly initiate endless mode. According to the announcement, this endless mode serves as a means for formidable candidates to reap rewards. Akin to a bonus stage, a venture not to be missed. Chapter 78. The monsters in the examination arena have been completely cleared. In each basic level, there are prompts regarding the examination content, accompanied by a countdown to prepare the candidates. However, endless mode offers no such indications. As soon as Chen Yu chose to start, monsters immediately began to spawn, or rather, they were deployed. Chen Yu distinctly observed a translucent portal materializing not far from him. Subsequently, 10 well-equipped goblin warriors emerged from within. Chen Yu felt a degree of familiarity with goblins. Judging by their appearance, the levels of these 10 goblin warriors should range between 30 and 35. Not enough. He shook his head. As soon as the Thornvine demons detected the enemies, they charged forward, with dozens of whip-like tendrils striking down. The 10 goblin warriors were instantaneously reduced to a pulp. Killed 30-level goblin warrior, experience points 30. Due to level restrictions, experience points automatically stored in the experience pool. Killed 31-level goblin warrior, experience points 31. Due to level restrictions, experience points automatically stored in the experience pool. Notifications from the heavenly Tao echoed in Chen Yu's mind, confirming that this batch of goblins was indeed real monsters, not mere illusions generated by a special instance. Real monsters leave behind corpses in a short time frame. Thus, the Thornvine demons began to relish their feast. Kill count, 10 goblin warriors, college entrance points. 1. The notification sound of the instance resonated in tandem. Before Chen Yu appeared a palm-sized numeral 1, presumably a record of points acquired in endless mode. The recently activated translucent portal did not close after the goblin warriors exited. Approximately 30 seconds later, another 10 goblin warriors emerged. The Thornvine demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The goblin warriors had barely strayed far from the portal when they were ensnared by numerous tendrils. Those goblins ensnared by multiple thornvine demons suffered a particularly tragic fate as they were torn apart, each taking their share. However, the thornvine demons soon ceased their competition. Continuous waves of goblin warriors poured forth from the portal. Initially, 10 appeared at a time, but after 10 waves were swiftly annihilated, the number increased to 20 per batch. The spawning rate of monsters had already surpassed the thornvine demons' capacity to consume. Surrounding the portal, the thornvine demons quickly amassed a mountain of monster corpses, far more than they could consume. Observing this, Chen Yu released over 100 plant entities. The carnivorous flower demons emerged, their countless stems shooting skyward, instantaneously blooming into a vast sea of man-eating flowers. Now, the spawning speed from the portal couldn't keep up. As soon as a batch of goblins appeared, they were devoured entirely. Feeling threatened, the thornvine demons hastened their feeding pace. Chen Yu leisurely sat nearby, cradling a petite lily spirit in his arms, watching with keen interest as the tendrils and carnivorous flowers vied for sustenance. Over 20 lily flower demons gathered around Chen Yu, keeping him company as they watched. One particular flower demon exhibited remarkable prowess. Rather than competing with her peers for the goblin warriors that had already appeared, she discreetly opened several blossoms and positioned them against the portal. Before long, the flowers swelled. The flower demon then retracted this bloom, replacing it with another batch. Only when all the flowers were filled did she contentedly withdraw from the fray. This maneuver felt oddly familiar to Chen Yu. It seemed that, in previous real instances, some clever carnivorous flowers had employed similar tactics. Those particularly astute, who consistently managed to satiate their hunger, had largely evolved into legendary beings. Inspired by the forerunner, the other flower demons began to imitate her. The spawning portal became encircled with layers of man-eating flowers. The thornvine demons were left bewildered. They lacked such capabilities and could only retreat to sit alongside the lily flower demons. As the spawning rate accelerated beyond the carnivorous flower's digestive capacity, the thornvine demons finally had another chance to re-enter the fray. In the instance, without any time indicators. It was unclear how long had passed before the kill notifications ceased. Beside the portal, an overwhelming mass of plant entities had congregated, numbering in the thousands. These had only been released due to the increasing speed of spawns. Chen Yu lifted his eyelids. The point record had escalated to 5,000, indicating that during this time, his plant entities had collectively dispatched 50,000 goblin warriors. After waiting a while without any new monsters appearing, Chen Yu instructed the plant entities to withdraw and approach to inspect. At this moment, the translucent portal remained, yet no goblin warriors were emerging from it. Was this it? Chen Yu felt a twinge of doubt. Surely, it couldn't be over? The final challenge of the basic levels featured elite monsters at level 35. It seemed illogical for the endless mode to yield only low-tier creatures. In the examination hall of Yunchuan province, the command center for the college entrance examination was abuzz. As time elapsed, the intensity of the stages escalated, and the names of candidates on the screen dimmed progressively. This signified that these candidates had been eliminated, concluding their journey in this round of the examination. Their scores had been determined, awaiting final judgment upon the conclusion of the test. However, as the chief examiner and the two overseers, both formidable beings, remained transfixed on the leaderboard displayed on the large screen. They had momentarily lost track of the overall situation of this cohort of candidates. Their eyes were glued to the top position on the ranks. On the far right of the data column, a pulsing red number represented the points accumulated by this candidate in endless mode. The two overseers watched in astonishment as the red number surged at an increasingly rapid pace, escalating from the initial 1 to the current 5,000. Suddenly, an assistant clad in examiner's attire entered the hall, approaching Lord Frostcold, and whispered, "Chief Examiner, there's a slight situation in the examination hall. What is the matter? Speak." Lord Frostcold inquired with a hint of detachment. The endless mode's initial adversaries, the goblin warriors, prepared for combat-oriented classes, have proven insufficient, the assistant remarked cautiously. Depleted? Lord Frosthon furrowed his brow. If they are lacking, replenish them swiftly. We cannot allow the examination results of our top-tier prodigies to be compromised, especially that of the one currently in the lead. The special examination instance can create corporeal illusions, yet the endless mode mandates the use of real monsters, a rigid stipulation. The Tunglong Empire has always been meticulously prepared for these examinations, with very few oversights. Such a fundamental error as a shortage of monsters should never occur in the examination arena. Well, the scarcity of monsters is precisely due to the performance of the candidate in first place, the assistant replied with a wry smile. My lord, you must be aware of the rules governing the endless mode within the examination. The endless mode is segmented by time. Each phase is fixed in duration. The primary purpose of the first two phases is to assess the candidate's overall abilities, requiring them to safeguard themselves amidst a multitude of monsters while mounting effective counterattacks. In the first two phases of the endless mode, monsters spawn in waves every 30 seconds. The first 10 waves consist of 10 monsters each, while the 11th to 20th waves feature 20 monsters apiece, continuing in this manner until the monster count reaches the scene's capacity. Even if monsters are slain, they will be promptly replenished. Yes, I am aware of this, Lord Frosthorn nodded. Although the chief examiner's responsibilities primarily involve guarding and intimidating rather than managing the minutiae of the examination, he possesses a basic understanding of the examination system. The issue lies within the mechanics, and this is a situation never before encountered. The assistant displayed an incredulous expression, beyond the fixed timing of monster spawns. The endless mode incorporates a hidden mechanism. Should the number of monsters in the scene fall below 80% of the maximum capacity after a certain period, the interval between waves will gradually shorten, and the number of monsters per wave will increase until the number reaches 80% of the scene's maximum capacity. In other words, the faster the candidates eliminate the monsters, the quicker the monsters will spawn. Moreover, there is no upper limit to the spawn rate. It accelerates as time progresses. Based on our observations, the candidate in first place has not experienced any accumulation of monsters throughout the examination. So, the monsters prepared for the examination have been completely eliminated by him, correct? Lord Frosthorn inquired, nodding in understanding. In the first stage, Goblin warriors yield 1 examination point for every 10 slain. The vibrant red number 5,000 displayed on the screen in the top candidate's score column signifies that 50,000 Goblin warriors have perished at his hands. During the first phase of the endless mode, the Goblin warriors are approximately level 30, with a maximum scene capacity of 500, under normal spawn rates. Even a level 50 candidate specializing in area damage would struggle to eradicate the monsters in a short span. It would not be long before the monster count reaches capacity. Capturing and imprisoning monsters also incurs costs. Among the numerous candidates, few possess the capability to advance into the endless mode. Consequently, monsters are not prepared in significant numbers. Based on previous examination experiences, 50,000 Goblin warriors already exceed the total demand for the endless mode by more than 5 times. This incident cannot be attributed to inadequate preparation on the part of the examination arena. It can only be said that the leading candidate is exceptionally formidable. Regrettably, the knockout stage instances are not observable. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to witness it firsthand, Lord Frosthorn mused with a hint of regret. Your Excellency, Chief Examiner. The Flame Throne approached with a frown and spoke. Could it be that this leading candidate has employed some form of cheating? Should we consider an investigation? Upon hearing this, Lord Frosthorn regarded the Flame Throne with a look of incredulity. What do you mean? The Flame Throne retorted angrily. Lord Frosthorn took a deep breath and calmly inquired. What method do you suspect he may have employed to cheat? Perhaps he utilized consumables? The Flame Throne suggested uncertainly. In response, Lord Frosthorn shook his head. Have you not familiarized yourself with any relevant details prior to your involvement in overseeing the examination? Not to mention, there was already a check for carried items before the examination commenced. Even if he managed to evade detection and smuggled consumables into the examination instance, they would be rendered unusable. First, the item inventory within the examination instance is sealed. Not even you or I could use items if we entered, as per the rules of the instance. Second, there exists a highly sensitive detection and alarm system within the instance. Should anyone utilize consumables, even a single drop of potion, it would trigger an alarm, expelling the user from the instance. Then, could it be that someone is impersonating him? The Flame Throne speculated. I have heard that some novice practitioners deliberately remain at level 50 without advancing their classes. Upon hearing this, Lord Frosthorn cast a bland glance at her, refraining from a response. Moments later, as the Flame Throne pondered, she deemed her own idea utterly foolish. The identities of the candidates undergo rigorous verification. If impersonation were possible during the examination, it would most likely indicate a corruption within the Tunglong Empire's educational system, particularly at higher levels. Even if the upper echelons of the educational system were corrupt, they would need to proceed with utmost caution to avoid detection. It is improbable that such a significant uproar could be orchestrated. Moreover, such achievements could not even be replicated by the elite of the capital. How could a mere novice who has never advanced his class accomplish such feats? Ahem, in light of the current circumstances, perhaps we should discuss how to proceed. The Flame Throne awkwardly cleared her throat and shifted the topic. According to the examination system, the arena is obliged to continue providing monsters until the conclusion of the first phase. However, given the speed at which he is eliminating monsters, replenishing them would be of little significance. It is evident he is monopolizing the spawns, able to farm as many as he wishes. Indeed, Lord Frosthorn nodded. Let us conclude his first phase. But how will the scores be calculated? The Flame Throne queried. A little over half of the time for the first phase has elapsed. In the endless mode, monsters should be continuously spawning. Each monster represents potential points for the candidate. The current situation is that the candidate possesses the capability to continue earning points, yet the examination arena cannot provide additional monsters. After contemplating for a moment, Lord Frosthorn stated, according to the supplementary regulations for the Tunglong Empire's professional candidate university entrance examination execution measures, should a candidate in the endless mode encounter a loss of benefits due to oversights from the examination arena, they may be compensated with 100, 500 examination points. The specific compensation amount is to be determined by personnel present at the examination site. In light of the current circumstances, I propose granting the candidate an additional 5,000 examination points as compensation for the arena's inability to provide more monsters. How does everyone feel about this? I second that. The Flame Throne was the first to raise her right hand in agreement. I also second the motion, echoed the other examiners and inspectors present, all expressing their concurrence. Then, I hereby announce the artificial intervention of the examination process for candidate number 36589, concluding their first phase in the endless mode. Secretary, ensure all pertinent records are kept, detailing the reasons, and include the live footage from the Examination Command Center along with the instance's documentation during archiving. Executor, proceed with the necessary actions. Understood. Yes, Your Excellency. Chief Examiner. The Secretary and Executor commenced their respective tasks. Suddenly, the Flame Throne removed her hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, marked by her sharp eyebrows and captivating gaze. With a smile gracing her lips and her hand resting on her chin, she remarked, according to the monster spawn mechanics of the endless mode, achieving a score of 5,000 points in the first half of the time guarantees that the latter half will yield even higher than 5,000 points. Due to the inherent limitations of the portal's efficiency, this figure should hover around 800 to 900. Am I mistaken? Indeed, you are not mistaken, replied Lord Frostbane. However, according to the regulations, a compensation of 5,000 points is already the maximum allowance. I recall there exists a clause in the examination rules, does there not? Lord Blazing Throne chuckled, stating that examiners or inspectors of the 8th tier or above may, if they recognize a candidate's performance, award them up to 5,000 points as a personal commendation. Such commendation points do not factor into the foundational scores of the examination ranking, but are equivalent to standard examination points when redeemed for resources post-exam. Furthermore, the awarder must provide equivalent resources to the education system for the awarded points. I have resolved to grant an additional 5,000 points as a commendation. Indeed, that is the case, Lord Frostbane remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. However, are you certain about this course of action? This rule is designed to provide opportunities for the strong to invest in promising newcomers. Points accrued in the endless mode can contribute to the ranking as foundational scores and can be exchanged for resources after the examination. In contrast, commendation points do not count towards the examination ranking and are solely for resource redemption. However, these points are acquired by the awarder through resource exchange, thus introducing a middleman in the form of the education system of the Dragon Empire, who profits from the transaction. Generally speaking, it is rare for formidable beings to redeem commendation points. Even when they do, it is usually only in the tens or hundreds. The direct redemption of the full 5,000 points is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Chapter 80. 2 Commendation Points, an investment in the strong. Large-scale commendations, aside from incurring losses due to profit margins, carry significant risks. During the examination, examiners are unable to view specific information about the candidates. The 2 formidable beings only knew their junior's examination number because they had inquired in advance with the candidate. This circumstance leads to the possibility that the individual in whom you invest may be a prodigy nurtured by someone else. In such a case, your investment would be in vain, merely resulting in a fortunate encounter. The loss of resources is trivial. The greater concern is the potential embarrassment among peers, as well as the chance for another's prodigy to bask in glory. For instance, had Lord Blazing Throne invested 5,000 points into a junior of Lord Frostbane's household, that junior would undoubtedly gain widespread acclaim, while Lord Blazing Throne himself would be ridiculed for lacking talent and being overly eager. Thus, Lord Frostbane found it difficult to comprehend Lord Blazing Throne's actions. The performance of this year's top candidate was indeed astonishing, yet in the eyes of formidable beings, it was merely unremarkable. Those who possess vast experience and stand at the pinnacle of the professional realm have encountered countless geniuses. Exceptional candidates emerge every year during examinations. Yet among these prodigies, how many ultimately ascend to become formidable beings, rapidly clearing fundamental levels and mastering the first stage of the endless mode, while rare, is not unheard of. A high-damage talent paired with a high-endurance profession, or a high-damage profession combined with a high-endurance talent, can easily replicate the current top candidate's achievements. Beyond conventional combat professions, beast tamers, spirit masters, planters, summoners, and necromancers relying on subordinate units for combat can also achieve similar feats if they possess high-quality summoned entities. Moreover, who would believe that a novice capable of reaching such heights has not been nurtured by a powerful force? I am resolute in granting the additional 5,000 points. Please issue the announcement, commanded Lord Blazing Throne. Observing Lord Blazing Throne's unwavering determination, Lord Frostbane could only acquiesce. I hereby announce that this year's chief examiner for the Yunchuan province, 8th tier professional Ling Xiuhua, titled Lord Blazing Throne, shall award candidate 36589 an additional 5,000 points as commendation. Scribe, this need not be recorded in detail. Executor, proceed to disseminate the announcement to the candidate and to the outside world. The primary purpose of notifying the candidate is to inform them that a formidable being is watching over them and investing in them. Announcing to the outside world serves to elevate the candidate's reputation and signal to other strong individuals that this person has caught my eye. Do not interfere. Yes, my lord. As commanded, Chief Examiner. Additional commendations are considered personal actions of the strong and do not require the approval of the examination assembly. Once the commendation is completed, Lord Blazing Throne sighed and remarked to Lord Frostbane, "Do not blame me for not warning you. If that junior of yours is of significant importance, you would do well to extend some goodwill. The examination consists of more than one round, and this year's top 2 candidates from Yinchuan province will likely have little to do with our 2 families, regardless of who this candidate is or what potential they possess. At least for this round of the examination ranking, their success will depend on their own merit. Of course, if you prefer nurturing talent within your own household and deem the Dragon University unworthy, then it matters not." Lord Frostbane, who had been intently watching the large screen, momentarily froze, his expression shifting. After a brief contemplation, he spoke with a darkened countenance. "I hereby announce that this year's Chief Examiner for Yinchuan Province, 8th Tier Professional Wan Jiang, titled Lord Frostbane, shall award candidate 36589 an additional 5,000 points as commendation. Furthermore, hasten preparations for the next stage of monsters. It is imperative to ensure their numbers are sufficient before the other candidates commence the endless mode." In the examination hall, Chen Yu awaited the monster spawn in silence. The plant life gazed eagerly at the portal, drooling in anticipation. Several minutes passed without the appearance of new monsters, only for a notification sound to break the silence. Announcement: Candidate 36589. Due to insufficient monster numbers in the examination hall, the first phase of the endless mode has concluded ahead of schedule, and your remaining time has been settled at 5,000 examination points. It appears that even the examination can have its oversights. Chen Yu was greatly astonished. However, it was fortunate that a compensation of 5,000 points was awarded, rendering the situation not overly disadvantageous. Announcement: Candidate 36589, the Chief Examiner of Yinchuan Province, 8th Tier Professional Ling Xiahua, titled Lord Blazing Throne, has granted you an additional 5,000 points as commendation. Note: the additional commendation is an acknowledgement of your impressive performance during this examination by examiners or inspectors of 8th tier or above, and it is considered a personal action. Note: commendation points can be combined with examination points for use after the exam, but do not count towards the foundational scores of the second round of examination rankings. Following the 2 announcements, the point total before Chen Yu transformed to 10,000. Accompanying the standard point total, commendation points of 5,000 were also displayed. A powerful being has taken notice of me. Is this an investment in my potential? Chen Yu quickly grasped the implications. Moreover, this formidable individual is none other than the Chief Examiner of the examination, an 8th tier professional. The allocation of 5,000 points likely signifies a friendly gesture, suggesting that once I complete my examination, they may send someone to recruit me. Chen Yu resolved that if it would not impede his pursuit of the top honors in the examination, he could agree to this investment. As for the possibility of that formidable being exploiting him or coercing him into signing an inequitable contract, would he truly be intimidated? After all, he had dared to fleece the Abyssal Demon Lord. What threat could a formidable being pose? If the other party were to act unfriendly, he could simply seize the opportunity and escape. Should they persist, he would summon 6 little sprites to engage in a fierce battle of forbidden spells and see who would falter first. However, not long after, another announcement resounded. Announcement: Candidate 36589, the Chief Examiner of Yinchuan Province, 8th Tier Professional Wan Jiang, titled Lord Frostbane, has granted you an additional 5,000 points as commendation. This second announcement left Chen Yu thoroughly perplexed. If the point amounts differed, it could be interpreted as both formidable beings simultaneously recognizing his potential and vying for his favor. However, with the amounts identical, what could it signify? Was it a simultaneous expression of interest, allowing him to make a choice once he exited? Just then, the notification sound rang out again. The first phase of the endless mode has concluded, granting you a 30-minute respite. Or you may commence directly with the second phase of the endless mode. Without hesitation, Chen Yu opted to delve straight into the second phase. Upon hearing the cue, he ceased to ponder the matter of reward points. After all, those concerns would become evident once he exited this realm. At this juncture, the examination was of paramount importance. As the second phase of the endless mode commenced, 10 humanoid monstrosities, towering over 2 meters, clad in green skin and wielding formidable melee weapons, surged forth from the portal. Orcs. Chen Yu immediately recalled the iconic figures from a game in his previous life. Chapter 81. The emergence of the Mo-Yun Vines, the pinnacle of epic power. These orcs were formally designated as Northrend warriors, a creature type that Chen Yu had encountered in his studies. Northrend, akin to goblins, was another species of monsters, characterized by their green hue. However, the combat prowess of the Northrend was leagues beyond that of the goblins, which were mere trifles in comparison. Typically, Creatures below level 50 experience a standard growth rate, where their primary attributes increase by approximately 2 points with each level gained. Goblins might see fluctuations of 15, or even just 1, while Northrend warriors boasted an impressive 25 to 35. Naturally, the nutritional value for plant life also escalates correspondingly. The plant life previously unleashed had voraciously consumed 50,000 goblins, each now thoroughly sated. Chen Yu summoned them back into the supreme holy land, allowing them to digest at their leisure, and subsequently conjured a new batch of epic-grade plant beings. This time, in addition to the thorn vines, lily spirits, and carnivorous flower spirits, 2 Mo-Yun vines were also summoned. Mo-Yun vine. Grade, epic. Level, 50. Attributes, strength 1650, agility 1500, constitution 2100, spirit 650. Skills, rooting LV10. Titan strength LV10, extension LV10, regeneration LV10. After a period of cultivation, the Mo-Yun vine had matured and evolved to the epic tier. Each Mo-Yun vine consisted of a singular vine, the thickest part measuring over a meter in diameter and stretching at least 100 meters in length. Among its 4 skills, regeneration requires no further explanation, being self-evident. Rooting is a status skill that enhances all attributes while the Mo-Yun vine is in a rooted state. Titan strength, also a status skill, significantly amplifies the vine's attacking power. Extension allows the Mo-Yun vine to instantaneously expand to 10 times its original length. Judging by its attributes and skills, its combat prowess should surpass that of the other 3 epic-grade plant beings. Regrettably, there were no equally matched adversaries nearby for the Mo-Yun vine to hone its skills against. The high combat capability of the Mo-Yun vine came with a drawback. Its intelligence was relatively low. Without Chen Yu's guidance, it could only act on instinct. Compared to humanoid plant beings capable of rudimentary thought, it was lacking in that regard. The emergence of the imposing Mo-Yun vine momentarily stunned the 10 Northrend warriors, who quickly resumed their charge with renewed fervor. The Mo-Yun vine sprang into action, its 2 massive tendrils descending from the sky to strike mercilessly among the orc warriors. Boom! Debris flew as a deep, resonant explosion echoed through the air. The ground was left with a large crater, and the 10 orc warriors were obliterated without a trace. Observing the performance of the Mo-Yun vine, Chen Yu nodded in approval. Although it might seem like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, these creatures were indeed proficient at dealing area damage. In the face of a multitude of foes, the Mo-Yun vine's extermination speed far surpassed that of the thorn vines. With the Mo-Yun vine blocking their path, the other plant beings had little to contribute. As soon as the Northrend warriors appeared, they were reduced to a smear upon the ground. The 3 types of humanoid plants had no need to attack. They could simply revel in their feast. This scenario was particularly advantageous for the lily spirits, allowing them to enjoy an exceptionally rare hearty meal. However, for the carnivorous flower spirits, it was less than friendly, as there wasn't a single intact monster left to consume. The spawning mechanism in the second phase of the endless mode had evidently been modified. During the latter part of the first round, monsters had surged forth from the portal like a tidal wave. In this round, however, the spawning was strictly regulated to a wave every 30 seconds. Furthermore, the number of monsters per wave capped at 50. The first 10 waves produced a total of 100 creatures, while the subsequent waves yielded an additional 200, 300, 400, and so forth, culminating in 50 creatures per wave for the final wave. By calculation, the second phase of the endless mode lasted 1 hour, encompassing a total of 120 waves with 5,000 monsters in total. The Northrend warriors awarded double the points compared to goblins, with every 5 counting as 1 point. However, due to their scarcity, the total reward amounted to only 1,000 points. Chen Yu harbored serious doubts regarding the examination authorities' leniency. It was inconceivable that only such a meager number of monsters could be present. In fact, his suspicion was confirmed. Notice, candidate number 36589. Due to an insufficient number of monsters in the examination arena, the spawning mechanism for your second phase of the endless mode has been adjusted, resulting in a total of 5,000 points for your examination. The second phase of the endless mode has concluded, granting you a 30-minute respite or the option to commence directly with the third phase. Indeed, another instance of insufficient monsters. Chen Yu glanced at his score, now elevated to 16,000 points, and declared, "Let us proceed immediately." From the portal emerged 10 colossal brown bears, each standing over 5 meters tall. Roar! Boom! One bear let out a furious roar, but before the sound could fully escape its maw, it was crushed by the Mo-Yun vine's massive tendril. Defeated a level 50 elite berserker bear, experience points 250. Due to level restrictions, experience points have been automatically stored in the experience pool. Defeated a level 50 elite berserker bear, experience points 250. Due to level restrictions, experience points have been automatically stored in the experience pool. The third phase of the endless mode has concluded, granting you a 30-minute respite or the option to directly commence the fourth phase. Is this really it? Has it ended so soon? Chen Yu gazed incredulously at his score, which had increased by a mere 200 points. Calculating. It seemed a level 50 elite monster was worth 20 points. Yet, the quantity was exceedingly scant. Moreover, there had been no compensation notification, indicating that the third phase of the endless mode had originally contained only these 10 monsters. Onward to the next level, Chen Yu said, his expression darkened. It was evident from the third phase that the forthcoming levels would offer rewards far inferior to the first two. Simultaneously, Su Miaoyue had completed all the foundational levels. The difficulty of the 30th level proved somewhat challenging. After finishing it, she opted for a half-hour break before commencing the endless mode. As 10 goblin warriors emerged from the portal, Su Miaoyue unhesitatingly activated the autumn water sword technique and charged forth. She danced like a reaper, her sword gleaming with a cold light as she continuously harvested the lives of her enemies. Within a mere 20 seconds, she had dispatched all 10 goblin warriors. Moments later, another 10 goblin warriors emerged from the portal. Su Miaoyue maintained her graceful movements, slicing through each one with precision. The following 8 waves, without any surprises, were all cleared within 30 seconds. Upon reaching the 11th wave, 20 goblins emerged from the portal. This time, the speed of her autumn water sword technique began to lag behind. By the time the 12th wave of monsters emerged, there were still 4 remnants from the previous wave on the field. Gritting her teeth, Su Miaoyue unleashed a wave of sword energy, piercing through several goblins, and then closed in to reap the remaining foes with her autumn water sword technique. Just in time, she managed to eliminate all monsters before the 13th wave appeared. For the 20 monsters in the 13th wave, Su Miaoyue refrained from using any other skills, relying solely on the autumn water sword technique to face them. The autumn water sword technique predominantly emphasizes close combat, characterized by low energy consumption coupled with high damage output, albeit demanding adept maneuvering. Among her other 4 skills, one serves as an explosive state ability, while another passively enhances weapon damage. The remaining 2 skills are offensive techniques intrinsic to the sword immortal class. One executes a linear damage-inflicting sword chi slash, and the other delivers a torrent of water to multiple foes when faced with a limited number of adversaries. Utilizing these 2 skills results in a disproportionate expenditure of energy compared to the gains. Consequently, Su Miaoyue ceased her pursuit of annihilating every wave of monsters, opting instead to navigate the battlefield with agility, striving to conserve her own status. The scene was increasingly populated with goblin warriors, soon coalescing into a daunting throng. As the number of monsters swelled, the pressure of maneuvering intensified. A moment's lapse could lead to encirclement, potentially concluding her examination prematurely. Such scenarios unfolded across various examination venues. Those who managed to reach the endless mode were undeniably the creme de la creme. Yet, even the most gifted novice practitioners dared not confront the seemingly endless horde of monsters head-on, instead skirting the periphery of the swarm while intermittently deploying ranged skills to reap victories. Their examination scores incrementally ascended, point by point. There remained no parallel for Chen Yu's audacious accumulation of wealth. At the examination command center, 2 table-level experts and numerous examiners breathed a sigh of relief as they observed the situation returning to normalcy. Should there arise a recurrence of insufficient monsters, they would likely face accountability from the headquarters of the Tunglong Empire's educational system, bringing disgrace even to the Frost Lord and the Flame Throne. The endless mode transitioned from a survival format to a challenge mode at the onset of the 3rd phase. The portals no longer summoned swathes of low-tier monsters, but instead introduced a select few high-quality adversaries. Time constraints were lifted, with the elimination of all monsters serving as the criterion for passage. For the average examinee, successfully navigating this stage would yield significantly higher points than the preceding phases. However, for Chen Yu, having reveled in the copious rewards of the first 2 stages, the points accrued in the 3rd phase would scarcely be noteworthy. Monsters below level 50, regardless of their type, could not withstand the lethal onslaught of 2 Moya vines. Before long, Chen Yu surged through the 3rd phase and annihilated his way to the 10th stage. The 10th stage marked the climactic finale of the endless mode, featuring a formidable level 60 ogre boss. Its prowess was formidable, engaging in a fierce exchange with the 2 epic Moya vines. Against the Thornvine demon, it could likely contend with 5 foes simultaneously. However, upon witnessing the Moya vine struggle to subdue the boss, Chen Yu promptly commanded all plant life to join the fray. Even a level 60 boss could not withstand the relentless assault of several hundred level 50 epic creatures. The Lily Fairy unleashed toxic powder to weaken the foe, while the carnivorous flower spewed corrosive acid, and the Thornvine demon unleashed a barrage of poisonous spikes. Before the initial assault concluded, the boss had already perished, the subsequent ranged attacks mercilessly mutilating its remains. By the end of the offensive, the once mighty ogre boss had been reduced to naught but ashes. You have completed all levels of the endless mode. Your total score is being calculated. Upon completion, his first round examination score read, Basic Mode 30 levels. Endless Mode points 18, 500. Your inventory will be automatically unlocked upon exiting the dungeon. Items dropped by monsters in Endless Mode will be automatically deposited into your inventory. Should it be full, a temporary satchel will be created. Please remember to retrieve your items in a timely manner. As the notification finished, a beam of white light enveloped Chen Yu. In the next instant, he vanished from the dungeon's realm, returning to the plaza where he had entered. At that moment, several examinees had already congregated in the examination plaza, discussing the examination content. It's over for me. I only reached the 6th level, destined to be denied university. Wasn't this year's exam too difficult? There was even a human archer lurking in the 8th level, shooting me down. It simply reflects your lack of practical skill. As long as you are above level 10 and equipped with the standard gear provided during the exam, reaching the 10th level isn't particularly challenging. Indeed, the initial 10 levels tested not one's skills or attributes, but rather practical adaptability. As long as one wasn't utterly incompetent, success was attainable. At that moment, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of a disheveled examinee, his equipment in tatters. Despite his disarray, he radiated fervent excitement, bellowing, "Ha ha ha! I made it to level 25. Level 25. He seemed eager to share his joy with the world. Level 25? That's impressive. Nearby examinees exchanged envious glances. I heard that last year's admission cutoff for Jiufeng University was level 23. Indeed, my cousin entered Jiufeng University last year with a score of 23 levels. Logically, the admission scores remain relatively consistent each year. Achieving level 25 should guarantee entry into Jiufeng University. Jiufeng University is a prestigious institution. Graduates typically become at least second-tier professionals. They can easily join a major guild or company for a commendable position. I'm so envious. Within the examination dungeon, due to the varying times taken by examinees to tackle levels, and with built-in breaks, their progress diverged significantly. However, at this juncture, most examinees had completed their tests. Those still battling were either in the final levels or engaged in the endless mode. A few minutes later, a cadre of examination staff entered, guiding the examinees away from the plaza. Those who performed exceptionally would be invited to the examination dormitories to rest, awaiting the final rankings to be announced the following day. The top 1,000 examinees from the first round would qualify for the competitive ranking tournament. Naturally, those who felt their results were unsatisfactory could choose to depart. Regardless, upon exiting the examination dungeon, they would already know their scores, merely needing to await the announcement of the admission scores from the vocational universities before registering. Chen Yu followed a staff member into the examination dormitory area. The dormitory comprised several adjacent hotel-style buildings, unadorned in appearance. His room was situated on the top floor of the first building. This uppermost level contained only 10 rooms, each door displaying the examinee's number and name. Each suite spanned over 200 square meters, boasting comprehensive amenities, including a balcony and an outdoor swimming pool. Clearly, not all rooms in the dormitory were of such caliber. Accommodations were reserved for those who excelled during the exams. After a brief respite, Chen Yu was served an exquisitely prepared meal by the staff. Chapter 83. The Intentions of Taboo Experts, Talents of the Capital. After dinner, Chen Yu reclined on the sofa. A lily spirit stood dazedly behind him, serving as an aromatic enhancer. Around 10 o'clock, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Yu rose to answer it. Outside stood a man and a woman. The middle-aged man in blue attire wore a serious expression, while the woman in a black robe, though possessing delicate features, bore a somewhat rugged appearance, hinting at a tomboyish demeanor. "Hello, Chen Yu. I am Ling Xiuhua," the woman said with a slight smile. "Greetings, I am Wan Jiang," the man added with a smile of his own. Chen Yu instantly recognized these names. They were the two taboo experts who had awarded him points during the examination. Since departing the examination venue, he had anticipated their arrival. To his surprise, such esteemed figures would personally visit him. Honorable Chief Examiner, esteemed Chief Supervisor. Chen Yu respectfully bowed to them. No need for such formalities. Ling Xiuhua smiled as she spoke. "Wan Jiang and I have come, in a private capacity, to witness the young talents of our Tunglong Empire." "What? No invitation for us to sit? My apologies for the oversight, esteemed seniors. Please, do come in." Chen Yu stepped aside. Ling Xiuhua and Wan Jiang entered the room, accompanied by two young individuals. Beside Ling Xiuhua was a somewhat gloomy-looking youth, who kept his head lowered, seemingly striving to diminish his presence. By Wan Jiang's side stood a lively young girl, her bright eyes curiously scrutinizing Chen Yu. "Ai Luo, come here." Wan Jiang beckoned the girl to step forward, then turned to Chen Yu, saying, "This is a younger member of my family and a candidate for this year's college entrance examination. Hello, great one. I am Lin Ai Luo. Also a nurturing master like you, though I specialize in beast taming." The girl flashed a charming smile and extended her right hand to Chen Yu. "Greetings, Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you," Chen Yu replied, shaking her hand. Meanwhile, the youth beside Ling Xiuhua remained motionless. In exasperation, Ling Xiuhua kicked him lightly and pulled him closer to Chen Yu for an introduction. "Chen Yu, this is my junior, Ling Fideo, also a candidate for this year's examination." "Why yes, hello, Chen Yu." The boy timidly extended his hand. "Hello, Ling, nice to meet you," Chen Yu said with a smile, shaking his hand. "This child seems to exhibit some social anxiety," he mused. Once the four settled in, Chen Yu poured them tea. The two formidable figures engaged in pleasant conversation with Chen Yu, showering him with compliments, yet they refrained from mentioning the coveted points or their true purpose. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yu gleaned their intentions. They sought his assistance in looking after their two juniors during the upcoming second round of examinations, at least to show them some leniency if they crossed paths. The implications of the points system and the act of introducing their juniors were unmistakably clear, yet such matters could not be overtly stated. Chen Yu subtly indicated his willingness to help within reasonable bounds, having received the desired assurance. The two powerful figures departed with their juniors after a brief stay. Caring for Lin Ai Luo and Ling Fideo would be a trivial matter for Chen Yu. In due time, he could simply assign a plant life to supervise them, ensuring they achieved commendable results with minimal effort. After all, extending a courtesy to two formidable individuals was an opportunity not to be missed. In the heart of Tunglong Empire, within the accommodations of the college entrance examination venue, 5 young individuals gathered in a room. A refined youth sat gracefully on a sofa, skillfully handling the tea set. His movements were elegant and fluid, and soon enough, he had brewed a pot of tea, dividing it into 5 cups. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Come, everyone, let's enjoy some tea," he called cheerfully, placing the cups on the table. "Honestly, Li Hao, have you turned into an old man? Why are you starting to drink tea like those geezers?" teased a girl perched on the windowsill. This girl, with a fiery figure, wore a crop top and ultra-short shorts, casually holding a can of beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other. "Actually, I quite enjoy tea, and age has nothing to do with it." Another girl, sporting a bun hairstyle, raised her cup to take a sip, revealing a look of delight. "I must say, while Li Ritian may have his shortcomings, his tea brewing skills are commendable." Li Hao's expression darkened. "Yuan Xiao, can you please address me normally?" "Oops, my bad. But I won't." The bun-haired girl chuckled, pouring herself another cup from the teapot. "Everyone, let us not get sidetracked. I have a proposal regarding tomorrow's ranking examination," announced a youth in traditional attire, leaning against the wall with a serious demeanor. "Lu Huang, are you suggesting that we form an alliance, positioning ourselves at the center to dominate the other talented candidates and maximize our gains in the examination? Am I correct?" interjected a refined girl with braided pigtails and glasses. "Exactly," Lu Huang nodded. "I've heard that several provinces have produced exceptionally talented individuals this year, posing a significant threat to us. Speaking of which, I have come across some intriguing news," the bun-haired girl, Yuan Xiao, said with a grin. "I heard that Ling Fideo, that little waste, has stumbled upon a substantial asset in Yinchuan province." "A substantial asset?" The rebellious girl on the windowsill perked up, narrowing her eyes. "How substantial?" "Very substantial," Yuan Xiao continued. "You all know about how Ling Fideo encountered a dead end, right?" "Of course," the rebellious girl nodded. "The taboo powerhouse from Yinchuan, the Frost Lord, has someone named Lin Ai Luo, who is far superior to that little waste." "I'm not talking about Lin Ai Luo," Yuan Xiao scoffed. "As impressive as she is, she probably has the combat prowess of 8 Li Ritian. What makes her a substantial asset? The real asset boasts a combat strength exceeding that of 5 Li Ritian. 5 Li Haos. That's incredibly strong," the rebellious girl exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, capable of rivaling 5 Li Haos. That's impressive," the bespectacled girl said with a serious nod. "Li Hao, I'm not joking," Yuan Xiao asserted earnestly. "Just as I was leaving the examination room, a friend from Yinchuan sent me word that both the Blazing Throne and the Frost Lord simultaneously awarded the highest bonus to the same candidate. Given that both have juniors participating in the same examination, need I elaborate on what that signifies? It implies that the strength of that candidate far surpasses Lin Ai Luo and Ling Fideo, potentially enabling them to carry those 2 deadweights to a commendable ranking in the entrance examination," the bespectacled girl concluded. "In other words, that individual is aiming for the top spot. So, shall we form an alliance?" Lu Huang proposed seriously once more. "We are situated in Kyoto. Our reputation precedes us. Our ambitions are lofty. If we operate individually, we risk becoming targets. Alliance. You all can form one." "I'm not interested," the rebellious girl scoffed. "Lone wolves always roam freely. It's the sheep that flock together." With that, she stood up and exited the room. "What about you all?" Lu Huang turned to the remaining 3. "I think it's feasible," the bespectacled girl nodded. "I agree as well," Yuan Xiao added. Lu Huang then looked at Li Hao, who was still pouring tea. "And your opinion?" "I'm on board," he replied. "Is that so?" Yuan Xiao playfully pinched Li Hao's cheek, stretching it out as she glared at him with mock seriousness. "Isn't that right, Ritian?" Yes, please stop pinching. It hurts." Li Hao grimaced in a forced smile, nodding. "Do we need to discuss the plan?" The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses, inquiring. "Not for now," Lu Huang shook his head. "Today, we only need to establish our intent for an alliance. The specifics of the entrance examination ranking scenario remain unclear and should be addressed once we enter the respective instance." "Sounds good." Li Hao stood up. "If there's nothing else, shall we meet again tomorrow?" With that, he turned and exited the room without looking back. "Hey, where are you going?" "Wait for me," Yuan Xiao exclaimed, realizing Li Hao had already reached the door and hurriedly followed him. Chapter 84. The first round of the college entrance examination results announced. Ranking competition begins. The following morning, at the college entrance examination venue in Jiufeng City, Yinchuan Province, the first round of examinations had concluded the day prior, and today marked the announcement of results. The expansive examination building was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, including several headhunters from various small to medium factions. The top 1,000 candidates would proceed to the second round of examinations, while those ranked lower would exit the venue. Those remaining until the next day were candidates close to breaking into the top 1,000, showcasing exceptional talent and potential for admission into prestigious universities. These individuals were the prime targets for the headhunters from smaller factions. Graduation signifies a transition into a new realm, where opportunities for advancement to the third and fourth tiers abound, enough to establish oneself as a pivotal force within the ranks of small to medium powers. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the list was officially unveiled. The grand screen at the entrance of the examination venue displayed a scrolling marquee, unveiling the names of the candidates like a flowing stream. In both examinations and competitions, the spotlight undoubtedly shines brightest on the top contender. Most spectators instinctively directed their gaze toward the pinnacle. First place, candidate's name, Chen Yu. Exam number, 36589. Hometown, Jianyang City, Yinchuan Province. Examination score, 30 foundational levels. Endless points, 18, 500. Commendation points, 10, 000, 5, 000 for the Blazing Throne, 5, 000 for the Frost Lord. Almost instantaneously, the top score ignited a commotion among the crowd. This year's leader is remarkably impressive, having achieved an astonishing score of 850 points in the endless mode. A feat only comparable to last year's champion, whose score barely exceeded 1,000. Are you blind? That is not 850 points. It's clearly 18, 500. 18, 500? Wait, did I misread? Holy moly. It's genuinely 18, 500. What kind of monster is this? Such potential for greatness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be cheating? How dare you suggest that? Do you really think someone could cheat in this era of the divine descent? Surely, no one is naive enough to believe that cheating is feasible in such high-stakes examinations. Ladies and gentlemen, while the score of 18, 500 may seem exaggerated, it is not the highest score ever recorded in the first round of examinations in the history of our Dragon Empire. The historical record for the highest score stands at 73, 600, held by the current 9th-tier master, Lord Luo Tianqing. Although the rules of the endless mode have changed since then, the difficulty was undoubtedly greater. Under the current regulations, the highest score in the endless mode for this examination is 32, 600, held by the present taboo master, the Frost Lord. Goodness. Your elaboration only makes it sound even more outrageous. This can actually be compared to a taboo master. Strangely enough, Chen Yu has indeed caught the attention of taboo masters, as the two overseeing the examination have bestowed upon him the highest accolades. Does this not imply that this year's top contender may have the potential to ascend to the ranks of a taboo master? While it's uncertain whether he will achieve that level, the prospects for reaching the 7th tier are undoubtedly promising. This year's second-place candidate is also commendable, having scored over 600 points. Wait, is he also from Jianyang City? Where on earth is Jianyang City? I've never heard of it before. Jianyang City, you say? It's just a small town. It seems to have suddenly produced remarkable talents in recent years. Look, the 7th-place candidate, Li Wei, is also from Jianyang City. I recall last year's top contender hailed from there as well. My son will be taking the exam next year. Should I send him to Jianyang City to bask in its aura? Who knows, he might return with a top score. Better wash up and get some rest. Your son would need to dream to bring home a top score. Jianyang City, Jianyang High School. Jiang Tianming sits in his office, fixated on the live broadcast of the examination results. Upon seeing Chen Yu's name at the top, his heart begins to race uncontrollably. Realizing that the Chen Yu on the list is the same person he knows, he feels an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously, wishing to adorn the entire school with celebratory banners. Having produced consecutive provincial champions, this is the highest honor for an educator in a small town. Wait a moment, 18, 500 points? A total of 10,000 points awarded from 2 taboo masters? My goodness. As he processes Chen Yu's specific score, Jiang Tianming is utterly astonished, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rings. Jiang Tianming takes a deep breath and answers. On the other end, the principal of the second high school expresses a mix of envy and admiration. Old Jiang, congratulations. Your school has produced yet another champion. And this one surpasses the last in absurdity. Jiang Tianming pauses briefly before bursting in a hearty laughter. Ha! Congratulations to us as well. Chen Yu hails from Jianyang City, bringing great honor to our town. Exactly. Exactly. Ha! The principal of the second high school joins in the laughter. Indeed, within Jianyang City, Chen Yu belongs to Jianyang High School, yet on a broader scale, he represents the entirety of Jianyang City across Yinchuan Province and the Dragon Empire. In Jiufeng City, within the examination venue, the fervor stirred by the announcement of the first round results has no bearing on the first 1,000 candidates. For today, they shall commence the second round of examinations. The examination ranking competition will place all candidates into a supersized dungeon. Candidates will freely explore within the dungeon, amassing examination points. The ranking competition assesses not merely the candidate's individual prowess, but their overall competencies across various dimensions. These dimensions encompass intelligence, emotional quotient, social experience, family background, luck, and numerous other factors. Candidates with advantageous family backgrounds can easily rally numerous allies to aid them in accumulating points. Those fortunate enough may stumble upon hidden quests or high-value items, yielding substantial points. While the elimination rounds emphasize fairness, granting all candidates a chance to compete, the ranking competition disregards the notion of equity, aiming solely to select the most outstanding elites. Attributes such as luck, intelligence, family background, and organizational skills must shine prominently to achieve high scores in the ranking competition. Among these, family background holds the least weight, as external assistance cannot influence the ranking competition dungeon directly. Once the dungeon begins, even the examiners are powerless to intervene in its progression. This represents the most direct confrontation among geniuses, where the wise strategize, the strong break through with might, and the fortunate gather points simply by walking. The mediocre, however, can only serve as mere backdrop. In a square within the examination venue, 1,000 candidates stand in a disciplined formation. On the elevated platform before them, a team of examiners led by 2 taboo masters oversees the proceedings. In the presence of these taboo masters, no one dares to act out of line. The Frost Lord steps forward. Esteemed candidates, I trust you have all heard. In the ranking competition, aside from the absolute prohibition on bringing consumables from outside, there are no other rules. What you must do is to employ any means necessary to acquire examination points and elevate your ranking. There is no preparation time in the ranking competition. The examination has already commenced the moment you stepped into the dungeon. Do you understand? Answer me. Yes or no? Yes. All candidates respond in unison with a resounding voice. Then, on behalf of Yinchuan Province, I wish you all success in your endeavors. May you achieve great acclaim. The portal opens. Chapter 85. What I mean is, you have been robbed. At the Frost Lord's command, a pale blue portal materializes in the square. The candidates maintain their formation as they step through the portal. The moment Chen Yu enters, he finds himself transported to a street adorned with classical Western-style architecture. The attire of the passers-by resembles that of the medieval West. At this moment, the entire world appears gray, everything suspended in stillness. Before Chen Yu, a line of golden characters materializes. The Dragon Era, Year 8020, Examination Ranking Competition Dungeon, The Dragon and the Princess. Background introduction. 1 year ago, a dragon descended from the heavens, abducting Princess Dilia, the heir of the Heradic Kingdom, and seized control of the kingdom's 7 main cities. King Heradic prepared for battle, determined to slay the dragon and reclaim his cities and heir. Mechanism introduction. Within this dungeon, no monsters yield experience points. Defeating monsters will directly award examination points. Mechanism introduction. In this dungeon, players begin with a special equipment known as the Book of Emblems. By placing emblems into the book, one can acquire corresponding attributes and skills. The Book of Emblems starts with a single page, and its pages can be increased by defeating monsters and other means. The initial identity of the candidate is that of a kingdom adventurer affiliated with the Heraldic Kingdom faction. Important notes. In this examination, candidates may attack one another. However, killing another candidate will not yield examination points. Candidates who are killed will be eliminated from the ranking competition, and their accumulated examination points will be halved. Additionally, candidates have a period of 7 days for free action. After 7 days, an ultimate quest will be announced, and regardless of its success or failure, the examination will enter the settlement phase. After a brief moment, golden letters ignited with black flames and then dissipated into sparks. Simultaneously, the gray world was swiftly filled with vibrant colors, and time began to flow. Hint: you have acquired the special equipment Book of Emblems. Hint: you have obtained 10 ordinary blank emblems. Chen Yu opened his inventory and discovered a white book. Book of Emblems. Quality: epic. Pages: 10100. Emblem: none. Effect: this equipment activates when placed in the inventory, providing corresponding abilities based on the emblems inserted. 1 emblem can be placed per page. Note: this equipment cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Blank emblem. Quality: ordinary. Effect: none. Description: a blank emblem that contains no power and can be used as currency. Additionally, you may hire an emblem master to enchant it, transforming it into an enchanted emblem that enhances attributes or skills. Note: this item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chen Yu closed his inventory, glanced around at his surroundings, and then entered a shop on the street that sold emblems. The shopkeeper, a large man with a red nose and a bushy beard, greeted him. Hey there, my brother. You must be a novice adventurer, right? Take a good look. I'm sure there are plenty of emblems suited for you. The bearded proprietor sized up Chen Yu, smiling as he patted the counter. Chen Yu followed his gaze. Inside the counter, various enchanted emblems were displayed. Strength emblem. Quality: ordinary. Effect: strength 10. Agility emblem. Quality: ordinary. Effect: agility 10. How much for this one? Chen Yu inquired. pointing to a strength emblem with a value of 10. This is a fine strength emblem, and it can be yours for just 50 blank emblems. It will surely provide you with tremendous assistance. The bearded owner enthusiastically promoted it, a hint of cunning flashing across his honest face. Unfortunately, I don't have that many blank emblems on me, Chen Yu replied. Where can I obtain blank emblems? You can take on quests at the Adventurers Guild, and upon completion, you will receive a commission. Additionally, sometimes monsters outside the city carry blank emblems, which will drop upon defeat. The shopkeeper said with a hint of disappointment. Understood, thank you, Chen Yu nodded. Clearly, within this dungeon, blank emblems served as a common currency, equivalent to gold coins in the outside world. Accepting quests can earn money, and defeating monsters can yield riches. Oh, my dear brother, do you happen to have any blank emblems on you? The shopkeeper asked. 10. Chen Yu placed all his blank emblems on the counter. 10, you say? Well then, I just happen to have something very useful that costs exactly 10 blank emblems. The Great Map of the Heraldic Kingdom, an essential item for novice adventurers. The shopkeeper produced a half-meter wide map and handed it to Chen Yu. All right, I'll buy it. Chen Yu accepted the map and exchanged his 10 blank emblems. Furthermore, this is also a must-have for adventurers, and it only costs 500 blank emblems. The shopkeeper presented another emblem to Chen Yu. Teleportation emblem. Quality, ordinary. Effect, you can record up to 2 teleportation points. When placed in the Book of Emblems, you can choose any teleportation point to transport to. Description, teleportation points can be freely changed. Removing the emblem does not clear existing points, and teleportation requires a 10-second guidance time, which cannot be initiated during combat. The teleportation emblem is indeed essential for adventurers. Given the vastness of the dungeon map, if one wishes to avoid wasting time on the road, it is imperative to prepare one or even multiple teleportation emblems. I truly need it, but alas, I do not have that many blank emblems at the moment. Chen Yu lamented. Not to worry, I can extend credit to you. The bearded shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed. As long as we establish a credit contract, you will immediately obtain this teleportation emblem. Credit? Aren't you afraid I might flee the city to escape my debts? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. That is impossible. The shopkeeper toyed with the teleportation emblem. The contract is fair. If you fail to comply after signing, you will be wanted throughout the entire Heraldic Kingdom, and no merchant will deal with you again. The Adventurers Guild will refuse to assist you as well. Adventurers are the most contractually minded individuals. I trust you would not choose to default. All right, I understand, Chen Yu nodded. So, shall we proceed with the contract? The shopkeeper produced a contract paper, gazing at Chen Yu with anticipation. By the way, shopkeeper, Chen Yu did not answer the shopkeeper, but instead asked. I heard that a gang of ruthless bandits has recently arrived in the city. Aren't you worried about being robbed with only one person in your shop? Of course not. The shopkeeper replied confidently. My shop is equipped with an alarm system. If I press the button, the guards will arrive within 5 minutes to apprehend the criminals. The alarm button? Is it that one? Chen Yu pointed to a conspicuous red button on the shop wall. Indeed, the shopkeeper boasted. I spent a whole 1,000 blank emblems on this alarm system. What if you fail to press the button in time? Chen Yu stepped forward, positioning himself between the shopkeeper and the button. What do you mean by that? The shopkeeper's expression turned wary. Chen Yu flashed a radiant smile, and suddenly, a dozen thorn spirits appeared beside him. One thorn spirit swiftly lashed out with a vine, slamming the shop's door shut. The remaining thorn spirits unleashed dozens of vines, binding the bearded proprietor tightly. What I mean is, you are being robbed. Chapter 86, Adventurers Guild. The key role of emblems. A few minutes later, Chen Yu emerged from the shop, carefully shutting the door behind him. The entire shop had been thoroughly looted. Within the sacred soil, dozens of enchanted emblems and over 1,000 blank emblems had accumulated, along with various miscellaneous items. Regardless of their usefulness, he left nothing movable behind. Initially, he had intended to familiarize himself with the map before making any plans. However, since the bearded shopkeeper sought to fleece him, he felt compelled to act preemptively. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his ear. Candidate number 36589, congratulations. You have completed the achievement, Armed Robbery, earning 500 examination points. Chen Yu? Robbing someone can earn achievement points? Are you kidding me? Nevertheless, this indicates that there are numerous avenues to acquire examination points within the dungeon, not limited to merely slaying monsters. Leaving the shop, Chen Yu unfurled the great map of the Heraldic Kingdom and began to examine it. The map delineated the Heraldic Kingdom into various sectors, featuring a total of 20 major cities and 1 royal city. On the side of the Dragon Demon, there stand 6 main cities alongside 1 Dragon Demon citadel. Intriguingly, the 7 strongholds occupied by the Dragon Demon are arranged in a rough linear formation, akin to levels in a game, awaiting players to conquer them. The ultimate challenge after 7 days is anticipated to be the decisive battle between the Dragon Demon faction and the kingdom. Furthermore, the prompt upon entering the instance referenced the faction to which the candidates belong. The existence of factions implies that, aside from the Heraldic Kingdom, candidates may join other factions. If that is the case, then these individuals also represent potential points for my college entrance examination. Chen Yu surveyed the bustling streets, a faint smile playing on his lips. Randomly approaching a passerby and offering a blank emblem as payment, Chen Yu located the local adventurers' guild. This vast, cathedral-like edifice spans approximately 10 acres, vastly differing from the adventurers' guilds depicted in Western fantasy novels. Here, there were no boisterous adventurers indulging in ale and hearty feasts, but rather a group of vigilant youths. If Chen Yu's deductions were correct, the so-called adventurers were primarily, if not entirely, candidates participating in the college entrance examination. Inside the Adventurers Guild Hall, several enormous notice boards stood, adorned with sheets detailing various tasks. The tasks varied widely, encompassing the collection of minerals and herbs, the slaying of monsters, or the protection of merchant caravans. At the top of the notice boards, there were a few permanent tasks that could be completed repeatedly, though their rewards were considerably lower than those of one-time tasks. The boards were crowded with young adventurers, continually tearing down task sheets and proceeding to the counters within the hall to accept assignments. In no time, the papers on the notice boards were snatched away. After a few minutes, several maidens clad in maid outfits approached with task sheets, replenishing the boards. Chen Yu, however, paid no heed to the notice boards and instead walked directly to the counter. I wish to post a task. Certainly, sir. To accept a task, please present your task note and adventurer badge. If you have not registered as a formal adventurer, kindly show your emblem book and pay 10 blank emblems. I will assist you with the registration. Wait, did you say you wish to post a task? The blonde, blue-eyed bear-like girl at the counter appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I wish to post a task to find someone, Chen Yu replied. The freedom within the grand instance of the college entrance examination is exceptionally high. He intended to first locate Li Wei and Su Mieyue, as well as the descendants of two forbidden powerhouses, and then dispatch Botanical Life to aid them in accumulating points. Simultaneously, he would have them assist him in gathering vital information from the examination instance. He had no intention of forming alliances within the examination instance. However, lacking an organization would render him disoriented. At this moment, additional sources of information were essential. Sir, to post a task, you must also present your adventurer badge. The blonde girl informed him. Please assist me with that. Chen Yu handed over 10 blank emblems along with his emblem book to the blonde girl. Moments later, she returned the emblem book and presented him with a 5-pointed star badge. Sir, here is your adventurer badge. With this, you may post or accept tasks. Additionally, your adventurer number is Yunchuan 32589. Now, please assist me in posting a task for 4 individuals. Chen Yu provided the names of the 4 individuals along with brief descriptions of their appearances. The blonde girl diligently recorded the details before informing Chen Yu. Understood, sir. You are posting a standard search task, with a reward of 100 blank emblems per person. Thus, you will need to prepay a total of 400 blank emblems. Furthermore, tasks posted at the Adventurers Guild will synchronize in real time across all main city guilds, eliminating the need for duplicate postings. However, since the Stone Fortress is your task posting location, you may only check the task progress at the Stone Fortress Adventurers Guild. Very well. Chen Yu handed over 400 blank emblems to the clerk, then retrieved his emblem book, inserting the transmission emblem to designate the Adventurers Guild as his teleportation point. The task had been posted. Now he merely needed to return daily to monitor its progress. After posting the task, Chen Yu once again examined the map, contemplating his subsequent actions. According to the distribution of monsters on the large map, the closer one approached the dragon demon territory, the higher the level of the monsters encountered. He resolved to venture directly into the domain of the dragon demon to determine whether he could efficiently slay monsters and accrue points for the college entrance examination. Within the Adventurers Guild, teleportation arrays leading to various cities were available. Chen Yu expended 100 blank emblems to teleport directly to the frontline stronghold, the Barrier City. The Adventurers Guild in Barrier City bore little distinction from Chen Yu's birthplace, the Stone Fortress, as a throng of candidates clamored for tasks. In truth, undertaking adventurer tasks should be the legitimate means for candidates to acquire points and resources for the college entrance examination. The 10 blank emblems gifted upon entering the instance were most likely intended for candidates to register their adventurer badges. Stepping out of the Barrier City Adventurers Guild, Chen Yu distinctly sensed the stark differences within Barrier City. The Stone Fortress, situated deep within the Hieratic Kingdom's rear, exuded an atmosphere of freedom and prosperity. In contrast, Barrier City, being on the front line, was steeped in a palpable air of tension. Not far off, the city walls were heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces. Upon leaving Barrier City, Chen Yu soon encountered a large military camp. Observing through his detective glasses, he noted that the patrols and sentries were comprised of low-level monsters exceeding level 60. Some elite troops in training even reached levels 80 or 90. Among them were elite units and boss entities. Clearly, the Hieratic Kingdom was preparing for war, a war against the dragon demon forces. From the strength of the Hieratic Kingdom's army, one could surmise that the dragon demon faction was likely of equal might, if not stronger. Yet, the candidates predominantly hovered around levels 20, with many even below that threshold. Even though candidates were permitted to carry equipment into the examination venue, it would be challenging to compensate for the significant power disparity caused by their lower levels. How could low-level candidates confront high-level monsters? Chen Yu speculated that the key lay within the emblem book. Today, a friend posed a question to me. If you discovered that your 18-year-old daughter was not biologically yours, what would your reaction be? A. Enraged. B. Overjoyed. C. Relieved. D. Indifferent. E. Completely disinterested. I replied that I would choose A, to which my friend remarked, "So you are the most twisted one." I was perplexed at the time, as I believed a normal person would naturally respond with A. Those selecting B must be deranged. Those opting for C likely have ulterior motives, such as wrongdoing towards their spouse. D must be a green-hearted saint or deeply in love with their daughter, and he seemed the second most rational response after A. For knowing one's daughter isn't, theirs would render all expectations and affections futile. I simply could not comprehend why selecting A would be deemed twisted. Who understands family dynamics? Chapter 87. The Legendary Guild's Territorial Expansion. The emblem book increases in pages through monster slaying, representing an alternative form of leveling up. Should the pages of the emblem book accumulate sufficiently, the attributes granted by the emblems could reach astonishing levels. The emblems borrowed from the bearded shopkeeper can offer up to 50 points in a single attribute. The shopkeeper's establishment is merely a small street-side shop, and it surely lacks any truly exceptional goods. Chen Yu has yet to encounter high-grade attribute emblems, but it is likely that some exist, capable of providing hundreds of attributes with a single emblem. Otherwise, candidates within this instance would be relegated to merely grinding low-level monsters. As a college entrance examination instance, the role of candidates cannot solely be that of passive bystanders. Outside of Barrier City lies a sparse, weedy wasteland. The howling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, rendering the sky exceptionally murky. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, piercing roars of beasts echoed intermittently. Gazing into the distance, one could see a contiguous range of black mountains, their peaks cloaked in pristine white snow. Behind, the Bastion City stood resolutely amidst the desolate landscape, reminiscent of an old veteran at a frontier outpost, bleak, solitary, yet imbued with unwavering fortitude. As he passed the military camp and ventured forth, vague silhouettes of monsters began to emerge ahead. The creatures of the wilderness predominantly consisted of various beasts. A colossal wolf, towering over a meter at the shoulder, detected Chen Yu's presence and, with a fearsome howl, charged towards him. Chen Yu unleashed a reconnaissance spell. Wilderness Giant Wolf, level 40 minor monster. Moments later, the wilderness giant wolf closed in, leaping towards Chen Yu. With over 3,000 points in agility, Chen Yu effortlessly evaded the wolf's assault and retreated slightly to avoid any potential bloodshed. As the wolf missed its attack and prepared for a second strike, it suddenly found an uneven human figure standing in its path. However, this did not deter the wolf's intent to attack. It swiftly redirected its target, lunging at the exaggeratedly curvaceous silhouette. Yet, just as it leaped into the air, a massive man-eating flower suddenly unfurled before it. The wilderness giant wolf collided directly with the flower's core, and in the next instant, the flower snapped shut with a sound of cutting and chewing. Chen Yu realized that his concerns were unwarranted. The gluttonous spirit had made its entrance. Not a trace of blood or bone would remain. "You lot, clear the way for me. Let us move." Chen Yu summoned several spirits and hurried towards the territory of the dragon. After sprinting for about 10 minutes, two towering mountain ranges appeared ahead, with a canyon nestled between them. This canyon, marked on the map as the Wailing Canyon, served as the boundary between the forces of the Heraldric Empire and the Dragon faction. At the mouth of the canyon, a chaotic throng of over 100 individuals had gathered, presumably candidates for the entrance exam. In the midst of the exam instance, Chen Yu had no intention of mingling with the crowd. He simply pushed through and continued onward. Just as he stepped into the canyon's entrance, a warrior suddenly obstructed his path. "You halt!" the warrior exclaimed, pride radiating from his demeanor. "Wasn't I clear enough earlier? The Wailing Canyon has already been claimed by our Huailong Guild. If you don't wish to perish, you'd better leave and find another place to hunt monsters. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Huailong Guild. Chen Yu was taken aback, surprised that a guild could be established within the exam instance. Hearing this, a fellow candidate stepped forward and whispered to Chen Yu. "The Huailong Guild isn't formed within the instance. It's a large guild from East City. I've heard their leader is a formidable 6th transition expert. Currently, inside the Wailing Canyon, a few young masters from the Huailong Guild are recruiting lackeys under the guild's banner, forcibly monopolizing this grinding spot. Brother, let us bide our time and avoid conflict with them. All the candidates from the Bastion City know that the Wailing Canyon is the best monster spawn point nearby. They can't hold it for long. Once more people arrive, we'll band together and take them down." Understanding dawned upon Chen Yu as he nodded. No wonder these individuals were congregated here, and others urged him not to act impulsively. They were indeed plotting this strategy. However, Chen Yu had little faith in the gathered candidates. The young masters of the guild had undoubtedly made certain promises to their followers, ensuring benefits in exchange for their allegiance, thereby creating cohesion within the Huailong Guild. In contrast, the crowd outside was a disorganized rabble. Though they were all candidates with their own thoughts, none would dare to be the first to charge into battle, unless the number of onlookers vastly exceeded that of the Huailong Guild. It was simply impossible to seize control of the Wailing Canyon. Yet, time was limited for the exam candidates outside. They could not afford to wait indefinitely. As time dragged on, some would inevitably retreat. The young masters of the Huailong Guild likely understood this principle as well, and thus they paid little heed to the gathering crowd outside. However, this mattered little to Chen Yu. His sole objective was to pass through the Wailing Canyon. Please make way. I'm merely passing through and have no intention of contesting with you for monsters, Chen Yu stated as he approached the warrior candidate. Passing through? The warrior scoffed derisively. That's the funniest joke I've heard today. Let me tell you, no one is getting into the Wailing Canyon today. As several other candidates blocking the canyon's entrance approached, they chimed in. You think you can just pass through the Wailing Canyon? The entrance is blocked by a level 50 boss, and all the monsters are level 50. Tell me, how do you plan to get through? A slender assassin among them sneered. Another knight added, I don't care whether you're passing through or just passing by. Today, if you want to enter the Wailing Canyon, you must step over our corpses. Shocked, Chen Yu exclaimed. Wait, candidates leave behind corpses when they die? You're sure about that? Candidates in the instance didn't truly die, so how could they leave behind corpses? The guards at the entrance visibly faltered. They hadn't encountered anyone who had perished thus far. Seconds later, the warrior who had first blocked Chen Yu's path regained his composure and impatiently declared, regardless of whether there are corpses or not, you cannot pass through here unless we are dead. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The warrior vanished in a flash of white light. Behind Chen Yu, a thorn spirit slowly retracted its vine whip. It was confirmed. Candidates did not leave behind corpses when they perished. Chapter 88, Monster Grinding Sanctum, Wailing Canyon. A grin spread across Chen Yu's face as he cheerfully remarked. Regrettably, it seems I can't step over your corpses after all. A planter? That's a plant life form. The guarding candidates recoiled in horror, retreating hastily. This plant life form could obliterate a warrior candidate in a single blow, and it was evident they were not a force to be reckoned with. Let me warn you, we are members of the Huailong Guild. If you slay our people, you will not escape unscathed. The guarding candidates attempted to intimidate Chen Yu with their words. However, their response was met with a barrage of spiked vines. In mere moments, the guarding candidates concluded their journey in the exam ranking match. The reason Chen Yu had refrained from acting earlier was due to the lack of conflict of interest with the candidates occupying the Wailing Canyon. However, it is often said that good advice is wasted on the damned. Since these individuals chose to obstruct Chen Yu's path, he had no choice but to send them on their way. As for the Huailong Guild, what a trivial matter. Should their 6th transition expert leader learn of this, not only would there be no pursuit, but he might even come bearing gifts to apologize, with 10,000 reward points at stake. Even a forbidden expert would think twice before targeting Chen Yu. Leading over a dozen spirits, Chen Yu stepped into the Wailing Canyon. The gathered candidates outside remained motionless, evidently still intimidated by the Huailong Guild. With a powerful figure like Chen Yu leading the way, they dared not follow. This demonstrated that a disorganized mob could never achieve success. Within the canyon, a chilling atmosphere prevailed, with eerie winds howling. Moving skeletons and ghostly apparitions were scattered throughout. Skeleton Soldier, level 50 minor monster. Vengeful Spirit, level 50 minor monster. Attack it. Chen Yu commanded one of the thorn spirits, pointing at a ghost. It was the first time he encountered a spectral creature. According to the descriptions in the tome, spectral monsters possessed ethereal armor that significantly mitigated physical damage, fluctuating between 70 and 100. The mightiest of these spectral beings could render themselves entirely immune to physical harm, akin to the elemental forms of primordial spirits. Upon receiving Chen Yu's command, the thorn spirit immediately lashed out with a vine whip towards the vengeful spirit. Thud! The whip passed straight through the vengeful spirit, crashing into the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Looking at the vengeful spirit, it had been cleaved in two. However, its health bar did not plummet. It merely decreased by about 1/3. Indeed, within less than a second, the two halves of the vengeful spirit reassembled into a whole, emitting a piercing wail as it charged towards the thorn spirit. The thorn spirit, having gained some semblance of intelligence, displayed an expression of fury upon realizing that its attack had not obliterated the equivalent minor foe in a single blow. It unleashed a total of 10 vine whips simultaneously LV, 10 ruthless flail. In a mere second, the area where the vengeful spirit resided was subjected to dozens of violent strikes. The ground was pockmarked with numerous craters and cracks. Naturally, the vengeful spirit could not withstand such onslaught and was utterly vanquished. No need to be so agitated. It's not worth it. Chen Yu gently patted the thorn spirit's head. The level 50 legendary plant life, the thorn spirit, unleashed a mere level 10 skill. And not only could it not spare the same level minor monsters, but even a comparable boss would struggle to endure such an assault. Evidently, the spectral creatures had not perfected their physical immunity. Nevertheless, for precaution's sake, Chen Yu summoned forth the primordial spirits. Xiao Guang and Xiao Miao sat quietly on his shoulders, one on each side. Xiaoan had cloaked herself and had seemingly vanished, likely too intimidated to venture to the world's edge. Ho Tu hovered in front of Chen Yu, sword in hand, vigilantly scanning the surrounding monsters. Xiao Feng flitted about in excitement. Well, It appeared she was not merely excitedly flying, but was being fervently pursued by Xiao Yan. Upon seeing Xiao Feng clutching a lollipop and Xiao Yan's furious expression, Chen Yu began to piece together the events. You too, enough of the games. Can't you see our current predicament? Ho Tu softly admonished Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan. Prepare yourselves for battle. Xiao Feng promptly halted, looking around in confusion. Xiao Yan, unable to break in time, collided directly into Xiao Feng's back. The two little spirits tumbled into Chen Yu's chest. Chen Yu smiled gently, separating Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan. To ease the tension, he offered Xiao Yan another piece of candy. Clutching the sweet treat, Xiao Yan surveyed the area with excitement. Wow, so many monsters. Master, shall we engage in battle? Master, do you require me to purify this tainted land? Xiao Guang's melodious voice chimed in Chen Yu's ear. Not just yet, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. He had encountered some monsters with physical immunity, though not absolute, which the thorn spirit could manage. I summoned you all to frolic outside and remain prepared, just in case. With several primordial spirits in tow, Chen Yu continued his advance through the canyon. The entrance of the canyon was relatively narrow, spanning only about 10 meters wide, but widened considerably as one ventured deeper. After traversing several hundred meters, the gap between the two rocky walls expanded to over 200 meters. The density of monsters within the canyon was exceedingly high, with countless skeletal frames and specters. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of affliction plagued the Huailong Guild to attempt to farm such a vast area. Chen Yu shook his head in disbelief. Having journeyed several hundred meters into the canyon, he still had not encountered any other members of the Huailong Guild. There was ample space outside that could accommodate numerous individuals. These were all points for the college entrance examination. They must not go to waste. Chen Yu summoned forth hundreds of plant beings to clear the monsters in his path. The plant life advanced through the canyon like a razor, obliterating all creatures in their wake. Kill 10 skeleton warriors, college entrance points 1. Kill 10 vengeful spirits, college entrance points 1. The ethereal scoreboard continuously fluctuated, indicating the accumulation of college entrance points. Besides the changes in these points, the growth progress of the emblem book was also steadily increasing. For every 2 level 50 monsters slain, the experience points of the emblem book would increase by 1. Once the college entrance points reached an increase of 20, the pages of the emblem book would expand to 2. The requirement for experience points from the second to the third page remained at 100. As the plant beings advanced, Chen Yu's emblem book quickly turned to the 10th page. The experience points required to progress from the 10th page to the 11th page surged tenfold, escalating from 100 to 1000. However, given Chen Yu's monster farming speed, acquiring 1000 points would not take an excessive amount of time. While eliminating monsters, the plant beings continually delivered the blank emblems dropped by the defeated creatures to Chen Yu. With his hands full, he was nearly perpetually collecting the blank emblems. After a few minutes, feeling somewhat impatient, he summoned a gluttonous spirit, instructing her to conjure a massive man-eating flower. As the plant beings brought over the blank emblems, he directed them to deposit them directly into the flower, retrieving them periodically. Within the Wailing Canyon, the speed of monster respawn was remarkably swift. As Chen Yu progressed, the ground had been scraped bare. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that a few scattered monsters had respawned not far behind. It would not be long before the entire canyon was once again teeming with creatures. No wonder this place was dubbed a monster farming paradise, drawing the covetous eyes of numerous examinees. After advancing several kilometers, Chen Yu finally spotted human figures ahead. Approximately 300 to 400 professionals formed a circular formation, continuously slaying the undead monsters within the canyon. Chapter 89, Breaking Through the Canyon, Emblem Book Level 17. The army of plant beings cleared monsters with great momentum. The professionals in the circular formation were not oblivious, and they immediately took notice. However, they showed no inclination to engage in conversation with Chen Yu, launching a barrage of ranged attacks toward him without hesitation. Arrows whistled through the air, arriving in an instant. The formidable magic crackled with energy, seemingly boundless in power. Nevertheless, these assaults were akin to mere tickles for the level 50 epic plant beings. The frontline thorn vines deftly wielded their whips, effortlessly knocking down all ranged attacks emanating from the professionals of the Huailong Guild. This was preferable. He had no desire to waste words. Chen Yu raised his hand and gestured forward. Instantly, hundreds of epic thorn vines and dozens of legendary thorn spirits elevated their whips. A torrential onslaught of poisonous spikes rained down upon the opposing formation. The outermost defensive professionals bore the brunt of the assault. Even the sturdiest shield warriors and knights could scarcely withstand several volleys of poisoned spikes. Next to fall were the inner warriors, martial artists, and the more central mages, archers, and other ranged professions. Within mere seconds, hundreds of professional examinees were obliterated, vanishing into radiant light. After a single wave of attack, only a few shield warriors remained standing. Their survival was undoubtedly due to their thick hides and ample health, but more so because the individuals in front had served as their shields. Perhaps realizing that the assault had temporarily ceased, several shield warriors stood up, flanked by 2 men and a woman, raising their hands high. The foremost male professional shouted, We surrender. Please do not kill us. My grandfather is the vice president of the Huai Guild in East City. Your grandfather is the vice president? How impressive. I thought your father was the president. Kill them. At Chen Yu's command, several thorn spirits surged forward, their numerous vines striking down the trio in a flash of white light. It was a case of rooting out the weeds. Since the slaughter has commenced, it would be prudent to eradicate them entirely, leaving them no opportunity to repulse us. The candidates gathered from the Huai Guild's second generation were but a minor interlude. Once resolved, Chen Yu pressed onward, leading the plant life in a relentless massacre. The width of the canyon began to constrict, and the density of monsters surged. After traversing several kilometers, two formidable boss figures obstructed Chen Yu's path. One was a towering skeletal warrior, exceeding 5 meters in height, clad in tattered armor. The other was a 3-meter-long humanoid specter. Level 50 boss, skeleton general. Level 50 boss, wailing spirit. Accompanying each boss were over 10 elite monsters of level 50. Upon encountering the boss, there was no room for dialogue. The battle commenced without hesitation. The lily-flower fairy unleashed a debilitating pollen, while the thorn vine's demon launched poisonous spikes, and the man-eating flowers spewed corrosive acid. In the wake of this barrage of ranged attacks, the skeleton general met an immediate demise, disintegrating into a pile of bone dust swept away by the canyon's chilling winds. The elite skeletal soldiers and specters were likewise vanquished, leaving only the wailing spirit, solitary and adrift in the air. To Chen Yu's astonishment, it appeared to possess complete physical immunity. Despite enduring such a barrage, the wailing spirit's health bar remained entirely intact. Just then, the wailing spirit opened its maw and emitted a piercing shriek, akin to the sound of a knife scraping against glass, amplified 100-fold, excruciatingly jarring and maddening, inciting an instinctual desire to flee. Chen Yu momentarily faltered, breaking free from the disquieting grip of fear. Battle alert. You have been affected by the boss wailing spirit skill. Entering a state of fear, lasting 5 seconds. Battle alert. Due to mental attribute suppression, your control duration is shortened. Enduring the effects of a boss skill. Chen Yu felt a slight reduction in his health bar. Almost instantly, a soft green aura enveloped his body, restoring the diminished health entirely. World Tree Effect 2, Breath of Life. Although not within the sacred land, he continuously basked in the protection of the breath of life, regardless of the damage sustained. As long as he remained alive, he could instantly recover to full health. It was time for Ho-Tu to demonstrate loyalty to her master. With a grave expression, Chen Yu commanded, "Go." Ho-Tu hesitated briefly, gazing at Chen Yu with a look of confusion. However, she soon drew her golden longsword, raising it high with fervor, exclaiming, "Yes, master, I shall fight for you." With that, she sprinted towards the wailing spirit boss, gripping her sword with both hands. In an instant, she closed the gap of several meters, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that pierced through the wailing spirit's form. The next moment, the wailing spirit dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Alert. Defeated level 50 boss skeleton general, gaining 100 examination points. Alert. Defeated level 50 boss wailing spirit, gaining 100 examination points. With the demise of both boss figures, they each dropped an emblem. The elite monsters also yielded several emblems. A thorn spirit used its vine whip to collect the emblems and present them to Chen Yu. The skeleton general dropped a rare, advanced strength emblem, which, when equipped, grants an additional 200 points to strength. The wailing spirit boss also dropped a rare emblem, enhancing mental attributes by 200 points. The emblems dropped by the elite monsters were of ordinary grade, providing a modest increase of only 20 to 50 points. Chen Yu retrieved the emblem book. Having traversed through the Wailing Canyon while eliminating monsters, the pages of the emblem book had now reached a staggering total of 17. Even after deducting the page recently opened from the defeat of the two boss figures, he still had 16 pages. This signified that since entering the Wailing Canyon, he had obliterated over 12,000 monsters. Chen Yu selected the emblem with the highest attributes and inserted it into the emblem book. He left the teleportation emblem on the first page untouched, while the remaining 16 pages collectively provided a staggering 920 points of attribute enhancement. Other candidates would not possess as many pages in their emblem books, yet after 7 days, they should manage to unveil around 10 pages. Capable candidates, whether through monster hunting, completing tasks, or even earning money to purchase, would undoubtedly acquire a full set of rare emblems. A mere few thousand such candidates could coalesce into a force that could not be overlooked. Having vanquished the two boss figures, the Wailing Canyon was now cleared. Exiting the mouth of the canyon, the vista expanded dramatically, in stark contrast to the dust-laden expanse on the other side of the canyon. The territory of the demon dragon revealed a remarkably beautiful landscape. The ground was lush with verdant grass, vibrant and teeming with life, devoid of the desolate decay typically associated with the reign of monstrous beings. This side of the demon dragon's domain also harbored numerous areas suitable for monster farming, each guarded by a boss. Furthermore, all monsters were above level 50. It was estimated that only in the following 2 days would the most elite candidates dare to tread into these regions. However, Chen Yu did not intend to seek out the regional boss's misfortune. Instead, he charted a direct course towards the first city under the demon dragon's command, following the treacherous route indicated on the map. Chapter 90. Demon God? Merely a monster. Angels? Just food. In Jianyang City, within a residential building at the city's edge, a young girl reclined languidly on a sofa, her legs crossed, adorned in a light blue dress and a pale yellow short-sleeve knit top. Her arms, reminiscent of delicate lotus roots, were crossed over her chest. Her eyes were tranquil, akin to the serene surface of the sea beneath a boundless blue sky, vast and enigmatic. At this moment, the girl cast her gaze toward the television mounted on the wall, where the first round of examination rankings for this year's college entrance examination was scrolling across the screen. At the bottom of the display, a line of announcements read, Program Announcement, Live Broadcast of the 1980 20-year Rising Dragon Empire College Entrance Examination Rankings. Countless names of candidates flowed rapidly across the screen. Yet the top 10 positions remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the rankings. 18,500 points? The highest accolade awarded to two forbidden powerhouses? Quite impressive indeed. Aiming to secure the national champion and bring glory to the family. A faint smile graced the girl's lips as she picked up a picture frame from the coffee table before her. Inside the frame was a photograph of her with a young boy. The girl in the image beamed with joy, resting her chin atop the boy's head, her arms encircling his neck in a tender embrace, while the boy bore an expression of resigned exasperation. Suddenly, the girl's smile vanished as she set the frame down and turned her attention toward her front door. A second later, a thunderous crash resonated. A crimson hand, sharp-clawed like that of a beast, pierced through the door at the lock's location. With a creak, the door, now devoid of its lock, swung open from the outside. The owner of the scarlet hand stepped into the room, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his visage grim and foreboding. The girl maintained her composure, rising to her feet and walking toward him, blocking his passage at the threshold. Coldly, she spoke, "You've damaged my door. Betrayer, I have found you." The middle-aged man revealed a maniacal and cruel grin. "You have betrayed the church, forsaken your faith, and turned your back on my God. As the archbishop appointed by my God, your treachery must be met with the most severe punishment. As the executor of the torn church, I shall methodically tear your body into fragments. You've damaged my door," the girl reiterated earnestly, her irritation palpable. "Prepare to face judgment." The middle-aged man suddenly lunged at the girl, his hands enveloped in a crimson glow, thick as congealed blood, his sharp claws aimed at her heart. Thus, the consequences shall be dire. In an instant, the girl's eyes transformed into a pristine silver hue. Around her, the void shimmered with the emergence of numerous eyes of varying sizes. The largest is as big as a basketball, while the smallest resembles a lychee. These eyes are wide open, their pupils shimmering with a silver hue reminiscent of youthful maidens. On either side of each eyeball, there exists a pair of immaculate white wings. Suddenly, from within these orbs, golden beams of light shoot forth, coalescing into chains that ensnare the approaching middle-aged man, suspending him in midair. This is the power of heaven. The man's bloodshot eyes bulge in disbelief as he roars, "No, no, how can this be? You have received my God's grace and the baptism of the abyss. How can you still wield the power of heaven? Why do angels follow you? Heaven? Abyss?" The maiden slowly approaches the middle-aged man, stating that power is merely a tool. She then shakes her head and extends her right hand, asking, "Why can't you understand?" Her right hand glows with a crimson light, mirroring the earlier transformation of the middle-aged man. As the magic of the abyss ripples around her, her smooth, fair skin turns a blood-red hue, her nails suddenly elongating to over 2 inches, sharp as blades. The pursuit of power is one thing, but to be deceived by one's own lies, forgetting whether one is human or demon, that is another. Faith, the church, demon gods? The so-called demon gods are nothing more than elevated monsters, mere repositories of experience points and treasure. Do you truly regard them as deities? How absurd. How tragic. With a swift motion, the maiden thrusts her sharp claws into the chest of the middle-aged man, as easily as slicing through jelly. With a gentle tug outward, she extracts a pulsating heart. The man coughs up a mouthful of blood, the spark in his eyes gradually fading. In the end, he remains frozen in disbelief. "Look," the maiden presents the heart before him, declaring, "Your heart is red as well." Despite being a professional himself, despite possessing infinite potential, why must he kneel before a mere elevated monster? Although I once joined your ranks, I still do not comprehend. With that, the maiden tosses the heart behind her. Behind her, a massive eyeball splits open, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The maw lunges toward the heart in midair and devours it whole. "Consider this a gift," the maiden coldly instructs the giant eyeball, gesturing toward the middle-aged man's corpse. "Consume every last drop, leave nothing behind. If you fail to do so, I shall feast upon you, just like this." The maiden reaches out with her left hand, grasping one of the smaller eyeballs by its white wing. The crimson nails of her right hand delicately pinch the other wing, severing it. The eyeball writhes and pulsates in her grasp, but the wing she holds will never escape her delicate grip. The maiden smiles, bringing the wingless eyeball to her mouth. She bites down at the junction where the wing connects to the eyeball, gently tearing it away, and discards the remnants carelessly. Then, she moves her jaw slightly. Pop! A faint cracking sound echoes. Ah, angels are truly a delectable species. She swallows the juices and licks her lips, gazing longingly at the multitude of eyeballs floating around her. Dozens of eyeballs tremble, hastily closing and vanishing into thin air. Only the largest remains, quaking as it continues to consume the corpse of the middle-aged man. TCH, how disappointing. The maiden sighs, shaking her head at the dilapidated door. I come back only to find this mess. I wanted to see my little brother on television. Instead, I saw neither him nor a functioning door. Ah, forget it. Off I go. My brother's fate is his own. As an elder sister, I can only assist him to this point. She returns to the sofa, producing an exquisite gift box and placing it in front of the photo frame. With 2 fingers poised like a sword, she taps the head of the boy in the picture, whispering, "Little brother, do your best." Then, turning back to the large eyeball, she states coldly, "You will keep watch over the items until my brother returns. Should you lose anything, I will grant you the opportunity to choose your method of demise." With that, she strides to the window in the living room, flinging it open and leaping out. In midair, 2 enormous, pure white wings suddenly unfurl from her back. With a gentle flap, her graceful silhouette vanishes into the distant horizon. In Yunchuan Province, Jiufeng City, the examination hall of the college entrance examination. Within the command center, 2 tablet-level powerhouses sit alongside a primary examiner and an inspector, their eyes fixed on the large screen ahead. The screen displays scenes from the official college entrance examination ranking competition. The first round of the examination is not publicly shown, but the second round is live-streamed nationwide, intended to showcase the prowess of the new generation of the Tunglong Empire. The initial live broadcast of the ranking competition is, in fact, a baiting strategy. By leveraging the fame of geniuses, it draws out those lurking in the shadows, elements from hostile nations and worlds, to strike them down in one fell swoop. However, as time passed and the bait was cast repeatedly, the fish grew wise and no longer fell for the trap easily. Now, there are hardly any fools from rival factions attempting to act against the new generation of talents from the Tunglong Empire after the college entrance examination. In the live broadcast of the ranking competition, the cameras do not follow any single candidate. Instead, they predominantly adopt a macro perspective. At this moment, the television screen reveals a medieval-style Western city. The imagery shifts continuously, accompanied by the commentator's voice. Previously, we showcased the grand map of this ranking competition and provided a detailed introduction to the factions within it. Now, let us take a look at the boundary point between the 2 factions, the Wailing Gorge. In the later stages of the instance, the 2 factions will likely engage in a grand showdown nearby, while our candidates will showcase their skills here. However, according to official information, this area remains a monster-grinding sanctuary in the early stages of the instance. As you can see, candidates have been entering the Wailing Gorge to grind monsters. It seems there are fewer monsters in the gorge. Could it be that they have already been cleared by earlier teams?